Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition to recap the weekend and get you through the fog here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt, Ross in for Pepe, and RJ Choppy is out with the colonoscopy and back tomorrow. But the fog, it created all types of havoc for me this morning. I was just in a fog myself, driving, and I'm like, that sign shouldn't be there. Oh, I'm in the town of Mesquite right now. Let me go ahead and pull up the map. Oh, quick little U-turn, and the fog lasted all the way up here to the studio, so be careful driving out there.
Yeah, fog is one of the, it just makes me uneasy anytime I'm around it, because it's just, I feel there's nothing that makes me feel more claustrophobic than when I'm driving. I'm like, I know there's much further ahead of me that I normally see than I do right now. It feels... It's always, every time I was thinking about it driving in, actually, while I was going, I was like, it's creepy to me that I can only see about 200 feet ahead of me right now, knowing I can normally see, the downtown skyline by now or something like that. And so I hate it.
Yeah, very foggy. As foggy as I can remember in a long, long time. So be careful with that. Where are we with the RJ Choppy update that you asked him for? You're like, hey, if you're going to go ahead and commit to the bit, give us video updates either from the toilet or right after.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I need him on the toilet. That's what I need. And he's not providing on the toilet updates yet. I think it's because he doesn't, Sarah wouldn't let him do that, I would assume. But yeah, he's posted
she even
up.
Controls his colon.
I mean, she does for this one. Apparently, she dictated which bathroom he was going to be in, so he had to be in a separate bathroom. Didn't want him in the master bath. But yeah, he is
Governor's bath.
Huh? Governor's bath. That's right. Yeah. Thank you, Adam Silver. But he is he's looking cleaned out, and he should be prepped and ready later this morning to go. I did notice he was taking the advice of people on Twitter about what to do and how he should take the medicine. Somebody's like, don't take that third one. It's really not necessary at that point once you're seeing clear. And I was like, you know what, I don't think you should be taking just Twitter advice if the doctor told you to take it. But it sounded like he was going to take it.
And watching RJ drink something is now as annoying to me as watching him eat, because he eats like an animal and leaves you in the dust, and watching him just chug that colonoscopy liquid. That's how he drinks his regular breakfast or any type of drink in here.
Which this is something where that they don't have to do the liquid anymore, I don't think. So when I had my colonoscopy, they gave me pills. But everybody's always talking about how gross the liquid is that you have to drink for that thing. And so they had recently said, nope, we do pills now. And so I'd taken those when I had to do mine. You had to take 12 of them in an hour, though. It was a ton.
Oh.
But I thought he was going to be able to do that, but I guess not. I guess he's still chugging the chalky mixture.
Mavs and Stars in action over the weekend. Let's catch you up. Of course, Jimmy Butler now on Golden State, and they feel like they can roll.
Butler tracks it down, shovel the post, pin post with the slam.
Timeout. Jason Kidd, it's getting away from him a little bit here. 21 points down in the second.
ESPN ABC with the call. Bob Myers, former Warriors exec, on the broadcast, as this was a beatdown and this was dominance throughout the entire way. If you thought about getting back into it in the third quarter, Steph Curry said nope. So the new look Warriors beating the depleted Mavs in a runaway.
Yeah, depleted. That's a good word for what Jason Kidd looked like too. He just looked absolutely beat down by this entire game. You had both buddies in attendance, though. Rob Pelinka, Nico Harrison. I assume this means we're getting a Nico Harrison appearance on Tuesday night for the Lakers game. And I wonder if we're going to see any sort of hug or embrace between Luka and Nico. But, yeah, this was one that was over really fast. It was a day where you knew, okay, Dallas isn't going to have enough to slow down Golden State today, because that was early in the second quarter, that dunk right there. And that's when you felt like timeout. They're trying to slow things down, trying to keep the Avalanche from hitting them, and it's not looking like it's going to work.
Yeah, it's like, why is Rob Pelinka there? The Lakers just got a humongous win against Denver. I asked the Tolos to caption the photo. Aaron, I'll give you Kyrie for Dalton Connect and a pick. John David, no takebacks. Sorry. KD, anything else I can do for you, boss? Let's go Rangers. The idiot and the man who fleeced him. Rob, I need a big. Nico, as a matter of fact, I got 2. So these are some of the captions that the Tollers are having fun. Man, that is a picture that just anytime you start to move past just a little bit, you see your ex as soon as you open up Instagram.
And do you think, and maybe he shouldn't care about this at all, but if you're Nico Harrison, don't you just say, like, let's have this handshake like back in the concourse or something. Let's not do it in front of everybody for a picture that will now get sent out and sent everywhere.
Well, it wasn't the secret Nike Navy SEAL handshake, so there's no reason to hide it.
Exactly.
It could be out in the open.
Yeah, can't let everybody know that. Now, Palinka, I guess, he was Andre Iguodala's agent is the reason why he was up there, because they were retiring Iguodala's number. But either way, this is just, it's setting up already for just feeling ill about Tuesday night. Because this is the very first of Luka seeming to click now, and the Mavericks starting to struggle. It feels like a perfect storm of you are about to be embarrassed this week.
And speaking of Luka clicking, has it started?
Doncic knocks down the 3. He looks pretty darn comfortable here in the first quarter. 12 points.
Shut up, Mike Breen. ABC and ESPN with the call. I think he said, like, at some point in time throughout the broadcast, if you're a Mavs fan watching this, you were just hurting right now. But that was old Luka, as LA went into Denver and got a win over Joker that never happens.
No, this never. You're talking about Denver had been playing better than anybody in the NBA over the last month and a half or so. Luka obviously had been struggling, but the Lakers just don't win in Denver during Jokic's time. The last time the Lakers beat Denver in Denver with Jokic playing was before COVID. It was February 2020. It was before everything shut down. And they had been best record in the NBA, most efficient scoring team in the NBA over the last month and a half. And Luka went in there and absolutely dominated them and looked like the guy that we've always known. Looked like the petty, bitter, I'm going to show you type of individual that we had come to know. And that looked like the very first time like he'd clicked into any of that with the Lakers.
32, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, plus 20 with him on the floor. The first Laker guard since Magic to reach those numbers in a game as they snap the Nuggets' 9-game winning streak.
And 1 turnover. That's been that's been an issue for him ever since he got to the Lakers. It's just been turning the ball over. That looked like, okay, Redick's going to put the ball more in his hands, let him operate as the guy running the offense, have LeBron play more off of the ball, and that's what looks like is going to be the key for them. That looked scary the other day against Denver. That looked like, okay, that's a team that if they click and they can, keep the pace that they did have and play just good enough on defense, then they can challenge somebody.
And everybody was falling in love with J.J. Redick, saying, thank goodness Dan Hurley said no. Meanwhile, we're dealing with J. Kidd looking nauseous on the sidelines. Redick said he didn't sleep for the 2 games since they lost. Everyone's loving J.J. Redick. Meanwhile, they just lost to Utah and not Portland. But he said he hadn't slept since the Portland game. Charlotte and Utah in back-to-back games. But now everyone is loving Redick, especially after he gave his instructions to Luka for this one.
I want at least one blackout episode where he's screaming indiscriminately at no one in particular because he's excited. Like that means he's back. That's the Luka I know, the killer.
I want at least one blackout episode. In the locker room afterwards, he's like, you guys executed the game plan. They employed some defensive strategy against Joker, who was 2 for 7. 12 points in that one, and he looked at Luka and said, good to have you back. Glad you decided to show up. Welcome to the team.
By the way, there was a clip of Redick postgame. I think it was that one. Yesterday you had Lakers fans quoting that video and saying JJ Redick might be Phil Jackson. Oh my gosh, he might be Phil Jackson reincarnated. But I think that's a great thing from Redick to say, I want the blackout episode, because I don't know that was always encouraged here in Dallas. I know, like, even though everybody loved the tapping into the super competitive side of Luka, we had mentioned this before. There's a little bit of the, like, when you tap into that and really tell him, like, hey, start screaming at nobody in particular, start doing this. That's also the guy that tends to get technical fouls. And they wanted to downplay some of that. And that was always the concern when I always felt like when you were telling him tamp that back a little bit, was the idea of like, are you telling him not to be himself, and are you taking him out of his game potentially by trying to pull that back?
So over to the Western Conference, the Oklahoma City Thunder are up 9.5 games on Memphis and Denver. Denver has moved up to the 3 spot. The Lakers are the 4. They're right there with the Rockets. The Rockets are bleeding badly. At least they had lost 6 in a row. They're 3-7 in their last 10. The Clippers, get the Clippers out of here, please. They're the 6. Minnesota's the 7, and there are your Dallas Mavericks as the number 8, half a game up on the Warriors and 2 games up on the Sacramento Kings. The Dallas Stars back in action as well.
Duchesne, Johnston save, rebound, score! Robertson completes the hat trick.
Victory Plus with the call. Couple of nail biters, but in the end, it is a 4-point back-to-back weekend for the Stars as they beat Jersey Saturday night, and last night a 4-3 win against the Islanders. So they are an impressive 6-2 on the second night of back-to-backs. They are 8-1-1 in their last 10.
Would you like the money puck numbers, Sean?
Nope.
Can't cut my mic off this time because you have nobody else to talk to. 47%. So the Stars actually kind of turned this one around, pulled out a miracle here, Sean.
Fastest hat trick by a Stars player since Jamie Benn in 2018 by Jason Robertson. He had it against New York. 2 of those goals came on the power play. Next up, Columbus on Tuesday night. Spits and Suds with the Hockey Pod is recapping the weekend. It is up on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are heard.
I was thinking about this, and we may get into it in a series of topics later on, but to me, I feel like the Stars at this point have taken the mantle as just like, that's our stable franchise here in Dallas. Like that's the team that we can rely on and know that, man,
I don't even think it's close.
Yeah, 2-time, back-to-back GM of the Year award winner. It's like, oh man, you've got really solid young players, you've got strong veterans. It just feels like uncontroversial, unproblematic, just they're going to be good, and you can feel comfortable knowing that they're not going to mess anything up.
And Sagan was asked, like in this profile piece, he was commenting on the Luka trade, and he said, I'm just thankful for our stability. I'm thankful for our front office. And it's like, okay, but you have no chance of getting traded. You don't think there can be a surprise move out of nowhere, but he just immediately took it to Jim Nill as the Jerry Jones comparisons started all over again. But that was Sagan praising what they do up top.
I was curious. I had to look. We've wondered about, man, how much is attendance going to be impacted with the Mavericks and everything else? So I was like, I wonder if the Stars could ever, like, if this would be such a sour taste in the mouth, would the Stars ever start passing the Mavericks in attendance? And then I looked at the game where they were throwing out all the fans, where you remember it was 80% full, and I saw that they had it listed as like 19,800 were in attendance for that game in a 20,000 seat arena. I was like, okay, we're just never going to get real numbers about the Mavericks attendance, and so the Stars will never pass that one.
The way to hit us up this morning, as we say good morning to Cam, Rex, Lil Dallas Cowboy, Gregory as well, Alex Mack on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. The way to hit us up is 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We've reached a period in the National Football League where you stay away from free agency and you only build throughout the draft. Have the Philadelphia Eagles changed all of that? How important will this free agency be to the Dallas Cowboys? Will they participate? And the latest mock draft for the boys to take their newest player at 12 or maybe somewhere else. That's all next for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and Bobby. Glad you're waking up with us. Be careful driving through the fog out there. Just getting started on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
.1053 The Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey, it's Colby. You know I'm a Tolo. Is your garage door ready for spring? Don't wait till it's too late. Call Tolbert Garage Door today for our garage door roller special. Smooth, quiet, and reliable, just like it should be. Call now or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Back to Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What a read. What a voice there from Ross in for Pay. Where's Peyton today? What's he doing?
I don't know.
The Cowboys play last night?
I know, you would think, right? No, this is, I think he was just, we had to work a holiday, shocker, and he ended up, he just needed to use his comp day by a certain time, so I think he put in for it. But I mean, there was
that's what he told me on Friday.
Yeah,
Wednesday.
He was going to be out Friday, but then he was like, well, he was trying to make it seem like he was a good soldier. He's like, well, I figured with y'all on remote, y'all would need me here. I didn't want to do anything. I was like, I don't know about that.
Choppy is out today with the colonoscopy. He will be back tomorrow. We have Nick Harris guest hosting from 8 to 10 from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So very interested to hear and see Nick Harris today in studio.
Are you excited about getting into a fight with a guest host? He seems like he wants to pick a fight with you over Jimmy Butler because that's his boy.
Yeah. Well, then he should co-host with Mike Bassick. Mike Bassick is the Jimmy Butler of the fan. I used to say it was Luka. He said it was T.O. He's Miami Jimmy Butler on his way out.
He's the new wave though. Like Nick is that Nick is that new wave fan that Choppy's been talking about, where like he's a Jimmy fan. He's not. It's not like he was a Heat fan. It's like, I love Jimmy. Jimmy's my guy. I'm going to follow Jimmy places. And like with the NBA, the way you have stars turning over and things like Luka Doncic getting traded in the middle of a season, like you start, this younger generation just goes, well, I'm aligning with that guy. Like that's what I'm doing. I'm following them.
All right, Bob, we have the real importance of today's NFL free agency. Why are we talking about that on the home of the Cowboys, latest mock drafts, whatever you want to get into?
Yeah, let's talk about, we're going to get into some of these receivers who get traded here in a sec, but I wanted to talk about this that I'd seen over at The Athletic. So Robert Mays and Derek Klassen, who are two of the writers over at The Athletic, do one of their NFL podcasts. They had been doing a topic after the Eagles won the Super Bowl where they were just kind of looking at, okay, in the wake of Zach Bond being a Defensive Player of the Year candidate for the Eagles, value signing, but a guy who was a free agent addition, Saquon Barkley being a big-time player for the Eagles, and arguably the entire difference in them getting to the Super Bowl this year. And then you look over recent years, the Rams F them picks sort of mentality. The Chiefs having to go out there and say, okay, we're going to go sign a big-time free agent, a tackle to repair some of our issues. They were looking at the question of what does anecdotal research tell us about playing in free agency and how it has affected Super Bowl teams? How active have Super Bowl teams been?
Yeah.
And
because this has changed now. You know, when free agency first when I first think of free agency, I think of the Washington Redskins teams that went and tried to buy everyone.
Yeah,
and it was
2000.
like, oh my gosh, we all fell for that. Then they stunk. It didn't work. You got the Ravens right down the road there where I grew up, just drafting and developing. So it used to be if you struck the first day or two of free agency, you were the loser. And I sat in silence last week. I wanted to see if RJ remembered any of his original takes, which of course he never does. And he was mocking the Cowboys. Usually he'd applaud the Cowboys for not being involved in free agency. But he was sitting there mocking them, saying, it's worthless. Why are we talking about this? There's no point in it. So I was like, okay, are you moving on over to the Bobby Wagners of the world? Because he used to rule out everyone easily. If you're near 30, no. If you're playing defense, no. If you're a running back, no. And now all of a sudden he's changing on those things.
He's changing on a lot. You're noticing little subtle shifts here and there, but it's something where they were taking a look at how much does this actually help? How good is it? Because they had talked about, they looked at last year, if you looked at who's the most active team early in free agency, it was the Titans. And the Titans obviously finished with the number one pick, but there's
Jacksonville, like for the past couple of years, have been big spenders. We all in our minds say don't do it, but we all really want it to be done the first 48 hours.
Because it's fun. It's fun. And also you sit there and think to yourself, like, well, yeah, but like, I mean, this is an exception. Like you talk yourself into like, you want the fun addition. Just think how much fun it was for people. And these were not even massive acquisitions. Think about how much fun people had about, oh my gosh, we got Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks past their prime. But people were excited because it was like, oh, I know that name. And that's somebody who maybe they're going to come in here and be a difference maker. Well, they had talked about that. Generally, the thought is when somebody plays in free agency early and spends a lot of money, their reaction last year when the Titans did it was, what good team does this? Like good teams generally don't do this. And so they were taking a look at it and said that based on the way you look at acquisitions that are made, they still say that what they find is that Super Bowl teams that go to the Super Bowl generally have their core pillars in place. Rams are a great example of this. When the Rams went to the Super Bowl and everybody was like, man, look at how wild they were, and they just caution to the wind, and we're going to throw everything against the wall and see if it sticks. At the end of the day, their best player on offense was Cooper Kupp. Their best player on defense was Aaron Donald. Those two guys were players that they had drafted. This year, the fact that they were able to really kind of maintain being a competitive football team, despite a number of losses that they had, it's because they hit on a bunch of draft picks in a very short amount of time, especially on the defensive line with Jared Verse and some of the other guys that they've had there. So they looked at it and said that most of these teams generally have the pillars in place. They have the stars they need. And so what you're looking for is not a big-time splashy signing. What you're looking for is a $4 million signing here, a 2 for $10 million signing there. Just guys that give you enough that you're getting the most out of your star players. That description to me still sounds like the Dallas Cowboys. I will say that I think it was broken about 2 years ago. I think the Chiefs broke it. But if you look at over the last 12 years, I think all but one season, every team that won the Super Bowl gave more guaranteed money to a free agent signing the offseason before than the Cowboys gave in guaranteed money to their entire free agent class. And so that speaks to, you don't want to be the Titans. You don't want to be the Jaguars, who, like you mentioned there, the Jags. Tony Khan said a couple weeks ago, we're reevaluating what we do now because we spent all this money and we do this, and it's backfiring on us. It's not working. Maybe you shouldn't just throw money at Christian Kirk, though. Maybe that's a bigger issue. But looking at it and saying, we've got to do things a little bit differently. The problem is that you can't go so far off to the other extreme like Dallas did last offseason, where they said, we're signing no one. We're going to sign no one, and we are going to bank on and put a ton of pressure on our personnel department to, don't you miss a pick. None of them. If it's in the first 4 or 5 rounds, can't miss it. And I think that over there, they like working under the high expectations. They like those sort of things. But the reality is that no matter how good you are at drafting, you're going to have misses in there. It's just the math of it, and the inexact science that exists of it. So if your entire strategy is, we're going to bank on every pick being right, okay, well, now you've set yourself up for, at some point, you are going to miss something, and you're going to go 7-10. Or you're going to potentially set yourself back for a couple years if you have a couple of them in a row. And so the overall thought from The Athletic was that you have to play moderately in this area, but you still can't be a first day of free agency type of signer, even though Saquon Barkley was that kind of guy. At the end of the day, a lot of people would still say Zach Bond, who was a value guy and a 1-year free agent guy, that was the bigger signing that had impact on the defensive side of the ball, almost as much as the one that they had with Barkley. But I still look at this as, I think Dallas is going to be, I got asked this the other day when I was doing a podcast with somebody. They'd said, do you think that the Joneses gave us a little bit of like light at the end of the tunnel at the Schottenheimer press conference? It sounded like they were saying they were more willing to play. No,
I wasn't hearing that. I felt like Steven was saying it just to say it. Oh, it was going to reevaluate.
Yeah, and I think, look, this week will be great when we're out there in Indianapolis for the Combine, because you'll start to hear from people who are chatting. You'll get an idea of what their strategy is. Or you'll hear, oh, so-and-so is going to be sitting on the bus later this week. You'll start hearing, okay, who are they? How active are they in talking to agents who are representing players that are outside of their own roster and guys that could be out there as free agents? I think when we get out there, we're going to hear they're trying to cover contingencies. They're trying to get value signings. They just got to make sure that they're not swinging and missing and then jumping into training camp like they did last year and going, where's a Carl Lawson that we can find? Where's an Al-Qadim Muhammad? How do we find people to just fill out our roster because it's so thin right now?
That's
the problem. Yeah, Dalvin Cook and all those questions that come from that. So that's the biggest thing for them, is they need to make sure that they are replenishing the depth that they're inevitably going to lose this year.
The answer to the free agency thing right now, according to The Athletic, is the medium porridge. Don't go hot. Don't go scalding hot. Don't be ice cold like the Cowboys. Go right there in the middle.
Just right.
Yes.
Just like Goldilocks. That's what it is. Now, if you did want to play in the waters of saying, hey, we need to go ahead and replenish or look for a genuine starter somewhere, I think one of the easier places you can do it is probably receiver. And Bill Barnwell had an article up last week where he had just looked at, hey, here are the top receiver options that you're looking for if you're a team that would be available in free agency or trade. So these are the trade candidates that they've got here. I'm just going to run through some of them. If you're interested in somebody or you want to stop down, we can talk about them. Tyreek Hill from the Dolphins.
I'd be interested. For a little short term, not too expensive, which is probably not going to happen.
No, because so here's the thing: you could probably handle taking on his cap number. We went over the math earlier this year, but you could handle taking on his cap number. It would just be an issue of, part of the reason he's upset is they want guarantees. They want to try to establish a baseline of he's comfortable, he's in place. So the trade itself wouldn't take on a big hit. You're just then immediately going to have to spend some money on it.
Plus, I'm probably thinking it's a second-round pick, and I don't know picking at 12 with all these needs if I'm down for that.
Here's an interesting name, Deebo Samuel. So I think Debo could be a decent value buy. This is a problem, though. Last week, George Kittle had been given an interview, and they were talking about Debo wanting out and potentially getting traded. And Kittle had said something to the effect of, yeah, I mean, if Debo's gone, we're going to have to essentially change the identity of our offense because of how intricate he is to it. Debo is such a unique player in the style play that it's kind of like when we had the Luka question for so long. You couldn't just plug and play anybody in there. You have to kind of structure your offense around what he does.
And I worry about him breaking down. He just turned 29. He's one of these guys, right? It's like driving to the lane. John Morant, Allen Iverson. You know, how reckless are you going to be with your body? And I just see more and more games missed for Debo moving forward at this age with the way you have to use him.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly it because of the physicality that he plays with and the ability to break down. That's why he wanted to get paid so much and just like, I need my money now is because of that.
If I made him strictly a receiver, we're not handing the ball off. He's not returning any kicks. He's a 2?
Yeah, at this point, I think he probably is. A couple years ago,
an Anquan Bolden type 2. Like he's not beating you down the field. He's not using speed.
He can. He's such a different type of player than exists in the NFL. There's just the way that he plays is a lot of run after catch stuff. He has shown that he can win deep, but it's just typically not how the 49ers have used him. He's not like the most precise route runner, but look, I mean, if they want edge and if they want, sort of a different type of presence, he certainly would bring that, and he would be a number 2 here. These are cut candidates for Barnwell, guys that you wouldn't be trading for, guys that'll get cut. Davante Adams.
What he did with that locker room scared me, which you mentioned last week. He's done it with the Raiders. I don't necessarily know about the Jets' nightmares, but I would sign him up for cheap. I still think he can do damage.
Yeah, I feel like
I'd love him as a 2 without all the drama.
And I don't think there's any chance, given what we've heard from him, he would accept being a 2. You know what I mean? Like, it felt like last year he was a little upset, like playing second fiddle to Garrett Wilson at all. Christian Kirk from the Jaguars, speaking of Tony Khan and poor decisions made financially.
You just crapped on him twice.
Yep, I did. Cooper Kupp, who we've talked about this. Junior Adams, the new receivers coach for the Cowboys, that was Cooper Kupp's college receivers coach, who Kupp had called him the best coach he had ever played for, or something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. But if Kupp, you don't have to trade anything for him and the Rams get to a point where they have to cut him, I think that makes a ton of sense to target as that's the guy. Because he's somebody who, as a number 2, playing with some of the depth you have, I think he could fit in.
I'd be excited, but worried. I'd be excited but scared about the health. Would you rather have Kupp or Debo?
Kupp, I think.
Is Debo going to be a free agent?
No, Debo would be a trade candidate.
Yeah, Kupp moves up the list because you don't have to give up assets.
Yeah, and
you have to give that up for Tyreek. Is Devontae a free agent, did you say?
No, Devontae would be a cut candidate. So if the Jets get to a point where they're just like, we can't find anybody to take this on, then they would have to release him. And that's kind of what they're looking at there. But it's something where I think that if Kupp makes a ton of sense just from what Schottenheimer likes to do, different things like that.
Kupp can do anything.
Yeah, as long as other than stay healthy.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. Another name to watch here if they talk about cut candidates, Tyler Lockett had the best success of his career. Now he's getting older, but he had the best success of his career under Brian Schottenheimer. And he's somebody who the Seahawks could be looking at as, all right, aging veteran. We might need to cut him. He's going to be 32, though, and a smaller player.
Some of the wide receivers to keep an eye on as we head out to the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield ceramic coating, never paint your house again. And by Best Buy Windows and Siding for sending us on another trip. Speaking of receivers, a possible Hall of Famer was caught in a wife's text messages, and did he no longer with that representation? How bad are things there? Did the NHL ratings shoot up through the roof? And the Luka video that had all of DFW talking. All of that next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maybe?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Vehicle gets a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
An RJ Choppy colon update from 15 minutes ago as he tweeted back to one of our top Tolos, Jay Ochoa, I have not slept. So Jay was asking what the update is for the colonoscopy today, and Choppy came back 15 minutes ago, no sleep.
And you've mentioned before, RJ's biggest fear, like big picture fear, is just being alone. Like you can't be alone.
And aging.
Imagine and that's both of those things. Just sitting in a bathroom all night,
he's got his phone.
Shedding weight.
We're probably in there with him right now at the Odyssey app echoing.
Just shedding weight, and
he's loving that.
Remembering, like thinking about how old he is, and also just alone and banished to that side of the bathroom.
And somewhere in the back of his mind, he's like all excited over all this weight that he's crapping out, just thinking he's going to be able to be the only person in human history to not have it come back with liquids after the colonoscopy is over. He's thinking of a way in his mind to keep this weight off.
He doesn't seem to understand, like, it's literally not possible. If you kept all that water weight off consistently, like, there's a problem. You're being completely cleaned out. You have to watch out for dehydration. That's how much you're losing.
Yeah.
And so, no, you're not going to be able to manage dehydration for the rest of your life.
He's going to walk in here tomorrow with some slim fit and his tight T-shirt and all that. And then he'll be back in the sweatsuit by Indianapolis.
Yep, he'll have the queso. He'll eat the chips and queso, and then that salt will cause him to retain water, and he'll go back to bloating.
All right, it's Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt. Nick Harris is going to co-host starting at 8 o'clock from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on DFW Sports Station. We got Ross in for Pay. But the big scandal that happened over the weekend, Steve Smith Sr., the Carolina Panther great, current host on the NFL Network. Did you ever work with Steve while there?
I've been around Steve. Steve's been working on site while I've been working on stuff, and so I've interacted with him, but I never was like working on his set.
What's he like or known to be like? Is he really got like that swag off camera too?
Yeah, he was very cool, and I met him. He was actually up at AT&T Stadium last year or the year before, I can't remember what. And Eric Chiafalo had a really like awkward, embarrassing interaction with him where he was sitting down with me and Slater, and Steve was there, and he was just talking Steve up, and Steve was happy to talk to him, but after like 2 questions, he goes, right. And so wait, so what's your name? Who are you again? Dude, you haven't even introduced yourself. Then Eric's like, oh, sorry, sir. I'm Eric Chiafalo.
So this man / husband takes to the internet randomly over the weekend and says, wife works for the Ravens marching band. She met Steve Smith Sr. at work. Steve has been blanking my wife. I got receipts, and I got a lot more homie. I think the Twitter account has now been deactivated, but I'll read some of the text messages. Ross, please do not use these against me. See, now you're teasing me. Wow, you look stunning. Steve Smith also writes, about to go work out. I'm getting a little chunky. Okay, she writes back, yes, sir. Can't read that. You enjoy it. You like that. I like feeling that. Me too. Cannot read that and that and that. Noted. You get to feel that. So there's a lot more where that came from. Now, did this guy get attacked on the internet? This guy get made fun of?
So yeah, this is something where a lot of people.
By the way, Steve Smith, I think, married with 4 kids.
He is. Yep. And he was getting just roasted by a lot of people who were talking about, why don't you be mad at your wife? Why aren't you direct that anger at her? And he kept replying to people and say like, believe me, I'm mad at my soon to be ex-wife too. Don't you worry about that. I promise I am. But I'm mad at this guy too.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of people who were just saying, this is just, like, he gets clowned for just people going in the comments, and somebody had said there's a picture.
Only in the world today can this guy get clowned for getting cheated on.
Right. Well, I guess
and putting
for like
Steve Smith on blast.
For airing it, I guess, is the thing. He had
Steve deserves for it to be aired.
Steve Smith had this big grinning like selfie he sent this woman allegedly that people were sharing, and you had somebody replied to it and said, "Brother, I've seen Steve Smith play in a Super Bowl, and I didn't see him grin this big. Your wife was doing something to that man." And so, like, just getting set up for the jokes and the roasting and the different stuff like that. And there is a little bit, I get the idea of when you're in this emotional, vulnerable state that this guy clearly was, do you want to jump on to the internet and have the internet trolls come up with all their bits and all their jokes for it? Probably not. But the idea of, like, a lot of people were arguing of, yeah, you don't have any right to be mad at Steve Smith is like, I don't think you have any right to tell anybody how they should feel about that period if it happened to them. Like, if that happens to me, I'm going to be mad at whoever the hell I want to be mad at. It's definitely probably going to be more my wife, but I'm going to be angry with a lot of people. I'm not going to go like, well, yeah, you had nothing to do with it. Clearly, sir. This was all her. Like, there's going to be an anger level for it completely.
Well, this guy obviously had Steve Smith's phone number, and he decided to call him Ross, hopefully with the bleep.
Hey, yo, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you been f***ing my wife, bro. What you gotta say for yourself?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry? You f***ing knew she was married.
So that sounds like Steve. Now, again, AI, I've heard different radio games saying, is this real Kim Kardashian or fake Kim Kardashian? And you cannot tell the difference. And I'm always skeptical whenever we play something like this in case it's fake. But if that was AI, that's what Steve Smith sounds like.
It seems like such a random thing to rage on about for it not to be true, though, right? Like, why are you picking Steve Smith to go like, here's everything? And some of the pictures he was sharing, I don't have any clue where those selfies would have come from if they weren't directly from Steve Smith. But yeah, this is, I mean, look, Steve Smith was in the Ravens marching band last year. He was doing like a whole bit with them or a whole like performance thing that went viral. People were like, what the hell is Steve Smith doing? It's like, well, now we know what he was or who he was doing, I guess.
Does the marching band have that close of access, I guess, with the play? I guess it's like the cheerleaders, right?
I guess just for like in retirement, she may have come across it, but it's graphic, some of the stuff they're both saying to each other.
Will Steve, being usually upfront, in-your-face guy, will he address this, and will the NFL Network care?
He will address it if it's causing him problems at home.
But he's not going to address it, like, he's not going to stop down on NFL Network.
Nope, I don't think so. He will address it himself if there's something that's causing him issues at home. Because I would guess that if this has happened before, or if he's explained it to her and she feels comfortable with it, I would guess he's not going to say anything. He'll laugh it off. He'll blow it off. But if there's an issue that's cropped up from this, then he'll make a statement because he'll frame it in the context of, I'm so sorry to my wife. That's how I would guess that he'll do it. But either way, this is just, it is, I hadn't even thought about that really, like you were just saying. It is nuts that you look at this and go like, that's where we've gotten with AI though, is that it's not the most ridiculous thing in the world to suggest this might not be totally on the up and up.
Has anyone seen this Temptation Island Spain edition?
Mm-mm.
All right, Barstool Sports has like been covering this, but I guess there's this viral figure named Montoya. And Ross, you're shaking your head yes. Have you seen this?
I haven't seen it, but immediately, like once you said Montoya, I knew it. Yeah. Yeah.
Montoya, I gotta look him up.
It's
bad.
This guy's like watching his wife repeatedly sleep with people on camera. I guess Temptation Island is taking this to a whole nother level in Spain.
They usually give you a chair for that in the hotel room.
I mean, it's so graphic. And he's like running down the beach trying to go into the little room to stop it. But the internet is repeatedly having their heart broken watching this guy over and over watch his wife cheat on him nonstop as if she is not on camera. That just made me think of the Steve Smith story, and I was wondering, let me know in the fan text if you know Montoya or Temptation Island, and how do we get this in the U.S.? How do we get this United States version?
I was thinking, whether it's Montoya or Steve Smith, I'm really sad that Peyton's not out today, or that Peyton's out today. Because Peyton, we know he's Mr. I must have your location. I must know where you are at all times.
Yeah.
Peyton would be melting down about this. I'm sure he would be have all sorts of things to say about Montoya and Steve Smith. But
would he go Mark Cuban with DeAndre Jordan?
And then put the chair in front of the door and try and lock it or something?
And furiously trying to call and text everyone he can to try and,
Yeah, that would be Peyton, 100%.
Supposedly, Diddy's case is so bad that he has attorneys jumping ship. You had this representation say, in no way can I continue to defend him as we wait for the Diddy saga to play out.
Yeah, Anthony Rico is calling it quits. He is no longer...
Anthony Rico. That doesn't sound like an attorney.
That he is going to be... he is quitting representing Diddy, and USA Today had reached out for comment to his ex-lawyer. No comment back. There was nothing said other than what you just said about. He said, although I have provided Sean Combs with the high level of legal representation expected by the court, under no circumstances can I continue to effectively serve as counsel for Sean Combs. He declined to offer the specific details that led to the decision, citing attorney-client privilege in the filing. But to me, this is an awful sign for Diddy's case. If you're quitting, you feel like this isn't going to go right. Either you think he's such a sleazeball you can't work with him.
Although attorneys, I don't normally OJ's team. I'm not like, okay, I can't in good conscience defend you. There's plenty of defense attorneys who stick with cases where they know the person's guilty.
Right. And that's what I say. I mean, there have been instances, though, of people get details and they're like, well, okay, too much. Don't want to do this. And either way, this is definitely something that it can't bode well for him. Because you would think if he was innocent or even had a chance of winning, a lawyer would go, I want to attach myself to that victory. I want to be the guy. Like, Diddy, I salvaged his career. Absolutely. Give it to me.
The Dallas Mavericks video that went viral over the weekend, of course, for all the wrong reasons. The Mavs step in it again. That's next on Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. But man,
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M leasing studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Butler tracks it down, shovel the post, pin post with the slam.
Timeout. Jason Kidd, it's getting away from him a little bit here. 21 points down in the second.
ABC and ESPN with the calls. The Warriors dominate the Dallas Mavericks yesterday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with you. Choppy will be back tomorrow. We got Ross in for Pepe. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram with all your Cowboy answers at 8 o'clock in studio as he co-hosts the final 2 hours of the program. The K&C Masterpiece and the GBag Nation in Surprise, Arizona to kick off Rangers spring training coverage today.
So Corey did get on the plane.
I don't know.
Despite Mike saying he was not going to, I think he did. They at least took a picture together in the airport lobby area.
Oh, they
the three
did?
of them. Yeah. So allegedly he went. I don't know if they made it though.
Very good. Well, Mike will probably be on his good behavior early in the week with his lone individual job. But we'll see as the week goes on. I'm sure it will disintegrate. The Dallas Mavericks didn't have a chance in this one. Jimmy Butler and the New Look Warriors, are they 5-1?
They're good. Yep. They're 5-1 now. And it's something where that was, like you said, that didn't feel like they even had a chance yesterday. It was midway through the first quarter, and it was like, all right, how bad is this going to be?
Yeah.
And you saw it as the game went on. It was just they didn't have the players to match up. They're so banged up right now, and they're so thin. They don't have the people, the bodies to keep up with a team that's playing as well as Golden State is right now.
All right, let's get to the viral mess that the Dallas Mavericks found themselves in again over the weekend. This was a music video that they put out. It's supposed to be a second half like hype vid.
Yeah, it's like a rap song about, nobody wants to mess with us. We're the best. So yeah, it's just some like hype video that they created, I guess, for the second half.
Play some of it, Ross.
Stepping up as MC for your Dallas Mavericks.
Sean Heath.
Number 6'3" from Dallas through L-Town, Jerome!
Stop. Did he say Darrell?
Darrow.
Okay, no, I know it's Darrell. I thought he said Darrell. And it's just funny when I hear Sean, he say Darrell, and then he goes, Darrow here. Yeah, and I'm like, all right, did we mess up the L's already? But anyway, there's this highlight video, and in it, you get a Mavs logo over the faces of some players.
Yeah, it's like there are a couple of different instances throughout the video of they'll show 5 players standing together on the sideline, for instance, just like celebrating. It's like, well, why is one of them blacked out? Like, it's like they've cut out the picture of them, and then there's a Mavs logo over the head. Like, what's the issue here? And so then there were a couple different times where you'd see somebody basically censored out of the video.
Yeah.
Covered up and just almost like they were trying to erase them from the highlights in the video.
And everyone automatically assumed this was Luka, and the hit parade continued.
Yep. And it turned out to be, one of them turned out to be Maxi Kleber. I don't remember I think the other one turned out to be Quentin Grimes was the other one.
Props to WFAA. They went and did the homework. It was an October 24th game against the Spurs. But the internet, including Bobby Belt, started losing their minds thinking that they had censored and blacked out Luka in this thing.
Which, even if it's not Luka.
Yeah.
And apparently it's not. Even if it's not Luka, it's still, why are you leaving this up to the imagination of a fan base right now that's so furious at you and has been? And even if you're not going to censor people, if there was nothing censored in this, I think they'd be getting dragged for, what the hell are you doing putting out your nobody wants to mess with the Mavericks, we're the best video, like now. Like, can you let things calm down a little bit? You included every single shot you could of AD in a Mavericks uniform from the 3 quarters that he played. You included those, look at this hype video to get you. By the way, AD's not going to be back for about a month, maybe. I mean, we don't know. We'll update you here in a couple weeks. It was going to get dragged regardless of when they did it, when they put it out. And they end up getting shamed into essentially deleting this thing. I don't know how they just have a complete inability to navigate any sort of public response.
Now, Bobby Carella, a former Mavs employee who's been on the station a ton, he said, look, every year we had to get rid of images of traded players representing the team ASAP across all social media. They don't work there anymore. I know emotions are still high. This is not anything out of the norm. Darrell released a statement saying, I would never be part of anything intended to remove, censor, or disrespect Luka Doncic. I guess I'll have to take Bobby's word for it. I just don't remember seeing other videos of former players that had to be blacked out. Fine, forget that it's Luka Doncic. Like, why would you do it to anybody? It's just weird.
And the fact is, when you watch that music video, if you can go find it bootlegged, since again, they deleted it afterwards, is that you see shots of Maxi Kleber putting up threes in the video. Like, they're not blurring Maxi Kleber out in other instances, or there's another shot of Josh Green over here. So it's like, okay, but then it's not consistent. And I think what Bobby's talking about more, at least I would think, I don't assume he's trying to tell us that they've done this before. I don't remember ever seeing this, just like you. Like, what he's talking about sounds more to me like they've got to remove old, like, hype images, like Mavs win, and it's a player who's not there anymore. So that's what
like on the Jumbotron, like arms up,
or just delete old social media photos they had up with.
Because there's no way, that a team puts out a highlight video and there's a former player, like there's not every still current player,
right,
in the video that's blacked out. You got former players in the background running around.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Is that I've seen this and they had it in some of these instances. Again, it wasn't even just Maxi's in one of the camera shots. He's putting up a 3 in one of them. It's like he's the focus of the shot. And it's like, okay.
So why not black that out?
Because they're remarkably inconsistent and they continue to shoot themselves in the foot. And I don't think
This is what you should have talked about in the UNT class the other day, this PR.
Yeah, it's awful. This is something where if the Mavs have not hired a crisis management PR firm yet, which maybe they have and we just don't know it, but if they haven't done that and keep them on retainer or whatever through the end of the season, then they're negligent because they've clearly shown they have no ability to handle this.
What did you find out about their PR?
Their PR director, I guess, is...
That's a new PR director?
It was hired in February 2024, so right after
because Scott Tomlin used to be there, but he went to be the head of Dirk's charity, so he's not there.
Yeah, so this is the new head of their PR group, or the new vice president of basketball communications. Their background, they've never worked in sports before. let alone the NBA.
Wow.
They are they'd actually come from doing communications with the FBI is where they come from, which I got to say, this sounds more like a lot of the reaction sounds like the PR strategy response for more like a government agency, so this makes total sense to me now, is that a lot of the, nope, we're going to stand on, think about what a press secretary does for the White House or for a congressman or different things like that. They stand on policy. Nope, we're standing on this. This is the facts. This is what it is. And that's been their response the whole time. Nope, defense wins championships. We have a standard. We do it this way. This is what we do. There's never any in the political world anything like, look, I understand how supporters of, former President Biden feel. Like, it's never that. It's always just, nope, this is it. This is the way it is. This is right. This is what we're doing. And that's 100% been the strategy and response from the Mavericks, which, again, to me now makes sense why the person running their communications would be somebody who's never worked with fan engagement and sports before.
So Nico got his reuniting with Rob Pelinka yesterday. For some reason, Pelinka, I guess he was there because of the retirement of Andre Iguodala's jersey. So they meet up again. That infuriates Mavs fans all over. And then we got it wrong last week, and I'm thankful we got it wrong. Someone had said Mavs-Lakers was Wednesday night, and I did not want to be in Indianapolis sitting at a restaurant watching this game while sharing Camus with Jerry Jones. I wanted to have my focus on the wine and the steak in Indy. It's Tuesday night. It's tomorrow night. Mavs in L.A., Luka coming off a Luka-esque game. He finally looked like 77 in going crazy against Denver. The Lakers get a much, much needed mental win against the Nuggets, who had dominated them in years past in the playoffs. Here's Kyrie on the expectations and atmosphere for tomorrow.
A lot of good players on the floor at once. Outside of just the obvious of us being, being in LA and being a former team, of Luka's, obviously the narrative's already written. I don't know what else I could really add to that. I'm pretty much focused and telling my guys just to focus on the high-level game that we got to win. I would love to get into the motions after the game with you, but before the game, it's just about having fun and making sure that we lock in and have a deep focus. They're going to come in, and be ready to play against us. Luka's obviously going to have a lot of confidence. That game, he played well last game, so he's feeling good, and we just got to be aware of it.
I'm already trying to check the over-unders on Underdog. I'm trying to see if it's posted and where they will set it. What do you think it'll be set at? And what would you have to be nervous about in terms of approaching that number to bet the over for Doncic against the Mavs?
I feel like, is Vegas prone to emotional things like this typically? I don't know. Right. I don't know. So, I would figure normally they may set it at 28.5. So are they really going to say, yeah, but Luka's different? I'm going to guess, though, they have to account for that a little bit because he is so unique. I just don't know if they're usually emotional like that. So I'm going to guess it's at 31.5 or something like that.
Okay, if it was 31.5, what would you do?
Over. I think Luka's going to go nuts in this one, I think.
The only thing that scares me for betting purposes if the game is not close. Like they continue to sit him, worried about the calf, wanting to get his minutes. Like the other night against Denver, he played 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And
he's somebody who, and they were also blowing him out. So it was just kind of like, all right, come on out, Luka. But this is one where, you got to remember, they have no bigs right now. So anything Luka wants to do to get to the basket.
Which team?
The Mavericks. Anything Luka wants to do to get to the basket, he'll be able to do in this game. And he won't have anything really contested. These are the same guys that he's cooked in practice for years, and so he knows exactly what he's got standing in front of him. I think if Luka scores fewer than 40 points, I'll be stunned.
Stunned?
Yeah, I'll be stunned if it's fewer than 40. I think he's going to be pushing 50.
Greg Popovich not expected to return this season, and his future is uncertain as he recovers from the mild stroke suffered in November, according to Shams. So is this a follow-up to the stroke?
Yeah, so when he had the stroke and was out, they were just kind of like, he's out for an indefinite period of time. He's dealing with a health issue. But there was always the hope to them that, hey, he could come back and be ready to coach again later this season, depending on how his recovery went. So this update right here is just, it's not going to an extent that they feel like comfortable that he can come back this year. I also wonder did they say, hey, is it really worth it for you to come back now that Wembanyama's out for the year? And that's why that decision came down. But for them to say they don't know if he's coming back at all, I mean, that's what changes things.
Not great news for the Texas Rangers. Jared Sandler is in surprise. Wyatt Langford got an MRI, a mild left oblique strain, so he's going to be down for a few days, resume baseball activities. Bochy said it's not going to impact opening day, but then a reliever injury on top of this.
Yeah, and so they've continued to have issues with Josh Young, their pitching staff, and the big one that hit over the weekend that I was very upset about and texting you and Sandler about was Alejandro Rosario, who is their third overall prospect, and a lot of people think can be better than Kumar Rocker. He has consistently been in the top 50 of all these different prospect ranking lists, and Rosario was a guy who was at A-ball last year, so he's still probably 2 years away. It probably wasn't going to be this year, but this is just something else that puts them behind. They continue to have these arm issues which is rampant across the league, but they continue to have these young arm issues through the minor league system where you're like, man, we're hoping to kind of rebuild this and fill out our pitching staff a little bit and get a player that we've developed up to the majors as a legit pitcher, other than Cody Bradford, who also got hurt for an extended period last year. But it's something where the last guy and Choppy's brought this up before, the last guy you can remember where you're like, they developed him, got him to the majors, and he pitched well, was probably Derek. It was Derek Holland. It was probably the last one, and Rosario is one that you would hope for, but again, this is a big injury that's going to set him back for the entire year, according to Chris Young.
You want Schottenheimer or Dorsey coming up here?
We're going to do Brian Schottenheimer. We're going to talk about his football obsession.
We are going to meet him for the first time. Well, Bobby's interacted with him in Frisco, but we're going to go ahead and have our first morning show introduction with the new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys at the Combine in Indianapolis. In case you did not know, we are your official home for the Cowboys and your Texas Rangers. Let's find out how football-obsessed Brian Schottenheimer is with the commercial-free Expressway next on 105.3 The
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Good morning, Metroplex. We begin the commercial-free expressway on a foggy Monday edition of Sean and Bobby. Choppy back tomorrow. How far can you see out there, Bob?
I can't really. I can see the tops of a building. I can't see any cars out there. So I don't know if just there are no cars or I can't see them. But it's it's like just looking out of the cloud right now.
Be careful driving. This is your Turn It On, Leave It On station. It's 105.3 The Fan, Sean Treef, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. We are commercial-free. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, will join us to co-host the final 2 hours of the show at 8.
Yep, but first we're going to talk about, we're going to play some audio from this book that we've covered a couple different times now. Nicholas Davidoff is a author. He's a writer for The New Yorker, and he didn't know a lick about football. And back in 2011, he's this really talented writer, and back in 2011, he was commissioned to, hey, why don't you embed with the New York Jets, sit there, learn about football as a complete outsider. It might be an interesting story of here's how a complete outsider saw how an NFL team operates from day to day. And they're expected to be a Super Bowl contender, so, you might be able to cover a Super Bowl team right out of the gate. And what it turned into actually was a disaster of season where expectations that were really high kind of got dashed. And that was Brian Schottenheimer's last year in New York. So there's a lot of interesting stuff in there about Schottenheimer's time with the Jets, how things ended, and it's back when he was considered the next guy. Like, he was one of the next ones up, who everybody was like, this is the guy who could be the next big hotshot coach in the NFL.
By the way, doesn't it feel like, at least to me, the Schottenheimer rage has cooled a ton? I mean, mainly because of Luka.
Honestly, mainly because of Luka, but I mean, a little bit of it subsided the day after he talked. Like, when he speaks, he is, like we've talked about, there's a reason why they liked him. There's a reason why players like it. It's because he's an effective communicator. And so, that may mean nothing when they get out there. They may go 3-14 next year and everybody's going to be calling for him to be fired. That's fine. I'm just saying that this offseason, when you get through OTAs and minicamp and you hear him talk at the combine and other things like that, more and more people are going to feel like, all right, maybe this has a shot to work. Maybe he can do this. And this is a good way to look back, I feel like, and see how Brian Schottenheimer got to where he did and understand who he was as a head coach, or who he was as a coach, and why things didn't work out the way they were supposed to back almost 15 years ago now and getting a head coaching job. So we played some of this audio before about his tension with Rex Ryan, but a big part of this book from Nicholas Davidoff is, the angle of just Schottenheimer's obsession with football. And not only his obsession with football, but his extreme amount of detail to the point that some people have wondered, is it too much? Is it too much detail that you're throwing at him? So we're going to dive into some of this. This is the audio book of Collision Low Crossers, this book from 2011, and you're going to hear the narration from this actor who had read the book. That's what we're going to play cuts from. But Brian Schottenheimer, by all accounts, is absolutely obsessed with football, and you can hear some of the tales of his complete immersion in it at times, sometimes to his own detriment. This is going to be cut 21. This is Brian Schottenheimer's football obsession.
A person didn't have to spend much time around Shotty to appreciate his dogged capacities. The huge whiteboards along two of his office walls now looked like pages from the OED, dense with lengthy, meticulous lists of primary and secondary plays, running plays, passing plays, protections, a full cache of screens, options for the various downs and yards to go, the calls that were game plan specific. If he didn't close the blinds in the window that faced the hallway, anybody could see the coordinator at work. There was no need to imagine Shotty at his desk in a hooded robe and scapular. The blinds were rarely employed. People passed back and forth. They stopped to chat out there. They fixed themselves snacks in the nearby kitchen. Ryan would even slip in through Shotty's door and remove a couple of treats from the glass candy jar on Shotty's conference table. None of it appeared to distract Shotty.
And he's something that when you hear him, it's something that I think my impression is he's grown from this aspect of it. Is that when you hear him described there, it's almost like this is a football machine. Like just almost emotionless, locked in on, I'm doing the job and I'm going to stay here all night and I'm going to do what I have to do. And he referenced it a little bit during his opening press conference when he talked about his wife, where he had thanked her and he said,
are they all football machines?
Some more than others. So, like, I mean, it's similar to, you know, whenever you're out there and you'll watch a practice in training camp and you're like, they're all fast. They're all, but when somebody looks fast compared to all of them,
yeah,
it's like, that stands out. That's different. Shotty is football obsessed to a point that it stands out, and it's like, oh, this is different than even everybody else who spends their 15-hour days here. This guy is just immersed in it. Now, again, I can already hear the fan text ringing right now from unhappy Cowboys fans. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean Super Bowls. Doesn't mean he's good. You're right. It doesn't mean anything. But if we're just talking about what is the work he's put in to be prepared for this job, it's hard to listen to some of this and question whether he's prepared. I think when you hear it, you absolutely know Brian Schottenheimer's going to be prepared. And if he falls short, it won't be for a lack of preparation. And I really doubt that these players are going to fall short in games for a lack of preparation. They'll fall short for other reasons if that's what happens. Another cut here. This is cut 22. It wasn't just an issue of, man, he's so detail-oriented. He's so, like, you know, covers all of his different bases here. The other thing with Shotty that is sometimes detrimental to him when you hear people talk about it is just how much time on task he's willing to put into something.
The Jets' defense was intense, and they put in hard days. But Schottenheimer's men were triple-shift piecework laborers. Insomniacs kept awake by performance energy drinks, fresh cups of strong coffee, and Shotty's committed desire to provide his players with a solution for every predicament. Tom Moore said that when he first saw the Jets' offensive playbook, it made him feel that in Indianapolis, he and Peyton Manning had run a mom-and-pop operation. Longer offensive play calls typically designated passes, and went like this: Twins, right middle gun, scan right F, Yogi X, Oklahoma, H balloon. Westhoff was horrified by all the words. It's catastrophic. It's another language, like the Dead Sea Scrolls. Jets employees who'd worked for the Giants' Tom Coughlin, famous around the NFL for treating his staff like first-year law firm associates, said that even Coughlin put out his candle before Shotty did. For the offense, there were no mid-film bathroom breaks, as Pettine gave, and far less levity. And in contrast to Pettine's rule that when watching the film, you rewound a play a maximum of 3 times, at 3 looks, Shotty was just getting started.
Wow.
That's something where
working longer than Tom Coughlin, watching the play 3 times was just the beginning.
And I asked a couple different people, and I heard that comparison specifically. I reached out to a few different people who I knew are familiar with both of them. And I was like, hey, is this a decent comparison here? Is that accurate, you would say, that he's that kind of a stringent worker? And they're like, yeah, especially at the end. Like when Coughlin was getting a little bit older, he was still there, regimented every day, 5 a.m., and then leaving 7, 8 o'clock at night. But Shottie's 7, 8 o'clock at night, a lot of times Shottie's not going anywhere. Like, and it's something where he reaches a point sometimes, at least during his younger days, where he was like, you know what? I'm already here, and it just makes sense to maximize my sleep. I just need to sleep here. So he has slept at the facility apparently as an assistant before.
Look, and one of the things that you heard, and Nick Eatman kind of referred to it when McCarthy left, all the massage jokes aside to Mike, you would hear some people say they're not practicing a lot. They're not going hard. It has to be harder at other training camps and practices around the league. Now, there is something to be said for, taking it easy on your players and in turn having your players love you. But that's kind of what I thought of when I heard some of the Schottenheimer work ethic stuff. It sounds like it may be more than McCarthy.
And you got to remember this too. They were friendly without really ever having worked with each other. I think they worked with each other for a couple years when Brian Schottenheimer was really young. But they were friendly. They were good. When we hear them, we hear a little bit about tension between them potentially near the end. You got to think if that was the first time they'd really worked with each other, and instead of being friends, it's like, no, you're coworkers or boss and subordinate, and you start seeing just the radical differences in the way you approach doing things and the way you approach not just scheme, but how you implement it and the time you put into it and what is important to focus on with attention to detail. It's going to create philosophical, tension and opposition there. And it makes sense that maybe things got a little uncomfortable at times. Now, I think it is fair to question, has he simplified things enough, Schottenheimer? Because he mentions it there.
We have to ask him. I want to ask every offensive coach, why do the damn play calls have to be so difficult?
Yeah.
Why do they have to be so complicated and long?
So, and this is something where...
And what's your answer to that?
So a lot of times it's just, you're talking about, it's the idea of you're assigning a word so that it's easy for memorization, so that everybody knows their responsibility, because each word within the play call is somebody's assignment. So you're either listing like personnel and then assignment and where this is going and what this is doing. So everybody in the play call is just supposed to know by that code word what they're supposed to do. And so in theory, it's just supposed to be easier than saying, hey, this is the play. And you go, all right, what am I supposed to do here? Or what's the protection here? Or do different things. And so it's supposed to just streamline things and make it simpler. But it still might be a little too wordy, according to some people. And a team that has had trouble with attention to detail is really complex, elongated calls and super dense playbook. Is that really the best thing for this football team? This is cut 23. This is when John Gruden was brought to Jets practice during training camp and absolutely trashed the Jets offense for the complexity.
The former Super Bowl winning head coach John Gruden had come from Florida to visit the Jets offense. Bill Callahan, who coached for years with a fiery Gruden, had asked Ryan how honest Gruden should be with his fellow Jets offensive coaches. Very, said Ryan. So Gruden was laying into them for overcomplicating their scheme. One problem Gruden cited with having so many calls was that so much verbiage was required just to say them. The protracted calls, said Gruden, absorbed valuable pre-snap seconds, sapped drive momentum, allowed time for defensive adjustments, and confused your own players, leading to penalties and blown assignments. Justify it, Gruden kept saying to Schottenheimer, not quietly. Gruden moved from the snap count to the Jets' ragged offensive red zone performance, which Gruden blamed on the team practicing it only on Fridays. The traditional NFL player's drinking night is Thursday. I'd rather stick my head in a car door and slam it than practice red zone only on Friday, Gruden yelled at the coaches. Then it was on to, how come the Jets' screen game sucks so bad? Oh, he shredded us, Callahan told me cheerfully after Gruden's visit.
And that's something where...
See, I thought Gruden was supposed to be guilty of way too... There's that famous clip of him with, I think, Chris Sims. And Chris Sims could not get the verbiage.
Yeah.
And I thought Gruden was guilty of too much terminology.
Well, that might be a testament to exactly how much terminology is in there with Schottenheimer. And look, it's something where I'm going to be... there's a lot really valuable in this to learn about Schottenheimer that I'm curious, does he still have that now? He mentioned during his press conference how long some of their calls are. So that came up in there. So I imagine he still probably has a commitment to that. But I'd like to just hear him explain, all right, yeah, that was John's feedback. Here's why I think it's different. Because obviously we're only hearing what Gruden had to say as his feedback there. But this is something where the play sheet that they have to get ready when they were installing plays, and this will be cut 24, when they were installing plays on the play sheet, they would have to cram 75 plays onto the wristband for Mark Sanchez. And those 75 plays were you had to make them as compact as possible so that people were able to read them, and he was able to get to what he needed to there. But that's why you see Russell Wilson wore a wristband too. And why you occasionally see that is because these calls are so complex and so wordy, you've got to be able to reference down to it. And so this is a cut here from the book, Collision Low Crossers.
And by the way, this is not AI reading this.
No, this is just the actor. It's his voice. Somebody had asked me if it was AI when I posted a clip. I was like, no, it's just his voice. That's the actor. But this is Collision Low Crossers, them talking about the shoddy play call sheet.
Kavanaugh said that to contain the 75 plays the offense wanted available, he created 3 paper panels, each containing 25 plays, numbered 1 to 75. The call would come in from Schottenheimer first with a personnel group. 12 meant 1 back, 2 tight ends, and then the play number, say 27. The quarterback would open the flap, look down at the second play on the second panel, see deuce right, scat right, Seahawk, H sneak, a pass call. Everything was written to go right, so if Schottenheimer wanted that same play run to the left, he'd say, 27, flip it. I found all the words confusing. Kavanaugh told me not to worry. Half our guys don't know what it means.
That's not super comforting line at the end. Half our guys don't know what it means.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that I think Schottenheimer talked about, how he's learned a lot over his career in the NFL and just different things that experiences that he's had across the league as a coach and being a coach's son. And I imagine if there's something to this that he's really committed to, there's going to be a reason for it. And I don't think he'd run from it. Like if we asked Schottenheimer about this and said, hey, what is this?
I can't wait for our first interview.
I think he's going to be, I think whatever he believes in, he's going to say it with just complete conviction. And I do like that. If you're going to be committed to something, I don't want you being wishy-washy on it. Have belief in it. Say it with your chest. Brada says this all the time to the guys during draft show and draft evaluation. He's like, do the work, put in the work, and once you've done that, just trust what you see. If I come telling you I think you're wrong, don't just immediately go, oh, I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah.
No, you tell me why you think that.
Like I love that Broadus, getting him set up to be made fun of, but I love that Broadus is talking about Travis Hunter as a wideout.
Yeah, it's different.
He's not just going with the flow and, oh my gosh, I'm being pressured because he's the next Deion Sanders DB. No, Broadus is talking about him as a wideout. I love that. Of course, unless he's dead wrong.
But I mean, that is the thing that you hear, like, people want in that space. It is so critical. The margins are so small, and those differences to winning and losing are considered so small by people in that area, where it's like, if you believe in something, you need to fight for it and you need to have some conviction about it. So he's got that conviction, I'm sure, because those are still lengthy play calls, things like that. But that sounds like you're going to need to make sure you have the exact right type of player who can handle what Schottenheimer wants to throw at them and handle the details and those things like that. We talked about that with Zimmer last year, where Zimmer had all these complex things he wanted to do. Dan Quinn looked at it as like, my personnel, I've got to make it static. It's got to be kind of basic, and we just need to have them execute and focus on their job because I don't need them getting confused and busting and leaving the field wide open. Zimmer had to kind of adjust through that last year and figure out, all right, what can they actually handle? Schottenheimer, at least, here's the benefit. He's not being hired outside and just dropping in. He's spent 3 years here now. I'm sure he has a pretty good idea of what can Dak handle. And what can certain guys on the offensive line handle? Can Tyler Smith handle this? Can, Brock Hoffman handle this? What are these guys capable of? And applying that. It's just, you've got to make sure that you're not so rigid in your belief that you can't make it fit what you have. And I think that when you hear Schottenheimer talk about his evolution over the years, it sounds like he's been willing to move on certain things if he sees evidence that it's being productive in the NFL, like San Francisco and Rams run concepts that I think we're going to see more of this year.
Well done. Bobby Belt with the book review, trying to do a deep dive into new Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, who we will run into at the NFL Combine when we fly out to Indianapolis in just a few days.
Thursday, he will be speaking Thursday, so Schottenheimer audio will be ready Friday morning.
And let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on, a giveaway today and every day this week.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center on June 5th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Again, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center on June 5th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Well done, Ross. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joins us to co-host in Choppy's chair throughout the final 2 hours of the show. Right now, let's find out what trouble you got into this weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
It's best and worst. We want the good, we want the bad. 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. RJ Choppy dominating the worst right now with his colonoscopy that he has been prepping for.
He didn't get any sleep last night. He's sitting up, just scrolling his phone, doom scrolling, and I'm sure just beside himself. But this is what he loves. He always brags about his colon. Let's see you put it to work, buddy.
I had to have the big family weekend because we were gone at the Super Bowl, and we're going to be gone for a few days in Indianapolis. My boy has been stuck inside the house with the cold weather. He hates the rain. He's opposite of me. He hates the cold. He hates the rain. I like the depressed Seattle weather. So I'm going to go ahead and take my boy out this weekend. Saturday, Chuck E. Cheese with the in-laws. I thought the in-laws were going to stay far, far, far away from us after I was also gone in Mexico as well. And they were taking care of the kiddos as only they can. But they hit us up and said, what are y'all doing? You got plans? I think my father-in-law is growing the attachment with my daughter. And by far now, my son's favorite is not his mother. It is his grandmother. So it is, anytime she leaves, it's an absolute meltdown. And then my daughter does not sit still for anyone unless it's my father-in-law. So I think hopefully they're getting that attachment, so I can use that to my benefit even more for babysitting purposes. But every once in a while, I'm like, no, not every once in a while, a lot of times, I want to hang out with my in-laws. They're fun. You've been at many events with them. They're down. They're always willing and able to party it up. So it was a Chuck E. Cheese Saturday. Then we went to a Mexican restaurant, my father-in-law's favorite Mexican restaurant, for National Margarita Day. And then it was all set. We were fine and good. It was like 5 o'clock. And when you are old parents or parents in general, my dream is let's party from like 1 to 6, be home, get the kids asleep, in bed at 8:15, 8:30, and watch TV until we go to sleep. Well, my wife pipes up at the end and she's like, you guys want to come over to the house after? And this is after some strong margaritas, some shots that I got for the rest of the table. And I'm like, here we go. Because my wife, she has the hardest time with hangovers. And it not only turned into everyone at the table, but we invited our other friends and their kids came over and the music is bumping and my wife brings out her disco box light show. You know, this thing that she turns into like we're all, tripping on ecstasy. A rave with the glow sticks. And that was my night. And then yesterday, a full day of recovery.
Were you not wanting? Were you secretly like, don't extend the invitation? Or were you in the moment?
No, I never even thought about it.
Were you in the moment like, yeah, cool, yeah, let's keep the party going?
In that moment, I felt like I was like, how are we going to keep this level going? Because we were all full. We had a couple beers at Chuck E. Cheese. By the way, Chuck E. Cheese. It's annoying, but I think necessary. I'm up there trying to buy a round of beers for everyone just to have. And I bought like 2 for my in-laws, and my sister-in-law was there. They cut me off.
Really?
I went back up. First off, I tried to be like 4 beers, and they're like, nope, we need an ID for each beer. So I had my mother-in-law come up, okay, and they're like, this tells you my in-laws are down to get down. They're like, Chuck E. Cheese used to serve pitchers. They knew the beer policy.
They did.
Chuck E. Cheese. No, these are individual drinks. And then, so I'm trying to go back one by one with my ID. They're like, no, your license has shut down the system. You have to come back in an hour. You already bought one within the hour. And I was like, you mother blank.
A beer an hour.
A beer an hour. Now, I think it makes sense. They don't want parents
I know.
sitting there.
Yeah.
First off, you get rid of the pitchers because you don't know who you can pour a little sip to
Sure.
and hand to kids. But then I get it. I understand. But I felt like a loser. I felt like a degenerate because I got cut off at Chuck E. Cheese because I was trying to just buy the rounds for everyone. And they're like, nope, I can't do it because they don't want parents going home slosh with kids in the back.
Were you a Chuck E. Cheese fan as a child? Or did you not go?
Never went.
Okay, so you don't have any connections. What it makes me sad now when we take our kids to Chuck E. Cheese is that they give you those like
decent pizza, by the way.
Yeah, it is. They give you those cards to like play the games with now.
Yeah.
And as a kid growing up, that was like what I loved was like, ooh, you get the tokens and you get this handful of tokens and you feel like you feel rich. And now you just get the little card.
Yeah, but
I
then
hate
you
that
lose the
experience of it.
tokens, and then those cards are supposed to last you like for the time period.
Teachers' responsibility. Yeah, now that's the other thing, dude. They do like time cards. That's not just like an amount that you can spend on any game you want. It's like, nope, you can spend it for a half an hour. You can play games, and that's it. I don't know that I love the new system like
well,
that.
you're gonna love the system when you're not having to when your kid doesn't lose all the tokens, and then you got to replace when you just got that card. But then they rip you off with a little trampoline thing in the middle. I'm like, yes, this is urban air up in here. They can go in here and jump. No, that'll be another $12 extra.
Yeah.
So then they give you these socks, and I'm like, my boy has socks. I'm like, you have to wear those socks. And I'm like, why? They're like, traction. It's got more traction. They won't slip. So I'm telling Oliver, you get your ass in there and jump to justify this $12. Get off these video games and get in there jumping. So big family weekend for the Sharifs, and it was a blast with the in-laws.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun one. We had a pretty good weekend because I'm going to count it as a win because we did.
So that was my best with the family. Worst is degenerate getting labeled with beer sales.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's not good at all. This is technically a worst. But I think it ends up being a best because Kristen didn't get me into a bar fight, which is what I was concerned with. So Saturday night, Kristen and I went to Billy Bob's. We went and saw Red Dirt legend Stoney LaRue.
Oh.
He pops up there yearly pretty much to do shows. And so
you guys go there a decent amount.
Well, yeah. So our promo guy, Jaime, he will have like comp tickets a lot. And so he'll say, hey, do you want to go to any of these? And so he always hooks it up. And I saw they had Stoney LaRue. So I was like, all right, cool. We'll go to that. And so we went there. I wore my new Meat Church hoodie. And I was stopped 4 times by people who had something to say about it.
Really?
Yeah. So first was at the bar. And the lady at the bar was like, by the way, I love your hoodie. We do a lot of Meat Church in my house. Wow. And then somebody else
did you tell Pittman?
Tapped me. Yeah, I texted him while I was there. And he's like, you there for Stoney? He just said Stoney ? Like Pittman just,
like
he knows Stoney. And he does. Of course he knew Stoney. He knows everybody.
Yeah.
And so I got stopped several times by people just going, hey, where'd you get that? I like Meat Church. Or somebody just saying, oh, I love Meat Church. That's awesome. So Matt Pittman, he owns Cowtown residence, is what I've learned. But we've got to go to Billy Bob's a few times in recent months, like we had mentioned, with these tickets that we get. And I don't think I can take Kristen anymore. Like, I think we've got a legitimate
By the way,
problem.
Good job by you. It wasn't the best photo, but I gave Bobby a big lecture. He always tries to get his wife, who dresses up very nicely, in these gotcha moments. And I'm like, show her off. Now that backfired on me. My real worst of the weekend is the Tolos, who were commenting on my wife serving the shot. She served these shots, and I was like, that's a great sexy photo, dear. I'm going to post that. Well, it was a mistake. I got some feedback that I didn't want. A little too complimentary. And I had to DM one guy like, hey, chill out a little bit. But I always tell Bobby, when your wife dresses up like that, don't try to get her in these gotcha moments like, give her a flattering photo, have her pose, show her off. That's what I'm trying to say. So you didn't totally do that, but it wasn't as bad as you usually do with her drinking at Twin Peaks.
Yes, but I did give her a picture. I let her take a picture. So we took a picture. It's on her, she posted it on her Facebook. She said, he told me I get one. And so here's our picture. So we took one while we were standing there. But these tickets they're general admission. So a lot of times, depending on who the act is, have you ever been to Billy Bob's before?
Yeah.
Okay. So depending on who the act is, they have tables in the main area, and that's kind of sectioned off, and you can't get there without tickets for that. If you have general admission, then it's the stuff behind the outer wall. So a lot of people treat
now,
those.
Are those booths up there reserved? I'd imagine so. Like the booths on the side
that are like the ones that are on the back, I think, like back behind the sound stage. I don't think so. I think that's open.
Oh.
It's just there's always people in them.
Yeah.
Like you got to get there early enough for it. And it's also kind of far. That's right by the dancing stage. It's far away from the actual concert stage in the back.
Because that's where I would want to sit. Like, I'm not standing up. I cannot stand up for music. But if you sit in the chairs on the floor, everyone's standing in front of you.
Right. And so you've got to make a choice here. And so we've generally been fine doing the standing room only tickets. But, man, these are standing room only. So you get up there and people treat them like the party passes at A&T Stadium, where you get your spot.
John Machota's in the balcony recording, everyone running in.
You get your spot, and then you're like, all right, I'm here, and this is my spot, and I'm not going to the bathroom, I'm not doing anything now. And so I'm pretty passive in those settings where I'm happy to be here. I don't need to, like, if I see him when he gets on stage, cool. But after that, like, I'm just here for, all right, I hear live music. I'm not even in the main area, so I'm just cool hanging out over here by the bar. I don't want to just be committed to standing here. I can't go to the bathroom. I can't get a drink. So if I end up a couple, like 3 people in front of me or something, eventually after we'd started, I don't totally care. It doesn't bug me. Kristen is not that way. So Kristen's happy to be there too, but she's going to fight for her spot once she's got it. So if you start encroaching on her space, there is a very real chance at a confrontation. So the problem
is it shoulder to shoulder in there?
So when you're up front, that's the thing. It can, depending on the concert. This one wasn't as tight as some I've been in, but it was definitely, there were people crowding it. The bigger problem with Chris is she still will go to the bathroom and go to the bar, and she just expects that she's going to walk back to her spot and people are going to respect that was her spot.
Oh!
And she's like, here, don't let anybody take my spot. I'm like, great, thanks for leaving me with this.
Yeah.
Which I already don't agree with the philosophy, so I've got to sit here and defend something that I don't even agree with. And so I always get a little bit, all right, I'm not sure how this will go. Normally we've had people with us, though. And so there's multiple of us, so we can kind of spread out a little. This time it was just me and her. So the issue of her trying to, like, protect her real estate led to a little bit of passive-aggressive bumping between Kristen and this woman in her late 40s who her leathery skin and crispy hair from years of drunkenly passing out in the sun at Texas pool parties screamed, I've been in bar fights before. And so I was like, this isn't going to be great.
She was stepping outside to smoke Camel Reds.
The way it was, we're at the very end of the bar, the little patio setup or the panel setup there where you can stand up on the deck. And Kristen had maybe a foot between her and the wall. And this woman just tried to, like, slide into that foot. And Kristen, without even just turning her head, just plants her foot and widens out. And I'm like, oh, gosh, here we go. And so it never escalated, but there was a little bit of, while she was standing there, that lady would bump her a little and kind of nudge her. And they both had been drinking. And I was like, I'm not going to be able to survive a whole concert of this. We're going to get in a fight. And I'm going to have to sit here and I'm going to have to defend something I don't even agree with. And so I told her, I was like, you know what? Let's just walk around a little bit. Let's just go. We can have drinks. We can still hear the music, whatever else. And so she agreed, thankfully, because I would have undoubtedly had to break up a cat fight. But how do you come down on that in terms of the spot? Should the expectation be, I'm leaving my phone and my drink here, I'm going to the bathroom, I can come right back here?
No, you can't go to the bathroom and come back to the spot.
That's what I think.
You can't do that. This isn't fives on the couch. All right?
Fives on the couch?
Yeah, in college you go fives, but I have that seat for 5 minutes.
Oh, I've never heard that.
Oh, no.
Never.
You're sitting on the couch. Where'd you go to school, Ross?
Texas, UT.
Okay. You're sitting on the couch with your boys and you go fives. That gives you, right, Jake? Jake knows what it is, Reetma. That's the amount of ounces they had fresh water to drink in Michigan. 5. Hey, I know I'm number one to you. You're number one to me as well, Jake. But no, you got 5 minutes to take care of your business. If you're over 5 minutes, that seat is up for grabs. It can get taken. That's the way to save your speed.
I like the rule.
But no one standing knows that you had that spot and not just going to leave a gap there while you go to the restroom and bathroom.
Again, when we're 4 deep and we're kind of shoulder to shoulder, then when one of them steps away, 3 of us can kind of spread out, hold it, and then close back up to create enough room for you. But again, when it's just me, and I'm there needing to fight for your philosophy,
honor.
Yeah, and
I can see Kristen too. That's mine. That was my.
Because you know her. She's very mild mannered and deferential about a lot of things. Not that.
Yeah.
And especially when she's been drinking, that is like, no, this is mine, and this is the rule, and this is what we do.
Did she get you sweatpants this weekend?
No, she did not. But I found some. So I did. Well, they're not sweatpants. They're track pants, actually.
Oh, okay.
But I do have some track pants.
We're going to debut them
I
in
actually
Indy?
I wore them on Friday. You didn't say, I was waiting to see if you were going to say anything. You never said anything.
Yeah, well.
You didn't notice.
Unlike Chapman, I'm just staring at your crotch all the time. This is the Commercial-Free Expressway. Thank you for starting off your week with us. Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt. Choppy will be back tomorrow from the colonoscopy, but because he is out, we decided to change things up a little bit. The career is taking off. The followers grow by the week. Nick Harris, Cowboys insider from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joins us to co-host right after this on 105.3 The Fan. But did you see the statistic that I posted on my social medias? This is not a surprise whatsoever, but it's bad. According to a new study, DFW has the worst driver.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on a foggy Monday. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have a special early week surprise with RJ Choppy's colon being worked on. He'll be back tomorrow. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, joined by the up-and-coming Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, in studio over the final 2 hours. Good morning, man. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Doing well. Thank you, fellas, for having me. Yeah, I braved the stink being caused by Choppy's toilet outside. You see that fog?
That's what that is. Yeah,
it was tough. It
it's
took me
the
about
steam.
an hour 10 to get here. But hey, we're here. We're here. We're locked in. We're ready.
Where do you live?
I live in Princeton, which is basically China.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hour 10.
Yeah, it was rough this morning. I'm not gonna lie. It was tough.
Yeah. So you were going to Indianapolis for combine coverage today?
Yes. Yeah, I leave tonight, 9 p.m. Land around midnight. Maybe get a quick bite in, and then I'm there until Saturday.
Has Bobby been overhyping it? He says, and Broadus is saying it's going to be my dream, sitting there stargazing, head on a swivel. I still like to get starstruck, and doing it in steakhouses as well on top of it with our $35 expense account that I'll be living live. I'll get maybe one shrimp cocktail from St. Elmo's, but are you living in restaurants, out and about? How often are you in the stadium to watch the guys work out versus doing the work outside of it?
I'll say the first thing about St. Elmo's, it was a little overhyped to me, at least. Like the shrimp cocktail, cool. You get it one time, you let your brain explode, it's cool, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't care to go again. Now Tommy Yar should be going for the first time, so I'd like to see. Okay, thanks, Bob. Yeah, rookies over here. He's going for the first time, so I want to see his shrimp cocktail experience. But I'm good off the rest of the.
What was overhyped about it?
I don't know.
The place or the scene?
The place.
Was it hopping?
It was like there was people in there. You see people everywhere. Like it's downtown Indy for 6 days. It's a who's who. Which you've been a Super Bowl week, so it's no different. Really.
But that's the thing that's
no.
different
But we don't see any of the Super Bowl people outside of Radio Row.
I see what you're saying. Okay,
yeah, because this is like you will just be walking into a random restaurant or walking down the street, or you'll be in a bar at night, and you're like, oh, Mike McDaniel. Oh, okay. Oh, look, there's Ryan Poles, or oh, well, I'm just bumping into Kevin O'Connor.
I bumped into Mike Tomlin at Subway. Right,
like I mean, that's what it is, and so like
awesome.
It's from that perspective, it's unique because Sean's always been the big NFL nerd. Like I think if Sean could just like do NFL all the time, like he could host an NFL show, I think he would like.
What do you think's slowly happening on this show with
there you go.
NBA and baseball popularity?
Thank you,
I was
Nico.
like, I want to go to serious NFL, and I'm like, okay, it's just happening here. Thank you, Nico. Exactly. What else do we need to know when we go there in a couple of days?
So this is your first time?
Yeah.
Going? Oh, that'll be fun.
Bobby talked the station into split coverage. The rest of the guys are in surprise for Rangers spring training, and we're going to Indy.
Oh, poor Brian. He got the short end of the stick here.
He has not stopped whining.
Ask him about it. Yeah.
No, I personally like going inside the stadium, getting a feel, especially now that there's fans. You can really feel it. And like when Xavier Worthy ran that 4.21 last year, it was awesome. It was super cool. So I like sneaking into Lucas Oil on Saturday and just posting up early in the day and staying there all day until my flight. But throughout the week, finding what dinners you can get yourself into. I like going to the media availabilities, talking to the players, seeing what dumb stuff they say. Almost cussed for the first time. This is going to be tough. Other than that, it's a fun time. It's a good time.
Let's talk about this development. I almost can't believe it from the Dallas Morning News that the Cowboys have started negotiations with Osa Odigizua. What? Stephen Jones telling that to DMN? Of course, I think we all kind of feel like Osa's out of here and gone. I don't know whether the changes to the salary cap with more spending alters that. What do you make of that, Nick? And does it really mean anything?
Yeah, it's one thing to negotiate. It's another thing to actually get something done. Do those negotiations look like a long-term contract? Is that a franchise tag negotiation, transition tag negotiation? I think there's a lot of convolution within that.
Yeah, and it's something where when you look at Steven saying we've begun negotiations, or when he talks about we've had negotiations or conversations with Osa's agent, I always feel like, okay, what does that really mean though in terms of just is he saying like we've had a talk, we're finding out the number that we already know we're going to say no to, but yes, we've reached out. This will be a big week here in Indy for, how much is Osa's agent on that bus? How much do we hear chatter in hallways of the combine or out at a bar or whatever else of just like, yep, sounds like Osa wants a little more money than they're willing to, pony up. The kind of chatter is Osa's going to be on his way out the door to XYZ team. Like, that's one of the things you find out during this week too is
how much of those talks when people are telling you guys this, because when we go to Jerry's media party in Malibu, well, I'm like, are we being fed this or are we getting unfiltered truth? How much when someone's talking to you without a microphone are you guys weighing if you're being used?
It's tough. You also got to factor in the personnel of who's talking to you in that sense. Which, like, okay, let's take the Malibu case for instance. Everything Jerry says is calculated in Malibu, so there's a reason, and it could be helping us, but it also could not be helping us. But we're not the ones who know that he is.
Yeah, and I think when you're talking about Indy specifically, so much of what you hear and what you see and where you bump into people is in such, like I said, this is the reason why it's so unique. It's in such a unique environment. I'm out at a steakhouse that's been converted into a bar in Indianapolis at 12:30 in the morning, and I just happen to bump into somebody I've never really talked to before, and hey, nice to meet you, and then through the course of conversation, something will, and it's like, man, if that's calculated, you are a master at being able to just drop little nuggets. But I'll say this, I feel like the vast majority of things I've heard in Indianapolis over the years
come true,
have come to pass. I mean, there's always a little bit of, I feel like you have to maybe measure that a little bit more with when agents are talking to you in Indy, because agents are not even intentionally, they're likely to be more emotional about a meeting they had there. They're likely to be a little more like, all right, well, we're pissed at them right now. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. To where I sometimes wonder if everything gets, cleared out the way that it needs to be. But a lot of the stuff that you hear that I feel like is at the very least true at that moment.
Shireen Williams says the Cowboys are not expected to use the tag on him. If they tagged Osa, it would cost him $23 million. The transition tag would be $19 million. Do you guys see? You're already saying no.
Yeah, no. And especially considering what this long-term extension is projected to look like. It's like a 4-year, $83 million. I think that's what PFF put it at. This is going to be a tough one to sell, at least to that front office who is known to be a little bit more frugal with some of these guys and retaining some of these guys. Like, sure, you can have the conversation with Osa Odighizuwa, but I think when you look at that number and you compare it to the depth problems that you had last year and the amount of guys you could get with that same price tag, I think it's a little bit different.
Would you say no to it?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, so you'd be one of that.
Yeah, I'm not sacrificing depth for that price tag. I mean, Osa Odighizuwa is a great player, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't have a Pro Bowl on his record. He's not a guy that you're expecting to get 8 sacks out of the interior every year. Like, good, he's a good pass rusher, but I don't know if he's $83 million over 4 years good.
The only thing that changes it for me maybe slightly is Eberflus. Because Eberflus is such a 3-technique heavy, get up the field. Like I feel like Osa, him coming here, you remember when Rob Marinelli got here, he just transformed instantly Jason Hatcher's career. And Jason Hatcher all of a sudden became a big-time sack artist and was able to put up numbers that he hadn't before. This is a scheme that's going to be so friendly to his skill set and what he does. And if you're looking at it and going, I need all of my draft capital possible, do I really want to say goodbye to Osa Odighizuwa and then have Eberflus feeling like, guys, at 12, I need a defensive tackle then? Or would you rather just say, let's sign who we have, try to get a win-now player at receiver or somewhere else? Like, I don't want to pass up Tet McMillan if he's sitting there at 12 or Ashton Genty if he's sitting there at 12 because I need to go get Eberflus a defensive tackle because that's the most important part of what he does. That's the only way that I lean on that.
Well, the bright side there is this is a deep defensive tackle class, as you know. You can go get your guy in the second or third round. And would you rather Eberflus, hey, this is our big-time free agent, you better make him work, or would you rather him go eval his own guy, bring in his own guy, and develop that guy into his starting 3-tech? At a much cheaper price tag, and then you can go use that $83 million elsewhere. That's where I fall on.
You think a big decision, Nick, could actually come in the secondary with a Deron Bland decision and what to do with him and maybe Bobby has been projecting for a year now there's going to be a Bland versus Trayvon decision or debate.
Yeah, there's going to have to be. I mean, when you crack down the numbers and the price that DaRon Bland is expected to get at the end of the day, it's kind of looks like a one or the other. I don't know how they make it both work. Unless they have a plan that we don't know about, I don't know how they make it both work. But if it were me, I'm getting an extension done with DaRon Bland as soon as possible because it's not going to get cheaper than it is right now coming off the injury. I think he's got a hell of a career in front of him. I think he's a great, talented player. You want to sign him up long term.
What did we miss on Diggs? I mean, don't you think we have to hold ourselves a little accountable with some type of misevaluation? I know he's hurt, but even injury aside, we overhyped it, didn't we? I hate to give RJ the analytic credit, but he was saying in the analytic community that record-breaking season with all the interceptions did not grade him highly and through the roof.
Yeah, because he was, they felt like he was getting burnt. He was a feast or famine.
Yeah.
He was Joey Gallo at corner.
Marcus Peters.
Yeah, and so I think that it's hard to say you missed totally on Diggs just in a vacuum because he got paid. First 2 games of the year, he played great. He was fantastic the first 2 games of 2023. Then he gets hurt and he's out for the year. So we saw 2 games of him on the contract where he was playing high-level football that looked like, all right, the dude's playing patient, figured it out. Anybody coming back off of an ACL tear has had some issues at times here recently. And so I do wonder how much of it did we just see some injury issues coming back for like how fair of an evaluation it is. I think the problem is the additional context that exists here is just how moody or temperamental or what kind of a chemistry fit he is at times. And I think that's part of
But we had heard early on, you said he's one of your dogs. He's one of your leadership dogs.
Absolutely. I think that when you talk about Diggs, he was. I mean, that's things that
pre-contract.
Yeah, pre-contract. Once somebody gets does their mentality change? Do they start coasting? I mean, you saw growing up, you saw Albert Hainsworth. It's a question of how committed are this? Once you've been fed, how much are you still hungry? That kind of a mentality. And I think that's just at least a question at times with Diggs.
So can they pay Bland with Diggs' current status?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It depends on what that number falls on. That's why I'm saying get DaRon Bland done now. Get it done yesterday because it's not going to get cheaper than it is right now.
Yeah, and I mean, they can get it done they can absolutely get it done if they're going to do something with Micah. If you're going to move from Micah to something, which I don't think they will do, but I mean, that's all dependent. All that discussion about you can't afford both of them is with the assumption from everybody that you're paying Micah. Now, do they, like Ian Rappaport brings up, say, hey, we're at least evaluating what this is, but like what we could potentially get for him? Do they find, we really like this return, and then they go make a trade? Well, then, yeah, you can afford 2 corners at that point because you've probably got a bunch of draft capital that you're paying young talent for.
What stock are you putting into a Micah trade discussion?
I'm not putting any stock into it. Yeah.
No?
Every time I see it, I'm like, next.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like that conversation is a little too late. Like if we had the same conversation this time last year, I maybe would have given it a little bit more credence, but this time around, no.
But why?
I think
why the timing?
You saw how different that defense was last year with and without him in the fold, and I think they all saw how different it was with or without him in the fold. And he took a step forward from a leadership perspective last year. I wouldn't say he's this overarching leader of the team by any means, but when DeMarcus Lawrence went down, when Dak Prescott went down, Micah Parsons stepped up, and that was not on my bingo card. I'll say that.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, in studio the rest of the way for the Monday edition here on Sean and RJ. Back to the Cowboys and the Combine at 8:40 and below the belt, but Nick is coming in here wanting to have a basketball fight after the Mavericks and the Warriors yesterday, and as Luka officially arrived as a Laker. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Doncic knocks down the three. He looks pretty darn comfortable here in the first quarter. 12 points.
Shut up, Mike Breen, ABC and ESPN. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and Bobby along with Nick Harris joining us in studio the rest of the way from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram as the Lakers end Denver's 9-game win streak. They get their first win there since April 2022, 2-13 against them in the past 15 matchups. But now they are throwing 77 into the mix. He had 32, 10, 7 assists, and 4 steals. And J.J. Redick said the Lakers offense needs to run through him with LeBron and Austin Reeves running it more when they stagger the ball handlers. So people are not comparing that usage and idea to Jason Kidd and what he wanted to do with Luka.
He's got to be able to run the offense. Like, that's where Luka's going to be successful. Luka is not an off the ball player, and you saw those first couple games with the Lakers, just how awkward he looked, kind of like just standing there like, am I supposed to stand here? Am I supposed to do that? He doesn't look comfortable playing off the ball. And so him controlling the offense, LeBron is not necessarily the best off the ball player either. I mean, he absolutely can do it, but he's not a Kyrie off the ball. But like, that's going to be a better fit for them. And you're already seeing, I feel like we've already seen a dozen lob dunks from Luka to LeBron at this point. I mean, it's just been everywhere.
Yeah, the shell shock is starting to wipe off of Luka's face now, finally.
Yeah.
And I think you're starting to see that in the play, too.
LeBron was asked afterwards, why is this lob connection? This is like Luka and Lively now. Why is this working already with Luka, LeBron, and the lobs in L.A.? A lot of L's.
I'm a natural-born wide receiver, and he's a natural-born quarterback, so it fits perfect. I've been running the floor and running lanes like, pretty much my whole life, and he's been throwing great passes pretty much his whole life. So it's not hard to get a rhythm when it comes to that.
I knew you'd love that quote.
God.
I'm a natural-born receiver. He's a natural-born quarterback.
First for the Browns, then the Cowboys, and then whoever he turns his back on then to become his bandwagon fan self. And now Luka telling Lisa Salters, starting to get a little comfy.
You've been smiling all night long. Just what felt better tonight?
Just finally feel like myself a little bit, playing this game. This is what I love, so I'm just finally, being myself a little bit. So that's why I was smiling the whole game.
There's been so much talk about you fitting in with the Lakers, about you fitting in with LeBron James. Just how were you able to find a rhythm with LeBron tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think we still got a lot of improvement. I just can't play. This is my 4th game. So, chemistry takes time. But you see today, after 3 games, you saw today that it's getting better. So every day is going to get better.
It's just your 4th game, like you said, with the Lakers. You've gone through so much in the last 3 weeks. You've had to adjust to so much. What have the last 3 weeks been like for you personally?
Hard, different, but I'm happy to be playing basketball. So like I say, every day is going to get better to me. I'm happy to be here. Play with these guys, been incredible. So I'm happy for the new journey.
You're a Hoops fan, Nick Harris.
Yeah.
How many Mavs games did you attend? Who are you a fan of, team-wise, if any? And where were you when the trade happened?
Yeah, as the allegiances have been marked on this show this morning, I'm a Jimmy Butler guy. Like that's me through and through.
So you're an individual fan.
I am, yeah. I love watching individual players because I think individual.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
That fits into the choppy
new era.
Age theory.
I'll live with that.
Who's your football player and who's your baseball player?
Well, this is more so a basketball conversation. If we're talking like player specific, because then I'm team specific. If we're talking my fandom's around football or college sports, etc. But when it comes to basketball, yeah, I'm a Jimmy Butler guy.
And where were you during the trade?
I was asleep. It was one of the random moments where I actually went to sleep on time on a Saturday night, and I woke up the next morning to Twitter being what it was.
Do you think that the Cowboys and Jerry Jones were happy over the Luka backlash after Schottenheimer?
I think they should be in some instances because it did take a lot of pressure off of them.
I know they should be.
I mean, y'all showed it and talk about Jerry for a couple days. I was like, man, we're on a roll here.
Well, was Jerry happy or not about that?
I don't think he cares in that sense. That's just me.
See, I don't know. Like Because I was thinking about that.
Because Mike Florio was convinced when we had Florio at the Super Bowl. He's like, Jerry may trade Micah because of this reaction, because of the headlines. And I'm like, damn, have we gotten that low?
That's not quite totally the extent of it, I don't think, that Mike has there. But I would say, yeah, I do wonder, like, were the Cowboys happy to potentially have some heat taken off them? Because it did. It 100% took heat off of them from around here. Local Dallas fans, anyway.
Yeah.
Did not care about the Schottenheimer hire as soon as that happened. So did they feel the heat of hiring Schottenheimer, or are they used to the heat, don't care, and they were just maybe a little irritated that, like, this is our city. We own the fandom. We own the attention, and they're a little irritated that something like this swooped in. Not that they're going to go make a move or anything else, but I wonder if they saw more benefit or potentially more detriment to a trade like that being made. Because I always quote the line Rick Goslin told me years ago when he was at the Dallas Morning News, when he first got here and the first meeting he had with Jerry Jones. He said, be fair. I can handle a lot. I got big shoulders. I can take whatever. You write whatever you want as long as you spell Dallas Cowboys right in your headline. And that's kind of been the perspective that has driven him for 35 years here.
They had to have some sort of level of expectation of a RJ Choppy level poop storm whenever they did hire Schottenheimer. Yeah. And whenever this Luka trade happened and it took the entire attention away, what was that, 6 days after the presser, the opening presser? I mean, they have to be like, well, I'm glad this happened when it happened.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing. And
had to.
But that's the thing that's wild about it, is that we knew they had the expectation. And not to always turn this back to just how stupid the Mavericks are, but the Cowboys had the expectation. They had a complete awareness to where when Jerry gets asked the first question, he goes for 16 minutes straight answering. Like didn't even allow another question to come in because he had to, like, just, hey, I know what's being said and this is me laying it all out there. And then the Mavericks just are like, everybody will be cool with this. And certainly we're not going to have anybody upset that we just traded. It's one of the most bizarre examples of totally understanding a fan base, totally understanding a climate, and just absolutely no awareness of it.
Nico Harrison should have started his first answer in that presser talking about the Senior Bowl for about three sentences.
All right, Nick, your Jimmy Butler Steph leads them, but the Warriors smashed the Mavericks yesterday. This fight has been brewing between us, this build-up. Let's get into Jimmy Butler. Do you believe... What's the crux of your Jimmy Butler fight that you want to have?
Well, it was me listening to this great morning show a couple weeks ago, and you had some choice words for Jimmy. You did.
Yeah. I think he's overrated.
Agreed.
Oh, here we go.
Go
ahead, hop in.
I think Jimmy Butler's turned into like a lovable fan figure. Now, I should put aside not hold the Miami Heat thing against him as much because that's the way business is conducted. He wanted to get paid. Did he quit on his teammates? Was he a bad teammate? I just think Jimmy is like a little bit overrated, not like a true one. Even though he's 36 years old, that surprised me. That could ever lead his team to a championship. Like an awesome, amazing 2. They did get there surprisingly. But everyone always puts aside Miami and kind of their disappointing other regular years. I just don't think he's a true all-time 1, even though he is probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame.
Is he like Eli a little? He's better than Eli, I feel like, in a normal setting.
Yeah.
But like the guy who he's done so much in big games that his legacy has been on big games rather than just being the top. He's not a top.
I'm okay with that.
I think that's sort
good.
of okay with that. Although I think he's better than what Eli was as just a regular player.
Oh, yeah. He's better as an individual talent, I think.
Jimmy is a psychopath competitor, and when he does not feel like he's getting that same level...
You could have dropped competitor off of there, by the way.
...of competitiveness back from either his teammates, his coaches, or his front office, he shuts down. Is that a little bit of an indictment on him?
But the Miami Heat are supposed to be the definition of bringing it the most. Their jerseys say the culture.
Right.
You know, a Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra-led organization where Udonis has them on the bench. They're not supposed to be slacking with the little things.
And Jimmy pled Mickey Arison and Pat Riley for years to get him another star. He's like, go get me Donovan Mitchell. They couldn't get Donovan Mitchell. Okay, go get me Bradley Beal. They couldn't get Bradley Beal. Okay,
Dame.
You can go get me Damian Lillard. He wants to come here. He has publicly said it, so much so that Adam Silver had to put out a memo saying, hey, you can't request a trade to a specific team. They still couldn't go get Damian Lillard. And so by a certain point, Jimmy was like, what am I supposed to do here? Are we really competitive enough to try and win here in Miami?
You think him blowing up Miami is even more credit to him that they were not meeting and matching his standards for being a winner.
I don't think it's a credit to him. I think it's just more so an indictment on that front office and how they do business. Because Pat Riley did the same exact thing with Shaq. They did the same exact thing with LeBron. You can
Pat
go back
Riley's
to
always
other...
praised.
Yeah, I know.
He's the Godfather.
It's tough. And I love Pat. I do.
So you think Pat Riley's overrated?
Maybe, yeah, as an executive. As an executive, I think he is.
Do you think Golden State can win the title as Draymond predicted?
I think they can.
Wow.
I think they can. This is a really good team, and when Jimmy is playing his distribution type of game where he can be kind of a point forward for them, especially whenever Draymond's off the floor, Draymond doesn't have to go 35 minutes anymore. It makes this team really fun. They got some shooters. They just need their bench to be more consistent. They got guys like Buddy Hield, Quentin Post. They need those guys to be more consistent, and they'll be all right.
But like we were talking about before the Luka trade, like when the Jimmy Butler trade request came through, we kicked it around the show. That's probably what you heard us talking about, was that idea of just, would you want him here? And it was like, no, like you're trying to build on something. You don't want to introduce a potentially combustible factor. Yeah. So what gives Golden State any confidence that Jimmy will be happy in a month?
If your team is serious about winning, then they should want a guy like Jimmy Butler.
He is thought of as like normally an ultimate team guy.
Yeah.
Right?
But is that fair? Like, I mean, think of how many things he's blown up.
I know. No one cares.
Like, yeah,
Nick Harris doesn't care.
If you go back to Minnesota, that was his teammates not competing. So much so that he walked into a practice. He picked the 4 dudes at the end of the bench that were hey, I know you guys are going to compete. Let's go beat these guys' ass in a 5-on-5 here in this scrimmage.
And we did.
And they did.
We did say that when the Mavs beat Minnesota, we're like, oh, now we know why Jimmy left. He thought they were all soft.
The one team that he didn't have any beef with was Philly, and they decided to sign Tobias Harris over him, and they are still paying the ramifications for that.
The Dallas Stars with a very nice weekend coming off of the Four Nations. Gavin Spittle has the full recap with the Spits and Suds podcast. But you sit there and look at what they did in Jersey and New York. Very nice for the Stars. Couple of nail biters, but it was a 4-point back-to-back weekend. 4-3, the win against the Islanders. 6-2 on the second night of back-to-backs. 8-1-1 in their last 10. Robo with the hat trick. And best player on the Stars this year, Spittle says Matt Duchene is in the running. 4th straight multi-point game for Duchene. He has 10 points in the last 4 games. They'll have Columbus tomorrow night, and the numbers are in for the United States and Canada. Did you watch, Nick?
I did. I had a great time watching it, too.
Are you a usual hockey guy?
No, I watch in the playoffs, but...
9 point... Who's your favorite hockey player, not team?
I'm a Stars guy.
Okay.
I'm a Stars guy.
$9.3 million for the game. Butchergrass, friend of the show, said higher than any NHL game ever. $9.3 million.
That seems a little surprising.
That it's that low?
Yeah.
For the highest
rating
ever?
Wasn't like Iowa Final Four women's basketball pulled in like 14. You're telling me like they got like $5 million more than hockey's ever gotten in its heyday? That seems a little surprising to me. But when you mentioned the numbers, I thought you were going to mention Money Puck, which it's amazing they won that game last night.
Ross, turn his mic off.
The 47% chance of
winning. See if you can do it. All right. Did he get it? He got it there at the very end. Good job, Ross. Ross in for Pepe. We got Nick Harris in for Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. What do the Cowboys' new coaches see in their quarterback? What do the new coaches see in Dak Prescott? Next in Below the Belt. Coming up on the neck.
Uber Eats like Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jack.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not. Is all Dak Prescott has is a good personality. He's funny. He's one of the guys. All the criticisms.
I don't even know about that, considering his feelings towards this station. I don't even know I'm going to give him personality props.
So,
I'm not going to laugh at that.
yeah, I'm sure that wasn't funny for you over there during that time. All right, so we've talked about this before. Every year when we got to training camp and we get a chance to sit down with coaches, players, especially new people who are new who come into the building, Sean will a lot of times like to sit down and ask the guys, hey, just tell me, like, what are Dak's best traits? And it's not even a trap question or anything. Like, Sean's not asking that as like here, let's prove you wrong. He wants to know, like, what is it? Because I don't know, where is he at the top of the league in terms of the traits you would look for in building a quarterback? And frequently, the answer we get is leadership. Or, oh my gosh, the intangibles, what a great leader, the things that he does here, things that he does there.
She's got a great personality.
And that's how Sean has always viewed it. He feels like it's what you're not saying. Like, well, tell me about something. She's got a great personality, you know? And it's like, you're trying not to say, she's like a 5. Yeah. That's basically what you're trying to avoid here. So before we play some of the feedback from the Cowboys coaches that spoke out at the start last week, Nick Harris, what are Dak's best traits?
Just kind of add on, it's kind of like when I was working in recruiting and we'd be evaluating the 5-star kid, but like the quarterback's pretty decent too. And we go to the coach and we'd be like, hey, so what's the quarterback's deal? Academic all-state, great kid, in the locker room. But Dak's best traits, you do have to factor in the leadership. Do not get me wrong, because that's a big part of the position. It's half of what you get whenever you're looking for a quarterback. Whenever you're looking for a quarterback at the combine, that's half of what you're looking for. If we're talking on the field, there is no better play-action passer in the game. I feel like whenever you can operate a play-action system and a run game within his offense that works, you see 2023 happen. Or you go back to early 2020, you go back to 2016. I mean, those were times whenever he was really operating at a high clip. Whenever you can get that play-action pass really rolling and working, it's good. And whenever he has a strong connection with his wide receiver one, you see where that has paid dividends too, whether that was Amari Cooper in 20, you go back to CeeDee Lamb in 23, you go back to 16 with the guys he had. I feel like whenever it comes to quarterback-receiver connection, he's top 3 in the league too, whenever he has his right guy.
Choppy would also probably say he makes a lot of tight ends much better. Wasn't the play action rate down last year?
It was down.
It was. Yeah, I think that's a philosophical difference, I think, between the McCarthy and Schottenheimer system now.
I think Schottenheimer is definitely going to want to implement more play action. Look, I think every coach to some extent, I think...
What would be the philosophical advantage of less play action?
I have no idea.
So
I really don't.
I think for a lot of it, it's specifically Mike believed that you had to... I think Mike believed you had to establish a run for it to ever work.
Right.
And he didn't think they had a run game that would allow him to do that. That's one thing.
But the analytical belief is you don't have to be running the football.
Right. The second aspect of it, though, is probably just more the classic West Coast thought in his head of, look, we've got these very precise steps and timing of getting the ball and doing different things like that. We can't be like it's hard to get all the time down and do everything that you need to do when we're tying the quarterback's footwork to his arm and him getting the ball out on time. We can't throw in here like turning his back to the line of scrimmage and play action pass. I think a lot of it had to do with just the precision of what McCarthy wanted to run schematically and how it just, that's why there's not a lot of motion either. Aaron Rodgers has talked about it. He doesn't love motion. He wants static. He wants to be able to look at it and know, all right, everybody's going to be where they are and we're going to have these precise steps that everybody's running where they need to. So I think that's a big part of it. Schottenheimer, which we'll get into this a little bit when we play some more audio, whether that's today or another day this week, some of the audio from that Collision Low Crossers book. Schottenheimer is very much a guy who just goes, I've got to find a use for this player, or I've got to make sure that this guy is able to do this. How do I manufacture something? All right, I guess I'm going to have to create a whole separate package. There's something in this book about them creating a wildcat package within his offense, Schottenheimer's, that he had never had before, just because he felt like he couldn't move the ball effectively with Mark Sanchez. And so he was like, all right, I got to create something else then to move the ball. And so he added something new. So I think that's probably part of it with McCarthy, was just that rigidity to this is what we do.
Yeah, what was that time threshold that was it 2.7, 2.9
for explosive plays or whatever?
No. It was what he wants to have the ball out of the quarterback's hands. It's like ideally, you can't operate whatever it was. I forget the actual time code, but whatever it was, it's really difficult to operate under play action with that, because if that's the sense, you're turning around and throwing the ball, and half the time there's a guy there probably. Yeah. So I think philosophically, and we heard it last week when we were talking to coordinators and assistant coaches, those guys want to run the football and they want that to open up play action.
Well, let's hear from some of the particular assistant coaches who are going to be working directly with Dak Prescott for their thoughts on this question of what is it that Dak Prescott does well. And let's see if any of these answers suffice for Sean Sharif. First off, we have Ken Dorsey, who is a new assistant coach here, and he was asked, hey, what's kind of your role going to be? Because I know people have been confused about what exactly it is he's doing here. He's just offensive assistant. He said he doesn't have very much of a defined role. He's just kind of here as like, hey, you're here to help people who need help, and you're here to just offer a little bit different perspective. But this is Cut 17. Ken Dorsey, what are Dak's strengths as a quarterback?
He's got a tremendous skill set. He can make all the throws, that you can ask for, whether it's short, intermediate, inside the numbers, outside the numbers, anticipating, having to drive it through a window, having to layer it over the top. He can make all those throws and has shown it. Obviously, he's got tremendous experience in this league. And for a quarterback position, the more reps you get in the game, the more you're reacting instead of thinking. It's just it's a natural reaction. You can play faster and faster and faster. And hey, I'm seeing this concept. All right, I know it's this coverage, and I just kind of know this is where the ball is going to go. So I think you see that evolution in his game, and he's being able to play so fast and make those good decisions. And I think that's going to be a key for us to continue to get him as comfortable as possible and utilize our weapons and let him continue to grow with his comfort within the system.
That is probably the best answer I've ever heard about Dak Prescott's actual abilities from a coach who's been here for a sip of coffee in all the years. There was a technical answer.
Yeah, he laid everything, and he specifically, I think he did focus in on the second half there in something you've talked about before that you've noticed, which is when Dak is playing fast and when Dak is in rhythm, it feels almost overwhelming for the opposing team. Like That's when he settles into a rhythm. It's a little bit like a streaky shooter at times. Like when somebody, you always knew, like when Tim Hardaway Jr., not to compare those two, but when Tim Hardaway Jr. knocked down 3 threes in the first quarter, you're like, he's making 12 tonight.
Yep.
Like you're going to lose because Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to be here putting up 40 in addition to whatever else you're getting. And at times when Dak starts getting into a rhythm, you're like, oh, it's one of those days. Like Dak is going to play it in this comfort level and it's all happening fast. And so I like the idea of the biggest focus for them, it sounds like, as Ken Dorsey just said there, was let's do everything we can to make this game as just reactionary and muscle memory as possible for Dak Prescott so that he can play as fast as possible.
There is a benefit of fresh perspective in that building, even though there are a lot of the same cooks in the kitchen, especially on the offensive side of the ball. You can look at it from Dak's perspective, Schottenheimer and Shimko, both of those guys being holdovers from the previous staff. But I think the fresh perspective that they do have in guys like Ken Dorsey or position coaches like Junior Adams, it's going to really benefit these guys at the end of the day because he sees it from a pure technical standpoint right now because he hasn't met Dak Prescott. He needs to know who Dak Prescott is in year 10, not who he's been. And I think that's going to be a healthy merger between those two ideas.
What were your interactions with Schottenheimer?
Great. It's selfishly for the media, it's a great hire. I think when it comes to asking him things in press conferences, getting him to really break down things, whether it be stuff we've seen on film or stuff we saw the day before in a game, whenever we're talking to the coordinators on Mondays, he's really, thorough. He gives us really good answers. I'm excited for the Schottenheimer era.
How do you think he'll be different from Mike?
In the media perspective or just in general?
In general.
I with the media, I think he's going to give us a little more. I think in general, you're going to see, like we've talked about philosophical differences, I think you're going to see a little bit more emphasis on running the football. Mike said it early on. I think Schottenheimer is going to be about it. You see the hires that he's made. You see the fresh perspective that he's trying to get in the building with hiring college coaches, not only college coaches, but guys with extensive college background experience. Looking at Clayton Adams, his experience at the college level. I think there's going to be some interesting merger of philosophies there.
You mentioned Steve Shimko, Cowboys doing quarterbacks coach, and also another college guy who was the offensive coordinator at Boston College in recent years. Steve Shimko, let's see if Sean's as big of a fan of this answer. Steve Shimko, what are Dak's strengths?
Taking two things, intangibles, the leader, the communicator, and the guy in the huddle. When he steps in that huddle, they know that they got a chance with every play. And then as far as physically being able to see the field, accuracy, anticipation, he is dynamic with it. And then obviously the extension of the play because of how good of an athlete he is. Those are the things that obviously pop right off of the film.
By the way, he is Steve Shimko, might be the tallest person in the entire building now
huge
for the Cowboys as a quarterback. I've never seen. He looks like he's 6'6". I've never seen a 6'6" quarterback coach. But there you go. Some of the perspective there from Ken Dorsey and Steve Shimko on Dak. That was a little more the answer that you're used to, I think.
Dorsey's was a 10. That was a 2.
So
especially when he talked about Dak running anymore.
Let's get one more of these clips in here from Ken Dorsey if we got some time here. Ross, let's go ahead and we're gonna play cut 14. Ken Dorsey, based on his conversations with Schottenheimer and coming in here and learning things, what this offense is going to be about in 2025.
We're going to be a team that's going to run the football and be able to utilize that as a strength for us, and then utilize our guys and be able to adjust our system based off of our guys' strengths. And I think that's very important in offensive football because in the age of free agency, draft, and everything, you don't want to pass up on good players that can help you win. Because he doesn't fit this or that. If we can adjust and bring in, and utilize the players we have and utilize them in that way, and then whenever we add those pieces to be able to utilize and maximize them.
And that sounds simple. You're going to use players to the best of your ability. What is that? That sounds like an obvious thing to say. That is an important bit of nuance from how a lot of coaches view it. Coaches are committed to this game. We talked about this with Eberflus last week. Coaches are committed to, this is my scheme and you need to fit it. And so if the perspective is
TJ Watt.
Yeah, if the perspective is we need to make sure that our schemes and our assignments and things we're doing fit this really good player who's standing in front of us because we can't just walk away from somebody like this because it doesn't fit what we do, well, then we've got a problem. We've got to fit it to them.
Isn't the only scheme where you think, I feel like the position in which you can apply that the most that I won't disagree with is D tackle. That feels like the most schemy, justifiable position of whether you're going to be a 1, whether you're going to be a 3, whether there's a run stopper, or whether there's a pass rusher, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of schemeless.
You think run stopping nose guy? Because I don't think, like, there was years here where, like, they had 2-3 techniques with Eberflus. And so, I mean, I think it doesn't help all the time, but...
Like, I can't have Ted Washington in a 4-3.
Or, like, the attack style. Like, I feel like the attack style, if you've got a skill set of you are Hankins, I don't know how much the attack style front
I see what you're saying.
is as applicable. Where that's, like, if that's the scheme you run, which is what Aaron Whitecotton wants, then...
Like, Warren Sapp could be a 3-4... D tackle, but
but it's like one of those things where he's such an upfield guy and he's such a penetrating player that it's like, are you going to really be the guy to hold the point of attack and 2-gap and do different things to like keep guys clean for the linebackers? That's going to be a little more scheme specific.
Below the belt with Roberto, our Cowboys insider, and Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram on DFW Sports Station. Choppy will be back tomorrow. I'm Sean Sharif. We got a 4-team quiz. It's all of the teams in the Metroplex. Multiple choice. You got to come up with an answer for Bobby's quiz and trivia of the DFW sports landscape as we stand right now. That's next to kick off the final hour of Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, Choppy back tomorrow.
Do you need me to do it? There's a pass. Robertson, goal!
Yeah, Ross, we need the Stars highlight. Come on, you've been pitching a no-no.
You know, the mistake was bound to happen at some point. It was like when I was working GBag. They were like, we think the betting odds for you to have a perfect game are 1 to 1,200. I was like, I'm not a gambling man, but those don't sound like great odds.
Wow, that was insulting.
I mean, you know.
No, don't take that. Don't take that. Well, now you're 0 for 2 because Nick's mic is not on. All right, you know what, G-Bag, you were right.
I had a great joke there, too. I'm just let it slide.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, sitting in for Choppy. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I'm Sean Sharif. We were going to play Dallas Stars highlight clip of a nice weekend for them, but that really leads us in to a little trivia, a little multiple choice fill-in for you on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053 with where things stand. You got the Mavericks getting worked by the Warriors. Cowboys about to be back in the news when we all head out to the Combine. Nick is flying out tonight. We'll be out there on Wednesday. And, of course, you got the K&C Masterpiece and the GBag Nation in Surprise, Arizona for the Texas Rangers to join along with Jared Sandler.
Yeah, the Luka trade just threw so many things off kilter for the sports landscape here in DFW. Nico Harrison went from being arguably the top GM to a lot of people in Dallas to instantly fourth.
Yeah.
And fifth if they could name the Wings GM probably. But it instantly threw off so many different things and changed how fans, I think, view the current landscape in DFW. So I got some survey questions in mind that I'd like to discuss.
Because no one's going to give Nico any type of part. Choppy will. Choppy is pretty reasonable when it comes to things like that, like not totally erasing the past and the fact that they were in the finals and Nico made those moves of PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford. But most people, they don't want to hear it. They're not going to listen.
They're not prepared for it. And we'll kick these around here in the studio and then also on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. First one here. Who would gain the most from winning a title? Nico Harrison, Jerry Jones, or Dak Prescott?
Jerry, easily.
You think easy?
I think it's easy, yeah.
Why over Dak?
I think Jerry has generational curse stuff to throw away in the, I guess, fan sentiment idea.
I've always wondered if he won one. If he won another one, Jerry. Sometime
he would say, "I got 3, son."
Yeah. If he won another one this year, I think so many fans would go like, "Yeah, but that wasn't you." Like I don't think it's going to be the credit level that he is.
Who would it be though? That's the criticism that many give him. Oh, you're picking Brian Schottenheimer because if you guys win the title, you'll still get the credit. If you brought in Belichick, if you brought in Dion, if you brought in someone else, the coach would be getting the credit. So I don't think we're pointing at Will McClay. Now, people aren't going to let go of the Jerry hate for the past 30 years, but I don't think we can point. We wouldn't point. I need to stop talking like this is inevitable. I don't think we're going to point right to Schottenheimer or Will McClay.
I think they move. I think people would move the goalposts, and I think they would just say. I think they would say Schottenheimer or Dak clicked to a level that he hadn't before. Yeah. Like I don't think anybody's going to give it to him.
All right, so repeat the question.
Who would gain the most from winning a title? Nico Harrison, Jerry Jones, or Dak Prescott?
Nico's definitely third, I think, because of the hate, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Nico should probably be 1.
Well, if you want to go from a swing of where they're at now to where they could get, you might be able to win more people over to get you to that side in terms of for your reputation.
The thing about Nico is if he wins a championship this year somehow, you're still feeling bad about what it could have looked like a decade from now. You're still probably sacrificing 2 or 3 more rings at the end of the day.
Yes.
It's like, we won 1, but could have we won 4?
Right.
That's a good question. What's your answer to it, Bob?
I think the answer to that one is probably, like, if you want to talk about just for their legacy, I think it's probably Dak. I think Dak moves his legacy up a massive tier and probably opens up so many different things post-career for him that don't exist otherwise.
I wanted to say Jerry initially. It should be Nico, but I'll probably end up on Dak. That's how good of a question I think it is that you can come up with any of the 3.
Look at that.
But No, for themselves, this is the Kobe Shaq championship for Jerry that he absolutely needs. Kobe had to win it without Shaq, and Jerry has to win one without Jimmy.
Yeah.
Has to.
Yeah, or
that's
without,
the way I think he looks at it like that.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's been pushed enough by that motivation to do what he needs to do to try to get it done.
972, Nico benefits the most because then he might not have to leave Dallas. 641, Dak, because people stupidly think Dak isn't a top 10 quarterback. And then a lot of feedback on the fan text right now informing me that Kurt Miller is the GM of the Dallas Wings. So that's what that is. Number 2, all right.
Thank you, Reggie, for listening while doing your show in Houston.
All right, number 2 here. And this one is not nearly as obvious, I don't think, for me. And I didn't really consider it until yesterday where I was like, this feels like it's kind of a void right now. Who is the most beloved active sports figure in DFW? Kyrie Irving, Corey Seager, or is it somebody else? Because all the Cowboys players who are big, I feel like, have some solid amount of haters.
Should be Micah. It's not.
I was about to say, I think fans have come around on Micah, though.
Oh, no.
I think they have.
The podcast still.
Not to have him.
That is true. The podcast is definitely still there.
What podcast?
His podcast.
Oh, his podcast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that one of the 4 Bobby's doing? Most lovable figure. Man, it might be Kyrie.
I think it is Kyrie Irving.
Adolis?
So Adolis.
No. Maybe before last year.
Adolis is, if you want to talk about the guy who just is not necessarily held accountable for poor play because people love him so much, that might be Adolis.
Yeah.
Because people do.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk down about it, but he was so bad last year that I think he's kind of just, let's hide Adolis a little bit. Seager is just, if Seager were more public and upfront like Kyrie is, I think it'd be Seager.
I agree. What about Lamb?
So
Lamb catches pouty heat.
He catches
He does.
pouty energy.
The Ravens game was not good for him last year as far as fan sentiment goes.
I feel like with CD, the only thing that is maybe holding back is he's just naturally kind of tied to the feedback on Dak. And so if there's bad feedback about Dak, like he's still kind of, they're considered so attached at the hip in terms of their results.
Think about that 2-part answer. If you said this 3 years ago, that Kyrie Irving would be the most loved figure in DFW and Micah Parsons was not. You're voting Micah?
I'm going to vote Micah.
You think Micah's the most loved?
I think he is.
When there were Micah trade, when that NFL report came out, did you compare the backlash to the Luka deal versus Micah trade possibility?
Well, I don't think it's Luka. I don't think it's Luka echelon by any means.
Yeah.
That's why the Luka trade burned so much. But I think if we're looking for a new number one, it probably is Micah.
You don't get like 20 or 30% on your timeline saying trade him?
I do. 100%.
Okay. I'm going to go Kyrie.
214 Miro, 469 El Bombi, Adolis Garcia here. 214 Tyler Sagan and Jamie Benn. 214 says Evaldi. Hey, here you go. 682 Brandon Aubrey. That's our new DFW star. All right, third question here, and we're doing the DFW sports landscape in the wake of the Luka Doncic trade here with Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star Telegram sitting with us here on Sean and RJ. Do the Stars have the highest approval rating of any DFW sports team?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's the most. I don't know that you could find many people.
As they should.
And probably, here's what I would guess. If the Stars were as big as the Cowboys in this city, or the NHL was as big as the NBA or Major League Baseball, I'm sure we would find little areas that the fan base was critiquing more loudly than we're used to now. Because I think for casuals, they look at it and go, they're playing late in the playoffs every year. Like they win awards for best GM. Like that's got to be them. And I think Stars fans have such a rabid protection of that team and what they do when they do well, because they want people to buy in on them. That I don't know that you can easily find many critics of the Stars.
Yeah, I think it's the Stars, hands down. I mean, when was the last time they made a decision, like any of the decisions that the other three franchises have made in the last 10 years?
Yeah.
No, and winning during it.
And winning during it, yep.
And 2 Rangers?
Yeah, probably.
Which is wild to think about as well.
2 Rangers. Yeah, I would say that's one. By the way, some others are circling in here saying we neglected to mention Jake Ottinger for the face. And I just think that's about the NHL being lower on the tier system.
Yeah.
But that's where this next question goes. If this trade leads to Kyrie Irving's departure, will the Mavs fall to 4th in fan interest among DFW sports teams? Would there be an opening for the Stars to potentially become 3rd?
I don't think so. The Stars fan base is great here in Dallas, and I respect Stars fans so much, but I don't think so. I think Mavs fans just have that cult level as well that's just a little bit stronger.
Mavs fans, they are a cult.
Mm-hmm.
They are a cult on Twitter. The ratings. What would the TV ratings be for the both? The Mavs would still probably beat them.
I was talking to somebody over the weekend, and they brought up something that I guess I hadn't really thought about before. And I'm curious if this is a valid argument. You know, we talk about the loafing that Luka did, that, hey, people complained about that all the time. Why are you acting like you're just this or that? I had somebody suggest to me that, did the lack of access to Mavs games in recent years harm Nico's case to the fan base that Luka didn't fit the culture? Because all they would ever see him in was playoff games where he was taking them far. Because a lot of people didn't have access to regular season games where they saw consistently that he wasn't contributing to the degree that Nico wanted.
Playoffs always puts a different stench on guys, whether it be good or bad.
That's
Jimmy
Butler.
Yeah.
His is good. He's got a good stench.
Speaking of stench, I think whenever you factor in the playoff success, though, it has to be amplified a little bit more. The fans have every right to feel like
that's
feel
a
like
really
that.
interesting theory. I still think at the end of the day, you got to say, you can say whatever you want, but they ended up in the finals. But that's a theory. I would have to think about that. The most that you saw him was when he was getting criticized by Brian Windhorst and others.
All right, last one here, and this is more just an issue that needs to be fixed by DFW sports teams, I think, potentially. With rumors of what feels like and very publicly what feels like a perceived chill between the Mavericks and Dirk a little bit in the wake of this trade. Why have Dallas sports teams struggled to maintain relationships with their legends? So you've got Aikman and the Cowboys, which feel chilly pretty consistently. Juan Gonzalez, Rafael Palmeiro have not had great relationships with the Rangers in recent years. Mike Modano has had some chill with the Stars. I don't know if that's gotten better since the statue went up and they've made that relationship better. But universally, I don't feel like we look at other markets across the United States and say all four of your sports teams seem to have some sort of odd tension with a big-time legend in the area.
Well, the Mavericks would probably be new ownership. There's your reason. Aikman is just too honest for the Joneses. I love it. He is the most blunt, straightforward. He's not worried about getting his cowboy checks cashed like Dion was.
I thought it was really odd when we talked to Moose at Super Bowl and you said, do you ever talk to Jerry? And he went, no. I was like, oh, okay, that's odd.
Yeah.
All right.
The Cowboy legends have done a very nice job. Even Michael broke. Like, they broke Michael this offseason. Now he'll go back to, being his lovable Cowboy Homer self. But, Jerry has almost left them with no choice. Like, you appear fraudulent and fake if you're going to sit there and defend this drought, as Steven would call it. Rangers, Nolan,
Juan Gonzalez, Rafi,
there's steroid stuff in there.
Yeah.
You want to distance a little bit. I'm sure the Giants, I don't know, they did go through a little bit with Bonds during all that.
It was chilly with Ian Kinsler for a while, too.
Yeah, with his little wave into the dugout after he got traded.
Hamilton.
Bassick would probably blame JD. It's JD's fault for all of it.
So, and then look, the Rangers have probably repaired more of their broken relationships over time than other teams have. Like, they did finally get Juan Gonzalez back to the ballpark in 2023 to honor him, and they've done some of these different things. So that one's been, and Nolan Ryan, like, that was competitive there for a while. But it's just, I've noticed there's a lot of tense issues between these organizations here and their legends.
Well done, Bob. A little DFW sports quiz on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. Who does Nick Harris think we need to pay attention to this week at the Combine? He's heading there tonight. We're going there this week. A little Cowboys Combine preview next.
You can either go to Bobby's place.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Along with RJ Choppy, this is Sean and Bobby. We got Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, sitting in Choppy's chair. We're going to crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece live from Surprise, Arizona, the only radio station doing dual coverage because they're in Surprise with the GBag Nation, and we're going to the Combine in Indianapolis thanks to Rhino Shield ceramic coating. Never paint your house again, and by Best Buy Windows and Siding. But tonight, Nick Harris is flying out to Indy, so we'll see you there when we arrive on Wednesday. Who is on your Cowboy checklist when it comes to prospects? Because you're a big-time high school and college football guy as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
How would you rank the three levels of your love?
Oh, that's tough. That's like deciding between three kids. It's man.
Well, ask Bobby. It's easy for him. I can rank you Bobby's love of his children.
I couldn't do it. Texas high school football will always be one for me, though. Really? It's strong. It is in my blood. Yeah.
Okay. So who is on your Combine list? How do you decide it, and who's on it?
I don't even really decide it. I just kind of go around and, it's like, okay, I've been wanting to see that guy. I've been wanting to see more of that guy. Let me sit here for a little bit, But
so you're not trying to match up 12 and who they could pick.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's part of the week for sure because, the last 2 years of the Combine, there was a pretty good indication of who they were going to take by the time you came out of Indy. So I would love to know if this Genty buzz, how the Cowboys feel about the Genty buzz. Will they take a running back in the first round? How do they evaluate a 5'9", 215-pound guy?
Now, you're on the draft show coverage?
Correct.
Okay. How many players have you watched?
Let's look at my board
A
here.
lot.
His number's absurd.
I'm over 300 now.
300?
Yeah.
He was watching in summer and stuff.
Yeah, I kind of cheated.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have a board like developed?
I do. I don't rank players until after Combine. That's a strict thing for me just because I want to get the full context.
What
But
do you think of Genty?
I think Genty's phenomenal. I think he's an awesome running back. I think if he was in last year's class, yes, you take him at 12. But in this year's class, it's tough because there's so many good backs in this class. There's 30 guys that are draftable.
Oh. So you don't think he's as far and away head and shoulders above the next group or the second? Who are the top three backs?
Three backs for me would be Genty 1, Marion Hampton at 2, and Travion Henderson at 3.
But Hampton and Henderson are close enough to Genty, you'd feel okay getting them, that you're not missing out on Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan, or do you put Genty above them?
I'd be okay with if you ended up getting Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State on day 2, or if you wanted to get like 2 backs, you get like Damian Martinez out of Miami and Kyle Monungai out of Rutgers and pair those guys together. That's where I see more value, is pairing a couple guys late, whether it be on day 2 and day 3, rather than just shooting the shot at Genty at 12 just because he's there.
Okay. So who else is on your list? Or
at defensive tackle, I really want to see Darius Alexander out of Toledo. I saw him at Senior Bowl, and he is a guy that if you're looking for a 3-tech replacement for Osa Odigizua, this is a guy you could probably go get on day 2 that I think is really talented. You better hope he's there on day 2 because there's some mocks that have him sneaking into round 1 after his big Senior Bowl performance. I think it eventually balances out and he ends up in the second round. That's a guy I'm really excited to see. The eye test with Teteroa McMillan and Alec A.O. Minor out of Stanford. Those are 2 guys I want to see up close and personal. I covered Tet McMillan when he was coming out of California, out of Anaheim Servite. But I want to see what that development has looked like in 4 years in Arizona, or 3 years in Arizona, I guess it's been now. This receiver position has some guys that are very interesting, whether it be Xavier Restrepo out of Miami, Ty Felton out of Maryland, Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State. That's another guy I want to get eyeballs on to see what the eye test kind of looks like. This receiver class, I think we first talked about it, me and you, Bobby, at the beginning of the draft class. It was like, I don't feel strong about this. This reminds me of the Tyquan Thornton got drafted at 36 overall, whatever it was, to the Patriots. As time goes on, I feel a little bit better about this receiver class. I think it's deeper than what I gave it credit for in the beginning.
It's a little bit better. It's a little bit deeper than maybe it felt like initially. The problem is that if you want like a stud, like if you want it, you're going to have, I don't know that one will even be available to you. So like the top receivers in this class are going to be, if you view Hunter that way, Travis Hunter from Colorado, which most people don't, they view him as a corner. So at that point, you're really talking about Tet McMillan from Arizona is going to be near the top. Luther Burden, the receiver from Missouri, who is often compared to Deebo Samuel.
So no one close to Harrison Jr. from last year.
No. Not this. I mean, there are some people who really like McMillan. And think McMillan's really high up, but I still don't think anybody would have him as high as Harrison Jr.
Is McMillan limited in your point of view?
Limited how?
Just being a 50-50 outside guy, or do you think he's actually got
I think he's going to test like a better athlete than people realize.
Oh, he's going to test. He's going to test like a freak. I'm not worried about that.
I think the only limitation that exists with him is just like he's so big almost like, and then like there's a problem of whenever I look at like guys who are coming out, I was trying to compare back to notes of who did I look at similarly? Who had similar questions that are coming out? And just big receivers in today's NFL, even when they're athletic, like when you get taller, lankier receiver, like there's not a great history of them hitting at the NFL level. But man, I look at McMillan as like he's so smooth. Everything with him just looks like he's gliding across the field when he's running routes. He does not look like there's much wasted effort at all. In fact, the guy that I compared him to Brandon Marshall. That's who I think of as Tet McMillan. Marshall's a little thicker, but I mean, McMillan's not even gotten into an NFL weight program yet. But no, I had for him body control, hands, catch radius, play style. It's all positive. It's all big. The body positioning he has on 50-50 stuff, just the way that he's able to contort his body and almost like the ballerina-like traits when he's on the sideline. I think he's really, really good.
Looking at a couple of offensive line guys that I'm excited to see in person. Ajani Cornelius out of Oregon, Josh Connerly out of Oregon. Those are two guys that I really liked coming out of the Senior Bowl. But one guy that is getting a lot of top 15 love is Armand Membu out of Missouri. He was a guy that I evaluated during the season. I thought he was a good player, but getting this top 15 OT1 love, I've specifically waited until I see him in person before I go back and evaluate. So I'm really excited to see him in Indy this week and go back and evaluate the tape just to kind of see where this OT1 hype is coming from. But I love the build. I love the aggression. I love the hands. But I just thought he was a second round player when I evaluated him during the season.
You've made two references about waiting and seeing in Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
We've kind of reached this momentum with the combine to where we're, a lot of people think it's a waste.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, it's just about the interviews, outdated 40. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? What are you getting out of waiting and seeing them? What are you getting of seeing these guys in person that you wouldn't just on the game tape?
This is where I'm blessed by having the recruiting background, is because whenever you're evaluating a guy, all you're trying to do is gain as much context as possible. And it's impossible to get the 100% view. That's why teams don't draft well sometimes. But if the most you can get on the field, the most you can get off the field, you value that together and you evaluate the player. So for me, that's me seeing them in person. It could be them walking through the lobby and me looking them up and down like, you're in high school looking at girls, or it could be going to Senior Bowl and looking at them on the field for me as well. Or it could be, hey, how did this guy interview yesterday? How did Armand Membu talk whenever he talked to you guys yesterday? And you value that in too. So,
and there's been significant enough impacts from
for
a
sure.
lobby view, listening to a guy talk that changed your mind.
For sure. Yeah. There was a couple of guys last year. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but there was more than a couple. There was a handful of guys last year that I came out of Indy. I was like, okay, yes, stamp yes, or okay, stamp no.
Like a guy that last year that was for teams, I don't know if it was this way for Nick, but like Amarius Mims when he was coming out of Georgia, the tackle, that he was already kind of considered like, all right, we like you, we like the projection, but it's only been 8 games that you've played, and how can we project this out? And then when you hear the way about some of how he interviewed and how he talked to some of the teams and different things like that, then you start going, all right, well, I now can't feel as comfortable about this because I was projecting this out, and now maybe I don't feel as comfortable because I heard he didn't interview well, or he didn't have this interaction well.
Last year was where we stamped A.D. Mitchell no.
Oh, yeah.
Combine.
Yeah.
He had some bad interviews, man.
A.D. Mitchell was a guy who he was considered by a lot of people to be a first-round player, and when he went through the interview process, a lot of teams came away from that going, he will not go in the first round now because of just the things that he said.
And he wasn't particularly good on the field either. Like, he just didn't have a good week in Indy overall. So that was one where, you can gain a lot of context in Indy. I think you can gain a little bit more in Mobile because they actually, go up against each other for sure. But there's a lot to be gained from Indy. I don't think it's a waste at all.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, will be on the plane tonight. We will see him Wednesday when we land here with the entire morning show traveling out there. Do you think Broadus is crazy for his Travis Hunter wideout preference?
Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
He wants him to play receiver.
I don't hate it.
But you lean corner heavily.
I don't lean corner heavily, no. I think I feel like it's going to be a guy, he's going to get drafted to play corner, and then he's going to play, 15, 20 snaps at receiver every game until it doesn't work for him anymore.
All right, let's go around the rest of the NFL real quick. Props to Tolos, Diego, and D. They have sent me the update. According to Peter Schrager, who is really plugged in with the Rams, Matt Stafford wants to be paid over $50 million per year on a new contract. Now, everyone is throwing together this Aaron Rodgers, Stafford, New York Giant, LA Ram connection. Florio is saying, is it going to be Rodgers to the Rams and Stafford to the Giants? Which one would you am I preferring Aaron Rodgers over Matt Stafford? I think I'm taking Stafford. And then Choppy a few weeks ago had the question of throwing Kirk Cousins into the mix. So give me your power ranking of the 3 of Rodgers, Stafford, Cousins in order.
I'm going Stafford, Rodgers, Cousins.
Yeah, probably.
Why Cousins 3?
It's just I didn't like what he had last year and his opportunity that he did have. And also I don't think Rodgers is what he was in New York last year, but I also don't think he's even close to what he was in Green Bay. He just needs to go ahead and fulfill the Brett Favre prophecy, end up in Minnesota, call it a day, and let's go have fun with those 2 receivers out there.
Exactly. I mean, you look at what Cousins did after the Dallas game. So they just destroyed Dallas. Cousins looked great. Atlanta looked like they were clicking on all cylinders. And then in the middle of a stretch of they needed to win games. They absolutely needed to win games. His last 5 starts after that, he completed 62% of his passes. He had 1 touchdown to 9 interceptions. He was awful.
How many of those were noon games?
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't have it on
that
here.
Cowboys game was a noon game.
But there were way too many times during this where like he had a really great 2-game stretch essentially against Tampa Bay and Dallas where he had 7 touchdowns and no interceptions over 2 weeks. If you take that out, he was 11 touchdowns to 16 picks last year. He wasn't good, and he looked old and slow, and I think a lot of the same stuff about Rodgers, but Rodgers is still Rodgers up here and can operate a little more efficiently. But yeah, Stafford would be one, but they all would terrify me.
Nick's favorite story of the weekend is Steve Smith getting caught in the text messages. This husband whose wife worked for the Ravens marching band apparently had a little affair. And this guy found the text messages and the photos of Steve Smith texting and sleeping with his wife. And he also, of course, has Steve's phone number and apparently had this recorded interaction.
Hey, yo, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you been f***ing my wife, bro. What you gotta say for yourself?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
Like he questioned.
You f***ing knew she was married.
Oh my gosh.
He's like, I'm sorry. Like, what else do you want me to say, dog?
Nick, have you ever found the evidence? You found the cheating evidence?
I have a great girl. I'm very blessed.
Well,
that I've never had to deal with that. No, never previously. I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed because I don't blame this guy for how it went down, but also have a little bit of dignity, my guy. Why are we tagging Yeti coolers? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that was a little
Yeti
weird.
coolers.
So in his
I'm about to mess his money up. Like, you're not doing anything. Yeti doesn't give a damn.
He tagged sponsors and Antonio Brown and other people to like blow it up. But I mean, see, so that's where people were like, "Come on, dude! Like,
okay,
have it together a little bit." But to me, it's like that dude. I'm not gonna if that happens and you instantly find that out. Like, I'm not gonna blame anybody for how they react to it. I mean, unless you react to like an OJ level. But other than that, like, I'm not gonna blame anyone for that. But I would say that to me, it's funny that Steve Smith, with everything he has up front about. Like, there are people talking about, like, man, this is so messed up. Look at the date of these text messages. And then literally, like, 2 hours later, he's on Instagram, like, posting his family portraits and stuff like that right after, like, messaging this.
He posted the family stuff after this?
Like, he would post it, like, if you look at the date and time of the messages where he's saying all this nasty S to this girl.
Yeah.
2 hours later, he's posting his family photos from, like, Thanksgiving.
And
it's like,
married before kids.
Yep.
I tell you, that picture of him in the full conductor outfit for the Ravens marching band last year at a game last year.
Was it a real one?
Yeah. Oh, he was out there like as a guest conductor. This guy.
That wasn't a baton he was waving. All right. The entire station is going on the road this week. We're going to the Combine with Nick Harris, but what about the other 2 shows? Let's kick off our spring training coverage with a KMC crosstalk from the site of the Rangers spring training next on 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was Was it South Farm scored?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember...
One Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations in 2023 and 2024.
We are getting set to crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece. Day number 1 in Surprise, Arizona for K&C and the GBag Nation. In case you did not know, we are your home for Rangers baseball and the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt. We got Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram in for Choppy. Do we have an RJ Choppy update?
We do. RJ Choppy is officially out of his colonoscopy. So he says there are no polyps, no cancer, and it is no longer just an exit, is what he says.
Oh, let me stop applauding right there.
So he's good to go. He's cleaned out and probably 12 pounds lighter or whatever it is. Isn't
that funny? The fog is starting to clear up now. Like it's
that's exactly what it was. It's Choppy.
All right, let's chat. And Nick is just 20 years away from his. You're 25?
Yeah.
Oh my
so
God,
I got some time. Thank God.
Sick. All right, let's crosstalk with the fellas. Corey Majors, are you there?
I am here, Sean Sharif. How's it going, man?
It's going well, except for that noise.
Yeah, we got Leaf Blower Guy already started Monday, and Leaf Blower Guy's like, hey, let me interrupt your crap all the time.
Is he the same guy from Oxnard? Do they just bring him over?
No.
They're blowing water here.
Yeah.
How
Mike, you need to turn on your. There you go.
How is Mike the only one that actually jumped on the Zoom? Like Mike of all people is the one who was like, yeah, I'll be on the Zoom today, and not Corey and Kevin.
I'm getting on the Zoom.
They call me Mr. Pro Bassick, is what they call me in radio.
How was the trip, fellas?
It was delightful.
Yeah.
We got on Southwest Airlines. It was delayed just a little bit. Straight flight. And then whatever Kevin did, we got our car within 5 minutes. Last year it took approximately 5 hours.
Yeah.
It legitimately took 2 hours.
I remember.
But 5 minutes this year.
Yeah. Boom.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, I think we should roll out Rocker today. We talked to Kamar Rocker just a few minutes ago.
I think we should roll out Sebastian Walcott and really undercut the GBag Nation.
Yeah, let's roll both of them out today. We got Sebastian Walcott and Kamar Rocker. We got a chat with them down in the clubhouse a little bit earlier, and that was a lot of fun.
What about Malcolm Moore?
We did have Malcolm Moore as well.
Oh, my God. Guys, Corey had the weirdest interaction with a player this morning.
Okay.
The weirdest? That says a lot for you guys.
Listen.
It really does. So how would you respond if somebody asked you, do people still say dude anymore? And then their follow-up question was, do people at Stanford want to burn Harvard?
That wasn't exactly how it went, but
it's not far off, though. It is not far off.
Yeah. So I don't think that the kids say dude. I think the kids say bruh and bro all the time, and nobody says dude anymore. And when Mike asked, he was like, "Do you think, hey, dude, these are crazy?" I was like, I don't think anybody says dude anymore. Y'all's thoughts?
I think people do say dude. My kids say dude.
Nick, you're the kid in here.
Yeah, dude is definitely still thrown around.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My bad, guys.
Okay, one more question for you guys then. We talked to Sebastian Walcott as soon as Clubhouse opened.
Did he stand up for you?
He did.
Tall.
He's very big.
He's taller than me.
He is. And then about 20 or 30 minutes later when we were leaving, we saw Eric and Zach talking to Sebastian Walcott. Should we make sure to run our interview today to really screw them over?
Ooh, teach them a lesson in communicating guest availability and who you're talking to.
We're in we're in the same room together. Just look around and see who's interviewing.
I'm
Bobby.
Yeah.
Who do you think Dawson and Broadus were talking to?
So I'm in favor, guys, of you guys just playing it, because then that'll encourage Zach and Eric to use the text feature more frequently to alert when. But although this may be on y'all, because y'all didn't send the text saying you had gotten Sebastian Walcott.
Because we were still in the clubhouse doing work.
Yeah, we're standing there talking to people, doing their jobs.
Mike, how disappointing is the Rosario news with the elbow?
Well, that stinks. I honestly didn't know till you said something.
Oh my God!
What?
When did this happen?
Yesterday. Were you not sitting with me at the airport where I was upset about that?
No.
Okay.
I guess I was, but I wasn't listening.
Okay, well, that tracks.
Kevin, how disappointing is the Rosario
Kevin,
news?
how disappointed are you?
I am actually really disappointed. I'm not saying that it would have been this year, and I know they're going to really push him as a starter, but I still think Rosario's got potential to be a closer. Now, again, it probably would not have been this year because you're going to give him a shot to start, but I think he's got a lot of great stuff.
Did he blow out his elbow?
I don't know if it was specifically his elbow.
It's his elbow.
And was it? So it is going to be Tommy John?
It has not been confirmed yet if it's Tommy John, but Chris Young said he's done for the year.
Okay, and I did know he was done for the year, but I wasn't sure if it was Tommy John.
Well, I know this isn't great, right? But is this good? How about this? How about this to be positive? Paul Skeens is going to blow out his elbow in the next 1 to 3 years.
Gosh.
Like that's going to happen to everybody. That's the world of throwing 95 to 100 miles an hour. You're going to blow out your elbow approximately every 5 years. So he blows out his elbow now, so he should have approximately 5 years of health after this season's over.
Yeah, but isn't he a Hickory guy? He's not even up to Frisco yet, is he?
Well, Cole Reagan's blew out twice, and look how he's doing.
Yeah, somewhere else, Mike.
In the minors.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're going to blow out. Like I won't. I'm not buying a single Paul Skeens card. I think you're crazy to buy a Paul Skeens card now. Wait till he blows out. It could be this year. It could be next year. It's going to be soon. And then Spencer Strider. Did anybody know at this time last year Spencer Strider was a Cy Young candidate, a guy who might have been in Vegas the front runner in the National League. I'm not sure.
He was.
But he was way up there. And he blew out his elbow within the first 3 weeks of the season. Why? Because he throws 100 miles an hour. These guys that throw hard, they 100% all blow out. What does Mike Maddox say? There's two pitchers. Ones that have had Tommy John and ones that are going to have Tommy John.
Oh, man. And that's why Kevin suggested just going ahead at like 16 or 17 and having it so that you didn't have to worry about it later on. Yeah. If it did work like that, though, every kid would have one.
That's true.
And then not be seen by scouts.
Sean, you should have said breaking news about Rosario.
Well, it's not breaking. It was breaking yesterday.
Well, I mean, I was flying. Who would?
I was on that same flight. I still knew about it.
I was on that flight.
Mike, do you know about the Mavs video?
No clue. I don't follow them anymore.
Okay. So, Corey,
I know that in the locker room, Lucas said he wants to win a championship in L.A., and I felt like that's why we needed to get rid of him.
Corey, is the Mavs, do you let the Mavs off the hook a little bit since the players they censored in that hype video apparently were not Luka? It was Quentin Grimes and Maxi Kleber.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll let them off the hook just a little bit for that. Although,
but why? Why did they get censored?
Why are you censoring anybody?
Yeah, they didn't go out and kill like 5 people. They got traded.
I don't understand. Bobby Karalla says it's not unusual. I just don't remember in any hype video former players turning into South Park characters.
It's because it's done a little bit more tastefully. It's done a lot more tastefully, at least with the Cowboys.
Or like I would think you would just narrow the shot.
How do the Cowboys do it?
The same way. It's just it's a lot better. They have a really
what do they
good
put on
department.
someone's face?
They'll blur it out, or they'll just move past the clip. There's ways you can get around it. I'm not a creative video guy, but they do a really good job.
I would just think but I mean, the other thing is also they still have full shots of Maxi Kleber putting up jumpers in the video. It's like, okay, well, what do you? Here's the biggest
when
problem.
Did he make one? When did they show?
I didn't say he made it. I said he put it up.
Put it up.
So here's the thing to me is that let's just take out all of that. Let's take out all the blurring players. The hell are you doing right now in this fan climate, dropping your Mavs hype hip hop music video when no one wants to see it right now?
That is a great question.
Are they not supposed to, though, put out any type of team content?
They're not supposed to put out something cringy that will very easily be like if you want to say, hey, you can do all sorts of social content without filming a whole ass music video in Victory Plaza. That seems a little excessive for this team right now.
I think the best content right now for them is just to let the team win. Like if the team wins, that's the most important thing right now. Other than that, I would kind of avoid a lot of different things unless I'm promoting that they're on this track to go to the to the playoffs and stuff like that. Otherwise, I'm not even messing with this thing
I
right now.
swear one of their slogans for now people should buy tickets was now's the time or something, and I thought, what?
Okay, did you see still at Love Field? they don't have the middle part on the
they
parking
took out.
garage.
Yeah, it says. What does it
Let's
say?
Mavs.
Let's Mavs.
Yeah.
They just took Luka down. So instead of saying "Let's go Mavs,"
That sounds
I
like
showed
something
my
I
wife
would
like,
say.
"There's Luka supposed to be in the middle." It just says "Let's Mavs."
It just says "Let's Mavs."
Why
They
did-
haven't even replaced that yet.
Why didn't they just black him out on the poster and put a Mavs logo over his head and keep it up, and then it could say "Let's go Mavs" still?
What did you find
We should
out?
bring back the 3 J's. They should just have Jimmy, Jamal, and Jason
We
up there.
got Jason.
Dick Mata. We got him. Jimmy and Jason. We got him. Jamal Mashburn.
We got him.
I'm a true blue Mavericks fan.
Sean,
Yeah.
have you seen the documentary? I'm pretty sure it's on Max. We Beat the Dream Team.
No.
It's
I'm watching
awesome.
the current Olympic, the 2024 Olympic one on Netflix.
How is that?
It's okay. It's
I
nothing
thought it was
special.
really good.
You did?
It highlighted KD.
Well,
really
you're a football expert. Stay in your lane.
It highlighted KD really well. Like
Yeah.
I was not a huge KD guy before that show. Now I'm a huge KD guy.
Did you watch this one Kevin's referring to?
No, I
Would
have
be the
not.
Dream
I've
Team?
seen it though. I've seen it on Max.
This is the epic practice, Kevin.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's only about an hour and 20 minutes. They got all of the players. I thought it was very entertaining, and man, Grant Hill and some other people get pretty spicy about Coach K in there.
Yeah, I heard Coach K didn't want to give any credit. He's like, well, I don't want to
no.
ruin it, but I mean, I guess we all know. He's like, no, he didn't beat him. It was rigged.
Yes, that is absolutely what he believes, still to this day.
It was all rigged. Bobby, tell them what you found out about Mavs PR when we were trying to figure out why they continue to make these stupid decisions.
So this is interesting, and maybe y'all know this. I had no idea about this. Did y'all know that the person who's now running PR for the Mavs had never worked in sports before they took over the PR job here?
No.
Oh,
Where do you think they worked? Where do you think they worked?
Nike. I'm just kidding.
Enron.
Nope. The FBI.
Oh, cool.
They did communications for the FBI, which makes more sense. Their
Because Trump's trying
reaction to
limit
this,
the FBI people. Is that who he's cutting, or is it IRS?
their reaction to this sounds like the PR reaction from a government agency that just goes, "No, this is like almost like a partisan subject where they go, nope, this is the way we're doing things."
It makes me feel a lot more comfortable about what the FBI tells us when people get killed or something.
Oh,
this makes
But
me feel a lot
Schottenheimer's
better.
like, let me have Matt Eberflus. He was a head coach. The Mavericks are like, okay, Adelson, Dumont, new PR, no NBA experience, and then the one who has the most experience is a brand new general manager that came from Nike.
yeah, and had never worked with an actual team before. Had just been like a player rep for guys.
That's what you would put on paper to justify these decisions, and they're like, they're exercising it. They put it into reality.
Yeah,
It's like, how would you screw all this up? Well, no one has any type of NBA experience whatsoever. And let's just go ahead and run the fifth biggest team in the country.
Just the cold, callous like approach to the fan base about the whole trade does, like I said, that just reeks to me of that's political communications. That's PR communications for like a federal agency that goes, nope, this is the way it is, and we're telling you because we know, and that's the way it is, and your opinion about it doesn't really matter very much. And that's the kind of messaging we've gotten from them.
Hi, Rubes.
It is a little weird that at NBA like allowed that. You know, they were just like, we're gonna let people that aren't really that understanding of our business be involved in it and run a team and do all these things.
All right, we're back tomorrow, Choppy.
Oh wow,
what?
That's it. 4 more times, Sean.
Oh my God.
Oh man,
Huh?
can't wait.
I know, huh?
I can't.
I think I'm gonna learn Spanish.
Why?
I think it'd be fun.
I got a joke.
The crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece is over. The fellas are live from Surprise next.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome to Spring Training 2025 with the Texas Rangers. We're live in Surprise at Surprise Stadium. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and holding it down for us back in the DFW, the more famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. Some of us, welcome to Surprise. How we doing?
Kevin, I'm loving it, man. Arizona is just an absolutely gorgeous place, for one. Every time we get here, being able to see this beautiful Arizona sky, the mountains off in the sunset, the Surprise Stadium, it feels like home. And then walking into that clubhouse downstairs, it's a very cool feeling because it's a buzz, right?
Yeah.
All those guys down there, they're all excited about what's going on. They're all pumped up, getting their work done. And you can just tell baseball is starting to ramp up. And, Mike, that's something for me that just – it's that feeling of baseball season that just kind of gets rolling into your veins again. I love it.
Yeah, and I think we really need this. Not that I watched the video of the Mavericks, but I think a lot of people are down on the Mavericks and what they accomplished the last 2 or 3 weeks. I get they're winning some basketball games, but the loss of Luka for the rest of our lives in Dallas, and then the Cowboys had a rough year. The Combine is happening this week, so I think that'll get some Cowboy fans excited. But
the fellas head out. They're out there Thursday. So.
Yeah, I look at it and go, this town desperately needs, one, the Stars to play well down the stretch and make a long playoff run, and then the Rangers to get back to 2023 baseball. So being here, yeah, I think Metroplex sports fans really need the Rangers to have a good year.
Kevin, what is your, like, when you come out to Arizona, because we've been out here almost every year since we got the Rangers. When you come out here, what's the thing you look forward to the most whenever you get to Surprise?
I really like seeing who emerges that is maybe not expected. Now, I know just because you emerge in spring training does not necessarily mean it's going to carry over.
That you've arrived.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't mean like Rougned Odor is tearing the cover off the ball or anything like that. I mean, like, when we saw Mark Church and all of a sudden you're like, oh, could he be in the bullpen? And, like, I like seeing those players. And I know a lot of times the bullpen lends itself to, like, this is probably the category that's going to be taken up. But I just think it's really cool to be like, hey, Rangers fans, here's a player that most of us probably had no idea existed like a month ago. And now all of a sudden he's going to be entrenched in your bullpen for what hopefully is an awesome season.
Yeah, Mike, I think also, like, around here, whenever those guys start to buzz the way they are, you can see it in the stadiums. Like, people, they stop, turn around and watch. Oh, this guy's at the plate right now, or this guy's pitching, and it gets exciting around here.
And we're here so early. Innings 5 through 9 are a lot of AA and AAA baseball.
Yeah.
So the first 3 to 5 innings approximately is Major League Baseball for the most part. And then the last half of the game, you get to watch kind of the prospects play. And I know that the Rangers are off to a rough start record-wise. And, you know, I've talked to Chris Young about this. He's like, look, obviously we don't care if we win or lose in spring training, but what it shows record-wise at times is the depth of your organization. So that could be a whole nother discussion. But, you know.
Can I ask you a question about that real quick?
Yeah.
I have no doubt you're 100% right about that. Is there ever a scenario, or have you seen spring training games where, like, it's not that you're trying to win the game, but all of a sudden there is a theoretically high-pressure situation, and you're like, okay, well, this is hard to replicate. We're getting it in a game. Like, let's see how it goes.
I think you get first and third, 1 out, down by a run. Sebastian Walcott up to the plate in the 9th inning against a really good AA or AAA pitcher that they think this year or next year is going to contribute to their organization at a major league level. You like seeing that. Now,
yes.
You're not going to say if Walcott gets a hit, we're moving him up the board and maybe he'll take Ezekiel Duran's spot. Like, that's, you're not going to go that far, but you're going to just, it's a mental note to say, hey, he handled that situation well. Or you get Sebastian Walcott first pitch swings at a breaking ball in the dirt, and then he swings at another breaking ball on a 1-1 count just off the plate out of the zone. And then the pitcher throws 97 letter high and he swings and chases. And you make that note. All right, hey, he's just 18 years old. He swung at 3 balls, 3 swings and misses in that situation. Not that we're going to harp on that situation, but we understand right now he might get too excited in this moment and expand his zone. So you do want to see things like that. And we talked to Rocker, which you'll hear later, on just kind of his presence on the mound and his calmness on the mound. So you're watching for things like that and seeing their body language. The results matter, but you're kind of also watching the body languages and how they're handling the situations. If it looks like it's too much for them, or it looks like, hey, maybe the result wasn't there, but I really like the approach. I like the attitude I saw there. I like the body language.
This is a different note out of something you just said, and I know, Kevin, we had some stuff to get to, but it's baseball, baby. I'm excited. When you say expand the zone, how often is expanding the zone guessing, and how often is it intentional? Like sometimes guys expand it because of the count. Sometimes they expand it because they're like, I'm gonna do that now, but 2 at bats later, I'm gonna make these guys think.
You're not going to give yourself an intentional out
Okay.
if that's where you're going.
So that's usually excitement.
But the counts obviously matter. I mean, I think where you're getting at is like a 2-0 count. I'm looking for a specific location. I might be looking for not only a specific location but a specific pitch. Now, if you're Corey Seager, it doesn't matter if he throws at 83-mile-an-hour slider or 95-mile-an-hour fastball. If it's in the location he's looking 2-0, he's taking a rip at it. But maybe a different person, I'm just bringing up Josh Smith for an example, maybe he's looking for fastball down and in on this 2-0 count. And if it's a breaking ball down and in, he'll just let it go, even though it's a strike, because he's like, no, I was looking for 96. Once I saw spin, I gave up on the pitch because I was only looking fastball. But you get to 0-2 or you have a 1-2 count, you have to expand the zone. Now, I don't like this thinking. There has been a mentality for the last 10 years, and I do think it's going away. And it was all based on analytics and people who had never touched a baseball or a baseball bat in their life. They're like, who cares if it's strike 3? If it's not your pitch, just let it go.
Oh, interesting.
That
foul it off and get another pitch that could be yours.
Right. You're like, no, we have to have a 2-strike approach. Like, we're just gonna, if he makes his pitch, we're just gonna walk back to the dugout. Well, if he makes his pitch,
they want home runs on strike.
Right.
Okay,
they're just like, we would rather you get off your best swing all the time. And if you can't on down and away get off your best swing, just let it go and hope the umpire calls it a ball. And I thought that was a horrible approach. And I do think that is being pushed out. I think over the last 2 to 3 years, approximately, baseball is getting back to the middle. It used to be analytics are stupid. Let's take about 2005 to 2010. And then right around 2011, 2012, it starts shifting, and then it goes too extreme where they're like, anybody who has a baseball brain is a moron. We only look at charts. And now that was about a 5 to 7 year period in baseball, and now we're back to where I think it's the middle. Hey, these analytic things are good, and we need these things. But having approach from a dude from Stanford, let's say, not Malcolm
Stanford,
Moore, the player, but somebody from Stanford who got a great degree in mathematics, is saying you should never swing at a pitch that you don't think you can hit hard. Well, too bad. I'm 0-2. I have to expand my zone, and I have to try to foul that pitch off. I have to put it in play. If I put it in play, maybe it finds a hole. Maybe a guy makes a mistake. You don't know what's going to happen. But if I don't swing at a strike, and I know it's a strike, and I have 2 strikes, I've just quit. Like, to me, that's quitting. And they're actually telling players at one point in this game a few years ago, just quit your at bat. And that's insane to me. So I know I took it in a different direction, but the expansion and retraction of zone from a hitter's standpoint is based off of the count. But you don't want to swing at balls that you can't hit just to maybe get a different pitch. You might. Edgar Martinez would do this a lot. I know Carl Everett would do this every once in a while, and there's plenty of guys. I'm just naming examples of people I faced deal with it last year, Z.
Man, you really do remember this.
Yeah. He would take a pitch, or they would take a pitch, and they would like buckle their knees. Well, I'm reading body language on the mound, and so is my catcher. So, hey, if he looked that bad, or they would swing over the top of it, and their finish would look like horse manure. And so you're like, well, throw that pitch again. I watch high school kids, and I'm like, you guys can't be this stupid, can you? But they're just high school kids. You got to read the swing. read the swing. If they look like they were on the pitch and had a great swing, maybe that's not the pitch to repeat. But if they look like horse manure, they're probably going to look like horse manure on the pitch again. And so they would do that, and then you throw the same pitch, and then they would stay back, time it up, and put the ball in play hard. And so, but that's unusual. There's not a lot of guys that can intentionally look bad on a pitch, but they wouldn't do it with 2 strikes. Does that make sense?
Yep,
They would do it where, like, all right, if he throws that pitch again in this at bat, I'm going to get him on that one. Wade Boggs would. I think we talked to Wade Boggs about that
we did.
one time.
Yes,
that and killing
we
lions.
Did. Yes, we did.
I'm sorry, what?
And elephants.
Do you not remember us kind of recapping that story? It was one of the most amazing stories I've ever heard about how he killed a hippo that had killed a whole bunch of people in this village. And then when they finally killed the hippo, like Wade Boggs and some other people like displayed the hippo, and all the people across the river that were part of this group were like cheering because that hippo had killed a bunch of their kids. It was a wild story.
Now I do remember that. Thanks, Kevin.
Look, if you didn't remember it after that, I would be like, well, you've never heard this story before, because I will not forget that. Now, Mike, I am curious, because Corey talked about how we've been coming here for like 10 years, give or take. But like this has been most of your life, going to spring training for one reason or another. And I know not always here,
Right.
but what kind of vibes, what kind of feelings do you get just knowing like it's time to go back to spring training?
Well, there's something in my DNA that when I get on the road and I'm driving and it's a decent drive, like we drove to Austin this weekend to see my daughter, it feels like I'm going to spring training on those drives.
Okay.
Because that's like the start of like, all right, we're going to take a road trip / get to Florida or Arizona. So there's something in my DNA right around February-ish that feels like, okay, your job's, back at stake. This is now your time to challenge yourself and see if you can beat out some guys that people think are better than you. Keep your job from the young guys that are trying to take your job. And, they're your teammates. So that's always the interesting part here is you're happy to see your team and the guys that you're getting to meet the guys that are new guys on the team. And if you're a new guy, you're trying to get to know as many guys on the team to become friends with your new teammates. Yet there are certain guys that you're friends with that you're trying to, this is going to sound extreme, destroy their life.
Sure.
Because you're trying to take their livelihood from them so you can have the life you want.
That should be our interview questions. Who in this clubhouse right now
do you want to destroy?
Is your nemesis? Who's
and
your
they're
nemesis?
like, no, I love everybody, and no, I get that, but like, which faux friend do you really wish like struggles in spring training?
He's ahead of you.
Like
in left
Leody
field
and
right
Evan
now.
Carter are battling for center field, but they are good friends.
Yeah.
But
And-
one of them is going to be a fourth outfielder.
Do you have that? And I don't know if you want to talk about this or not, Mike, and if not, we can just move on. Do you have that feeling again this year? I know you don't need to take out anybody for your broadcasting job, but you know what I mean in terms of like proving yourself all over again. Because if people have missed it, if you haven't been catching up with the show, that's why you got to turn it on and leave it on. Mike, this is your last week on our show, like for good, and you're going to take over as one of the primary broadcasters for the Texas Rangers. So do you kind of have that like prove it vibe all over again?
Yes. And I don't know this. Like David Murphy is going to do approximately 50 games. I'll do approximately 100 games. And then Elvis is joining. Elvis Andrus is joining for some pre and post games at
Which
home.
you can hear right here on the fan.
Yeah, and those guys had great careers, right? Elvis played, I'm going to guess, 14 years in the major leagues approximately, and David Murphy had a great career, and they could come to spring training, and they, at times, for a lot of their major league spring trainings, didn't have to fight for their job. They just had to get ready for their job.
Right.
For me, I was always, I was always a loser. In the end, I would always get called into the office and say, they wouldn't say it this harsh, but you've lost your job. You weren't good enough to keep this job. You weren't good enough to steal this job from somebody else. So I have a mental part of me that's always like, I'm going to lose what I have. That's ingrained in me through baseball. It's not good. I'm not telling you it's good. I'm going to lose what I have because I was always a loser at the highest level. And so now that I'm back at the highest level of Major League Baseball broadcasting, yes, there is a part of me that goes, there's so many people after me for this job. They're probably better than me. How do I hold them off? Like, this is just, internal talk of like, all right, how do I keep this job? How do I make sure that the Rangers and whether it's other major league teams or a national broadcast goes, he's good enough to give him another shot, or he's good enough to keep? Because my whole life has been getting called into the office and saying you're not good enough.
But if you think about it from a TV broadcast perspective, I'm going to try to hype you up just a little bit. You are the hot shot prospect. Think about it. A couple of years ago, they were like, hey, do you want to give this a shot? And you're like, yeah, okay, that could be fun.
Yeah.
And then they were like, you know what, you did such a good job. What if we give you like a third of the games on the schedule? And you're like, oh, okay, I'll give it a shot. And then that went so well, they were like, what if we went ahead and gave you a little bit more than 2/3 of the games? And then, so like, you're just moving up.
Thank you.
Well, don't give up 12 runs in an inning. You're going to be all right.
And that's the great thing, is I can't be as bad as I was as a pitcher.
See, yeah.
I just think
That's
to
the
myself.
spirit. I don't know.
But they were like, when we knew that you could do this, they had me do a mock 2-game broadcast.
Okay.
I was doing pre and post, and this was, I think it was at the new stadium, but it was like 21 maybe. I just thought they were doing it because they said they were setting up different things and seeing if they could broadcast in a different way from like the TV truck and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, no problem. I'll do it. And they were like, that's when we knew you could do this. And I was like, I didn't even know I was trying out. I was just like having fun, like talking about baseball and doing a broadcast that was going out to absolutely nobody. And they're like, yeah, we wanted to see if you could possibly do this. And I had no clue that that's what they were actually possibly seeing if I could do or not.
He was talking about all the different colors of rain. Everybody was
Oh
like,
my gosh, yeah. You definitely better work that into a broadcast on TV at some point this season. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona for Texas Rangers spring training. Coming up next, the top cliches and punishments of MLB spring training. That and maybe some Mavs next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 2-0 pitch is hit high and deep out into left field. Wallner going back on this at the wall. He leaps, can't get it. The ball is over the wall. Wallner's glove is over the wall. The Twins' lead is gone. It's 4-4 thanks to Adolis Garcia.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at spring training courtesy of ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Also want to thank the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. You got that same-day service guaranteed. I wish I would have used them the last go-around. I've learned my lesson. And, of course, Best Buy Windows and Siding. Look for those confessionals, and we'll go from there. All right, so I had something that Wolchuk shared with me that I thought this was a really interesting article. It was the top cliches of spring training, and I wanted to run some of these by and then maybe talk about some of these spring training like hijinks or punishments that perhaps players get into as well. Do you guys want to start with the cliches?
Yeah, let's do cliches.
All right.
Like I'm in the best shape of my life kind of stuff.
Yes. But for a player or a manager, I don't want to leave anybody out. Because you'll start listing specific people, and then you get nervous because you might have listed too many specific people, and then you're like, but I just left these other people
There's so
out,
many people, especially for managers, too. They definitely have to think about that. You ask them about, hey, who's the player that's this, right? You ask them that, and the first thing they do is, well, I mean, Boach will be like, all of them are good at this, this, this. So that is a definite cliche for sure, because they know teammates are sensitive. Baseball players are really sensitive, Mike. I've always felt that. Baseball players are more sensitive than others.
Is that because you think Mike is sensitive?
Well, I guess we did see Diggs run out to a media member after a post game, so I guess everybody's kind of sensitive sometimes.
That's true.
I mean, I don't know if you're right or not. I don't know if you're wrong or not. Is it because we play 162, so you're like, I'm sick of this crap?
You interviewed me 80 times this year.
But yeah, no, I think that is a definite cliche we hear, and you'll probably hear it a couple times this week from people that come up here and talk to us. I think we may have either heard it from Walcott already.
Okay. Well, then we're about to go 2 for 2 because I think we talked with Walcott and Rocker about that this morning. My expectations for myself are higher than anybody else's.
Of course they are.
But that's the way it should be, right?
Yes. Once you know what you're supposed to do. Because the expectation that's set for you is set by somebody in the organization. They're the ones that are telling you, we need you to be here. And so you're trying to figure, your expectation is about your work to get to that point. So their expectation might be low, but you might look at it as a very far distance to get to because you have a lot of work to do. But if you just look at it and say, every day I'm going to put something in that gets me to that point, then you'll meet those expectations. But I do think a lot of us, individuals, do look at it as, man, we got to take over the whole world in 3 hours. And if we don't, then we're done for. I said done for.
Do you agree with this, Mike? And I know you got to, not you, but players got to say it. We don't pay attention to projections. Because what I always think is, we don't agree with projections, but I've heard them or I've seen them or something.
It's one of those things where you try to, I know as A.J. Brown read that book, or at least read part of the book where people saw where he was really concentrating on trying to stay in the moment and just worry about the moment and not overall stats or how many maybe targets he has in the game, whatever it is, that he's mentally trying to make sure that he stays in the moment. But I would say that it is very important to try to concentrate on just that day, and you have short-term goals, you have long-term goals, but we all do this. I mean, I gave Josh Young a card today that I pulled in 1999. And
he seemed pumped.
It was an Alex Rodriguez card, and it was numbered out of 100. Alex Rodriguez was his favorite player growing up, and it was numbered 37 out of 100, and it was called Fortune 15 was the name of like the insert.
Okay, yeah.
So I told him, I said, and I'm giving you this card because 37 and 100, 37 homers this year, 100 RBIs. That's your fortune.
If that happens, I feel like this team's going to be really good.
How about that?
But
you do. You try not to, and that's the tough part about early in the year. If you ask any hitter, and when they come up to the plate and you're a week into the season and you're batting 041,
yeah,
like you're trying not to look at the scoreboard because it is tough. I will say when you're batting 417 after the first two series, you're kind of like, yeah, that's awesome. You have confidence because you're hitting the ball well, you're getting on base a lot. It's the opposite, though, that messes with you more than the short. Because all you got to do is go 0 for 4, then tomorrow you're batting 286, you know? And if you go 4 for 4 in that 8th game, now you went from 041 to 240. So it just isn't fun to look up there. I think we've talked to Murph about it because he had one of those years where
we did
started off really slow, and it's just not fun to look at the scoreboard and see a bad batting average.
So I've got a list here, Corey, but there are also people who have questions.
About cliches?
Yeah, from the 214. Let the game come to me. What the hell does that mean?
Okay, sometimes, and I believe this, sometimes you go out of your way and do something out of character that would put you in a bad position. And like maybe you try to make a diving play that you know you can't make that diving play. I can't dive head first, but then you do it and you screw that up. Instead of letting the game come to you, doing things that you know you're good at, and then things kind of come in and look good for you. I think that's a lot of times, Kevin, like you start to press things. It happens with men and women, right? You're trying to pick up a girl and you overdo it instead of letting the game come to you.
Oh.
So that's what the letting the game come to you means.
Just getting my work in. Is that, I feel like that's, hey, what are you going to be doing out there today? Just getting my work in. Because does it feel...
I mean, you could answer it more sarcastically and say, well, guess what? I'm doing baseball today. We're going to do some hitting. We're going to do some throwing. We're going to do some fielding. Or just getting my work in covers it all. Like, there's nothing special going to happen today. I'm going to go swing a baseball bat.
I feel like you're going to get that from a lot of veteran players.
Oh yeah,
like I'm just getting my work in because they know what their work for this part of the season is.
Look, I appreciate that because if you're like a 10-year veteran, I could see how your answer would be like, hey, guess what? I've done this a lot. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything revolutionary today, so your question is stupid. I much more appreciate if they're like, just getting my work in.
Actually, I kind of would like the other answer.
Oh,
because I mean, just think about that. It sounds fun. It's different. It's not cliche.
That is true.
I'm gonna throw. I'm gonna field.
I'm glad I don't have to face him.
Oh.
Now this feels like a go-to.
I very rarely hear that.
Because you're always talking about somebody on your team,
There's
right? You're
a lot
like,
of machismo that people like. When we asked Dane Dunning about his lineup last year, he was like, "I mean, I could take any of them," and I was like, "I love that mentality." But there's obviously a few guys that you're like, "Good God, this guy can crush."
I agree.
Okay,
like Juan Soto.
Man. First was it not the first pitch, but first at bat, right?
Yeah.
That he smoked it.
And it is a lot easier to hit in Arizona than Florida.
Why is that?
Well, I would say there's
Humidity?
less gravity here. Have you noticed that you can dunk here? And you
What?
can't in
Did
Dallas?
you say that there's less gravity in Arizona than Florida?
Yeah.
That doesn't.
I
feel
think
right.
there is.
Because there's less plants.
The ball carries
It's
more.
drier.
Yeah.
It's drier. It's not as humid as it is in Dallas.
So, like when Juan Soto hit that ball, if it was here, I would have said it's still good.
Yeah.
But when it's in Florida, I'm like, he hit that through heavier gravity.
But you gotta admit though, Kevin, that there are a handful of players, maybe 1% of the players in Major League Baseball that either are pitchers or hitters that they relish the chance to embarrass the guy that's on the mound or the guy at the plate.
I
And
agree.
They can't wait to face that guy.
I agree, but now that's the question I'm going to ask the next player that I see.
Is there less gravity
Do you
here?
think there's less gravity in Arizona? And you know what at least one of them's going to say? I don't know. I've only had spring training in Arizona. At least one person
What
is
if one
going
of
to
them
say
says, "Does gravity really exist?" Now, does that really screw things up?
If you say gravity doesn't exist, then we have to move on because we are on the ground right now. I was thinking about that the other day.
Why
Now
were
said
you
that.
thinking about that?
Because I was thinking of the word tang came up, and I was like, oh, that's the astronaut's orange juice.
What else is it?
Tang?
Mm-hmm.
It's a powdery orange drink.
It's a movie, Pootie Tang.
And so I was thinking, how many times do astronauts spill their drink?
And do you think they float around and like drink it up?
I don't
little
know.
drops, and you have to go pick up each drop with your mouth.
But-
You got to hope it doesn't get into the computers, though.
Do you have to drink upside down?
I think.
Probably at some point.
Or sideways. Who knows?
Because of the gravity.
Yeah.
What brought this up?
Because the word tang
otherwise
happened.
it won't go up into your stomach. It won't go down
Yeah.
because it goes up.
Yeah, it'll go into your brain if you drink it.
That is not.
And it won't go down your throat.
That is not
This
the
makes
way.
sense.
I think it does because there's no gravity. How is the juice? How's the tang gonna get down your throat? If you're an astronaut and there's no gravity, you have to turn on the gravity button.
Yeah,
So you think if there's no gravity and you swallow a drink, it might float up into your brain?
Yeah, and go out of your nose or out your ears.
If you're an astronaut, text in and let us
Yeah.
know if you have to drink upside down. And it looks like Ruben has done some research for us.
Okay, AI overview. No, astronauts don't drink water upside down in space. They use a zero-G cup or an in-suit drink bag to drink water in space.
What does AI know? You know?
Yeah. So they're saying they're inserting it from the lower part.
Yeah.
So it gets into the stomach.
Just goes directly
No.
into the blood.
How is that what you took from that?
That's what it sounded like. He said something about some G-bag or something.
They're on from 2 to 7.
Yeah, they are. And then it's spring training for everybody.
Really?
I think Kevin's already done
veered
it.
away from the
It's
gravity.
2 freaking segments, man. I'm already counting out in my head. I was like, all right, we got 60 segments to do this week. I think.
Would you want to, like, if they could turn the gravity off in this, little nook we're in? Well, let's close the window first.
Did you forget the name, the word room?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Would you want that?
No.
You don't want to feel what it's like. I kind of want to feel what it's like to not
But
have
what
gravity.
if? Okay, fine. So let's think this through to
I
completion.
said close the window.
Okay, but what if you forgot? And then you float it out of there, and then you get up to the thing where all the bees are, and if they don't sting you to death, then what if you floated out from over the overhang and then you flew away into outer space?
Obviously, that would be bad.
Okay.
Because as soon as they turn the gravity on, we're in deep trouble.
Because then you'll.
Yeah, I just want to feel what it's like to not be in gravity.
From the 214, favorite cliche: you win some, you lose some.
Wait, do you like that better than it's spring training for everyone? Because I feel like
Nobody's worried about winning some or losing some
Yeah,
in
that's
spring
true.
training. They're only worried about winning their
Okay.
at-bats.
Cliche, gravity gets me down.
I want.
Get it?
No,
It's a cliche
uh-huh.
because it always holds you down.
That's true. Corey, I think it would be really fun if Mike. I want us all. Let's all interview the same person and just have 3 completely different interviews where Mike's talking about gravity. Corey is like, "Hey, huge win last night, huh? You guys really took it to them." And like y'all are just having completely different interviews, and you're both together.
We start that with Boach. We'll get see how far he goes before he's like, guys,
Yeah,
what
just,
are we doing?
Just don't start with Chris Young.
Okay,
I don't
yeah,
think he's going to
very
tolerate
serious.
your ridiculousness.
Yeah, he's very serious.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on one. Why
And
are
that's a
so
good
many
thing.
people?
It's a good thing for him to be serious. He's the GM of the Rangers.
Yes.
So we need a serious person
Yeah.
there.
Look, if somebody told me he woke up at 3 a.m. to fix the team, I would believe that.
Me too.
Coming up next,
Do you think he's going to trade Corey Seager for Sandy Koufax?
at least you picked somebody who's no.
That's a
I
good
don't.
question. How do you go number 2 without gravity?
Oh my dear.
Because it would just float up, right? And then,
I think you do it while laying down.
oh, that makes sense.
You just got to be accurate.
How does that make sense?
You lay on your stomach and then the toilet's above you.
Yeah. The water's going to stay in the toilet if it's upside
I'm gonna
down.
look up space station.
There's no gravity.
All right, Kevin. Hey, man, we need to
Yeah,
go
you're
here.
at- you're running
we'll
out
look
of
up this
time here.
information for you. All right.
Please don't. Coming up
You
next,
just don't want to pee while you're on your stomach.
Yeah, that's a
You trap it.
Well, this is interesting.
it's time for baseball / I don't know, astronaut nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I got nothing prepared. Let's see what
Oh
happens.
dear
Oh,
God.
Coming up in the
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The 5th to last Baseball Nuggets ever.
Are you going to do the countdown every day this week?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your deal? Like, what's wrong with that? Corey, why is he ruining it?
Mike, now I was actually going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
On Thursday, can you say it's the penultimate?
No,
Baseball
second to
Nuggets?
last. Nobody knows what that word means.
I mean, they could probably figure it out by the inference.
Well, the Rangers signed a 36-year-old, Kevin Pillar, which is going to be interesting because the last series of the year was in L.A., and I was like, well, this is Kevin Pillar's last game in Major League Baseball.
And it was going to be.
Yeah, he had said last year, I don't know at what point during the season, but Kevin Pillar said this was going to be his last year, and obviously it still could be. He's in spring training now with the Texas Rangers, but he said, I have the right to change my mind, so he's decided to play baseball again this year. As far as we know, he's in spring training here with Texas and going to, I guess, fight for a job. Let me just give you his numbers real quick last year. With the White Sox and the Angels, he hit .229 with a .667 OPS. He's not much of an offensive player anymore, but he still can go get it in center field.
Okay, let me ask you this then. This is Kevin and perhaps Corey's theory. I don't know. I think you're with me on this. Do you think this facilitates him as the backup center fielder, so then perhaps you could move off of some money with Leote, or am I just reading way too much into that?
I think this gives them the option now.
Okay.
I don't think they want to put Wyatt Langford in center field for 50 games this year,
right,
or 40 games, and then play him in left field the other part. I think they want to. I know this sounds weird, and I don't know how to compare it to football, which I know everybody cares about. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just trying to. Going from left field to center field, I know this is not as extreme. It's like going from offensive tackle to offensive center.
Okay.
Where you're like, wait, now I have to snap the ball, and like the center fielder is the leader of the outfield defense. Now I know now they have cards and there's actually dots out there that they can kind of go to. So
what?
Yeah.
Dots?
So yeah.
Like out in the outfield?
Yes. Now, they got in trouble. They said you can't do this, but not just the Rangers, but other teams were putting tees, different colored tees, like a red tee into the ground so it wouldn't mess with the field. And then the red tee was here, the white tee was here, the blue tee was here.
That is
and they're like,
wild.
hey, we're not going to allow you to do this. But if you're ever up where we used to do the pre and post game show from, or if you're in left field and you're high enough, you can see a dot on the field, and that's like your straight up dot. Like, go to this dot, and then from there, work off of your defensive card, and you'll move 5 steps over and 5 steps back for this hitter. Move 3 steps forward and 3 steps to your left for this hitter. So they work off of that dot. So it's easier. So the center fielder doesn't have to move guys. It used to be the center fielder, you were kind of, let's say, on a chain or on a rope. And so if you moved to shade oppo, you wanted to make sure your right fielder could move a little bit closer to the line. Let's say if it was a right-handed hitter, and you wanted to make sure your left fielder started covering a little bit more of the left center gap because you're leaving that gap a little bit more open, shading into the right center gap. So it's a little bit different now, but the Rangers don't want to. It doesn't mean they won't, but they don't want. Injuries can dictate a lot of different things. They don't want to move Wyatt Langford to center field for some games and then move him to left field. They just think it's easier on his development as an outfielder, one, and then to
because he
not put
still
more
doesn't
pressure
have a
on
lot
him.
of outfield experience in general. Sorry to jump in there, Mike.
He's played 3 years of outfield in his life.
Yeah, that's not a lot, and you're at the major league level.
So this is his 4th year of playing outfield pretty much in his life, and so they want him. He got better and better as the season went along in left field. And so they're like, let's just make him a left fielder the rest of his career for the most part, unless injuries dictate something different.
You know, and Boch does have a history of being able to use the right defensive outfielder. Jankowski wasn't a big bat by any means.
Right.
But
This
he
is
was
our Jankowski.
But
That's
he
a
had
good call.
he had lots of range in the outfield, which is a good thing.
But somebody asked about Jankowski, I don't know, a week or so ago, is on social media. I'm like, there's no spot for him.
Yeah.
You only have 4 bench players.
And he's signed elsewhere now.
You have Higgy, who's a backup catcher. You have to have a backup catcher. You have, let's just say, Leote for now. If Evan Carter's your starting center fielder, Leote's your fourth outfielder. And then you have Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran that can do a lot of different things. They obviously would be more of an infield replacement, but they both can go into the outfield, usually in left field, and give your guys time off. But Ezekiel Duran has a very strong arm. He can transition to right field if you need him for a few games and stuff like that. So you don't really have any more spots on the team, but then you sign Kevin Pillar, and then this goes to Kevin. What we were talking about yesterday is, okay, this does give the Rangers more of an option if somebody is interested in Leote in spring training, because injuries are going to happen, lack of production from a young guy that you thought might be ready for you is going to happen. And Pillar does make more sense when you give Evan Carter days off, that he's a right-handed hitter. I haven't looked at his splits in the last few years, but this does make sense. It doesn't mean Leote's going to be in the minor leagues. The thing is, if you don't trade Leote and you come out of spring training healthy, Kevin Pillar probably got it out in his contract. That on March 25th, if
I'm
he
sure,
didn't make
as
the
we've
team,
seen,
he can go somewhere else if somebody needs a backup, outfielder. And Pillar was great in the outfield for most of his career. He was a Gold Glove. It's interesting. He never won a Gold Glove. I would have thought he won a
Last year
Gold
he was
Glove.
310 against lefties and 173 against righties.
Well, that's great though, because that would be the time he's playing is against
Wow.
lefties at 310. What was his slugging or his
my bad.
OPS? I'm sorry.
His OPS 2 years ago against lefties was 733. He had
Okay.
250 that year.
Not bad though. I mean, if we're talking about Evan Carter,
You'd be sitting him theoretically against lefties, so you'd want somebody who can hit lefties.
Yeah.
And
Last year was 852. Tavares has value because he is a switch hitting outfielder, and that is a valuable thing for teams that, as Mike was just pointing out, in spring training an injury pops up, and now all of a sudden you're looking at lists. If everybody knows he might be available for the right thing, he has value.
See, no, he absolutely has value, and I think that's like the good thing and the bad thing, right? Is you have maybe too much value to just be sitting there as a backup might be the case, where other teams are like, well, hell, we could use that. And we're like, hey, well, we still need X, Y, or Z.
Now, the other thing, too, is if I have his career right here, he has not played in the minor league since 2014.
Pillar?
Pillar.
Okay.
So would he – this is the thing that you have to kind of think about. Is there any way you can convince him? Let's just say you didn't trade Leote. You know injuries are going to happen. Is there any way to convince him to go to Round Rock for 1 month?
Will that depend maybe almost entirely on his agent going out there and gauging other interests?
The agent would go out and look and see if there's no place else. But then if you're, I can't imagine this. This would not be good for the Rangers. If Evan Carter got off to a bad start, let's just not put injury out there. He got off to a bad start. He does have options.
Yeah.
So you could go, Evan, hey, as great as you were in 23 and what we thought you were going to be in 24, and we know it was primarily based off of injury, but last year he didn't get a lot of at-bats. If Evan, after 1 month, is batting 188 again, you could go, let's send him down to AAA. He's only 22 years old, and let him play center field every day for at least a month. And now Leote's your everyday center fielder, and Pillar is your backup outfielder / if you needed a pinch runner for Jock Peterson in the 8th inning because he got on base, Pillar can come in and be a pinch runner in that situation.
Yeah.
So I look
like
at
the
it,
addition.
I like it, and I like him as the 4th outfielder. Leote Tavares is better. I want to make this clear.
Yeah.
Leote Tavares is a better player than Kevin Pillar. But if you can get Leote, and this sounds weird, off of your books at 4.25 or 4.75, and it gives you a little bit more breathing room to add something at the trade deadline or add something on your team at the end of spring training, I understand how that can make sense.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I do want to dive back into a couple of these spring training shenanigans.
Like gravity.
Not like gravity, but also we're going to puck around and find out Robertson scores 3, the Stars win 2, and 4 Nations is number 1 next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at spring training in Surprise. We're going to talk about some hockey, do some puck around, and find out in just a minute. But I wanted to ask a little bit more about spring training shenanigans. Did you see the shenanigans that Chris Bassett was forced to do over the weekend?
No.
So he finished last in their fantasy football league. And so they made Bassett a custom jersey that had his name and said 4 and 10 on the back of it. And he hung out next to one of the Bat Boys. And it actually happened on his birthday as well. So he just hung out in his custom jersey. And it does feel like, not that you don't have fun during the baseball season, but it does feel like if you're going to have some shenanigans, this spring training is the time to do it, right?
Yeah, I feel like this is common.
Yeah.
Now, like that whoever, I have no clue who finished last in the Rangers.
We need to find that out.
Yeah, we need to find that out and then see if they have anything planned for that person or they've already paid their penance.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I said he sat next to the ball boy. He was the Bat Boy.
I feel like they did that last year, like Toronto did that last year. It might be the same punishment now for the Blue Jays now. We had to do that in minor league camp. That was like just part of somebody's job they'd have on the board as a pitcher. Like if you weren't pitching that day, you were the Bat Boy.
Huh.
I think that's fun just because you're involved in it. You're just there for it. You get to have some fun with it. If you think it sucks, it's gonna suck. If you go into it and you're like, I'm gonna have some fun with this.
I could see that.
Like I could totally see Evaldi's been in the league for a long time. He probably wouldn't have to do something like this, but I get to see him going out there and having a lot of fun with the interactions.
Well, you have to pay attention because the umpires will ask for 4 balls. So you're like,
you have a function in the game.
I want to talk to my friends, like yeah, I get it when they get, when they hit the ball, I got to go jog out and get the bat. But then you have to really pay attention because if the umpire needs like 4 balls or something and you're not paying attention, then he's mad at you. So when you get to the umpire, he yells at you to pay attention, and you're just like,
You're like, I made $21 million last year. I don't got to do nothing.
Oh, man.
That's what Bassett made last year.
That is good for him.
Yeah, he did not have a great year, though.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, for this spring training, is there any way we can interview Big Lou and his wife?
Which one?
The one, he's on meds.
Mm-hmm.
He's only on number 2.
So his second
I was in the car with Sue this weekend listening to the Ranger game, and they were playing the Big Lou commercial where he's like you, but he's only on number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, if you were Big Lou's wife, how would you feel when you heard this commercial? That he's only on number 2, and he's just talking about your trophy wife that wants too much money when you die.
She knows.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like this big. She's like, I know what I'm here for, and I know that when he finds somebody, I guess younger, or I get too old, like I'm Dunsky, but at least we got the prenup that I wanted. I'm like, and then what meds is Lou on?
I think
I want to know about this Lou guy.
Okay. Well, man, we'll see if we can schedule
Big
an interview
Lou, if
with
you're
Big Lou
listening,
this week.
can you give us a call in or text in Big Lou to the number?
877-881-1053.
Yeah.
The number.
I just saw a tweet from Wolchuk. Chiafalo may have sat on the couch again today.
Well, when they were interviewing,
Yeah.
He didn't do it.
Barlow, I think
think that was Joe Barlow.
He didn't do it
Barlow's good
last year.
hair.
He did it the year before. What happened the year
when we
before?
won the World Series?
We won the World Series, guys.
Man, and I'm sure they'll talk about it on their show, but Joe Barlow was hiking those shorts up pretty high, so
He was
could
showing
show
off
off
some
his leg
tattoos.
tattoo. I know he was showing off his leg tattoo, but he was like, "Oh, check this out," and just rolling it up.
At
and-
one, he was like, "Man, I was 10 hours in the chair right there." I was like, "Oh my god!"
It's a very relaxed setting in the clubhouse
Yeah,
now.
it's
you know?
nice.
You're able to, as a media guy, sit on the couch. I noticed.
I don't think you're supposed to, though.
Sandler was walking on the logo.
I saw that.
I guess
Mhm.
maybe he's like, no, I'm a player now.
Wolchuk just went and started getting dressed right next to one of the guys. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna always walk around the logo. Just
Me too.
Just
I did
in
too.
case.
I just can't. I can't do it. I can't step on it.
all right, Alex.
Did you ever want to feel like a player in there and just take your pants off and then put them back
That's
on?
what Corey just freaking said. Did you not hear him say? And then I started getting
But I need
dressed.
some sliders. You know, I don't want to just.
Oh yeah, because you don't wear undies.
Right, so they'll be a little off. They'll be like, oh, but there's a lot of naked dudes in there. Like there
You
definitely
should put on a towel, Kevin, and just walk to the shower.
Kevin, you literally said that down there. You're like, I just wish I could turn my head in this room and not see a
wish I could
naked
take
man.
a shower with the Rangers. Isn't that what you were saying?
No, definitely not. So I want to clarify.
Naked shower.
Sometimes you look in a direction just because you're like, oh, did I hear a noise or something? And if you look at the moment that somebody's getting naked, it feels weird.
It does.
Like you're like, that's not what I was trying to do. I just thought I heard a noise or something, and yeah. So
All right.
there you go. All right, give me gun number 4 now, if you will, and let's talk some hockey.
Hockey player show.
Duchesne, Johnston save, rebound, score! Robertson completes the hat trick. All 3 goals here in the second period. The last 2 on the power play. What a night for Jason Robertson.
Why didn't he do it for Team USA the other night? Was he on Team USA?
No.
Well, that's why he couldn't.
Well, because he wasn't on that team.
Yeah,
yet.
that's why.
He's not there yet.
They made a mistake.
Maybe so. You think that's why they didn't win before or in overtime?
Obviously, they couldn't score in overtime.
That's true. All right, so the Stars pick up a pair of wins over the weekend. 4-2, they beat the Devils, and that's when you had DeSmith in the net. And then 4-3 yesterday, Jason Robertson hat trick, all contained to the second period. The Stars get 4 more points to add to the ledger this weekend. They come out hot following the 4 nations.
Yeah, and Robertson, that's nice to see from him because I know a couple games right before the break that he didn't have great games,
Yeah.
but then he was on a stretch, man. He's been on a bit of a tear that we like to see from him because I'm very demanding of Jason Robertson.
I think that's fair.
My expectation is maybe far higher than his, Kevin, because I expect so much more from him. But he's still growing into it. He's still growing into what his role is here.
I have a stupid question.
Yep.
Is the trade deadline over in hockey?
No.
Okay. What do we need to add?
I always say physical defense.
It has to be close to coming.
Yeah,
right?
no, it is.
Physical players is what
and
I
look,
want.
And I know that the Stars are going to argue, obviously, that they added offensively and defensively already, but I still think you shouldn't entirely rule out them taking a look at another defenseman. And they're in an interesting spot with a couple of injuries where they have all of the money in the world, so they can take on pretty much
We can Vegas them
whatever
this year.
salary.
Yeah, we can definitely Vegas
actually, that is almost exactly.
And are we getting those guys back who are hurt for the playoffs?
I don't believe so. So not exact. I guess not exactly like Vegas, but look. You can make a really strong argument that the 2 hottest teams in the NHL right now are in the exact same division, and that's Winnipeg and Dallas. Winnipeg is one of the weirder teams I can recall in recent memory. They start out with 16, just the most unbelievable winning streak. Right now, they've won 9 in a row. Outside of that,
they were terrible.
And I'm not going to say
they were
terrible.
Awful.
They were fine.
They were a sub 500 team.
They were not, but they were fine. And so now the Stars have gone 8-1-1 in their last 10.
Yeah.
And so they potentially are spacing it out where they will be, as I know you love to bring up, Mike, C2 in the seedings. Oh, I know, I'm sorry.
Fix it.
They're creating hopefully some space, but you're not really gaining any ground on Winnipeg to potentially take the division just because they have been on a rampage.
If the Stars end up not winning the division, which it sounds like what you're saying is likely that they finish second in the division.
I think that's fair.
Do you get home ice in the first round or no?
Yes, you do. And you played Minnesota. And so we kind of already took their home ice either way, you know?
Yeah, we did. We stole their team. They had to go with a wild team.
I had a feeling that you were
I have a feeling that in about 5 to 6 years that we are going to be like the Minnesota Wild, except we're going to get to keep our team name called the expansion Dallas
Mavericks. All right, we'll get to the Mavericks in just a second. But
would you be okay as long as we get to keep the same name, Mavericks, or would you be mad?
No, I think about that. Not a lot, but I think about like your rooting interest for, your team goes away and eventually you got a new team. Like what happened in the prior years? Did you start rooting for that like other team? Did you start rooting for like the Baltimore Ravens or whatever the case might be? And then do you revert back to rooting for your hometown team again? Do you wait?
If you were a Baltimore Colts fan and you're like, screw it, I'm just going to follow the Indianapolis Colts even though they're not in my town anymore.
Yeah.
But then you get the Baltimore Ravens. Are you like, now I'm changing teams?
And at least enough time would have passed that you're like, well, at least all the players that I did know, like when we moved, were off the team. But I assume you would revert back to, but it wouldn't feel the same. And I would keep paying attention to, I know you think the Mavericks are going to move to Vegas.
I don't think so until the
gambling
no
bill.
If it's a no for gambling, I do think it now raises it tremendously.
But I feel like I would still keep track of them because you're like, that's kind of still my team, even though obviously they've moved quite a bit of a ways away. It's still kind of my team. Did you guys see the ratings for the Four Nations final?
I feel like it's got to be pretty significant.
50 million.
What the setup was with the first Canada-U.S. game, what they did in the first 9 seconds of that game must have attracted a lot of other people outside of it.
And you can see how quickly this thing built. So the Canada-Sweden game, first game of the Four Nations, drew 1 million people. Then that first U.S.-Canada game drew 4.4 million people. So like a huge increase. This game drew 9.3 million viewers. It is the highest rated hockey game ever on ESPN.
No, really?
That's more than a
No wonder they got
Stanley
rid of
Cup
baseball
Finals
tonight.
game,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes, exactly. And this is the highest non-NFL event ever on ESPN Plus. So if you're just looking at like your regular viewership, your streaming viewership, this is the most successful non-NFL event ESPN Plus has ever had.
Wow.
And then if you go to Canada,
Better than the WNBA?
yes,
Wow.
No way.
Better than UFC?
better than I think some of that UFC is paywalled, but yes, still better than the.
Oh, look at you defending UFC.
Okay,
I see how
yes,
it is.
higher than any UFC.
Okay, well that's really
It will
awesome.
be higher than the Elimination Chamber Saturday at 6 p.m. on Peacock.
Definitely will.
I was listening to Rich Eisen. He said whoever did this deserves a raise. Whoever came up with this idea, and it's not a novel idea. It's not game changing. The Olympics does something similar already, but the fact that they did it in the middle instead of an all-star game, the way that it just kind of brought in the idea, is similar to what the World Baseball Classic did for us a few years ago. It just entices people to be more interested in a game where they're seeing all of the best players on individual teams for their countries, like all of the best. So you're seeing a different level of hockey whenever you turn it on.
Yeah.
You can turn on any NHL game in the regular season, you're like, all right, that was fun, but you're watching the best. You're watching star after
Best on
star
best,
after
yeah.
star.
Since we're in spring training, do you think baseball every third year should eliminate the All-Star game? Now,
Yes.
the tough thing here is if I do, I'll give you USA, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, and do you do Japan? Do you do Canada? Like, if you could probably only
it should
do
have been
4
a six.
teams.
It should have been a Six Nations thing.
But that maybe takes too long.
And I'm kind of curious.
So you want to do this in 1 week. So I think having 4 teams, you'd have United States. Do you do, I mean, this could make it tough. Like, I guess you could say, well, is this fair? But would you do a Latin American team and just say, look, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, all combine, and then what do you do with, like, I don't, and then you go.
I feel like I would not do that. I would figure out a different. I don't know what the different way is.
Yeah.
I don't want to have them have to combine their countries.
That is a fascinating idea, though, because I love the All-Star game.
Yeah.
It is one of those games that I still feel like is a lot of fun because they're trying. Evaldi, we saw him on the mound, and he was going through a very competitive pitching at bats with a few guys. They still do look like they're competitive at bats because no batter wants to get embarrassed by a pitcher, and those pitchers don't want to get embarrassed either. So it is still competitive, but that does bring a different element because when you're these guys playing for their country, it does take it up a notch.
So instead of starting back again on Friday, would you just start again the next Monday? Like you'd be like, hey, we'll go all the way up to Sunday. We'll take that entire week to chop it up however we want, and then we'll start again that next Monday.
Now, the good thing about baseball is you can play back-to-back days, and it doesn't matter. Where in
Exactly.
hockey, you couldn't, but you could do, like, all right, you're playing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then Saturday is the championship game. But only 4, like, I would say it's going to be 4 nations.
I get you.
It just is we might have to leave out a country that feels like they deserve to be in this.
I like it. I think it's a fun idea.
And I think it would be great. And now
You
look,
could work
I get
in
it.
relegation
Let's
if you
pitch it to
finished
Chris
last.
Young and then have him pitch it to MLB for us.
I mean, we should talk to
Yeah.
Chris Young about this
Yeah.
because he was part of MLB before he became the Rangers in their front office. He was part of MLB's front office.
By the way, going back to Four Nations for just a second, 10.7 million people in Canada watched the game that night,
Wow.
which is more than a quarter of their population.
They don't even watch the Grey Cup that much. I mean, that's like
You know what?
and
Probably
the
not. I
next
don't
one?
know those numbers.
Don't you think the next one
Yes.
they will add like possibly Russia?
Russia and
because
Belarus.
Canada will be United States.
No.
And so we'll get all the Canadian players on our team.
Yeah, we'll have more. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you have all the Canadian players with the United States players, you're definitely going to win.
Maybe that's why we want them to be our 51st state to really like become more of a powerhouse hockey.
But it'll essentially be the largest state at that point, and we don't really want it.
So we
all of
become the
Canada will
fourth
just count as
largest.
one
Yeah.
state.
Well, that's what he said, 51st. So yeah.
Okay.
Could you just, if you wanted to stick at 50, do you just make it all
Yes.
Alaska?
Yeah, I don't. I know.
Just squeeze it.
We've talked about this. I don't want a 51st state. You can consolidate Dakotas, Carolinas, New England. There are a lot of options to eliminate like
Alaska's
7
already the
states.
biggest state. Just add all Canada.
You want
It's
an
called
even number, but if 55 was the thing, would you be all right with 55?
No,
This is the
look,
55th state.
we
out
go
there.
from 50 to 60, and then you just take all of the Canadian provinces, and they get to be a state. Then you add in Puerto Rico and Guam, and like boom, right up to 60.
Politics.
We're the
All right,
king.
that's a good hockey talk. Hey, how are the ratings for radio? Like in the hockey thing.
Shut up. I know where this is going. Stop it.
Wait.
No, don't.
Wait. What?
Coming up next.
We're the
Coming
K&C
up next.
Masterpiece right here
It's
on
okay,
105.3
it's
The
okay.
Fan. Coming up next, Wanker of the Weekend. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? We'll do it live from Surprise and Ranger Spring Training on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise for Texas Rangers spring training, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, plus the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing. Remember, same-day service guaranteed. All right, it's time to do some Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. We were going to throw the Alejandro Rosario injury in there. I think we're going to talk about that a little bit later. And in the noon o'clock hour, we got interviews with both Sebastian Walcott and Kamar Rocker, so stay tuned for that. But Any discussion about wanker of the weekend doesn't have to start with Steve Smith. Are you familiar with the Steve Smith saga?
I know he's a wide receiver.
That is
I
true.
think he challenged Mike Irvin to a fight live on NFL Network about 5 years ago.
I think that happened as well.
But they didn't actually fight, right?
No.
I remember, he played for the Panthers for a long time.
And the Ravens at the end.
Yeah. What's
He's
going on
short.
with him? What's he doing, man?
So
Yeah, how's he doing?
not so great.
Oh, man.
So
Is he still on NFL Network?
I'm not sure about that. So somebody on social media accused Steve Smith of having an affair with his wife. Now, again, I know that you can accuse people of whatever. That does not make it true. But his wife was supposedly, I guess, a member of the Baltimore Ravens marching band.
Okay. They have a marching band?
Yeah.
What?
And so
Breaking news.
it's not really.
Where's the Cowboys marching band?
You know what? If we could somehow get Jerry or Steven on this week, I want you to ask, why don't we
They have
a
the
marching
drummers
band?
up there with the stripper girls that are doing their thing. Right? Aren't they on poles or something?
What?
I think I'm right about this. He thinks I'm making this
They don't
up,
have
Corey.
stripper girls at
Well,
the Cowboys games.
No.
Yeah, but with the drummers, they're not stripping,
They're
but
people
they're doing
dancing
pole
on
dancing.
poles. It was like go-go dance.
Okay.
But they're actual like hip hop dancers that are out there.
Oh, like the rhythm and blue team?
Yeah, they're out there
Okay.
being hip hop dancers.
With poles.
So, what makes this even worse potentially is that Steve Smith this past season was a special member for the night of the Baltimore Ravens marching band. And so those I know, he had the uniform on and everything. So those videos and pictures of that have been everywhere with people being like,
which one is it? Who is she? I'm reading the texts back and forth, Kevin. It is
I don't
dirty.
I don't think I've seen the text messages.
It is filthy.
Please
stuff.
don't repeat it.
I
Like,
cannot repeat
if
it on air. Honestly,
possible.
like this is. I'm not sure what. Why did you bring this up, Kevin?
Because
this
doesn't
is
that-
shocking to me. He was a hero of mine for years.
Was he?
My fantasy team, at least.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he could still be your hero if you want.
Okay. I
People
don't know.
send text messages. Is this common?
I don't know.
Is
I
it-
haven't seen.
When
I've
you
not
guys
seen the
are
text
doing
messages.
this to women or women doing it to men, are you guys talking about your private parts like this?
Yeah,
My gosh.
This isn't I can't have a conversation like this via text with Adrian or I've never really I don't really deal with stuff like that because I feel like you want to say that in person if I'm going to talk that
I
way.
assume this. I don't know this.
I also never want to
The
leave a
girl
paper
has
trail.
to be the one to start talking like this.
You think so?
Well, if you do it first,
Where are you
feel
looking
like-
at those texts, Corey?
It's on NewYorkPost.com.
Okay.
I feel like you could get a sexual harassment charge very quickly for what is
Sure.
being said in these. So I don't know who is the green text and who's the dark text.
Mm-hmm.
But that looks like.
Oh, he's the gray. She's the green. That's definitely.
So
how
the
that
first
works.
text that she sends is yes, sir,
Yeah.
and then he goes into
Because you don't
Oh,
know,
my.
but you don't know what was said right before that,
Nope,
right?
you don't.
Nope, that's the only one I got.
Because I'm
so.
assuming this.
Then after
Oh,
that, though,
my
it gets
goodness
great.
gracious.
Steve Smith would lose his job, and he would probably lose in court if she said sexual harassment on the first thing that we see. But to your point, all we see is the start of the conversation being yes, sir, which would mean there was something before yes, sir.
Holy moly!
I assume.
Yeah. Okay.
Now
well,
you're reading it, huh?
well,
I turned on.
No, I'm not, Mike. Thank you for asking. I stop it. I can see.
This is one-on-one if you read it.
I can see why this person is of the strong belief that his wife is having an affair with Steve Smith. That doesn't look good. And even if like none of that happened, that's probably not a good exchange that you want out there in the world. So there's
clean
that.
it up, Steve.
Okay.
Stop sending women texts like that. Jeez. Not nice.
But okay, never mind.
Oh, you had a
No.
He backed off of the question.
No, I did back off of the question because
Could have had a great
first of all, it's you, Mike, but also it's last week, Mike, and I have a whole different
Last
level
week, Mike.
of fear and respect for last week, Mike.
Shout out to Mike Hall. He said, Mike is leaving the fan. I hope we get somebody or someone Better.
Oh, better. All right. Are you familiar with White Sox prospect Oscar Colas?
No.
Or player Colas?
No.
So he got hit in the head with a baseball when he was trying to field a fly ball.
Yeah.
It didn't bounce off his head and go over the wall Jose Canseco style. I swear this is a serious question. Is there any tiny part of you that's surprised that this doesn't happen more often? When you think about like the hundreds and thousands of fly balls throughout the entire season, throughout all the teams, that like maybe we don't get a couple more of these a year.
No, because I get running down a fly ball isn't easy, but I mean, you're usually, when you miss it, it's going to hit your glove first.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Whether it gets into the pocket and falls out, but it's usually, they're professionals. It's
Sure.
It's
I get
almost
that.
like in football, we can see balls go off of helmets, a deep ball, but usually it's going to hit a hand first, or they're maybe trying to cradle it and let it come down and their head gets in the way, but I'm going to assume this. He just totally misjudged it.
He did.
And it just hit him in the head, which...
And then he had to go chase the ball down. Because it was still... Look.
No, you get hit in the head, Kevin. You
fake it
lay
like you're
down
dead.
and act
Oh,
dead
my God.
until they come
Why
get
did you guys both come to that conclusion so quickly?
I think that's what most kids would do. That's what I see. I'm like, you're fine. You got to get up, finish
got
the
hit
play.
by
Like,
a
no,
sniper, and I'm down.
embarrassed. And then I do think they learn this from, like, I do really,
Soccer.
used to like Luca.
Oh.
But, like, I missed the layup. What I should do is fake like my knee doesn't work anymore until I get the basketball again. So that way, when people saw that I missed the layup, it wasn't because I missed the layup. It was because my knee has just exploded inside my body.
And then every time like you come out of a break, you have to make sure you're adjusting your knee just a little bit so everybody remembers that I'm hurt right now.
Okay, he didn't do that and went to go chase the ball down. Is that worse than Canseco? Because at least then he could be like, well, there's nothing I can do about it now.
He lied.
What do you
Canseco
mean?
lied. David Holtz was the center fielder, and he's like, David Holtz was like, that ball hit you in the head? He's like, no, it didn't. Like, it didn't hit me in the head. He was like, and then they're like, they get back into the clubhouse, like, after they're like, here's the replay. It hit, like, he was denying that it hit his head.
That sounds like Canseco, to be quite honest.
And
That
then
definitely sounds like Canseco.
once they're like, here's the video. Like,
See,
David Holtz wasn't lying.
Okay.
Maybe he didn't remember. Maybe it did hit him in the head. He was knocked him loopy
But
for a
I've
minute.
never understood when somebody can make a definitive statement that you know is it can be proven false. Like if you're
Politics.
going Maury Povich, that's true. If you were on Maury Povich and you're like, Maury, I'm 100% sure he's the dad, and then it's like, oh, not the father. Why wouldn't you be like, I'm 99.8% sure or something like that? Don't know.
I think it's 98.
98.6%.
That's the temperature.
It's hot in your head. All right, so let's talk about
the perfect temperature.
Let's talk about the Arizona fan base because they have had to apologize. So Arizona lost to BYU 96-95 men's basketball on Saturday night, and
the random Big 12 matchup.
Yes.
Probably like Kirk Sarlos is like, I have no clue that BYU's in it. I think they have baseball, but I'm not sure.
Arizona started to chant an F the Mormons.
Oh.
And so their athletic director has come out and apologized and said it was brought to their attention. And do you think that's too far for a chant?
I would say that's too far, even if it was like, let's just say Duke Blue Devils.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to say F the Blue Devils, like that's
Yeah,
not
that doesn't
their-
seem
that's
as
not their
inflammatory.
Religious standing as a college. Now, that being said, I'm going to be honest. There's probably one player on the team that's Mormon, so most of the players
Okay,
are
yeah. I hear what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
Mormon, but I get what you're doing because Brigham Young is, based off of a Mormon school.
Yeah.
So that is too far. I mean, I don't think you should have to forfeit the game, but definitely should apologize and tell the student body, like, let's not use the F word and then anything to the other team.
Okay, yeah. That seems like a reasonable expectation.
Yeah.
And you still lost the game, so.
Can I guys?
You're really quiet. What's going
happening?
on?
You want to talk to Oakland A's?
No,
They're not
I'm
Oakland
on this
anymore.
radio show and I've been a little quiet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've been communicating with some people. Most likely, we're going to have Wyatt Langford here in just a few
I don't
minutes.
even know who that is.
Please, God, tell me he's going to be up here in the booth.
He'll be on the headset down in the clubhouse. But it is likely that we're going to have Wyatt Langford. And we got to tell him. This
What's
is the
the
second
game?
year.
What's the game called?
We've done the radio headset, and we got to make sure that he understands that in the future, we're going to come see him tomorrow. We're coming down to talk to you face to face.
It's like the game
so that you
where
always want to come up to
where the person can only say yes or no, and then you get it's like 20 questions, and then you have to guess if that was the right thing or the person they were talking about.
And there's no chance we can get him to come up to the booth.
I'll ask.
Okay, because it'll be so much better. Okay, so Ruben tried to explain to me what was happening, but it said for the morning show guys, and I got confused, and I was like, "What? They're not even here," and I didn't even understand. But yes,
Are we the morning show guys?
now it makes a whole lot more sense.
Got like
All
a
right,
50% raise.
coming up. Jeez, coming up next.
Not me.
You said next, right? I believe.
Likely at 10:45. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're looking at.
11:45.
That's what
Jared
I
did that on the post-game show on Saturday here on The Fan. He's like, coming up at 4:30, we're going to have Evan Carter. The game was over. And I'm like, it's already past 4:30 here.
All right, coming up next. Maybe we'll give you a little gridiron, but also,
All right.
I want all of you to cross your fingers for us and hope that he
I'm
can
pumped.
come up to the booth
No.
because we did this over the headset last year. And
I'm sure he'll be fine. Kevin. He's going to be great, no
was
matter
the
what.
Absolute worst. So here's hoping for the
He
best.
likes being outside in the off-season.
Yeah, that's true. Next, right here in the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Vikings bring 3. Stafford well protected. He drills one right side end zone. Caught! DeMarcus Robinson with his second of the half.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from spring training, and I do believe, hopefully coming up in a little bit, we'll get to talk with Wyatt Langford. Now, in the meantime, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
How much do you guys think Matthew Stafford is worth? Because, we've talked about this. We talked about it last week. Is Matthew Stafford's agent was given permission to go talk to other teams. The Rams have been kind of dragging their feet in terms of keeping him or redoing part of the deal or whatever. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it seems at least kind of possible that Matthew Stafford will be on another team next year.
And the Jets will be a great place for him, right? Good defense, talented receivers.
I've heard the Steelers come up too.
Steelers are a fascinating place as well. He did play in the North Division. He was indoors most of the time, but I think he's okay. He doesn't care. I think there are teams. This is different than Aaron Rodgers by far, where he's a guy that you look at and you go, I want to play around that guy still. Whereas it seems like Aaron Rodgers, nobody really wants to be around him. So
nope.
Yeah, so I think listen, man, we've already seen him go from Detroit to L.A., so being a journeyman quarterback for the remainder of his career looks like it's a possibility.
But, a journeyman who might make up to $50 million,
yeah.
you could live with that,
yeah,
right?
A franchise quarterback at this late in the game.
So the Cowboys are planning to draft a quarterback. That is per Stephen Jones.
Another Stephen McGee. Here we go.
Who also said they're planning on being more aggressive this
That's right.
offseason. So
that is right. So he said, so there's a couple of things, because you have Cooper Rush and Trey Lance, both of which are out of contract. And for Cooper Rush, Stephen said, you just don't know what he's going to cost. And unfortunately, they have to go cheap at backup quarterback. And then for Trey Lance, he said Lance is, quote, probably going to be looking for something different. So there you go. Your backup quarterbacks are not going to be back. So look for the Dallas Cowboys to draft another quarterback. Just as the backup, I don't know if they'll still go somebody on the cheap and put that person at the third string. I'm not sure.
Listen, man, you need to have that body in camp. You need to have it around. So, you've seen where Dak's body is.
True.
You never know when you're going to need him. So
that is true. Now, a couple of things to keep an eye out on the kickoff. They're going to maybe tweak it up even more. They're going to bring the proposal back up, because you know how onside kicks are just about impossible to recover now. They are going to re-bring up the proposal about perhaps the 4th and 15 one play or the 4th and 20 one play for an opportunity to get the ball. They are looking to make some tweaks there. And then the other thing, for as much as we talked about how much higher kickoff returns were, there is still discussion this offseason that touchbacks might be moved once again and pushed up to the 35-yard line.
Man, it could either be a game changer, or it could do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you might just be encouraging them to go ahead and kick it a little short, so they have to return it and go from there. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, and those two things are at least going to be discussed in the offseason. Now, whether or not they actually happen, don't know. Former Falcons safety and briefly Dallas Cowboy Keanu Neal is retiring after 8 seasons in the NFL. And then I just don't know. It feels like the time has passed to make this adjustment. Mike, Jameis Winston said he's aiming to limit critical errors. And he said, that's the part of my game I have to really master. It's been
This is going to be his 11th year in the NFL, I believe.
Yeah, does it feel like it's too far?
Yeah, it's over. Like he's a great backup quarterback.
Sure.
I don't think you could ask for a better backup quarterback, but he's just, if he starts, you're not going to make the playoffs.
I would be inclined to agree with that.
I thought he was going to be awesome. He's another guy I missed.
Okay,
I thought at Florida State he had the qualities to be one of those top 5 quarterbacks of his kind of 10 to 15 year period, and he never got there.
Since he was in the same draft, what was the vibe you had on Mariota?
I wasn't sure because of how skinny he was.
Okay, right now I do believe on the headset we have, ladies and gentlemen, Wyatt Langford. Good morning, sir.
Hey guys, you got me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yes.
So I have to make an admission to you to start things off. We tried this with you last year, and I don't know if there was a delay or we just didn't bring our A game, but I don't think we got the most out of the interview with you, and I wanted to apologize for having an unhappy interview experience.
That's all right.
All right. How are you going to fix it, though, Kevin?
Okay.
Kevin.
Okay. That's true. That's true. Man, that's a lot of pressure. I just prepared the apology. I hadn't really prepared anything else. So one of the things that we've talked about is what people work on in spring training. And I'm curious for you, not only what you work on in spring training, but especially like in the grand scheme of baseball, you're still pretty darn new to the outfield. So what all do you focus on in spring training?
Yeah, very. I mean, right now I'm focused on trying to get healthy. But for the most part, I mean, we got a new outfield coach. Beasley's going to be the outfield coach now. So we lost Will Venable, and he was great. He definitely helped me a lot last year. So me and Bees are kind of hashing it out right now, trying to figure out what needs to get worked on and stuff. So.
Wyatt Langford here joining us on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Is it, you just mentioned that you're just trying to get healthy, is it true that the left oblique is the most important oblique for a right-handed batter?
I don't know. I'd say they're both pretty important, probably.
See, there you go, Kevin.
I said the same thing, Wyatt. Good answer. I said I think they're both really important to swinging a baseball bat and playing
Definitely
baseball.
need them. Definitely need them.
How much respect do you have for the wall in the outfield? Like, have you learned that part of it? Like, if I crash into this thing, it's gonna be painful.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, some walls are softer than others. Our wall in Texas is pretty soft actually, so you can hit it pretty good. When I first started playing in college, we have a very, very hard wall at Florida. So I found out pretty quickly out there. I hit it pretty hard.
Was that kind of like oddly they describe it, your welcome to the NFL moment, like when you smash into the wall and you're like, all right, we're going to have to rethink how we play that?
Yeah, everyone got a kick out of it pretty good. I mean, that was probably my second or third week playing in the outfield, and it was a home run that was over the fence by 20 feet, and I just hit it full speed.
Okay.
Love it.
So we were
Great effort.
Okay, we were just talking about that because the White Sox, they had a prospect take a ball off the dome trying to field a fly ball. How often does that happen where you go up to the wall and like you're trying to make a play and then you're like, that's stupid. That ball is in the 10th row.
Hey, I mean, it's better to try than not to try,
True.
Exactly.
Rather give the effort than look back on it and realize you should have tried more. You might have had it.
Who are you going to hear it from the most if you don't give the effort? Is it a teammate? Is there a certain teammate or a coach?
Probably some teammates. Travis Jankowski was pretty good about it. He'd let me know.
So that you're improving your defense, do you feel most comfortable right now coming in on balls, going back on balls, or left or right to balls? Like, what's the one that you feel really good at and the one that you're like, I'm working really hard on that because if I can master that part of moving in the outfield, that'll really take my defense to another level?
I'd say left to right is probably the easiest for me. Going back is also pretty easy. Being kind of a speedier guy, I feel like I can get back there pretty good. Figuring out whether I want to come in on one or not is probably the toughest. Don't want it because you don't want to come in and then realize it's over your head.
But that does also feel inevitable at some point in an outfielder's journey that will happen to you at least once, right?
Oh, way more than that. Way more than once. Yeah, it's part of it. If you're gonna be super aggressive out there, you're gonna make mistakes too.
But I think that was the case last year. You kind of ran in on one, but you're so athletic, you were able to like Superman jump and get it before it went over your head. That was kind of awesome. So.
Yeah, that helps. The more athletic you are, the better, more mistakes you can make.
See, I was about to say it almost in the opposite way. The less athletic you are, the more conservative you have to be with your approach to the ball. Okay.
Exactly.
Now, last year, Wyatt, like at the plate, you did, pretty much everything you could do in a rookie season. Was there something that you were like, man, that was something I wanted to get that this year you're like, I'm going to do that this season?
Yeah, there's always stuff to improve on, I would have, obviously, everyone would probably say they would like to hit more home runs, higher average, all that stuff. So, just have a better overall season would be pretty nice.
When you don't have to play in a game like today, the Rangers are traveling, and luckily Arizona travels very easy compared to Florida travel in spring training. What do you like doing from, let's say, 1 o'clock today until you have to go to bed?
Yeah, there's a lot of downtime out here, that's for sure. Especially my wife's not out here with me, so I'm staying with a couple of the guys. We kind of just hang out. We got a pool and stuff, so we'll hang out by the pool. Usually take a nap or watch some Netflix or something.
Do you cook, or do you always get something to eat from around here?
I really like to cook, but out here, after long mornings, I'm just too tired to cook really. So it's usually ordering out.
Do you guys have a go-to movie, show, whatever on Netflix right now that you're caught up in?
I wouldn't say a go-to. We like movies though.
Movies over video games?
Yeah.
What's your all-time favorite movie?
Oh gosh, I have no idea.
You have no idea?
It's okay.
No, Gladiator was pretty good, and the second one was pretty good.
Yeah, were you surprised at how good the second one was? I was very nervous going into it.
Yeah, it was good. I thought the first one was better.
Sure, for sure. Now, I'm hoping that you can help me out with this. As somebody who is from Florida, now we're playing in spring training here in Arizona. My two co-hosts have thrown together this preposterous idea that gravity is not the same as in Arizona as it is in Florida.
He's going to know this because of playing at Florida. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you please tell them that is idiotic?
No, it's true.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wyatt. Really appreciate this.
Yeah, it's true.
It's because of the dry desert air, Kevin. There's less humidity, therefore we're able to have more gravity.
Huh.
Yep.
That's who you want to be on their side, huh, Wyatt?
Yeah, we don't write the rules. We just enforce them.
When you hit a ball in Florida, it doesn't go as far and as high as here, and that has to do with gravity.
Facts.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. Well, thanks for that. I did not expect.
Okay.
I did not. Oh, actually,
he needs to grade our interview.
Okay, well, hold on. I promise. I do have another legitimate baseball question based on something that you said a couple of weeks ago. You talked about how in spring training, last year you were so focused on just making the team, and I know you said this year you're obviously focused on getting healthy, but also you want it to be your year. How much more has that kind of put you at ease, knowing hey, I should be on the team. I know I still need to stay healthy, but how much different is that compared to last spring training?
Yeah, it's so different, coming in, just, every little thing. This is only really, last year was my first spring training ever, so I had no idea what to expect, and then coming into this, had a much better idea, knew all the guys, knew kind of where I stood on the team and stuff like that. So just is more so just about preparing for the season versus, like you said, just trying to make the team last year.
Oh, I brought Evan Carter and Josh Young some baseball cards as presents because I know that Josh Young is a big Alex Rodriguez fan. Evan Carter is a big Christian Yelich fan when it comes to cards. If I were to get you a baseball card of a player, what player should I go after for you?
I have no idea. I'm not as much into the cards as those guys are.
And there you go.
I like teammates though. I like teammate
That's
cards.
good.
Yeah.
Evaldi.
Yeah, Evaldi would be a good one. DeGrom would be a good one. Corey would be a good one.
I'm a good teammate. That's what he said. My name's Corey.
All right, Mike, do we need to ask him if we did better this interview?
Out of this one, since Kevin really apologized for doing a really bad job last year, How would you, out of a 1 out of 10 score, 10 being the best interview you've ever had, 1 being, it was about like last spring training. Where would you grade us?
I'd probably give you a 7.5.
Oh, the gravity. The
Yeah, the gravity one
Yeah,
probably got us up there, huh?
Okay.
7.5 to 8 in there.
Okay.
Yeah, see?
Excellent. I'll take it. Thank you very much, good sir. Really appreciate the time and you jumping on with us.
Yeah, thank you all for having me.
There you go. Wyatt Langford right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You said we couldn't do it.
We improved.
Yeah.
That was
That's
delightful.
What's the cliche we should say right here? Every dog has its day.
That's true.
Even the sun shines on the dog's butt.
Yep.
Some.
I knew we were going to be in a better place when he was like, "Well, what are you going to do about it?"
What are you going to do about it? That was good. I like that.
I was like,
he's got some
okay.
good personality. I enjoyed
I did
that.
not expect him to immediately fall into
You
your
got in the pit
gravity
so fast.
nonsense.
That was my last interview ever with Wyatt Langford.
Coming up
You
next.
are going to be working for the team.
Yeah.
You're going to talk to him again, I'm sure.
Yeah. But not here on the Fan. Coming up next.
Thanks,
it's
Mike.
noon.
Yeah, coming up next. What's coming up next, Mike?
Boy, we talk about those Texas Rangers.
Are we going to interview somebody else, you think?
We pre-recorded an interview for you where we get 5 minutes to relax and you get to listen to a great interview with Rocker or Walcott. Which one do you want?
Next on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Surprise Stadium in Arizona for Texas Rangers spring training, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Hopefully this doesn't come up too much, but I guess it does since we talked about Alejandro Rosario. The injury report brought to you by Rhino Shield. Make sure you check out those confessional videos courtesy of Best Buy Windows and Siding. Corey, we had an opportunity to, it's been a busy first day. So we just talked to Wyatt Langford. Earlier in the clubhouse, we talked with Sebastian Walcott, Kamar Rocker, the first-round pick for the Texas Rangers. So I feel like we've gotten a lot done, and hopefully people are enjoying these interviews.
Yeah, I'm about to knock out a video with Mike here in just a few minutes, too.
What?
Yeah, just, get things started.
I'm videoed out,
camp.
man.
No, you're not. You won't be. You have,
pay me money
you have 5 days of videos to get done here. So, no, man, I love it being busy like this on day one. It's a great tone setter for the week, and, having Wyatt Langford, man, there's a lot of hope for what he's going to do and provide for this team this year, because if he takes another step from what he finished the season with last year, man, this and the players that we know play at their level, this will be a very exciting season.
Now, do you want to go right now to one of the hottest prospects in all of baseball? Why did that catch your attention, Mike?
No, I'm just thinking of something else. No, this is exciting. Sebastian Walcott's about to come on, but I was also on a scale of 1 to 10, how hungry are you? If you're on YouTube, since you don't care at all to talk about what we're talking about.
Oh, my God, Mike.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being I'm super hungry for lunch. Where are you at? 1 is like, I'm not even eating lunch. I'm not even hungry.
3.
Yeah, you're not on YouTube.
Okay. Fair enough. With no further ado.
Mickey G, 7.5.
And plenty more non sequiturs, I'm sure. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Walcott. We're here with Sebastian Walcott right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we were just talking, and we always want to give people insight into spring training. You were talking about going through your ground ball routine. For people who are not familiar, can you walk us through what does that look like for you?
Just making sure that your hands are feeling good before practice, just making sure your eyes and hands are working together, and just basically doing picks, like off the machine that shoots ground balls out of. And you basically watching the ball into the glove multiple times, front hand, back hand, and then you also imitating like a ground ball that's hit to you in the game. So that just gets me ready for practice, games, making sure that my eyes and hands are working properly.
What about breakfast routine? How does that usually go?
It all depends on the day. If I have a lift in the morning, I'll probably come a little bit earlier. Get the lift in, and probably get some breakfast right after, then start my day.
Are we talking eggs, Raisin Bran? What are we looking at here?
Whatever they got in there. They had French toast in there, so I ate the French toast, and I had some eggs with it as well.
Is that a reward for a good practice, or do you get French toast just because?
I think we just got French toast just because, I think that's my first time seeing French toast, but I saw.
Ever?
No.
Okay, but it sounded like for a second you were like, I've never even seen French toast before. I was like, hold on, what?
In the clubhouse, that was my first time, but that was my first time seeing French toast in the clubhouse. But I saw a lot of players eating pancakes the other day. But
okay, we need to talk about something real quick. Can you rank the breakfast breads between the pancake, French toast, and the waffle? Because I think French toast is clearly number one.
Waffle.
No?
No, waffles 1, pancakes 2, French toast 3.
What?
I'm with him. I think he's dead on there.
I really thought we were bonding. It just kind of all fell apart.
All right, we're good over here.
Now, when you were talking about your routine earlier, I'm kind of curious. Are you a tough critic on yourself? Because sometimes, that's what it takes to get to that level.
Yeah, I definitely say I'm hard. I'm hard on myself when it comes to that type of stuff because, I want to try to be as close to perfect in practice because in the game you're not going to be perfect. The game is very difficult and it's very hard to be successful at it. And so I push myself to perfection, even though I try to get closer, even though I'm not going to get it. And I think me doing that helps me a lot and helps me mentally and physically get prepared for the games.
Do you hear much outside noise? For example, some athletes will be like, oh, I hear everything, it motivates me. Others will be like, no, I don't really care. If you're not in the clubhouse, it's pretty irrelevant.
To during games, I don't really pay attention to the noise. Like, fans are going to say what they're going to say, but, it's my job to stay focused on what I can do and on my job, and then trying to help the team win. So I'm just focused on doing that.
All right, so then one of the outside things that we often hear and discuss specifically about you is you're very tall. Like, I don't usually feel short around people. You're a tall shortstop. Has that ever been brought up to you? And like, is that a discussion? And do you think about that?
My coaches tell me, you're a tall short, so you're just like Corey. And, that's the only people I really listen to, because, those are the people that are going to help me get better and help me stay at shortstop. So other people say I'm a tall shortstop, so you can't stay at shortstop. It doesn't matter. I'm always work towards staying at shortstop and work towards becoming a long-time shortstop like Corey.
Now, one of the things that my co-host said a few years ago when we had Elvis and Beltre on one side of the field was that's too much range on one side of the field. Do you think that's a ridiculous thing to say?
We essentially invented the shift. We essentially helped them figure out the shift.
And then they had to turn it back.
I don't think you can ever have too much range. That's just better. That's just better for the team, because, you have a third base on the short side that can get to any ball. You have a shortstop you get to a ball up the middle. You have a shortstop you get to the ball in the hole. You have a third baseman who can cover the line and the 5-6 hole. So I think that's just perfect. You never can have too much range on one side of the field, and I think that's why they won Gold Gloves, because they were able to do that.
Probably so, and that's why I do this. How valuable a resource is Corey Seager? You mentioned it, just to have World Series MVP, somebody we all have a lot of love for.
He's a good guy to watch play. The way he carries himself in the field, the way he does defense, the way he hits, it's just truly special, because he's one of a kind. And you get to see him play every day. In Baseball Camp it's pretty good. And as a tall guy like him, watching him play shortstop, it's pretty motivating, because he's been doing it since he's with the Dodgers, and he's doing it now, 10 years later. It's pretty special.
Last thing I got for you, I know you have a terrible French toast opinion, but if you start playing well because you ate French toast in the pregame, then will it shift over and you're like, hey, I'm on a roll with French toast, we got to stick with it?
I'm not that superstitious, but if they keep serving French toast and I keep hitting good, I guess I got to stick with it.
Okay,
I'm just going to go with it. He's going to play well no matter what, Kevin.
Sure.
All right. That's the way I'm going to rock.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it, sir.
Yeah.
There you go, Sebastian Walcott right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you enjoy that, Mike?
That's great.
Or were you too busy thinking about lunch?
I put an 8 on YouTube.
Okay.
I at least got him to start paying attention to our show, which was awesome. I think I did a good job there, as 474 people are watching right now on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Were you surprised how big he was in person?
Not really, just because I feel like, because this is the first time I've stood 2 feet from him. I've seen him up close, but that's all of the talk about how he's so big for a shortstop. So I can't say I was really that surprised, but he is a giant human being.
One of the things that, when I saw him initially, I was like, man, he has a lot of room for his body to fill in still. Last year, whenever we saw him.
Yeah. He turns 19 in a week or two?
Yeah,
I know.
That's crazy.
But at the same time, he already looked pretty big for his height and his age, and now he looks like he's starting to fill in, and you're starting to go, oh man, when he gets in that major league program, that's just going to be even better for him. So the power is going to come along with it. I'm interested to see how he continues to play and grow at that position too, because as he said, he loves to watch Corey Seager do his thing. So learning from him is probably going to be good for him.
I would say 2 years from now, if you're looking at the Rangers, you would say shortstop will probably be available. I don't think Corey Seager in 2027 will be a shortstop. That would be my guess. First base is an open position. There's not a stud in the minor leagues, and there's not a guy on a long-term contract.
Yeah.
I get Jake Berger is going to play there some, but that's a person who could go to DH or whatever. And then if you look at the future 2 years from now, you would say right field is a possibility of being available, because Adolis has this year, and then
next
you
year.
have one more arbitration year with them to keep him. So those are kind of the spots to look at Walcott. I don't think he'll be in the major leagues this year.
But the fact that you even have to put the caveat of think instead of he won't be in the major leagues is pretty incredible for him.
Well, he could do an Evan Carter deal where Evan Carter, he was 20. That was very young for Double-A to start off the 2023 season. They weren't looking at Evan Carter as a major leaguer in 23, but he was playing so well, and then the Rangers ran into injuries and they couldn't hit in August. And then Adolis Garcia got hurt at a play at the wall, and then in a weird way, thank God he did.
Because then you got to discover.
You were not going to win in the playoffs without Evan Carter.
Yeah. I thought it was a really fun conversation with Sebastian Walcott. And so I know in just a few minutes we're going to talk with Kamar Rocker. I wanted to switch it up and throw it a little bit more football real quick if we can. The guys for the morning show are going to be headed out to the Combine later this week. So we're going to have folks in Indianapolis. We're going to be here at spring training along with GBag Nation. We're all over the place.
Heck yeah.
Is there... I was going to throw out a couple of options maybe, how much you're tracking this during the Combine, because a lot of off-season stuff takes place during the Combine. It's not just about the draft. Like, Steven's already talked about conversation with Osa's agent and hopefully Micah's agent. We'll get to that a little bit later. What's the plan for improving the offensive line? Considering how cash-strapped the franchise is, do you think they're immediately like, all right, well, we're going to lean even more on like Hoffman and draft as well?
Well, I mean, it did sound like, based on hearing the offensive line coach talk about it, he's very high on Tyler Smith. Obviously, you would be, having a guy, is he, 23 years old? Having a guy that young, being an all-pro, you're going to say, we're going to put our stake there and say we build everything else out from there. Guyton, he loved him and said he's still very raw. And that was the thing we discussed even before his rookie season. But, this is a coach, it's like, I cannot wait to start molding this guy and start really working. Nobody really enjoyed, I guess, what the offensive line coach had to provide for last year. And it didn't feel like they developed much. But I do feel like it's going to be, I have a lot of confidence in BB at center this year. I feel very comfortable him next to Tyler Smith. I'm interested to see where Steele lands on this thing, which version of him we're going to have. Because, again, we've had good, bad, good, and then he kind of got better, bad, and then better at the end of the season. Which version is he going to be? But Hoffman has the personality.
Oh, yeah.
Now, will he get you an extra 15 yards occasionally? That's a possibility, and you can't have that, especially on offense. They've already shot themselves in the foot too many times.
That's true.
So I think this is one of those opportunities to draft and develop. If I'm doing it personally, I don't feel like I have to go get a starting offensive whatever this offseason. If it's there in my lap, I'll grab one. Or if there's a veteran in free agency that's going to help you from day one, then you can do that. That's how I feel about the offensive line at the moment, though. But this is a good opportunity, as you said, Kevin, at the Combine. It is. You're standing there, and you look around, you start seeing head coaches from every team.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing him talk to this guy, and you're like, hold on, I need to go talk to him. And you start getting more ideas about what can possibly happen. Kind of like if you were to hang out with Rob Pelinka and start asking questions about, something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a really good opportunity for them to all be around each other and see that, and then start building this idea out. But the offensive line, I think it's going to be a lot of the same faces from last year. Not a lot of difference, but there's going to be some development to grow with.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, as we move into the Expressway, we will talk with Kamar Rocker. We'll talk a little bit more about that Alejandro Rosario injury and how February, March, and April are the most dangerous months for pitchers. Plus, Mike likes it. It is a jam-packed Expressway. It's next on The Fan.
Products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak. I love it.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
The pitch cut on the miss by Barrios, the fourth strikeout for Alejandro Rosario.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Honestly, I really thought that broadcaster was going to say something else, so that's on me.
I did too, I'll be honest.
I'm sorry, Alec. I promise I was listening and paying attention. I just really thought he was going to say something else. All right, we're going to talk with Kumar Rocker in just a few minutes, but we get look, it just sucks for any pitcher. But, Mike, I know we've talked about it, it feels more and more like you're in a culture of those who have not had Tommy John and those who have, and it just feels inevitable that he'll eventually fall into category number 2. But Alejandro Rosario, the second best pitching prospect in the Rangers organization behind Rocker, he's expected to undergo season-ending elbow surgery, which will put him not only out for the rest of the year, but we've talked about it, is especially with that UCL, it trends more towards like maybe 14, maybe 16 months. And so now you're like, okay, well, you're going to be into the 2026 season. And this is for somebody who they still have to work their way all the way up. So you're losing a very valuable year of development.
Yes, I agree with everything you said. I'm just going to throw out this scenario. You'd rather him never have surgery and stay healthy the rest of his career. But wouldn't you rather him get it now? And so, because just think if he would have, let's just say in 2026, I know I'm jumping another year.
Yeah.
He gets called up in May, and he has 3 starts, and he's
contributing, and you're like, hey, this kid can pitch. And then in his 4th start, he blows out.
Yeah.
So this is just now part of the development that he's going to have to go through. He's going to have to miss this season. Next year, he'll probably start pitching, let's say, competitively in May.
Yeah.
And then you have to watch his innings, and he'll get, let's say, 80 innings if everything goes well, or maybe up to 100 in 2026. And everything gets back on track on where you saw him. So then when he's ready to pitch in, let's hopefully say 2027 at some point in the majors, I know this sounds crazy, but you don't have to worry about his arm going out on him for the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah. So,
I mean, you could have a Cole Reagan situation. You get it. He came back, and within months, he had to have a second Tommy John surgery.
So he mowed through, in case you're wondering, because we've talked about this guy a few different times. He was in single A down east and high A in Hickory. So I realized we still got a ways to go. But he had a 2.24 ERA, and consider this. In 88 1/3 innings, he had 129 strikeouts and 13 walks.
Yeah.
His strikeout to walk ratio was 10-1. And so now I'm curious if they'll start him back down at high A, or they'll maybe fast track him into Frisco if he looks good coming off the injury. But it sucks because we talked about you're going to need cheaper pitching. You're going to need affordable pitching. And this is somebody who you've lost a year plus with.
I guess one of the good things when you're rehabbing a pitcher from Tommy John in your minor league facilities, the Rangers don't have a team in Buffalo or Akron. Like, that was always a big deal in the Cleveland organization that I was coming up with, is like, hey, we need to keep you in Florida because of how cold it is. So we don't want, it's not good on your arm to be throwing in 30 to 40 degree weather. So they would just keep you in spring training. And then when you're really ready to go, and they're hoping at that point it's warmed up on the East Coast or Northeast Coast.
Yeah.
So the Rangers do have that going for them. And, like, hey, if we send you, whether it's to Frisco or to Round Rock, or I guess let's say to Kinston or Hickory, usually those places are going to have good weather by May.
Okay. It's just interesting. It sucks that he's going through this injury, but to your point, Mike, that might just be the pitching world that we live in, and perhaps
it is. Like, every 5 years, you're like, all right, he's going to blow out here soon.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. But right now, let's talk with somebody who obviously they've been through plenty of injuries on their road back to the big leagues. We're all excited. The number one pitching prospect in the Rangers organization. Let's talk with Kumar Rocker.
We got Kumar Rocker here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You like to pitch baseballs, huh?
love pitching. Yeah.
Now, it was...
How different would this interview go if he was like,
no,
really?
It would have changed everything immediately. Now, we I think it was during COVID I'd seen you, and I was like, oh, this guy right here, I want him to be a Texas Ranger. So I've been on the Rocker wagon for a long time now.
I can confirm that. I've been obsessed with you being on this team for about 5 years because of him. He goes, dude, just don't even look at anybody else. And I was like, oh, okay, that feels like bad scouting, but all right.
So what is that, like, the transition from what you experienced last year to kind of what you're expecting this year?
It's something to build off from last year, and kind of putting it to the test again, putting the routine, putting the work habits together again, and just over a longer period of time.
When you talk about putting it to the test, is that, I mean, I know physically, but how much of it is mental as well?
A lot of it. We all know the famous quote, but just finding a way to make each day kind of easier in a way, and just knowing your body, knowing the time it takes, and then knowing it's going to be a long year.
So last year, I'm talking to Chris Young after I believe you're starting Seattle, and I was really impressed with how calm you were on the mound. Is there anything, let's say when chaos is happening, second and third, one out or something like that, is there any self-talk you do to yourself or breathing technique to stay in just kind of a calm state?
Nothing specific I can go to, but I try to play the game. At the end of the day, it's a game, and it's got to be played. It's entertaining, and it's going to go one way or another.
With that in mind, do you take it easy on yourself, or do you feel like you're tough on yourself if things don't go your way?
I would definitely say I'm tough on myself. I've learned to be less handle it off the field when I go home and stuff like that. But every day I come to the field with an expectation and try not to be too hard on myself.
Do you take the time to also appreciate your successes? I know you're not going to hey, let's have a party for me, but do you appreciate that as it's going along?
I think I do. I think there's times it shows up, and all you can do is smile and be happy about it, and you got to wake up and do it the next day.
Now, my co-host, when he was pitching, Charlie Huff, was one of his pitching coaches, and we were talking to him, and he said, "Look, Mike, you didn't have a lot of velocity."
Do you know who Charlie Huff is?
He was a former knuckleballer.
He was like a major leaguer for 20 years through knuckleballs.
That was the smirk on his face. I know, I get it now. But he was like, "You didn't have a lot of velocity. You weren't really great at all these things, but you looked like a pitcher on the mound. Right. And when you're on the mound, you look intimidating." Was there a pitcher that you were like, "I want to look like him whenever I grow up"?
I grew up watching Pedro, and then obviously we're Texas Rangers fans, Josh Hamilton, but the way Pedro pitched, CeCe, guys like that, those are the ones I grew up and beat over.
Is there a specific, the presence? Do you work on a presence, or is it just a natural thing?
I think you see it with some guys, and just, for instance, Leiter, the way he throws his fastball, it's on a rope. The way Pedro throws his fastball, it's on a rope. Certain guys got certain hop to certain things.
Do you think if an old man from the opposing team charged at you, you'd be able to throw him to the ground?
Depends the situation, but I hope to think not that I would do that.
Is there a certain guy that you're hoping to face this year in the major leagues and strike out?
Oh man, there's a couple on the plate. I don't want to jinx myself, but I got them posted.
We talked with Sebastian Walcott earlier, and he had what I think is the outrageous breakfast bread opinion that French toast is the last behind waffles and pancakes. How do you fall on that?
I'm not a big French toast guy, but I can say I think my mom makes the best pancakes. It's almost like a crepe, so I roll that way.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
Was that an all-time growing up thing? Or
always, pancake day was a big day on the house. You get bacon with it and some nice eggs.
What's the topping? Is it did you get?
I'm syrup and butter. Nothing crazy. No fruit for me. Yeah, no fruit.
Do you feel like you get judgment for that? Because I'm like that too, and I feel like I get judged for that.
I grew up eating boring food to begin with. I'm just now kind of adding onions, lettuce, and things like that. It started slow, you know what I mean?
Did you say you're hiding onions in your own food?
Adding.
Oh, adding. Okay, I thought he was, because Mike hides onions and stuff in his food for his kids.
That SpongeBob episode.
Yes, so we had an incident here years ago where our boss made this amazing nacho spread, and then he dropped onions all over it, and I just walked to the fridge and started making a sandwich, and I felt really bad, but he's my boss. I'm not eating this crap.
That's hilarious. It was good till it wasn't. That's good.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Good. That's
exactly.
Good. That's good.
Well, hey man, we really appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Kevin, I missed out. We should have asked him, hey, all right, Boach brings you a huge plate of nachos.
Sure.
And he's got all the funny stuff on it. And are you going to say no to Boach, or are you going to say, you know what? I'm taking one for the team. Dang it, that's my fault.
He sounds like a confident young man.
And
I believe he will pass.
You got that vibe from him?
Yes,
Just
I
standing
did.
there talking to him. He has a lot of presence.
He does.
He's very focused on what he wants to do, man. Mike, I'm really excited for Rocker this year. Hoping that he can grow into a rotational spot. I'm hoping he can grow into a really good, high rotational spot by the end of this year. I think he can.
Do you think he'll be on the team on March 27th?
Yes.
I do not.
I do.
I hope. But
I think if everything goes well, I know this is going to sound weird, because he has options and because they might have to limit his innings.
Yeah.
I think they might start him in AAA. Now, all it takes is an injury, which is probably going to happen. And hopefully it's not to him. And then I do think he has a chance there. But I look at the team and then I look at the innings, and I just wonder I think he's going to get plenty of starts with the Rangers. Don't get me wrong. I think he's going to make 20 starts at least for the Rangers this year. But, and I hope he makes the team too. He's exciting he's one of those guys that I think right now Ranger fans want to see when they say Kamar
Yes.
Rocker is starting this game. Like, this is, I hate saying this, but I love Cody Bradford. But I think to a Ranger fan, it's more important to be like, Rocker starting?
Yeah.
Bradford's like, okay, I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get a really solid start. Rocker, I might see something special.
Yeah.
Now, you just brought this up. I don't know if you have this article handy. We were talking about it more off air about how spring training and the first month of the regular season is actually the most dangerous time for pitching injuries.
So I guess it was 2 weeks ago. I can't remember if it was last week, but it's 2 weeks ago, I believe. I had to miss like Thursday and Friday, kind of the second half of the show. I had meetings that I had to go to for the Rangers and broadcasting. And in one of the meetings where everybody's getting, it's funny that the media is getting more and more of what that meeting was about, whether it's, they're starting to bring these things out. Well, one of the things that I haven't seen yet, and I'm going to be honest, I've been in Austin and stuff, I haven't been looking at a lot of media stuff, is Tommy John surgeries or major injuries happen a lot more in spring training and in the month of April. If you can get your pitchers out of spring training and then somewhat through the month of April healthy, it seems like your risk of Tommy John surgery or a major elbow injury go way down. They don't go away, but they go way down. So the majority of your major injuries, we were talking about it earlier with the Rangers, is you have to watch for the elbow blowout in spring training and early in the season. And if you can get through April, there's a good chance that pitcher, even though they might have injuries that happen during the season, it won't be a major injury.
So after you said that, I started reflecting, and I was like, man, my gut feeling matches up with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I feel like we've been through this plenty of time where you're like, oh no, in spring training in the first month of the season. So that's really interesting information to know.
You know what? When I asked you earlier, I was like, well, what do they attribute that to? And you said they don't know.
Right. They'd fix it if they knew, but they have theories, but they can't really say, well, this theory's right or this theory's wrong, because different pitchers, different types of pitchers, whether they're older, younger, they're blowing out, and they're trying to figure out, is there a way to stop this? And right now the answer is we have no clue how to stop it.
It's my theory, Kevin, is, and I was just reading about working out again after being sick.
Okay.
And they're like, look, man, you've been sick for 2 weeks. You're just like a couch potato trying to work out for the first time. Now, I know these guys pick up baseballs in the off season, but it does seem like, hey, man, now I'm going to try a little bit harder to do something that maybe they're not prepared for a lot of times. But that makes a lot of sense, though, that once you get into the regular season, your routine's built. You have a lot of things that are routine for you, and you're maybe not pushing it as much. But that's interesting.
I was talking to the Rangers at the end of last year and asking, what do you do with DeGrom and Rocker? They didn't pitch much. It was great. They pitched in September, and they said, well, their philosophy, and I don't know all teams, but I'm going to assume they're not doing something way different. They don't stop throwing now. So the season ends, and they're like, well, maybe they'll take 2 weeks off of throwing, but we want them to keep throwing. Now, at a level that you want them seeing how hard they can throw a baseball in October or November, no, but they want guys now to somewhat throw year-round. But at percentages. What I mean by that is we're not going to go 100% in October or November, but we are going to keep throwing. We might keep working off the mound on mechanics and balances and everything like that. So it's interesting because they're like, look, some people blow out because they're like, look, if I'm not throwing the ball 97 or 98 this spring training because they said you got to throw harder. And you can't do steroids anymore to help that process.
Right.
I mean, you can, but you're going to get tested, and there's a good chance you'd get caught. So guys will do a lot of heavy ball work, and they'll do a lot of things that they know that, or they'll go to these facilities where it's proven they can maybe add 2 to 3 miles an hour to your fastball. The issue is you are now taking a much bigger risk on injury by trying in a 2 to 3 month period to add 2 to 3 miles an hour to your fastball. So they're like, well, that could be a cause. Is guys are doing these crazy workouts and very strenuous throwing programs to try to get to spring training and impress. And so, you were throwing 93, 94. Now you've showed up to spring training and you're throwing 96, 97. That's a jump.
Yeah.
How did we do this? And then that can blow you out, though, because you are putting your body to a maximum stress level in November and December to prepare for February, or you do get possibly, hey, I just play catch, I'm not doing anything crazy, and I get here and I start throwing at a maximum speed or trying to, and my elbow blows out that way. And so, they're like, it's different for different people on why they're blowing out, but they're like, everybody's trying to throw the ball 100 miles an hour and doing everything possible to do it. And that's the major reason, but there's different ways to get to that reason.
Just get them to opening day, Kevin.
I mean, that's kind of
But
what
if
it
you think
sounds
of
like.
Rocker and DeGrom in 23, right? They both blew out in April. And then you look at Rosario this time, spring training. You look at last year's Spencer Strider, a Cy Young candidate. He blows out in April. So you just start looking at guys, and you find last year, wasn't it Garrett Cole early on in camp had a major scare, and they're like, he might be done for the year, and they had to shut him down till June or July.
Good decision.
So,
except that they lost the World Series.
Well, that wasn't a perfect decision. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in surprise for Texas Rangers spring training. Obviously, want to thank ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, for helping make that happen. Plus, remember, thank you to the On-Time Experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so you guys were asking Walcott about breakfast.
Yes.
And the major debate of pancakes, waffles, and French toast. We've gone over that plenty on where we stand, where other people stand on it. Very different opinions, and honestly, I don't think there's a wrong opinion. I think all three are great, very sugary products.
I disagree, but that's fine.
Which one do you dislike?
Oh no, I just disagree that you can't be wrong about it. I think Kevin's definitely wrong.
You can be wrong about it.
But it's okay. I still like you as a friend.
Kevin is not going to like this conversation, okay? But I'm hoping you can join me on this conversation. I don't know your thought on this product. What's your thought on Benedict's?
Eggs Benedict?
Yeah.
Man.
Traders.
It's it is, they're difficult to make.
Yeah. It's definitely something to order out because they're going to do it most likely better than you.
Yeah, and
because of the hollandaise.
The hollandaise sauce is tough to make too because you kind of have to keep that in a boiling water pot and keep stirring it the whole time. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I had it for the first time in New Orleans years ago.
Okay.
And that's whenever I came back home and was like, I got to learn how to make this.
So Saturday, me and my wife went to a place in Austin. I get most people listening are going to be in Dallas-Fort Worth, but I bet a lot of people visit Austin.
Yeah.
I'm going to recommend maybe the best breakfast I've ever had.
Okay.
It's called Arturo's Underground Cafe. It only has, I believe I counted, it has 11 tables and then a couple other areas to sit, but it is a small place in Austin.
Is it underground? Is it like
a little bit? Yes.
Okay, all right.
So you're looking at a picture. It is like you have to walk down to go to your tables. But my wife had the Austin Benedict, which is avocado, crispy bacon, and chipotle hollandaise. With your egg on top. I had the Alamo, which is spicy sausage, pico de gallo, cheddar, and chipotle hollandaise. It was one of the best breakfasts I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
Now, because we
you're going to remember it.
We were on vacation. We also ordered some French toast with it, too.
Okay.
And the French toast was amazing. But if you are a fan of Eggs Benedict and want something different, they have about 6 or 7 different ones. Arturo's Underground Cafe in Austin. Now, I also will say this. My daughter works there on the weekend. She's a waitress. That's why we went there.
Okay.
I don't think it's a place that many people are going to know about. It's I want to say near the Capitol.
Okay.
So it's kind of downtown near the Capitol. Very small place, but it is arguably the best breakfast I've ever had. And if you like Eggs Benedict, it might be the best Eggs Benedict you'll ever have.
Did your daughter give you recommendations then?
She just said you have to have the Benedicts. That's what they're kind of known for. And they have different ones. But that is a place, if you're ever visiting Austin, Tolos, and you're looking for a good breakfast or brunch place, I can definitely recommend that place for your eggs Benedict, and maybe for their French toast was amazing too.
Can I ask you a food question?
Go.
All right, I'm noticing on the signs out here, they have Lou Malnati's.
I just saw that. You mentioned it minutes ago.
Phoenix. How do you feel, Mike, about the super deep dish pizza, and is that something you would engage in this week?
I like it.
Okay.
Will I say I love it? I won't say I love it. I like it. But when you go to Lou Malnati's in Chicago or a deep dish place, they tell you it's going to be a 45-minute process.
Absolutely. So we
like
wouldn't go after the show today because you would murder somebody.
No, but a lot of times you almost call in, like if you're going to, like when you get there, or you have to have a reservation a lot of times, and they're like, we want to know your order before you even get here because we're going to seat you. We're not going to just throw the pizza down as soon as you sit down. But it's going to be a 45-minute to an hour process to make a deep dish pizza. So they need to know your order well in advance. If not, they're going to tell you it's going to be, by the time you tell me what you want, it's going to be approximately an hour before we bring this pizza out to you.
I have never had a true deep dish. The only one I've ever had was like a frozen one I got at Tom Thumb. So I've never had a true deep dish pizza before, and that's the place.
That's my favorite.
That's the place.
Pizza place in Chicago.
And most Chicago people will say no because it's too commercialized.
I get
do think it's very good. I had it. I have not gone to 7 different Chicago places, especially the local ones who do their own deep dish, but I do think it's good. I think you would like it. I would say it's like lasagna without the layers of noodles
and ricotta. No, there's no ricotta.
No, it's pizza.
I'm good.
It's a lot of cheese.
A lot of cheese.
It's a lot of
not as
topping.
much crust as you might think,
right?
though.
Because it's like the side, right?
Yeah.
That's where you're going to get your crust is the side.
A little tower of crust there. We usually do a special dinner with the station. Maybe we can talk them into that being the place.
I would love that.
Maybe that could be the place for us because I would like to try it out for sure. We always go to that one fireplace all the time. So where that guy, the Nolan Ryan guy, the waiter that you love so much.
Here's what I don't know. I feel like if you get a deep dish pizza, Kevin, you can't just do pepperoni because there's just too much layer to it. So what? Because we got the one with, let's say, peppers and onions and mushrooms and sausage and like whatever the loaded one is, somewhat.
And so
what are you doing with deep dish with the limited?
So I essentially do the same thing, but with just the meats topping.
So like sausage
and bacon and pepperoni.
Okay.
And I will tell you this: if you just want to experience it, I don't think going just cheese is a bad idea. Now it's going to be different, but if you just want to try it out, I like the meat lovers. That's
if you like pizza and you like Italian food, there's no way you're not going to like it. When people say, "Oh, I don't like it," well. It's just really thick.
Thin crust pizza better, but
I like thin crust pizza better. If you're making me choose the rest of my life, you can only have deep dish or let's say New York style. I'll choose New York style over this. But I do think you should experience it because it is a different way to eat lasagna pizza. It's almost like a combination, but with no pasta.
Yeah. Corey asked if you use knife and fork, and I said I do not, but a lot of people will.
Yeah.
Oh, is it the other thing I have?
The other thing too is when you don't, you've got to really use your teeth well because you'll get such stringy cheese.
That's true.
Oh man, have you ever had a piece of cheese like go down your throat and the string's still hanging out?
It sounds like Steve Smith might have.
Okay.
Hey,
I did not get that text from Steve Smith. No.
I did have a question though about this. As soon as it sits down on the table, do you need to like let it sit for a while, or is it like because is it going to incinerate your mouth?
No. It's not necessarily going to incinerate your mouth, but make sure you don't go a route of a normal pizza place where maybe you'll grab like 2 or 3 slices or whatever. Just take the one.
Okay.
See how it goes for you.
I know I'm running out of time here, and this is my 5th to last. Mike likes it.
You don't say.
I'm super surprised as I was walking here. I was like, I'm surprised I didn't get fired from this job. Like
me too.
Now there's still time.
Last
I don't
Wednesday,
if I get fired, I get fired. I think they have to give me 6 weeks of severance if they fire me.
Still not sure if I think that's accurate.
I think they just sever you.
Yeah, they probably do. Honestly, that's where we're at. But when it comes to me not getting fired, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like super surprised you didn't get fired doing this job, and 1 being like, no, I knew you'd always make it to the end of your time, whatever time you had in mind. What's your number, since we asked Wyatt Langford 7.5 on the interview?
But remember, he said maybe an 8.
Yeah, maybe an 8. Where are you at with Mike was going to get fired from this job, but he actually didn't?
I'm at an 8. There were multiple times that I thought you had gotten to the point, maybe our bosses had gotten to the point where there was no room for budge, and I was like, somebody's going to do something that's just going to make this thing explode. So I'm proud of you for almost making it.
I did it.
50. Or last Wednesday is when I thought you were going to get fired.
Really? What did I do?
Well, remember you did an hour with Sean and RJ where you didn't do the hour. You kept dipping in and out and jumping back in and like throwing these non sequiturs at them.
I definitely heard about it. I'm at a 50 with you.
You thought for sure I'd get fired?
Yeah, I definitely thought. Like, there was a 2-week period where you went missing. I know this is pulling back the curtain a lot right now, but you just went missing, and I was like, oh, crap, he's going to get fired. You didn't. It all worked out. It worked itself out. I know you and I didn't. We had to work some things out between ourselves early on and things, and I'm glad we did because I think the show got a lot better after that. So, but yeah, man, I'm like, you're a wild card. Every show needs a wild card, and you've been it.
Behind the scenes, as I'm just going to give you like little nuggets every day with this, I do think there were a couple times where I'll just say the company, just to be nice, they tried to get me to quit. Like I think multiple times were like,
oh man,
please
you still have
quit.
5 days, Mike.
No, well, this is just letting people behind the scenes.
Okay.
But I think they were surprised I didn't quit when they tried to get me to quit. And I got out of that room without quitting, and they were like, damn it.
There might have been a time or two where I was also surprised that you didn't quit, just because we have so many other conversations. And so, yeah.
Yeah. So that's Mike Likes It. 4 more to go.
We're the K&C Masterpiece.
Don't you think that's fun for the listener? Text in on YouTube. Aren't you guys happy when we tell you stories like this?
Okay,
that
I
you get
just want to
know?
make it very clear for the record. I am not as worried about that. I hope that the listener did think that was very entertaining.
All right, thanks, Lloyd.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I want to talk about some exciting draft guys at the Combine, but also there's a lot more to dive into out here, especially Ovechkin's hat trick next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise Spring Training for the Texas Rangers. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. You know, Mike was just talking about the Yankees during the break, and I had a story that I wanted to kind of bring up. I don't know if you saw this or not, Mike. The Yankees will no longer play Frank Sinatra's theme from New York, New York after losses. They have confirmed. This is a lot of actually. They're going to start rotating a selection of songs. Sinatra's "That's Life" was played. They're doing a lot of changes. They said you can grow a well-groomed beard.
Because of Devin Williams.
Yeah, and now you can. Also. They're also not doing that. The Yankees lose a World Series and they just change everything.
Yankee fans are mad about the facial hair thing.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Like most of the fans, because they're just like, it's tradition that they're the clean-cut team, that they have nice haircuts. And,
they represent the stock market.
But I'm like, I don't know. I remember Jesse Hawley asking me years ago, well, what if you have a great player, like, and they want to grow their hair out long or grow a beard? And I'm like, then they can't play for the Yankees. Like, everybody wants to play for the Yankees, like it or not, Ranger fans. And it's just kind of one of those things. If you go to the Yankees, you know what the rules are, and you just obey those rules. But now you can have a clean-cut beard, so I'm back in.
So you're going to go be a Yankee, is what you're saying. Also,
and Michael Kay, he's not doing it anymore? The guy who got hit with the baseball last year and said "ow" on the air. Yeah. Right? Isn't he out? Didn't he retire? Or am I crazy?
I'm not sure.
Remember that cut? Ow!
I do.
The ball hit me.
The other thing that I saw was,
did you know Robinson Cano?
Dustin May, who we've had on the show before.
He's from the Fort Worth area.
Justin Northwest, right? Isn't he from that area?
He has kind of the big red hair. He gets hurt all the time, unfortunately.
I saw this last week, Kevin, and I was meant to bring it up on the show, but I was unable to do so. His injury last year, he got hurt last year eating a salad.
What?
He suffered a serious tear in his esophagus on a piece of lettuce.
I did hear. That's right. I did hear
on a piece of lettuce. It
had to be iceberg.
Yes,
that's right.
Like his stomach was like the Titanic. Yeah.
Doctors performed a CT scan using contrast fluid that revealed the severity of his tear. Immediately, they ushered him into surgery. In a matter of hours, he went from being on the verge of a long-awaited comeback to facing the most unexpected setbacks. And that's got to be so terrifying and frustrating at the same time, because you're like, I wasn't even throwing a pitch. I wasn't even doing
And you're eating healthy.
Yeah, I was healthy.
You're eating
That's
lettuce.
a good point.
I was eating lettuce.
Yeah, like it's one thing to Big Mac it and just be like, I get it, man. It tastes great. It's not the best for you. And then you're like, well, I got sick off a Big Mac.
And
you got sick off of lettuce?
That's a good reason to never eat a salad again, right there.
It's like last night at Chili's, when we ate at Chili's, I was like, there's the bird flu going around, and that guy made sure he killed all the bird flu out of my chicken.
They definitely made sure the burger and the chicken were very cooked through.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I had a salad at Outback Steakhouse on Thursday.
Yeah?
It was horrible.
Okay. See?
That's your fault, right?
They used to do it so well. They used to present their pecan blue cheese salad so well. I don't know what it's called, but they were like, yeah, we just mixed it all together in a big bucket back there and threw it on a plate.
Now
I was like, hey, Outback, you got to work on your presentation here, man.
Just dump it into a bowl.
Make sure all the lettuce is white. I'm like, there's no green in the lettuce.
Yeah.
I'm trying to eat healthy here with your blue cheese.
Ashton Genty announced today that he will not participate in the combine. He will be there, but he'll only do the medical part.
Oh, okay.
Which Broadus has always said for him, the combine, that's the most important thing. But I think for purposes of everybody else at the combine, they want to see things. There are certain guys that you're like, I am interested in seeing this person do this.
I agree.
And one thing that they've always said is that Indianapolis does have a pretty fast field. So run in your 40s. That might be an advantage, because Genty says he's going to do only his stuff on pro day for Boise State. So that's the only time they'll be able to see him. And I've always wondered y'all's feeling on, is that the right decision, or should you go ahead and show off at the combine? Again, a lot of people look at it as it's just a bunch of guys jumping through hoops, but there definitely does become a buzz whenever you got one or two of the three top dudes going to do something and they could do something special. That whole place starts to buzz and they're like, I got to go watch. Somebody's running this 40 right now. Xavier Worthy wowed everybody last year. And I think they're
with wrestling.
Well, not with wrestling.
That's
Xavier Worthy, he wowed everybody
Xavier
with his
Woods.
40 time. Or with his 40 time. So I think that's one of the things that I think is really interesting about the combine.
I don't think it has had that much of an impact. And when you talk about like not participating in the combine, I mean, we even had people during COVID who took off entire years, and it didn't necessarily seem to impact draft status. So maybe this is the way to go, I guess.
Heck yeah, Trey Lance was like, y'all don't want to see me play.
Okay, so then do you think the combine turns into a not that no first rounders are made at the combine, because I know that is not the case, but do you think it's turned more into a second roundish and later kind of deal then, because they're like, no, we'll do stuff at our pro day, and like, who we are, and we'll answer your questions.
You might not have the top running back there. You might not have the top defensive end. You might, there are just a couple of guys that you might not have the best at what they do.
One of the top quarterbacks, like, I'm not throwing.
Yeah, quarterbacks for sure, and that's one of the. I mean, a lot of people will say, "Just look at my tape." My tape will tell you the story, and if you have good tape out there, you definitely want to rely on that. You don't want to give them any other opportunity to see something bad from you, because your tape is going to say, man, this player right here definitely does have what it takes to be out there. But Genty, obviously, we got to see more of him during the college football playoff. That's when everybody kind of was like, okay, I want to get my eyeballs on what this guy's all about. And he stood up. He was a good, fine player. There was CBS has a top 5 teams, top 5 landing spots for him this year, and the Raiders are number 5, and they got the number 6 overall pick.
Do you think the Raiders are out now because they can't see him at the combine, and they're like, hold on,
that was Mike Mayock.
Okay,
that was Mayock.
So they don't only draft 4-2 people.
Yeah.
And they're like,
well, you know what? You might. That's always been a Raider thing. Give me speed, because you can't teach speed.
Yeah, and they're like, that guy can't catch the ball. And they're like, did you see how fast he was?
Really
I remember
fast.
Featherstone from Necessary Roughness.
Yeah, how well does he need to catch if he's past everybody? And you're like, he still has to be able to catch the ball.
Just real quick, side note, if you will.
Hayward Bay, is that who it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you think it was weird that in Necessary Roughness that Featherstone had been dropping passes all season, and then finally he caught one pass, and they needed to double cover him on the next route? Like, he caught one pass out of like probably 70 targets, and they're like, now we got to double team him.
No, I don't think that's weird. I think I'm actually dead serious. You gotta cover him now.
That should be my philosophy as a defensive coordinator. If they catch a pass, we double team them
until
the next guy catches the pass, and then
double
we're
team.
like,
shift
double
it
team
over there.
him.
Yeah, just double
They'll
team
never
everybody.
know where
You have no down linemen. Like,
at what point do you think the offensive coordinator is like, hey, if we complete a pass to him, they just double team him no matter who it is.
Yeah.
We should just then throw to the next guy.
Yeah, that was, again, I go back, Kevin, that was Allen's approach to offense.
Yeah.
If Dan Buckner's not open because he was, 6'5", and he was just extremely athletic, then if he's not double covered, we throw to him, because he's going to beat one-on-one coverage. If he is double covered, we throw to the other guy. The other team, Kevin, number 4, Cincinnati Bengals. They have the 17th overall pick, so they're after the Cowboys. The Chargers, who obviously leaned heavily on their run game this year, but health of their running backs was also a bit of a problem. And then the Broncos, who are at number 20, they have Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime. They also have Javonte Williams. I think he's a free agent this year, but they have some names there, but their running game wasn't spectacular at all, and Sean Payton loves a strong running game. The number 1 team on this list is the Dallas Cowboys at the number 12 overall pick, as we've discussed this. And I know the hype and the excitement for it has kind of been building and growing, but my feeling is still, I think the Niners would love him, and the Niners are at 11.
Sure.
And I know they need they would love to have an offensive lineman, but I do wonder if a guy like Shanahan would look at it and go, look, I know we need an offensive lineman, and we got this offensive lineman from Texas that's sitting right here ready, available for us.
We have McCaffrey.
But and McCaffrey, like, is his health? Where is his health? If this kid do I need an offensive lineman or do I need the running back that can go make some plays? And this guy can cover up some of the holes for our offensive line because A, our system's built well, and B, he's an explosive player.
I know we still got a couple of months till the draft, but do you get the sense that Cowboys fans will be disappointed now if Genty is there and they don't take him, or do you still think there's enough that are like, running back?
Dude, a lot of times, and this has happened years and years since Broadus has been doing what he's been doing with the draft show and Draft 101, which is always an awesome event that the fan has. A lot of times people go, well, that's the guy that I've fallen in love with because I've heard the most about him. Broadus has been talking about this guy. Broadus, fortunately, talks about 300 players a year. Like we're very lucky that we have a dude that sees everything. But you start to fall in love with a couple of names, and if they don't pick them, you freak out. But I do think that a lot of people are high on him, but they do see that the Cowboys need a lot of things. So I do feel like a lot of people are being very realistic about where this Cowboys draft is. But, Kevin, as you start to get closer and a little more excited about that specific type of player, you start keying in on what he is. Here are 13 other prospects at the Combine to just keep an eye on.
Okay.
If you're tuning in for the Combine, Jahad Campbell, linebacker at Alabama, is coming into his own as an off-ball linebacker, showed great bursts and football anchoring while he was with the Crimson Tide. Abdul Carter, we all know enough about him, right?
Yeah, some people think that should be the number one pick.
You think so? Yeah. I mean, are you still in quarterback mode there?
Look, I think if you have the number one pick and you're not going to take a quarterback, you can find somebody who either Shador or Cam thinks that's the dude, and you can get better value out of it.
I love players like this, Kevin. Nick Emanawari, defensive back out of South Carolina, 6'3", 220-pound safety.
Wow.
I love players like that because of just like we saw with Overshone, right? Like the flexibility, the ability to go back and forth and chain and kind of look at what is this guy. That's how they found Darren Woodson, right? Like, hey, he was a linebacker, he's a safety. What exactly is?
And even if the NFL Hall of Fame committee thinks he sucks, we know how good he is.
You also got Matthew Golden, wide receiver out of Texas, who could put on a display when he's out there running, and then a guy like Kenneth Grant, defensive lineman, and Travis Hunter. Now, one of the guys that I think that we've talked about a lot is Jalen Milroe, and he's got all these measurables that you're looking at and you're like, oh man, all these things are great, but what is he really as a throwing quarterback? And I think during the season the tape didn't give you enough to go, I love it.
I think sometimes I do fall into the trap of like, he's from Alabama, he has certain advantages that might make some of his stats look a bit better, and maybe I'm not on board with that, but there does seem to be some variation in terms of once you get past Shador and Cam, obviously a lot of hype behind Jackson Dart, and just kind of how the rest of the quarterbacks will shake out.
And then the last thing, Kevin, we've been kind of tracking this slowly, but we are now 13 away. Alex Ovechkin had a hat trick.
Yeah.
This is awesome. On your pursuit of breaking the all-time record, he's now 13 goals away from breaking the all-time goals-scoring leader record, and he is the first player ever to score 200 goals in 3 different decades.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and then he says, you know what?
Holy moly.
Let's go ahead and try and catch up to this thing a little bit quicker. I want to get to this before the playoffs happen. Let me throw a hat trick into the mix. I know Robertson had a hat trick, and that's awesome and everything.
And his brother scored a couple goals.
And his brother, so the Robertson family was just like, hey, we're going to score as many goals as we want to, damn it. And I like that. I appreciate that about him. But there's Ovechkin out there throwing a hat trick into the mix. Only 13 goals away. I know we discussed this. Is it 5? Is that where we start really diving in on, you know what,
well,
this
now
might be the night?
If he's putting hat tricks up there, maybe I need to readjust. But think about this. They only have 25 regular season games to go. And, that's where you have to get the record.
Wow.
And so he's got 13 goals he needs to score in 25 games.
He can't do it in playoff goals don't count. As
I do not believe that's how they've put this tally together. And if I'm incorrect, I apologize, but I don't think that's how they're doing it. But yeah, so it's not like he's going to retire after this year. But I mean, so you have about 25 games to get 13 goals. This feels like something that might happen in like the last 3 games of the regular season.
How awesome! Like that is really awesome to think that late in the season he could be adding that to his list. And I do wonder how hockey celebrates it, because if it's the Capitals, they're going to have something special for him.
Sure.
But does anybody else around the league shut down for a few minutes and say, "Hey, let him skate around and tap the stick for him just a little bit"?
That's an interesting question, and like. Washington is awesome this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have the most points in the NHL. They've been a phenomenal team. So I also wonder if, like, you don't want to get your head too caught up with that pursuit right when you're about to roll into the playoffs as well.
You got to focus on a lot of different things, but, and I think that's part of let the game come to you. Somebody asked earlier, if you're out there trying to press for 13, then it might not happen. But, when that puck just slides your way and you just do your job, the game came to you, and you got your 13 that you needed.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, can Cody Bradford break all the way out this season? Plus, we just might talk with the Texas Rangers' last first-round draft pick, Malcolm Moore. All of it coming at you live from Surprise on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's
To you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-2. Strike three called. Pitch that was in the zone. It froze Swanson. Dropped by Barnhart, but Swanson starts walking back to the dugout. So Bradford with a knee buckler.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise for Texas. Yes, we are.
We're not tape delayed?
No, we're not.
By a little bit we are.
I mean, like,
because watch, I'm going to say
seconds.
the F word.
Oh no, please!
And it'll get dumped.
God,
right?
Please don't. We're brought to you.
I've never said the F word on the air.
But you know what? End your career that way.
Yeah.
If it can wait till Friday at this point, I'll
you
take
write
it.
down all the words you want me to say on Friday, and I'll say them.
Oh, great. I can absolutely do that. So we're brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Associate sponsor here, on time, experts, air conditioning, and plumbing, same-day service, guaranteed. Now, I want to talk about Cody Bradford in just 1 second, but we didn't get a really chance to talk about this. Shams yesterday said that Greg Popovich not expected to return this season, and his future is uncertain as he's recovering from the stroke that he suffered in November. And it says in there mild stroke. I think the same thing about surgery when they're like, it's a minor surgery. And
Yeah,
I'm
it was
like,
a surgery.
Yeah, they're cutting into your body, probably.
Minimally invasive.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing with a stroke. If you have a stroke, like that feels pretty darn severe. So no Greg Popovich for the rest of the season, and I just don't know if we are going to see him coach again.
Okay, I agree with you. It would probably be a smart decision. This is a man who he was in front office before he went into coaching. I do believe him and their current GM, and I think that's this. It's been a fantastic career for him. I know he wanted to prove it wasn't just Tim Duncan. You know, there was part of him that wanted to prove. Look, it wasn't just that. Much like Belichick with Brady. But and he wanted to prove I can rebuild this thing. I can do it again, and it's fun whenever you're able to do that. Just time, might be in the way a little bit, and Father Time Mike is undefeated, as you always say. But I do wonder. Nice.
It was Charles Barkley.
Hey, don't worry about it, Mike.
I think Mike invented
right
that
before
saying.
Barkley, somebody said it too.
I'm attributing it to our Charles Barkley. He
talked about Canada. He talked about they won because of the tariffs, and we're trying to make them the 51st state.
Oh my God. Who else
about
would
that?
do that? Mike would.
Yeah, who else would do
I
that,
am kind of curious, though, like, if Pop will, like, what else he'll do with, because he loves the game so much, if he'll stay connected in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if you intended to have this long of a conversation.
No.
I've always loved Greg Popovich.
I think he will. Just one of the reasons I was checking
He
is
loves politics, too.
Yes, he does. Is he 75 or 76? So that's just one of the things where I'm not sure if you're like, hey, if I was 65, maybe I would still just hang around with the team or be in the front office, especially since they might get the first 2 picks in the draft or whatever else the case might be. But I wonder if he will step away because of moving and shaking in some trades that they had made.
This is like Kevin Costner, huh?
Yeah, yes, it's kind of like draft day. So one of my questions for you guys here is the Cody Bradford breakout, because you can argue like we saw that last year, but I guess my question is, do you think the assumption is he will be in the starting rotation to start the regular season?
100%.
Okay, so do I.
As long as he's not hurt.
Exactly. So do you think this can be the year that he breaks all the way out? Because he definitely turned some heads last year, and he had some games that you're like, oh, wow, this can definitely work long term. Do you think this can be the year that he, like, not only shows that he's a starter, but shows that barring injury, he'll be in your rotation for who knows how long?
I would like to add a little question in this. He's more Matt Harrison than he is DeGrom. And so, like Mike was saying earlier, you kind of know what you're going to get out of him. And so, Kevin, when it comes to the name Cody Bradford, I feel like it's getting hyped up more than he actually is.
I could see that.
And people might go, dude, he didn't put up goose eggs the entire game. And that's not the way he does pitch. He's not an overpowering pitcher. He has really good stuff, and he knows how to pitch, though, and that's his best quality. So I think whenever you're like, hey, could he be a good fourth, third, kind of guy in this rotation, that's a really exciting thing. But that might be the highest for him. But
as
that
long as he
be a
doesn't
good
get
thing.
hurt, he'll be in the rotation the next 5 years.
That's where I'm at.
But I do value him as a middle of the rotation guy.
Do you? Okay, and I hear what you're saying. Do you think he can or will be a real middle of the rotation guy as opposed to a, hey, this is what we've got, and so he's going to go in the middle of the rotation? Do you know what I'm saying?
He's the only lefty that we have that can start. Let's put him there.
No, I would say this. I think when it comes to rotational top front line and depth, the Rangers are top 10 in baseball right now in both of those categories.
I agree with that.
Because you have DeGrom and Evaldi. You do have to worry about injury with DeGrom. Then you have Rocker and Leiter as guys that you feel, good about the near future in helping. And then I get Rosario got hurt, but as of today, they still have Teodo, who they're considering a starting pitcher who has a lot of promise, I think, more as a short-end reliever.
I'm with you on that.
But so I think that they like their depth. I think that Cody Bradford is going to be a guy who puts up an ERA in the mid to high threes, maybe even low fours on rougher years. But he's just going to be a guy who you're like, no, we give him the ball. He gives us 5 to 7 innings. He battles for us. He gives us a chance to win most nights. If he's on a good team, he's going to win 12 to 14 games. If he's on a bad team, he's probably going to lose 12 to 14 games.
Which, especially for the price, you love. That's the kind of performance I absolutely love. And I love the attitude. So Bruce Bochy, one of the things that he said was, there's a great attitude on Cody's part, just staying humble, knowing that it's competitive. It's always going to be competitive. You don't assume anything. But I think if you look at the body of work that he did last year, I don't know who's better, because he said, my goal is to make the team. Think about that. I mean, he's on the team, but I appreciate the fact that he goes, I'm a man of achievable goals. So my first goal is to make the team. And he said, that might sound funny, but seriously, I'd love to be a starter and make the starting rotation. I'm excited to be here. I feel healthy, and I'm excited to see what we can do. But achievable goal to start is make the team and then go from there. Make the starting rotation and then go from there.
When do you stop just wanting to make the team?
He might not be
he
might be a person who that's always his first little tiny goal.
I mean, once you get a multi-year contract, you're on the team. There's nothing they can.
That's true.
Yeah, that probably has something to do with it.
We're paying them millions of dollars for multiple years. So
I see what
I
you're
would
saying,
say, as a human, you can still have the motivation of I'm sure Jerry Rice. I was watching some NFL Network.
I got to make the team.
Yeah, okay, Jerry, we get it. You're going for 1,700 yards and 12 touchdowns every year. Guess what? You made the team.
You made it last year. All right.
We'll call you in the office if you want us to. Be like, congratulations, you made the team again.
That would have been
That's what I want.
Okay.
Every year I want Gavin Spittle to call me in and be like, Corey,
Jerry Rice had the mentality of I'm coming to training camp, and I get it. You're the best receiver in the game, and nobody's ever seen anybody better than you. Cody Bradford's not going to be Jerry Rice of pitching, but there will be a time, I'm going to assume after this year, that now he's getting arbitration eligible. The Rangers are going to look at it and go, hey, is it better to give him a 4-year contract, buy him out of arbitration, buy him out a year of free agency, and now have him locked under let's say a team-friendly deal, but also for Cody, he doesn't have to worry about ever working after baseball's over.
I do think now we might have to ask Boch.
Working part.
I know, it's tough. I'm sorry, Mike. I do think that'd be a funny bit with Boch. They bring in Marcus Semien and they have cameras in there and everything to tell him that he made the team. And
we should suggest that when we have Boch up here.
Yeah.
Hey, do you think you could pull you would enjoy this? Because if he would enjoy it, that would be the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
And I could just see him cracking that smile and laughing and be like, "That sounds fun."
So we talked earlier in the clubhouse. We talked with Malcolm Moore, and I want to play this interview for a variety of reasons.
Maybe set up who he is.
Yes,
because I think
will.
casual fans.
No, yeah,
know
definitely.
who he is.
Yeah. So I want to play it because he was
the first-round draft pick of the Texas Rangers in the last draft, pick number 30. So he was their first-round draft pick, catcher out of Stanford. But also I want to play it because there's two amazing exchanges with Corey over the word dude and burning down Harvard that I think you guys should check out because it was super fun.
All right, Malcolm Moore, first-round pick for the Texas Rangers, joining us. Malcolm, you got number 92 in your first spring training. If the Rangers said you made the team, but you have to wear 92, how pumped are you about the number 92?
I honestly think the number 92 is kind of cool. You see, like, spring training growing up, you see all these high numbers, and you think, oh, like, spring training number or whatever. But I think it's the highest number in the locker room. So, hey, that's one thing, I guess. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, obviously, it's just cool to have a jersey.
92s are really good at sacking quarterbacks.
That's a good point.
So it's a little high level of prestige. You're like, I got the highest number. Check it out.
Yeah, I think it's just cool to have a number. I mean, and be in the locker room with these guys.
So let's talk about that. You just got drafted. Obviously, the season right before that, they win the World Series, and you're here with all kinds of world champions. What's just being in the room mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome just learning from these guys, kind of picking their brains about little things, and definitely being with guys you grew up watching. It's pretty awesome, but just being part of the team, everybody's kind of took me in, let me know that I'm part of the group, and yeah, it's been awesome.
Do you tell them that you grew up watching them, and then does that hurt their feelings just a little bit?
No, I haven't, but yeah, I don't want to.
Who have you got to catch so far where you're like, your stuff's awesome, dude?
All the guys' stuff's pretty good. I don't feel like there's really been one guy that's been like over the top better than everybody else. Everybody's kind of just knows what they're doing, and they're good at what they do.
Does anybody say dude anymore? Is that still used?
The what?
Dude? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
you just said dude,
yeah,
and I was like, is that a thing still? Or?
Oh, like dude?
Yeah. Why are we phasing that?
I think it's the old people that say dude. I don't think young people say it anymore. I think they say bro or bruh.
So our co-host Mike Bassick was well known as a, can we say finesse pitcher?
Yeah.
Okay.
Soft tossing lefty.
Yeah.
I used to hate that phrase, but go ahead.
I'm really sorry. If you have a soft tossing lefty or whatever, how's your advice go for them versus just obviously a lot of flamethrowers nowadays?
I mean, it's just about pitching everybody's strengths. Obviously, some guys throw it harder than others, and but everybody's here for a reason. Everybody's here for a reason. So the guys that throw softer and are lefties, I mean, they obviously get outs with their stuff. So there's no reason to change it up now or try to do something different. Try to be who they're not.
So here's my Stanford question: is Stanford easier than we would think, or harder than we would think educationally?
I think it's easier than you think educationally. It's really hard to get in. Once you get in, they kind of do a good job and help you out as far as like getting good grades and passing all your classes.
Do you look at Stanford as the Harvard of the West? How's that? Is that a battle constantly?
I think that Stanford's in its own like bracket. I feel like it's different. I mean, it's a special place. I've never been to Harvard. I've never really seen much about it, but yeah, Stanford's special.
I didn't know if that was a thing on campus where they're just like, burn Harvard and stuff like that.
Wow. Okay, so just to recap, you think people don't say dude anymore,
right,
and
yeah.
that people at Stanford want to burn Harvard to the ground?
That's the kind of thing that goes through my mind most of the time.
Well, there you go. In case you want to know something about our co-host right there.
Well, we appreciate your time, man.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I think Malcolm Moore thought we were fighting with each other a little bit during that interview. I remember looking at his face, and then now listening to it, I think when he was like, wait, are like they fighting with each other a little bit?
No, that's just how we are. He'll get to know us. He's young. He
won't get to know us.
Well,
he'll get to know you guys.
He'll get to know me and Kevin.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still going to be doing this stuff, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to be like separated from you guys. Like, so next year when you interview Malcolm Moore and he's in his second big league camp, and maybe they give him number 91, really lower his bar there.
Dude, you've been pointing out all the numbers that
they're horrible.
The A's that are
the A's brought nobody.
Number 87.
They're finally guys with like digits under 60 are showing up.
Is this your guy, number 2 here? Is that your the dude from the A's that you love?
No. That might be Astori Ruiz, if I'm naming that right. That's Marcus Simeon's old number for the Athletics, I believe.
Nice.
And just the reason why I'll bring it up is if you have a high number in spring training, perhaps fair to say that they do not anticipate.
A lot of times, but now you will see a lot of relief pitchers with crazy numbers that they kind of keep the spring training number they got. So it used to be if you're in spring training and you got number 60 or above, you have about a 1% chance of making the team, and that might be too high of a percentage.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation.
77, 65.
All right.
Welcome
Live and
to
surprise
the minor leagues, guys.
on The Fan.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Dallas picks it up, feeds the slot shot, score! Matt Duchene gets it right back for Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I thought maybe a little bit of hockey talk here. The Stars win back-to-back games over the weekend coming out of the Four Nations, but in listening to our conversation prior to this crosstalk, I feel like that's a lost cause. So we'll talk about something else. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing wonderful. Hey, I thought that conversation, would you trade Luka for Wemby post blood thinners, was a fascinating conversation.
I mean, that or Lawrence Butler. Which one do you want to go with first, since we've got the A's and the Royals about to start right in front of us?
What's going down with Lawrence Butler?
That's his guy.
One of my favorites. He's number 4 for Oakland. Or I guess I shouldn't say that anymore. For Sacramento.
I saw him run out on the field.
Yeah, he's got a big butt, huh?
He's a good athlete.
High butt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say big butt. He's like not Mark Aguirre. But
What do you mean when you say high butt? Like, I get
closer to your lower back than your hamstrings?
Yeah, smaller torso. It's what a center fielder looks like.
Yeah, it pokes out a little bit because you've been doing deadlifts, kind of
Can
thing.
you imagine Phil Jackson walking the sideline with that butt?
Yeah.
Kind of a high butt.
So we got A's versus Kansas City. You guys get to watch that game while you're here. Watch Lawrence Butler.
Yeah.
He's going to lead off. He's going to hit a bomb or hit a ball 114 miles an hour. But it's going to be a tough matchup. I think Cole Reagans might be the starting pitcher for Kansas City. I thought that was him warming up 400 feet from us. But
I
now
love
we
watching
can talk,
baseball.
We can
while
talk
doing the show.
Wemby and Luka.
Yeah, so are you saying, like, if you still had Luka, or are you saying for the Lakers having Luka, would they trade it for Wemby?
I guess it works in either or, but now that his career is in jeopardy, would that have been a better return? I don't think I would have done it now. Before this condition that was revealed, I thought that would be one of very few players that I would trade Luka for. But
I'm with you, and now it is very concerning because you're like, not only are you going to miss the rest of the year, obviously this could be something that has complications to go with it for a while. It's a damn shame because he's an awesome player.
He is. I don't know what his ceiling would be without the condition, but even if he just stayed where he was now or progressed modestly for the next 5 to 8 years as a big man hits his peak, usually in his late 20s, he would at least win a couple of MVPs with the potential to maybe be one of the greatest players of all time. I don't know, Mike. Watching him move, it's kind of hard to gauge with super tall guys sometimes, but I'm like, man, does he have the quickness and the change of direction to truly be like the once-in-a-generation type of guy?
It's a good question. I was wondering this as this season was progressing, as they were hanging around 10th to 12th place.
Yeah.
And his hype was really high. And I get, Luka came to a team, the Mavericks weren't very good. You can argue who had more talent in year 2 on their team, Luka or Wemby. But, I mean, there wasn't like team progression like you thought there would be in Wemby's second year, where you had – the Mavericks got the 5 seed in Luka's second year.
Yeah. Yeah, because, he played a position where he could totally dominate the game. Wemby, I, as a big guy, even though he can handle it a little bit, he's not going to be a floor general or a guy that you want to lead the league in usage. So I think it would take a comparable type of backcourt superstar in order for them to really contend. I don't think he could take a team there on his own.
And I was talking about this earlier. It looks like the Spurs, in addition to having their own pick, they have Atlanta's pick that conveys no matter what. So if Atlanta were to fall out of the playoffs, or obviously right now they're in the play-in, you could have 2 very high draft picks for the Spurs, and obviously it seems like they'll probably get Cooper Flagg because that's just the way that the NBA draft lottery goes.
said last week, if that happens, if the Spurs end up getting Cooper Flagg, I'm joining Mike.
You're done?
You're
out?
Forever.
Okay.
That would
How
be...
they got David Robinson and then Tim Duncan and Wemby.
It is unbelievable.
1989, let's say. And you name the best big man in the history of the NBA since 89. Robinson, Duncan, and we don't know Wemby yet, but we assume, like, if he's healthy, obviously Shaq would probably be number 1, or him and Duncan would be 1 and 2, however you want to do it.
But, I mean, David Robinson's pretty damn high up
So they
there,
got 3 out of the 4 best big men in the history of the NBA since 1989 in the draft.
It is.
And then Cooper Flag, I guess maybe they won't give him because he's not a big man; he's a wing.
True.
Have you ever been at a blackjack table or a poker table where one guy's getting all the luck for like 3 hours? That's them for 3 decades.
See, I feel like what's the appropriate time to bail? Because you said 3 hours in.
Yeah.
How far do you get in where you're like, F this dealer, F this table, I'm out?
Oh man, I would say well before that. I'll be cleaned out in 45 minutes.
How many decks are when they're doing that major shuffle? 4 decks?
I think that is correct.
Yeah.
If we go through 2 plays and and I'm just getting destroyed, I'm like, screw it, I'm done. Like, obviously, I'm not going to win with this dealer, which the dealer honestly has nothing to do with it.
I
but
know
you just
that.
feel like I've gone through 2 shuffles and I am getting nothing. I can't do this table anymore.
Man, Gavin, have you ever sat down at a poker table? The old saying of, if you don't know who the sucker is, you're the sucker.
Yeah.
Have you ever had that feeling before?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
the worst.
Yeah, it's happened a couple of times, especially live because I played so much online, and I'm uncomfortable already. And then, when I realize I'm around really good players, it's like, oh crap, they're picking me apart here. So that's when you want to be in a cash game so you can cut your losses and go home.
Yes.
Sometimes you're in a tournament. You're
Yes.
like, I'm fighting for my lives against sharks. All I got is all in. I'm all in. I'm not going to get outplayed after the flop. Here you
Yeah.
go. Take it or leave it, guys.
And they're like, man, he must have amazing cards. He's like, hold on.
The
I
whole
don't
game,
know.
every single hand. He's really good.
What do you guys think about Woj's bit to raise money for St. Bonaventure's? He's going to sell his old phones. So I guess every single year, Woj would get the new iPhone. And so what he's doing is to raise money for their NIL program. He's selling his old phones, and he's also going to give you a list of the stories that he broke with each particular phone. I have questions about how much he really remembers that or jotted it all
I'm
down.
sure you can just go to the internet and look
That's
it up
probably
and
true.
whatnot,
Hey, when did I break this story?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a 4.
But does it still have all the numbers in it that he had, all his contacts? That's what I want.
Because then the price skyrockets, right? If you can just text LeBron and be like, hey, I bought Woj's phone. What's up? My name's Steve.
Yeah. I mean, you'd raise money for St. Bonnie's and lose yourself a bunch of friends and contacts.
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't know. With or without contacts, I don't think I'm interested.
Okay, yeah.
But who knows? I guess if it's raising money for the university, there's got to be some money in that alumni base. It's willing to throw them some cash.
He can delete the old texts. I just want the contacts.
Oh, man. Have you been following the Steve Smith story?
Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
Have you read those text messages?
I did. I read the text, and then I listened to an interesting phone conversation between the husband and Steve.
Oh, really?
Whoa, where is that? I have
That's
not.
on Twitter.
I've not
Steve
heard.
didn't have a lot to say.
I mean, what are you supposed to say?
Did he say,
Sorry, I tried to
having
bang
sex
your
with
wife.
Yeah.
He just kind of confirmed it and said, "I'm sorry."
I mean,
Seems like the reasonable
that's
thing
the
to
way
do.
to go, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're in a horrible situation. I think, but seems like the husband's handling it well.
Yeah.
He's going to make the most out of it, go viral. And wow,
Are you surprised that it's a marching band that might have brought them together?
Dude,
because
marching bands?
this gal was in the Ravens marching band, and I guess Steve Smith was like an honorary member of the marching band, and maybe that's how this all got going.
Yeah, I guess doesn't surprise me. Like if you're around the team and you're a high profile alumni, and there happens to be one of the prettiest ladies that works in the NFL next to you.
Yeah.
I don't think it's surprise. I think it's human nature. Like if somebody's going to take your gal, the chances are pretty high it's going to be somewhere at work. You know, she spends a lot of time there, builds relationships there.
Yeah.
So,
what do you think
Like
about
WWE?
Yes, I mean that happens a lot.
Raw's War tonight.
That's right. That's what Mike's most invested in.
I know. It's like we're having a team dinner at 6:15. I'm like, Sandler, do you not know Raw comes on Netflix at 6 o'clock here?
I don't think he does know that.
I'm gonna have to yeet while we're watching
my
dinner.
God.
I mean, while we're eating dinner, I'm gonna be yeeting.
I don't have anything to eat.
Dawson,
Luther,
when you
Jey
hear
Uso.
when you hear
Some
this,
Liv Morgan
oh my
tonight. I think
God.
there's a tag team championship match
That's right.
tonight.
That's right.
I know this crap now. That's what happens
You're
when
invested.
you give,
I
that's
know.
what happens when you give the NBA.
You start watching, the next thing you know, the drama pulls you right in.
Elimination Chamber this Saturday, 6 p.m. on the Peacock.
All right, guys. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds amazing.
It's awesome. They put 4 people in corners in plexiglass, and then every 4 minutes they let one out, but they're lighting them up, and you don't know which one, and then a new guy comes out, or girl, because they have the girl elimination chamber, which is pretty much guy wrestling in slow motion where they telegraph everything.
Okay. Good to know.
Did I say it wrong or right?
I have no opinion on that.
Very offended.
What do you guys have coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll have Joe Barlow at 4:40, but Josh Smith coming up at 2:20.
Hey, before you start that interview with Joe Barlow or play it, will you ask Zach and Eric how high those shorts came up? Because he was showing off some leg tattoo to them this morning.
He sure was.
Do you know he doesn't wear shorts?
You don't wear shorts at all?
Not unless I'm in an athletic endeavor, so not really.
I'm with you. My reasoning is I have pale chicken legs.
Okay.
I don't know what yours is. I heard Hagee has like diamond calves though. I'd be showing those bad boys.
I have
off
the
if I were
best
you.
calves.
He does, but he has to wear long shorts.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
All right, roll home with the GBag Nation live from Surprise.
Hold him.
We have been the K&C Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow. Can you just stop for a second?
It's only Monday. Get your foot longs at the ballpark.
Also, I'm pretty sure they're about to do the anthem. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 to 2 on the Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in. It's hour number 1 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise, Arizona at spring training. Rangers across town. They're going to take on Cleveland. They'll be back inside these grounds tomorrow. A's and Royals right in front of us. Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout, Super Bowl winner, is right behind me here in the press box at Surprise, Arizona. Lucius Alexander, of course, in the Pin Cup at Master Control. 75 and fits you, fixing to go 5. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering, all week long here for us in Surprise. A good afternoon, gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Wonderful.
Sounds great with that PA announcer in the back, doesn't it? Sure
Yeah.
does. Sets the scene.
Yeah, it's beautiful out here. The mountains, the field, the pristine conditions of this field, smelling the concession items, watching Wolchuk hammer home some tots, maybe a little beer action. I mean, we're here. We're back.
Yeah, I noticed behind us here there's a scoreboard for beer count.
Well, put us down.
Yeah, I think we need to. I'll mosey down since I've got the back position here in the press box. I think between innings, I might mosey on down there and get some cups of beer. We need to kind of get this going the right direction.
We'll win in Rome.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, it's so close to us.
Striking
I mean,
distance.
they're you could hear them like they're selling hot dogs and cold beer, and how could you not be involved in that?
And that's a tall boy. Does that count for 2? If we've already put home a tall boy, is that 2, or are we just counting that as 1?
I think that's just 1 because that's the kind of guys we are.
Let's just set that standard down.
Well, we are potentially in a foul tip zone here, boys. So, however you do, you just make sure you stay alert. You know, we don't need any trips to the hospital here.
I appreciate you opened up the windows, though, Dawson.
It sets
the scene for what we got going on right now. So.
Cole Reagan's on the bump.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah, the new deal.
Thanks for rubbing the old wounds and the salt in the wounds, as they would
Every
say.
time I think of Cole Reagan, see, that's the difference.
You think of him not pitching well?
I think of a World Series championship. Do we even get that World Series championship if we don't punt on him for Aroldis Chapman? I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. That big number 55 out there, that represents World Series glory for these Texas Rangers. Right here, right now, they need to pick up their first dub of spring training before they can think about winning a World Series. 0-3 so far, guys.
Just got to see one go in. That's all it takes. See one go in, you'll be all right.
I'm okay with this. Just save the wins for the regular season.
Okay.
You know, let's just go ahead and maybe even lose out when it comes to spring training. If you don't get the last one, maybe you just want to go into the regular season on the high.
At 3:40, I was going to go in spring training panic mode.
Really?
Like, should we tank on the preseason in order to make sure that we're good for the regular
See
season?
that Reagan just gave up a blooper. There's a single boom. That's exactly why you got rid of him.
I do think it's better to go winless in spring training than it is to go undefeated. You know, there's just that added layer of extra pressure when you go undefeated in the preseason, so to speak. I'd rather go 0-for, let that chip get as large as possible on the shoulder, reinvent yourself, have a galvanizing Bruce Bochy there in front of the team right before opening day, and send this team off.
I think
into the
maybe you
stratosphere.
need to make the speech. Like, you need to come up with one of your litmus tests or something like that. You need to give the speech.
I'll text Boch and see if we can put something together.
I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know?
I've already done my part, though. Okay? And we'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, we will. We will get into that later. We set that up beautifully. We're winning the 2025 World Series, ladies and gents.
And with respect to Boch, you know, a Hall of Fame manager, he might not need anything beyond what he already does, which is once he settles in and he's got a core, he wins championships every other season. So we're excited to be here. You can sense the baseball excitement here in Arizona. I could sense it, though, in DFW before I even left town. The kid at CVS saw I was wearing a Rangers hoodie on my way to the airport. He's like, "Do you think it's their year again?" I was like, "You're damn right I do." Okay. And then he started telling me about the young pitchers. And, I mean, you could tell, like, this kid was not only excited, but he was dialed in. Then last night we're checking into the hotel, and Grandma Baseball walks in.
Yeah, she gave us a woohoo. Is that right? Was it a woohoo?
It was a triple woo. It was
triple
a
woo.
Yeah, you could tell baseball's in her bones.
Did you kind of feel like her husband was a little embarrassed? Or was he kind of...
He's used to it.
Oh, you think he's used to her doing the
I think he was just as jazzed up about it as she was.
He just couldn't quite vocalize it like she did.
He can't woo like she can.
No. So it's amazing to be here, and we look forward to sharing our experiences and our thoughts here on the world of sports, live from Surprise over the next 5 days with you. Basketball is raging, hockey is raging, the combine is going on as well. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. You got some good Cowboy stuff for us today,
Yeah,
buddy?
I hope so. I think I will. I've always been working this morning. I've got a couple of podcasts knocked out. I had some ideas about that and looked at some players. Always want to get you guys involved in some thoughts. But yeah, we have the combine going on in Indianapolis. So it sounds like, I think Stephen Jones, I think from the Dallas Morning News, there was some conversations from Stephen Jones as well. So I'm sure we'll cover all that.
Yeah, we can get to that here. The most relevant combine stories, I think just in general, we're looking for good medical checks and updates on some guys who might be available there at 12. But I'm getting a call from Portugal right now. I'm sorry, whoever that is.
It might be Dalton Miller.
Could be. No, I think he moved back to Texas.
Is he back in Texas?
He is.
Wow.
He probably hears that humming.
Cristiano Ronaldo may be calling you.
Do you hear that too? I hear the hum.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like we're in a 10.
Yeah, it feels...
Is it the air conditioning unit, you think? I think that's what it is.
It's just beautiful baseball and spring training.
Yeah, I think it's just...
Can you get us another beer, Brian?
I'm going to walk down there in a second.
Yeah, please do. I'm feeling a little under the weather.
If you ask me any questions about the right side of the infield, I should be good.
Oh, you can't see the left?
No, it's and Dawson's a small guy. I mean, it's not a problem.
All right, so what are you trying to say?
I'm a medium-sized guy at lowest.
That was a good play by the second base.
That was a good play.
By the way, this is a Kansas City Royal team that was in the playoffs last year.
I love the baby blue unis.
I was going to ask you, do the A's kind of look like a high school team out there?
See, I like those colors. I like that A's green. That's not as much of like a...
But their uniform not very flashy as far as
I do like
stylistic right now.
I think the uniform is fine. I think when teams travel in spring training, they oftentimes do not bring a lot of their big leaguers.
Yeah.
So what I think you're seeing here is either underdeveloped and a combination of
No, that's just the A's.
Yeah.
That's just the A's.
Yeah. They, they're
underdeveloped and not important. That's the A's.
They're looking at the analytics like, well, this guy hit 380 in high school. What could possibly be wrong with this?
Come on, we made a movie about this team, right?
He's built like he's mowing lawns on the weekend, coaching his daughter's team.
The A's of Sacktown.
Yes, they are the A's of Sacktown.
Well, I tell you, Wolchuk and I were out in the hallway talking with some folks from the A's, and they were not.
They don't sound very optimistic.
They said not a shovel's been put in the ground yet out there in Vegas, so we'll see how this thing all plays out here in a couple of years.
So I guess the takeaways are Osa's the first priority.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have that right? They're going to try to sign him and then move on to Micah. Seems like, I hope this isn't lip service.
It's lip service.
They have to recognize, though, that we build teams that make the playoffs, guys, and if we let our free agents go, we can't have a relevant, compelling case to make the playoffs. I think that's what might change as far as them spending some money this time around.
He's going to ask well north of $20 million, and we'll see how comfortable Stephen Jones and Adam Pacifica and those guys over there are making that happen. But the combine's a good opportunity. They got the bus there, they got the agents there. Everybody's coming by and kissing the ring of Jerry Jones, and then. Talking about deals and stuff, but once they kind of get the idea of what Osa's going to ask for, guys, I don't anticipate that one getting done. You think they franchise tag this guy?
It's $23 million for a tag. I don't know. I'm starting to think that maybe it's like how the Rangers used to do. I remember that from like 2014 before they signed Seager and Simeon. Like they were the number one team for all the players, and then
we're in, but we're not.
Yeah, you're not really in. You're just saying you're in.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's your gut tell you on this, Wolchuk? Do you follow? Are they really in on Osa?
Yeah, I think they are. Because what would be the Cowboy way would be you do re-sign Osa, you pay him that amount of money, and then that's their free agency, right?
Yeah.
So then our dream of can you add a Nick Bolton?
Can I say I vote against that? Is that okay to say that?
Absolutely. Like we've talked about it. Hey, would you rather have maybe a Milton Williams or an Osa? Now,
how many three techniques have you seen in this draft you absolutely love?
Oh gosh, probably 6.
That's what I'm saying. You've got a situation where, this draft is actually going to allow you to get some talent that's, just as good and could help you and is cheaper right now. And it's not cheaper and bad players. It's good players, but, guys on first-year contracts. So I have no problem with that. Hey, I've waited 4 or 5 years for Oso Diggy to get better, and he finally did. Took some time, though.
It's been hard to find a player for them at that position. I don't know if I'd let one walk out the door that I know is good.
Yeah, but that's exactly what he is. He's good, and you're going to pay him great money to just be a good player for you. And they've kind of backed themselves into a corner here with just having no other bodies on the roster that are even anywhere close to somebody that you could depend on. Even if in your one tech, if they hit a home run with Mozzie and you knew, hey, at least we have our surefire one tech here, we can go figure out the three tech some way, somehow. But they need both of those. So if you let Osa walk, now all of a sudden you're like, we're desperately trying to, probably in the draft now, we got to get a one tech and a three tech. And now you start reaching a little bit, so they're in a
You'd
tough
rather pay the Philadelphia guy than you would.
I would, yes.
Yeah.
I personally would rather do that. Obviously, not everybody feels that way, but if I
don't think you're wrong about that.
If I was going to be throwing bigger money around, I think Milton Williams, taking him from Philadelphia, seeing what he did, especially in the latter half of the season, in the postseason, from a run defense standpoint and a pass rush standpoint, against the best of the best, he rose to the occasion. So he's the guy that I like more. He's a hometown kid, and especially when it comes to the run defense, I do think he's a superior player.
There's a couple of topics in there. Do you believe the Cowboys are actually going to spend that amount of money, and is it the right idea? They also said we're going to spend more or be more aggressive in outside free agency. So I think maybe they're trying to make sure they weren't worse than last year. To me, that's the takeaway from where they're positioning early on here. Speaking of the Combine, a lot of rounds to go, including the truth serum moment when the free agency really does kick off and you see, are they in on impactful players or are they waiting around for the second
there's some tampering going on right now at the Combine.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, just don't act like that's not being talked about on a daily basis. But to me, where they've gotten in trouble, and you guys can disagree with me or not, but where they've gotten in trouble is when it's re-signing their own. That second contract has not always played out to what they've outlaid as far as the cash and the bonuses and all that.
No, I agree. They have not been good enough.
That needs to change.
Yeah, they've re-signed the wrong guys, and they've really messed that up. And we'll hope for the best. They do say they want to bring Jordan Lewis back and Rico Dowdle back as well, and they're going to meet with DeMarcus Lawrence's agent before this week is over. That brings up some memories of.
That's the one where is that the agent?
Chris
Steven,
Canner, right?
Yeah, Stephen Jones told that agent, he's like, "Listen, you're going to have to deal with me now. You ain't dealing with my old man." So,
but Mavs had to deal with an old man last night. Steph Curry put 30 on him. As it's pretty clear that the Warriors are much better with Jimmy Butler. I don't know if that's good enough to contend for a title, but so far since the trade, it certainly looked like that. And it's clear for the Mavs that they need Kyrie Irving to turn back the clock and be Superman, or they're going to really struggle to find enough offense. So playing the Lakers tomorrow, and I just think until you get to March 6th with the updates on the health of the big men, you got to think we got to scrape and scrap and put together enough wins to get to 41 or 42 wins and at least get to the play-in. So those are the kind of things that I'm trying to focus on through what's still a difficult time for Mavs fans. And now this Luka game could really be another flashpoint of emotion here in this story arc. Women's basketball poll for the first time in 21 years and the third different team to hold the top spot in the past 3 weeks. The Longhorns are your number one.
Wow. After
previous number one Notre Dame lost in double overtime to NC State. So congratulations to the Lady Longhorns. Congratulations to Jason Robertson, scored 3 times to help the Stars win 4-3 against the Islanders. His brother had 2 goals in the Maple Leafs win over the Blackhawks. First time since the Domi brothers in the 90s, you had siblings scoring 2 goals or more each on the same night, so congrats to them. Okay, we have more sports here coming up all the way until 7 o'clock, live in Surprise. And Rangers outfielder Evan Carter joins us next right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
It's afternoons with...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to talk with a proper World Series legend of your Rangers. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Evan Carter was exactly what the Rangers needed in the 2023 playoff run. Put up 9 doubles in that postseason, big league record, drawing walks right and left, where the nickname Full Count Carter quickly became a popular phrase for Rangers fans everywhere. And Evan Carter joins us now from the Rangers clubhouse. Good afternoon, sir. It's an honor to have you. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Man, we're doing great. It's our first day here in Surprise. How things been going for you? How you feeling out there?
It's been going great. You know, excited to be back out here playing. Obviously, this is what we want to be out here doing, and I'm more than anxious to get out here and get going again. Really excited.
Yes, sir. We can't wait to watch you. Are we going to get a chance to do that tomorrow then, you think?
Yes, sir. I'll be out there again tomorrow. I will be.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, we're excited about that. Obviously, we're still excited about the 2023 playoff run and what you were able to do. What most sticks out in your memory about what all transpired, I guess, 16 months ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think just as a team, obviously, first time for the Rangers organization, that was just an unbelievable experience. I feel like the crazy part of it is my personal memory of it is a little bit spotty. I mean, I don't really remember any of it. I got to go back on YouTube and watch some highlights to remember it. It's kind of crazy.
I mean, it must have been a whirlwind, but from our perspective, you were like dialed like a veteran. You know, you were just so poised from day one and gave the team exactly what they needed.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, I was surrounded by a lot of guys who were helping me feel that way. A lot of veterans, a lot of guys who were treating me as part of the team as soon as I got there and making me feel comfortable. So big shout out to those guys. I'm really appreciative of that.
Evan, what makes you so calm? You just got this calm demeanor about yourself.
I'm too blessed to be stressed, I guess. I don't know. I mean, listen, it's just.
I love it.
Listen, I mean, gosh, no. I mean, listen. Baseball is not the most important thing in the world to me. So, you know, when I feel like there's more important things in life out there than this,
Sure.
Obviously, I want to be my absolute best on the field because that's my job. But at the end of the day, you know, there's some peace and comfort knowing that it's not the end all be all.
I could sense the frustration when you first got to camp and you were talking about dealing with the back injury last year. But I think this time last year we were all talking about, all right, Evan Carter, can he hit lefties? Is that also a frustrating question to have to answer about the lefty talk? How's that coming along?
Yeah, it definitely is frustrating just from the standpoint of I feel like that's all that I get asked anymore is how's my back and can I hit lefties now? And at the end of the day, you know, I feel like they're not gonna get off my back until I prove that, and I understand. I mean, it is what it is, and you know that's not gonna change my confidence or waver my confidence in any way. I know what I'm about, and it's just at the end of the day I got to go out there and prove that. And sample size is super small right now, and I know that. So every opportunity that I get, I've just got to capitalize on it.
How would you describe the competition between you and Leote in center field? I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure you guys are boys, but how much trash talking you do?
No trash talking. I wouldn't consider it a competition. I mean, at the end of the day, he's an incredible player, and I'm, obviously, I'm out there trying to be my best as well. And there's going to be spots for us no matter what if you hit. And so whoever's hitting, whoever's going to, produce for the lineup that day, that's who's going to be out there. And I think that there's always going to be a spot for both of us if we're doing that.
Hey, Evan, okay, this is really the most important question. When we talked to you last time, I learned that your wife is an incredible cook. Okay, do we learn any more? Do we have any more recipes, things that we need to pass along that she's kind of whipping up in the kitchen for everybody?
We are on the TikTok cookbook right now.
Oh,
doing
there you
some,
go. There you go.
Some crock pot recipes. It's great because you can just leave it on and then get home and it's ready to go. You don't got to get it ready or warm it up or anything like that. So we're on the crock pot train right now.
Nice.
Did you get into like the Four Nations, like the hockey tournament? I wonder if you think that'd be a fun idea to do in replace of the All-Star game, maybe. Like you get fired up. I know you spent some time, like Team USA. You go ahead and back the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be incredible. Obviously, I didn't even know that was a thing, and the next thing you know, I'm just on the edge of my seat keeping up with it. So that was really fun to watch, and I think that that's definitely something cool to kind of bring the energy for All-Star Weekend. I think that would be really fun.
It's Evan Carter with us. If you could play any other sport professionally, which one would it be?
Probably golf. Really like golf. Get to go some beautiful places, and just seems like a lot of fun. I think it would be a blast.
So you turn on it pretty good?
I try to. I good enough to keep me coming back every time, I guess. I'm not going out there and shooting under par or anything, but if I can, play bogey and par golf, it keeps me coming back and I have a good time.
So, you're one of those guys that always birdies the 18th hole then, right? And no matter how bad the day, like you could play like garbage for like 4 or 5 holes and then you birdie 18 and you're like, you're going by the clubhouse and setting up the tee time for the morning, aren't you?
Yeah, there we go. No, I'm out there trying to I'm trying to get a 2-putt every time, just getting on the green. All right, if I can 2-putt, I'm in business right here.
Do you get to play much out here?
Not a whole lot, honestly. The guys that do, man, they're grinders. By the end of the day, I'm worn out, and I'm not in the mood to go out and, play 18. But there's some guys that are really passionate about it, and I respect it. So it's not me, but a big off-season golf guy for me, though.
You seem like you might be a reader to unwind. Am I on?
A reader? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like books?
Yeah, I like reading. My mom's actually she's a librarian, so I guess.
Oh,
it runs
there you
in my
go.
Family.
There you go.
All right. Good read, Dawson.
There we go.
What's the best book that you've read lately, or something like that?
So I guess when I kind of got into pro ball, I started reading some. I don't want to call them self-help books, but there's a book called Atomic Habits that I read when I first got into pro ball. So that's probably one of my favorite ones of recent memory.
Right on. I
Yeah.
like that genre. Brian?
Yeah, and Evan, I was going to ask you, like, okay, you talk about the grinding aspect of training camp, and we're out here and we see it every day. You're doing something. Is the routine, is it difficult, or is the routine good for somebody like you?
As far as like spring training and stuff like
Yeah,
this, you know,
the every day knowing that you have a set schedule on what you're doing.
Yeah, I think structure is great for me. And when there's no structure given, I try and make it myself. And at the end of the day, I feel like a lot of guys have got their own thing that they want to get done, and the Rangers are very accommodating for that. So, I've got my little things here and there that I'm, especially with my back, history, I'm trying to do some certain things to feel good every day. And, they've been very accommodating for that and helping me get done what I need to get done.
What would you say would be the most important body part to keep the back intact? Is it just like a dynamite glute situation, having a caboose for the ages, or do you need that washboard six-pack?
So I actually try and loosen everything up, so I'm not trying to get real tight and big. I'm trying to just throw some WD-40 on the hips and hopefully keep them nice and loose.
It's Evan Carter here with you on your home of the Rangers. So you mentioned TikTok. Do you guys do social media?
No, I don't. My wife will get on there and watch some videos, but I don't have one now.
You can find out a lot about stuff though if you fly down that rabbit hole.
Very educational.
Yeah,
it can pull you right in.
You could get suckered into a lot of bad things though too.
I'm sure.
A lot of people think reading's the best way to consume good new knowledge, but TikTok's actually where it's at. You should tell your mom that.
Just watch it.
Yeah, there we go.
So you have goals here for 2025, Evan. What do you have in mind?
Yeah, obviously, I want to play the full season and stay healthy. I think that's number one right now for me. I guess the goal would be availability. So anything that I can do to be available and contribute to the team this year, that's going to be my goal. So don't really want to set any personal goals or set any expectations. Just wanting to stay healthy and contribute in any way possible.
Evan, I have a background in the National Football League and being around players and stuff like that. And when you're dealing with injury and stuff, did you find yourself being really lonely doing this? I know you have your rehab stuff and things you're doing, but was it kind of tough with being lonely that way? Or I always experienced that in the NFL. There are guys that seemed like that when they were banged up and they kind of were by themselves. I always felt bad for them that way.
Yeah, it's incredibly lonely. You're there, but you're not really there. It's kind of like I'm at the field, but I'm not getting ready for the game. I'm not game planning with the guys. I'm not really doing anything. I'm just kind of on my own schedule doing my stuff off in the corner, and it's like I am at the field and I watch the games and I absorb all the information and everything, but at the end of the day, that bond and that closeness that you get with the guys is getting ready to compete with them every day, and you don't really have that anymore.
Who's the newest Ranger that's made the biggest impression on you to this point? We got a Berger, we got a Peterson, got a handful of guys.
Yeah. They've both been great. My locker's right beside Peterson. Nick Ahmed as well. He's been great. He's on the other side of me. So I'd say both of those two guys. I get to talk to them a lot just because we're near each other in the locker room.
Jock's got that six-pack abs. He's probably the one that's flexing that the most.
Oh, yeah, he does, for sure.
Well, thank you so much, Evan. Huge fan. Thank you so much for the tremendous work you've done. We're excited to have you back right and get after, man. Best of luck.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Cheers. There he goes. Evan Carter here as we broadcast live in Surprise, Arizona on your home of the 2023 World Series champs. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your GBag of the day.
What a hell of a lead-in, bro.
Yeah.
He is.
Oh, Evan Carter. All right.
Legend.
Yeah. Man, that hum is something else. What you got? Oh, look at it. Stop. What is that?
Did it stop?
No, it didn't stop in my
went back.
hands.
It went back.
dang it.
Yeah, it was gone for a second. That hell of a hum right there.
So goes to Ted Nichols' pain.
Yeah. All right, let's get to this. Mr. Broadus, you are a winner so far and champ of GBag of the day. This will be day 2 right here for you. It was a scouting report, and you're afraid of things, apparently.
Yeah, I am.
I know there's a lot of holes. I'm just trying my best not to pick the guy that could potentially bust on me. And Dane's right about Will Johnson.
Blake said.
Gosh.
Reminds me of a camping trip back in 2008.
No Diddy. Boy Scouts.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Man, I hate to ask the questions, bro. What's going on?
I was about to say, what's going on with that That trip in
Camping
2000.
trip. What happened, bro?
Were you the buster or the bustee?
Oh, wait. Relax.
So it was me and like, I don't know, 10 friends or something were gathered around the fire one night, and this was one of those, like, they call them primitive camping sites where it's not a real camping site. You know, you're just on the river, but every mile or two there's like a turnout where you could go start a fire and put a tent.
Oh, dude.
Right? So car comes flying up the gravel road. Guy stops and he runs the 100 yards or whatever into the woods to find our spot. He's like, oh my goodness, can I camp with you guys? I just woke up and you won't believe what this guy that's camping with us was doing. Yeah.
Going tent to tent?
No.
Was standing over him and he, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, wow.
Glad we brought that up.
How old was that guy?
Yes, we did ask.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I painted the picture, I suppose.
You did.
You did.
Definitely
You
did.
He was probably around 20.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were like, sure, dude. More the merrier.
I'd rather wake up with a bear trying to eat me.
Right?
What?
It's quite
All
shocking.
I would.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't, but I understand what you mean. I get the sentiment.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Lucius.
I get it, bro.
If I had to pick one of the two, it'd be tough.
Kind of a coin flip.
Let me get all right, anyway, let's go to hockey. Hockey right here. Buffalo Sabres, the broadcaster, Rob Ray. It took a puck.
He took a puck.
Right to the face. I know you guys seen this.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0. In the opening period, and the Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket.
Yeah.
Best
Such a-
F-bomb in sports is David Ortiz.
Amazing reaction.
That was a real good F-bomb, man.
It was so good.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
I think it was at the start of the game. It's like the opening face-off. That thing went right into it. I mean, and yeah, talk about a knot. Man, those guys down between the benches, though, I'm surprised that more of them don't get hit with pucks.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0. In the opening period.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he wasn't bleeding.
Yeah.
He really ate that puck, man. It was
He
pretty-
ate it,
pretty
dog.
unbelievable.
I seen something saying the F word right after during pain can reduce the pain by 35% or something like that.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Maybe it's it's on the internet. It's all cap anyway. We don't know.
I do it a lot.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. What else we got? Oh, we got another over-modulation call. You know, like those modulation calls. It was like what's that kid's name? Garside. And then they just go crazy. Remember that?
Yeah, lose their mind.
Yeah. Break the mics. Hold on, get a little Garside at you.
Throw it in. Garside. Up the court. Garside. Push it up for the win.
Oh my God. Garside.
Oh, that's great.
We got another one right here. A UConn high school basketball player named Colin Cowell. He hit a half-court game winner on his birthday.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Should.
Mitchell Bonner!
Shoot it.
Colin Cowell!
Yeah,
just a bunch of noise.
Back to back?
Pandemonium. Yeah,
You hear one guy like, shoot it.
Yeah.
That's all the description you get.
Yeah.
Wow.
When I first heard this, I was like, is there a kid on that squad named Foreskin?
Oh.
Listen, bro.
Should.
Oh, Forsen.
Yeah. Oh, Forsen.
I'm
blocked by Foreskin.
He's at it again.
That was a stretch, Lucius. That was a stretch.
Hey, I'm trying it. All right, let's see what else we got. Before we get out of here. Yesterday was a church day. There's a blessing for you. I pray you get it. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes. That's Frederick Douglass Haynes. Man was made for this moment. We have a preacher that is not a fan of what y'all are doing to the music in the churches nowadays.
But I was driving through it, and it said traditional service, 9 o'clock. Then it said contemporary service, 11 o'clock. It said blended service, 10 o'clock. Now, why don't they just put compromising service. You know, I mean, it's compromise. And they're trying to take our music don't even sound right in that atmosphere. They'll take our lyrics from our book and change the melody to it and change the style that accompanies it. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound, let's say, hey, the rich like me. I want to loud, blind, but now say, that's sacrilegious.
Come on, bro. He just wanted to show off.
He did.
I was getting my wallet out to throw in the bucket.
If he's telling us that, if that's something we don't want to do in church, he's doing it awfully the wrong way. You know what I mean? It's terrible.
He's trolling us.
Guys
now.
down there in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, doing that stuff.
Hey, whatever gets you closer to God. You know what I'm
That was
saying?
an awful way to make your point. And that was the awful way I made my point, but still. It's an awful way.
We got Broadus afraid. We have Sabres announcer Rob Ray. Oh, F. We have overmodulation play-by-play of a Yukon win.
What a block by foreskin.
Preacher, not a fan of the musical remixes. I'm going to go with the Sabres announcer, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, samesies.
Yes. Lucius?
The overmodulation, I guess.
Walter?
Broadus.
Brian?
Hockey.
Final score 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the Sabres announcer Rob Ray, hit by a puck.
They said
with
again.
Again.
Yeah, the guy said again.
Yeah, he's been hit a couple of times already.
You got to find a new spot to stand.
Yeah. Or get a helmet and a
He's just trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
He's a puck man. Best of the weekend, Chief.
Yeah, I spent all weekend turning Rangers players into concession menu items. We will unveil the tasty treats next right here in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. GBag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Here's Eric Chiafalo to review the last 48 hours plus.
That's right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a great weekend. I was really hard at work most of the weekend. I was like, sorry, honey, I know I'm going out of town or whatever, but I got a job to do. I got to put a concession items list together. We got to finalize it. Rangers, by the way, up right now 9-0. Bottom of the second.
Boom,
I mean,
dude.
nothing like if you need to get off the schneid a little bit, a little tune-up game. The Chicago White Sox, I mean, that was just what the doctor
I called it
today.
yesterday, didn't I?
You did. You did.
Bat around in the first inning. I mean, unbelievable. Jock Peterson, 3-run homer. Doley's got an RBI single. He came back, bases loaded, scores another run on a Josh Smith single. Everybody. I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, everyone's going up, getting hits, scoring runs. They might break a record today for most runs scored in a game.
Yeah, do they skunk
I don't
rule?
know. I don't know if they keep tally when it comes to spring training records like that. Ooh, could you?
Little spring training skunk rule, you would have to think. If you get
Get up like 20-0.
I was thinking maybe 15, but yeah, 20 seems like a surefire. Let's pack this one up and
call it a day.
Take it home. But that's nice. So Jock Peterson already with the Oppo Jimmy Jack. Good night, dude.
Do they have like the 10-run rule in these things?
Yeah, we were sort of just kicking that around.
In college. I don't know if they have that in spring training.
We're on it.
Looking at 29. 29 runs.
29
okay.
runs.
All right, well.
Set 3 years ago by the Cardinals.
Oh, that's the record?
Yep.
Look at that. Well, I mean, they're pacing.
Get the 30 burger.
They're pacing 27 runs by the end of the third inning right now.
They had a 15-run 8th inning in that game. So
I just quit.
Rangers came out of the gates with a 9-run first inning today.
they're ahead of pace.
Yeah, they are. They are. Rocking and rolling. Okay, so this is exciting. Hopefully we can get some of this to stick permanently at Globe Life Field. I got as many as I could come up with. Anybody who has more, please let me know. I've pretty much squeezed all the juice out of this one for my particular brain.
Okay.
But I'm trying to take important Rangers and turn them into concession food items, menu items, okay? We're going to come out of the gates with something that I think is delicious, and some people think it's breakfast. I think it's actually better at night before you go to sleep.
Cereal.
Let's start with some Simeon Toast Crunch.
Wow, you really
You did good there.
I love Simeon Toast Crunch.
Yeah, that's a great call right there. Simeon Toast Crunch.
Great
Yeah.
call on the Coronas, by the way, Broadus. Thank you for that.
Always happy to help. You can't
how's
go
your
to a
pretzel?
fault. Yeah, it's actually, want to bite? Here, let me give you some.
No,
Oh,
I'm
you got a
good. I'm
pretzel
good.
too?
Yeah.
No, I'm good, thanks.
I'm going to work on this La Cerveza Más Fina.
Trying to be a little bit healthier, so I'm on a beer-only
Okay.
diet. Just a beer-only diet.
Yeah, have that beer.
Thank you.
I encourage everyone to get to the 105.3 The Fan social media pages coming up here probably in the next couple of hours and look at the wonderful confessional video that Wolchuk put together today, brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Sidings, right here live from Surprise Stadium. It's fantastic.
I'm going through it.
You're going to enjoy it. Okay, so are we in? Are we in on Simeon Toast Crunch?
Yeah, I'm absolutely in on that.
How do you like a little Ezekiel Durancheladas?
Ooh, that sounds amazing.
Wow.
Can I get those with no
like
onions?
that.
You can get those however you want them.
Yeah, I know a lot of times they'll work the onions into that beef mixture. That sounds terrific.
Yeah, and you can also get whatever you want, toppings-wise, on the loaded DeGromlet.
The DeGromlet.
Yeah.
DeGromlet's beautiful.
Maybe we want that just on a Sunday occasion,
Yes.
early Sunday game,
Matinee.
little brunch vibe going. You get a DeGromlet.
Do you have a DeGromlet station? These are made to order.
Yeah, I would like
Well,
to
yours
think that
would
these are
only
made
have
to
two little items in it: the eggs and the cheese.
You can
Everything
put
else
bacon
would
and
be
sausage and tater tots in there.
Oh, would you?
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe get some hot sauce.
No vegetables, right?
No, I can't think of any breakfast vegetables that I like.
No
They usually go
peppers.
peppers,
No,
mushrooms,
yeah.
and onions.
Mushrooms, onion, yeah.
We have Jake's Mash Burger.
Yes.
So we've played on a
he's
couple of
mashed.
different things
Yeah,
here.
I love that.
Smash, mash, because he mashes, and we're actually going to put mashed potatoes on the burger.
See, I was hoping you'd say that.
In this particular instance. So
Yeah.
we got it on a brioche, and we're feeling good about it. That's going to be a hot seller there. Now, and I like the idea of the mash burgers going immediately 50% off following a dong
Ooh,
from
yes.
burger.
Yes.
You know, so immediately now you have a deal, 50% off on mash burgers right now just for the next inning. Just for the next inning, you got like a 15-minute window or whatever. Go capitalize.
Yeah, or anybody in line, by the end of the inning, because I imagine the demand's going to be high for that one.
Even better.
That's that Pluckers formula from our draft night parties.
That is.
Where if you get the pick right, then it's Insta-bar sales.
I'm saying if you're in line to get one and he hits a dong ball, you get it free.
Ooh, all right.
Wow.
I mean, we can workshop the
BOGO
business
action.
Yeah, the business aspect to it, but I think that's going to be a bestseller. We do have. I was trying to work in Corey Seager. Now tell me, Corny Seager, we got a little corn dog action.
Okay,
He
I
might
like
not
it.
like
We're
that.
trying to spitball here. Like
Yeah,
I was
no,
trying to
I'm
work
with
him
you.
in. Corey
Why are you
Skewer.
leaking so much confidence
You know,
right now?
I mean, cigarette.
You are. You're leaking a lot of
I'm
confidence
sorry,
right now.
Brad.
Why don't you say it with your chest? Take a pull off that beer and say it.
Marshmallow stuffed brownies.
Boom. Now you're working.
Marshmallow?
Now you're working.
We've got Josh Spore's Head cold cuts.
Getting better.
Sports Hits. Sports Hits. That
All
might
right.
be the leader.
Let's see what you've done here.
Boom,
Boom. You've saved it. You've saved your best one.
Thank God.
Take another pull off that beer.
Yeah.
Say it with your chest.
After Corny Seager, I thought we were going to have to call this
I
one.
was about to take the beer away.
Don't
from
worry,
you.
we got the reserves in, baby. Here we go.
We got the let's see, we got chocolate chip cookies, we got Jocko tacos, we got Jock's jam. I think we could have a whole line of different flavors of jams.
Yeah.
Jock's jams.
Jock's Jam sounds a little like a jock.
Like a jock
Jam
strap.
of the jock.
Well, I mean that's his God-given name.
Mushy.
All right, well we'll continue. We have Kyle Higashiokra. We also
Oh, yeah,
have
that was a good one. You came up with that a few weeks ago.
we
That's
also
nice.
have the Higashioka Tapioca, courtesy of Dawson's
I'd rather have the
brilliant
okra,
brain.
yeah.
Ooh, the 559 Seager salad.
Little Seeger salad.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Seeger salad
Caesar.
makes a lot of sense.
All right,
You get a
yeah.
side of Seeger salad with
Oh,
your
hey, that's even better.
your
Yeah.
DeGromlet.
Take a pull off that beer.
Cole Winton soup.
Okay.
Cole Winton.
Not as much of a crowd pleaser.
Winton.
We have
Yeah.
Dane dumplings.
I like Dane,
Dane
dumplings.
dumplings are good.
That's fantastic.
We have, let's see, we have Justin Fondue.
Justin Fondue.
Melting
Yeah.
pot.
Hopefully
Pick that one up.
Foscue really, takes the next step this year, and we can really, because you kind of got to earn it. You can't just, hey, Mr. Fondue, you haven't really done
Yeah, we're not
anything
just
yet.
giving
But
you
we're not
food.
just going to give you an item, but
No.
these
like-
are all in the cellar
I
of
got to look
opportunity.
this up and make sure this is an actual
Fondue
item.
has some great potential.
It
but
does.
if you do have that moment of exhilaration where you stand up with fondue in your lap and it goes in front of you onto the fans in the row ahead, we might have some scalding breath.
That could be, you could be some lost.
So I think that's a sweet only for the Justin Fondue.
Okay, we have, let's see, we also have the Eric Nadelli meat.
Yes.
He loves a good deli meat.
Or like Nadelli subs or something like that.
Nadelli
I'm
subs.
partial to the Spores head, but I get it. I like it.
Adobo
Oh,
Garcia.
no. Adobo Garcia.
Jeez. Josh Yumbalaya. Trying to work in a Josh Young film.
Yeah,
Josh
I see what you did.
Yumbalaya.
I see what you did.
Thought you might like that one there, Broadus.
I did.
Jeez, man, you might be in the wrong business.
I know you're going to love this one. Mike Maduck Sauce. Mike's Maduck Sauce.
Yep. Is that with an X?
No, you're trying to trick me with the duck sauce thing. You tried to trick me one year with that duck sauce
You
thing.
compare Mike Maduck Sauce with
No,
Wonton
he's
soup.
not. Gavin, you see what he's doing, right?
You love duck sauce, Brian. What are you trying to do?
No.
Run away? Hide? Don't hide.
How about Chris Egg Foo Young?
Holy hell. I love that, dude. You're cultured as hell,
How about
Broadus.
that? Yeah.
We have the Chris Martini. Hopefully he's a closer of the highest order, and he deserves that.
I like the Chris Martini.
You get the Chris Martini. Let's see here. We also have we have John's Gravy. John Gravy.
Never heard of that.
We have Sebastian's Walnuts for our guy Sebastian Walcott.
Walcott.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think, and we built a great rapport with him today.
We did.
That,
It was fun. I know K&C also got to talk with him, and they were so bitter.
Yeah.
Like, guys, if we're talking to a guy, are you talking to the guy? Like, are you really? Are we doing this? Are we doing clicks?
They probably didn't ask about lot lizards and farting in the batter's box.
Our
though, you know?
interview
So
with him is going to be totally different.
probably going to be very,
There's
very
no
different.
way we also talked about French toast. Zero chance that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, has this run its course? Yeah, I believe that's our entire menu. I was trying to do like a Jonah Heim, like a Jonan bread. Wolchuk, Jonan bread.
We can work it. We can workshop that one.
But yeah, I mean, what sounds the most delicious to you guys? If you could order any one of those, would it be Jake's Mash Burger? Would it be Simeon Toast Crunch?
I love the DeGromlet.
Ezekiel Durancheladas.
The omelet, I think, is
The DeGromlet's outstanding.
Josh Sports Head Cold Cuts seemed like it got
Sports
Dawson
Head's a
pretty
good
fired
one.
up.
Yep.
They're all tied.
And the
Yeah.
Some fried Kyle Higashi okras.
They're all tied.
They're all great. I'd probably pass on the okra, although the fried okra is pretty good.
Bo cheese fries. I like that from the 972.
Bo cheese fries. There
Bo
you
cheese
go.
fries.
Thank you, Chief. That was fantastic. It's time for the NFL news today as we broadcast live from spring training in Arizona. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
We've got the latest combine buzz, and what are the Cowboys doing at right tackle? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember
Well,
that.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise, Arizona, the home of Rangers spring training. They share this ballpark with the Royals. They're currently hosting the Athletics. Segments going to be the NFL News Today here in just a second with Zach Wolchuk. Get you updated on everything happening in Pro Pigskin. Our presenting sponsor is ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service, guaranteed. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL News.
Okie dokie. So we got a new article out. David Moore, what's the plan to replace Zach Martin? Stephen Jones reveals Cowboys' initial roadmap. Okay. Big takeaway from this one. When it comes to Martin, it did seem like Stephen Jones said they feel confident about Beebe. They feel confident about Hoffman maybe holding that down. Didn't shy away from still taking a lineman high in the draft. They do that a lot. But the big one was Terrence Steele. Quote, obviously we got Terrence Steele signed. I think he's going to play much better in this system with Clayton Adams. Clayton has watched all of the tape on him and just really loves him. Terrence's strong point is run blocking. If we do what I think Shadi and Clayton are going to do offensively, which is an even bigger focus on the run, that's going to help Steele. Clayton is very fired up, and so is Connor about what Terrence can do. At right tackle, or where could he find himself, was the follow-up question. Stephen Jones said, yes, at right tackle. So now we've kind of thought about, like, all right, do you post June 1? Do you open up some space there via the salary cap? Do you, if you end up drafting one of these left tackles, do you look at moving their position or keeping them at left tackle and then saying, okay, Guyton, you can compete on the right side? But at least right now, Cowboys' plan moving forward is still Terrence Steele as your right tackle, and maybe he's on to something. I did not think Mike Solari helped Terrence Steele. I thought he was a better player under the coaching and guidance of Joe Philbin. Maybe he's right, and Clayton Adams can get him back to the run-blocking form that really was dominant for at least half of the season with Zach Martin a few years ago.
Yeah, no, and just generally, regardless of scheme, I just feel like a running play with Steele is a much better idea. You know, the pressure that he gets, high-quality rushers just ghost him. You know, he just does not have the quickness to get out wide on some of those guys, and the power as well is an issue.
Yeah.
So I think just in general, Brian, am I wrong?
No, and I think, I think when you followed up and said the power, that's the biggest issue with him. You know, these edges, it used to be like right defensive edges, that was your pass rush guy rushing against that left side. Now these teams have put some of their best players over against the right tackle. So, these right tackles have to be up to snuff on how to pass block over there. But the thing with Steele is, you can watch his tape and people just take him back to the quarterback. But the run blocking stuff, he has a really good fit and feel for how to work with the guard, how to kind of work himself inside, push the guard up second level, to get on the outside, the pin and pull stuff. I could see where Adams would like him they get a crack on the edge and a pull by the tackle with that pin and pull stuff I was just talking about. I could see how they like Steele to potentially do that.
Now, we've got the Combine going down. Thursday we start drills. Sean and RJ and Bobby, they're flying out. They're going to be there starting Wednesday. So this is incredible. For the first time in 105 Through the Fan history, we're going to have the Scouting Combine covered. We got Rangers Spring Training covered. That's what we do on your home, the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. So Thursday, you're going to get D-line and linebackers, Brian Broaddus.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, we get DBs and tight ends. Saturday, quarterbacks, receivers, and running backs. Cowboys, Stephen Jones also saying they're in the market to possibly draft a quarterback, which likely means they're moving on from Trey Lance. Maybe they're also moving on from Cooper Rush. Could they be looking at one of the Kyle McCords? I know Tyler Shug's been getting a lot of momentum. I don't get why, but hey, there's some other quarterbacks down the line there that they might be interested in on day 3 of the draft. Offensive line then rounds it out on Sunday. We found out, speaking of quarterbacks, though, Shedeur won't work out for teams at the Combine. So he's not going to do the drills. I'm sure he'll interview with teams, and he's scheduled to arrive on Tuesday.
Yeah.
He will not be doing the drills. So Caleb Williams did not do this last year. Neither did Jaden Daniels. They went on to really have pretty good seasons. Drake May also, I forgot, did not work out last year. All three,
Yeah.
you'd say probably the three, along with Bo Nix, incredible rookie season. So, Brian, I mean, it's not the first time we've seen this, but I would love to see Shedeur be able to work out.
No, and he's the whole thing is about familiarity, and they've got draftable receivers at Colorado, and they could go back, they could set it up how they want to. Pat Shurmur, the offensive coordinator for the Buffs, former NFL head coach, offensive coordinator in the league, he can set up the drills. He knows what to do and what the pro teams want to see. So this doesn't surprise me. What we're about to have happen, though, are other positions not work out.
Exactly.
And Ashton Genty is not going to work out.
Yep.
Now, Will Johnson, corner from Michigan, there's talk about him not running at all because there's questions about his speed. So he might not ever run a 40-yard dash for anybody. And so there's, I get it. You want to throw to your own receivers. You want to control the practice and all those things. Great. But when we're starting to get guys that just, for positions that we're trying to evaluate that are speed dependent, when you talk about wide receivers and say corners not or safeties not running, now we're getting some issues. If they don't run at all, I would have a hard time drafting Will Johnson, corner Michigan, and not knowing his 40-yard dash time. I really would.
Because you're obviously hiding something, and it means you're not confident you're going to run a good time.
I don't think so, I don't think so.
Yeah, with a lot of other positions, I'd be okay with just going with the tape, but I mean, that's terrifying.
Well, I understand what Travis Hunter's doing. He's basically telling people, like, listen, I won the Heisman Trophy. I've got tape. You can watch that. You want to interview me, see what kind of character I am, fine, all that. But if I don't
you can
have
tell
to,
I'm an electric athlete, though.
Oh no, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. But there's some Will Johnson, that corner from Michigan, started off on a lot of people's board as a top 3 player, and now he's floating somewhere between 18 and 25 on where he's going to get picked. And the questions are now, even more about how well does he really run. I know this is something that we've talked about on the draft show. I know Voch Lombardi and I on We're Doing All Right podcast have talked about it. Love of the Star, we've talked about it, that there's a group of scouts out there that are like, now the media scouts are catching up with the real scouts on how well this guy really runs.
I think the Cowboys drafting a quarterback thing is even more interesting, though, because sure, it could mean goodbye to Trey Lance. I think Cooper Rush has just proven he can win, especially if you're going to run the ball even more. Like his metrics and his analytics say one of the worst, but whenever he's getting in there for an extended stretch, you're like, wow, Cooper Rush kind of gave us a chance, right? And if that happens in the middle of next year and you have to go to an unproven guy or somebody maybe even worse than Trey Lance for the month of October or November, you're probably going to flush your season. I think Cooper Rush give you a chance to go 3-1 or 4-1 or whatever it might be. So that one right there is big, but at the same time, Dak's at an age now where I think you're looking at day 3 and saying, hey, we'll take this. We want to keep Cooper Rush, but we have to try our hand at getting lucky on a day 3 pick at this position here.
Well, they got multiple 5s.
Yep,
yeah,
3 5s,
and that's where this thing is probably going to fall.
Siobhan Ravel, the corner from East Carolina, who was considered also maybe the best corner in the draft, went ahead and suffered a torn ACL last October. Dr. Daniel Cooper said in a letter to NFL teams when he reports to an NFL team after the 2025 draft, he will be cleared for all strength and conditioning activities and individual running and cutting drills as a DB. He will not be cleared for participation with the team until training camp. This is routine for the protocol after ACL reconstruction in football, but overall, really good news for Siobhan Ravel Jr. I know we're big fans of him. I personally like him a little bit more than Will Johnson, but some might look and say, like, hey, he's a little bit more stiff. Johnson's a little bit more fluid with the hips, but I think Ravel runs better than
opposite.
Will Johnson.
I think it's opposite, to be honest with you, Wolchuk. I think Ravel is the one that's got a little bit more fluidity to him than what Johnson has. Yeah, I think because of the length of Will Johnson, being 6'2", 202 pounds, I think it takes him. He could be a little leggy, and I think Ravel is a little bit more of a. When you start to talk about a guy that can move, the stickiness that he plays with, I really like this kid a lot, and I kind of feel it's unfortunate that he had to deal with that knee injury, but. If Dr. Cooper's fixed him up, man, I would say I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, if Al Harris were still here, I think he'd love Siobhan Ravel Jr. I mean, he seems like kind of one of those dudes the Cowboys have been taking in recent years. I don't know. Like, do they view that a little bit differently now with the new coaching staff?
He might be there at 44 if people are not really comfortable with that knee,
Matthew Stafford has been given permission to talk to other teams about a trade. The Highland Park product was told over the weekend by the Rams. Now, this is good for the Rams. They're kind of able to gauge the interest there, according to Rappaport. Still hopes Stafford could return for the 2025 season in L.A. He's got 2 seasons left, 4-year extension he signed with the Rams back in 2022, but he's actually looking for a pay raise to whatever team he ends up going to, and a few have already expressed interest. The Steelers, the Giants are among teams inside the division, the Browns, and the Raiders as well, according to Albert Breer.
He's under contract for like $25 million, and apparently he wants 50 to 55. So the Rams are giving him permission to go out and find if a team wants to not only give them draft compensation for him, but also willing to do that contract. And if they are, then I think that they'd move on to trying to do something. But a lot of teams, based on what I'm seeing, feel like they're just doing that to see what the value is, and they're not really going to let him go.
Yeah, I think it'd be surprising to me, unless they have a plan in place already and they're ready to pivot. And the Rams have done an excellent job of rebuilding through the draft on their defense. But is there a quarterback they like? Is it Jackson Dart from Ole Miss? Like, what would be their backup option? Because that's a team that's ready to compete right now. Stafford just played brilliantly for you in 2 playoff games. Heck, he almost came back and gave you a chance to win against the Eagles in the snow. So,
hot shot.
It's surprising. It's surprising to me that they'd be willing to get rid of Matthew Stafford. But to your point, maybe one of these teams says, yeah, we agree with the Rams. We're not going to pay you $50 million. You got to make your $27 million, and then he just stays in L.A. The Raiders have the most cap space to work with among those teams right now. They appear to possibly be the favorites that would be willing to pony up that money, but we'll see what ends up happening moving forward with Matthew Stafford. That's definitely a big domino that could lead to other moves.
Second baseman got handcuffed. He was so jammed, he just said, hell with it, and fell down on his butt. Still managed to snag the ball off his inner thigh and make the play to first.
Rangers still up 9-0 in the bottom of the fourth as they're playing the White Sox across town here as we're hanging out in Surprise, Arizona. GBag Nation covering spring training. We got a fun Joe Barlow interview for you a little bit later on. Former Cowboys safety Keanu Neal, 29 years old. He's retiring from the NFL after 8 seasons. Played with the Cowboys, Falcons, Bucks, Steelers. All the lessons learned, he wrote on Instagram. The game has helped mold me into who I am today. So congratulations on quite the career for Keanu Neal.
Yeah, it was going well in Atlanta there for a couple of years, wasn't it?
Yeah,
then he kind
Pro
of
Bowl
battled
guy.
injuries,
Yeah.
and maybe he was a little, past his prime already by the time the Cowboys got him. But first-round pick, I think. Bama? Yeah, Keanu Neal, good player.
So we've got another linebacker that could be available as the Panthers are moving on from Shaq Thompson. 10
Saw
years.
that.
I can't believe 10 years. Shaq Thompson's already been in the league, so he's going to enter free agency. Could be another option if you want to go linebacker. I'm not sure the price that he's going to command. Former 25th overall pick in 2015 out of Washington. Was still a pretty darn productive player there for Carolina. So he's going to be entering his 11th season. I don't know. Does that end up being a cost-effective move? He's going to be 31 years old. He's going to test the market, and we'll see. Could that end up being at linebacker? Brian and I, we've talked about it. Weak linebacker class in the draft. I think that's an area you definitely need to try and address to add depth, if not another starter or two in free agency. So maybe Shaq Thompson's another name to throw into the conversation.
Yeah, the linebackers clearly, we've talked about their if you're going to do something, even if they add, they're probably going to bottom fish that group too. We're starting to see, more linebackers, but it's linebackers that are a little bit more undersized, like Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame, guys that are 227 pounds, and there's a couple of guys in here though that are pretty good size. With Stutzman, from Oklahoma, has got some size to him, and then Kobe King from Penn State, another guy, kind of throwback linebackers, but we're starting to see them. They're not guys that are up in the top, say, day 2 guys, but maybe more day 3 guys.
Another safety available too. You got something on the linebackers?
No, just a lot of them. A lot of former greats. Eric Kendricks is one of them. And how do you project a salary on a guy like Shaq Thompson? I don't even know. But there are options. If you believe in your pro scouting staff, I think the Cowboys have a really good track record of finding guys that can play that might be a little bit long in the tooth and get them at a great value. So I think this is a very relevant name for the Cowboys, depending on what that film looks like.
Another safety available too, Juan Thornhill. Was with Kansas City, won Super Bowls there, then moved to the Browns. They're releasing him. That's going to free up $7 million. He had 1 year, $7 million left on his deal, so that's going to free up some cap space for Cleveland. Juan Thornhill could be another safety if you want to add to that position. Cowboys did it a few years ago with Malik Hooker. They've got a starter for the last 3 years, but I do think that is a position that you could go and improve on via free agency. And in one of the weirdest hirings, Jags hiring former Bears OC Shane Waldron as their passing game coordinator. That's a surefire way to not allow Trevor Lawrence to improve.
They should trade for Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Oh, he loves him.
Set
Big
that
fan.
thing off right
Big
there.
fan of Shane Waldron. There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, Chuck. We're live in surprise spring training coverage all week long. As he mentioned, Joe Barlow, he's coming up with us at 4:40. But usually we do the C note at 3:20, and there are a number of Cowboys headlines. We'll briefly recap you if you've missed them, and then jump into some Rangers headlines coming up next here. It's the GBag Nation live at Surprise Stadium in Arizona on 105.3 The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
Gentlemen.
Project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We do have the C note. I'll get you some Cowboys news here in just a second, but I want to do Rangers news of the day as well because It's in the air. You know, we're live and surprised watching the Royals and A's play. Rangers are across town beating Cleveland like a redheaded stepchild. You know, just 9-0 first inning. They finally broke out of this little spring slump they've been in. So we'll get an update on that a little bit later on as well. Maybe we'll hear from Sands even. Around the Bases every night at 6 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers. Okay, segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel & Frankel. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, Rangers news here in just a second. Just to kind of recap you on what Stephen Jones said today, because it's a big day here with the combine starting and the front office guys being available for impromptu media sessions. Of course, you'll have Jerry on the bus a little bit later on in the week, so we'll get his take on many of these same subjects. But one of the surprises was Osa is their number one priority in free agency, even before Micah Parsons, which, I don't know, assuming you can take their word for it, does signal to me that they know they now have to spend some money against the cap here, maybe borrow future dollars to get this one done in order to make sure they don't slide back and become as bad as the Giants. You know, like 2 bad years in a row, coming off that loss to the Packers, this could be the culmination of events. And I don't think the Cowboys will ever be inspired to finish a roster by pressure, but hey, guys, we might miss the playoffs. This could be bad. You remember what that was like in the late 80s when we first took over the team? That's kind of like what we could be devolving to, and I just wonder if that could mean some flashing of the cash that's unexpected. Because it wasn't until the end of the year where all of a sudden the Cowboys are singing a different tune. They say they might be more aggressive with outside free agents as well. So stay tuned. I'm not totally buying it, but I think as far as retaining your own guys does go with their MO over the years. But quarterback, they'd like to draft one. I find that interesting. You know, day 3 is what I assume they mean. When they were starting the process of beginning to move on from Tony Romo, they got lucky in the 4th round. They do it immediately, right? They're like, holy cow, we already got the guy. I think you go day 3 for a little bit, and then if that doesn't work, maybe in the next couple of off seasons, you'd move it up. When, Brian, do you think is the first time the Cowboys will consider using a premium pick on quarterback?
My gosh, boys.
What? No hum, huh?
I think the hum's gone.
Hello.
I think we're in a hum-free environment for the first time. Attaboy, Ruben.
Ruben Portillo.
Good stuff, Ruby.
Engineering his backside off.
Wow.
Look at that.
You know, I
Look
feel
at
like,
this.
though, that if you might get fortunate like you did with Dak Prescott in the 4th round with a compensatory pick. You know, when you asked me the question about a premium one,
yeah,
I think you're to the point, depending on, though, okay, what if the 5th round pick does work out? What if all of a sudden, we're in Oxnard and we're seeing some preseason games and you're kind of like, okay, well, they've got this guy buttoned up. And, Dak Prescott, we've all kind of talked about the cap gymnastics that you're going to have to do probably for a couple of years. But, if that guy were to hit or that guy were to look good or, you can kind of develop a guy that way, maybe that takes – but I
like that strategy, by the way. Hey, Dak's got 4 years left. Let's see what could happen on day 3.
I really – in my heart of hearts, it was like I was once saying, yeah, okay, they're probably going to sign Dak, and yeah, I'd probably sign Dak and all that. Eric, I know you were very much hey, let's rip the Band-Aid off, go, you can change the coach, change the quarterback, move on. And you're just saying it in not like a mean way or anything like that. But this could have been the year where you could have used that premium pick, Dawson.
Yeah.
You could have used the pick at 12.
Sure.
Or you could have used the pick at 44.
You trade up, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
So this would have probably been, something if they would have done the where they just said, we're just going to completely move on.
Yeah.
This would have been the year to do it. I don't think you can use a premium pick at least for a couple of years now.
Okay, at least a couple of years.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, what if Dak, like last year he was on pace, he had 11 touchdowns, 8 picks, and a passer rating under 90. What if you get that season again, which I think you could if Tyler Guyton's your left tackle? What if he gets hurt again? Do you look at it next year with or without Arch? You still have a number of quality quarterbacks that are coming in next year's class, maybe 3 or 4 of them as good as the best 2 this year, right? What do you think? Could we be talking legitimately about the Cowboys drafting a quarterback in the first round next year? Or would that still be too early?
If he gets hurt again next year, I think that's something that they have to talk about.
Yeah.
Because now you've got it's hard to push back against the injury-prone label.
That's ultimately what triggered them with Romo.
Right.
He just been hurt like 2 out of 3 years. They were like done.
And so they threw a dart on Dak, and it worked. And so maybe that's what they're looking this year. Even if the likelihood is you're not hitting on the guy anyway.
Right.
But I do like the strategy of just every single year I'm using a pick on trying to see, because the worst thing is, if I hit that guy and I've still got my franchise quarterback playing at a high level, that then ends up being great trade leverage for me to acquire other assets. Cowboys just need, if they're going to do that, they have to go ahead and put their money where their mouth is right now and actually pursue filling out the roster via free agency and all the other avenues. Because it does look like you can't afford to spend the luxury of taking a backup quarterback when you've got so many holes on your roster, and it seems like the only way that you're improving is through the draft. So you can go ahead and roll the dice and take a quarterback, but is that a guy that you think could end up being your starting linebacker in 2 years? Or is he going to be riding the bench as a backup quarterback to Dak if all things go well and he doesn't do anything for 4 years? So I don't know. I mean, I do like the idea of it, but they've got to prove that they're willing to go ahead and build the roster and fill some of these holes in other avenues than just the draft. Otherwise, I don't know that you can afford to use that pick on a quarterback.
No, not right now. No, but if Dak doesn't play well and you're like, wow, the injuries got him, a combination of age and injury got him, and we're not getting any better than like the 18th best quarterback, I think you got to rip that Band-Aid off and go for it. At least I hope they'd be aware of that. And, I mean, Tony Romo wasn't that old when they decided to start that process. Next year's class is pretty good, though. You have Nussmeier, you have Aller, you have South Carolina's guy Sellers, and Cade Klubnik. So it'll be a very interesting college football season. If I had to guess, I think 2027's draft is probably the most likely.
Yeah, if like you said earlier, though, if things aren't, if Dak starts to show that the injuries, the lack of mobility, maybe he doesn't get the offense. I mean, maybe it doesn't all click.
Yeah,
this thing could be very. We've seen teams eat salary cap.
Yeah, and right now, I don't know if I would bet on Dak making it to the end of this 4-year contract as still the starter.
Yeah, I think there's some questions about that.
Totally fair. He played really well in 2023. But the status of this offensive line, and that's why I'd be looking for free agency or the 12th pick. Like, we got to come out of one of those two with a better option. Unless our guys are working with Guyton and they can guarantee me he's going to play like at least a solid veteran this year. Okay, they also want Lewis and Rico back. We'll talk more Cowboys throughout today's show. We are live in Surprise and have a trio of Rangers updates for you. You can tune in every night at 6 o'clock for more in-depth conversation. Jared Sandler joins us for a segment or two before every Rangers pregame as well once that season gets started. But we got another player in the outfield guy, Kevin Pillar. He plays all three positions. He's 36 years old. Played for a lot of teams, including the Blue Jays, when Rugi punched Batista. Pillar was on that diamond that day. So maybe we could get his thoughts on that. But he thought he was going to retire. He actually moves to Argyle. He buys a bunch of chicken and sheep, and he's going to do like the mini farm thing where his kids got chores, and we're not full on farmers, but we have a farm type setup.
We're gentlemen farmers.
That. Yeah, I romanticize about that, but like not having to be the one that actually does the work.
You got somebody that's doing it for you.
Yeah,
the perfect fence and the driveway with the truck and everything. And well, he thought he was going to do that, and he was really enjoying being around his kids. I mean, they're 3 and 6, but he said in the end, that talk was about he got hurt last year, and he just was getting whispers that maybe the league was sending him a message that it was time to go. But around the winter meetings or time or whatever, he was like, nope, I'm all in. So he let his agent know, and CY called him, and apparently they'd been having an eye on him. But last year he hit .301 against lefties. So, I mean, it's a minor league deal with an invite to spring training, but I have to imagine this is going to work out and he can be part of your outfield depth, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I think he essentially would take your Janko role as Travis Jankowski's gone away. So he's great insurance, tremendous depth, very good defensive player, but he's filling what Leote and Evan Carter has struggled at, which is hitting lefties at a high clip. So if you have a left-handed pitcher, now Boch has the ability to maneuver the lineup, slide in a Pillar, and you're not feeling like, maybe later on if they put in a righty out of the bullpen, you then go ahead and make the replacement move with Carter or Leote coming in. But also, hey, Leote might not be on the club opening day, so this gives you some more depth as well.
we were just treated to a strike him out, throw him out double play. That is where the batter gets his third strike, and on that same play, the catcher immediately takes that ball and throws it to a base where a member of the opposing team is trying to steal it, and the fielder tags him before he hits that base. I'm doing a little baseball education series this week, guys, for stranded Mavs and Cowboys fans that are looking for something else.
I like what you did there. It's kind of like me explaining under tackles, 3 techniques, outside shoulders and stuff. Yeah.
You got it.
I like what you're
Dawson's
doing.
Baseball 101.
Yes.
This is exciting. By the way, on Pilar, you guys know his nickname is Superman?
Let's go.
No. You can't underestimate a guy like that.
No.
You can't at all. And that's according to MLB.com, Baseball Reference. They're giving him the Superman nickname. He must have earned that in a huge way. We're going to have to get to the bottom
Is he
of that.
Clark Kent kind of looking dude? You know, glasses.
I think he's made some. I think what's happened is throughout the course of his career, he's made some like
ridiculous plays,
like incredible diving catches and things like
layouts.
that. Yeah, and so he earned that nickname. So I'm looking forward to seeing this guy.
It's one of the most exciting plays in the game when you're sure it's a hit.
Oh, yeah.
And all of a sudden the outfielder is there, and he's got the wherewithal to make a snag like
Do
that.
you like a better at the wall or as a robbery there or running up, and you think it's going to bloop down, but all of a sudden this dude reaches out and he dives like really, really
I think
far.
they're equal. I guess taking the home run, it has a little bit more worth and more lore to it. But a lot of times those look awkward. You know, you got to be real smooth to make that thing look.
Well, Tavares' catch right in front of us there.
Yeah, I'll never forget
against the Orioles.
Leotes, robbery, Evan Carter.
And then Carter in front of the garage doors there at Minute Maid. Yeah, those are big-time plays. Hey, Dawson, speaking of baseball education,
sure.
You know, we've had a couple of challenges for balls and strikes.
Yeah.
These things go pretty quick.
They do.
17 seconds is the average.
Well, this one, I think it was like batter challenges. It's a ball. You know, I mean, it wasn't like I was like kind of somewhat paying attention, but it went by pretty quick. I don't know why we don't think about doing this now.
They got it all figured out now, so I think it's just a matter of time. This should probably be fully instituted in Major League Baseball in its current form immediately, but they're going to wait. You know, they like to move slowly when it comes to changing stuff like this.
If it takes that quick, my gosh, just do it.
I don't know.
Just do it.
It seems to be very little interruption, and I appreciate them getting the call right, especially if they can do it quickly. Like the thing that annoys me, I think replay should be gone in basketball because it takes a long time and you're still not sure. But this is 100% or 99.99%.
Well, it's they don't have to go to Secaucus, New Jersey to talk to 3 other officials that can't get it right.
Yeah. It's Secaucus that came to mind for you.
What?
What?
That's the city where the league watches the replay, man.
Oh, is it? Is it actually?
Yeah.
Would you say
I'm
just jumped
I'm
into
trying
your
to
mind?
add a little to the program, Wolchuk.
Yeah, of course
That's
you
a
are.
start.
You're adding a lot to the.
I like what you're doing, Broadus.
I'm trying my best. You know, to
The
do
beer is flowing here at spring training, I'll tell you that much. What have we got on
I'm
the beer
not
board
buying
already?
any more, Dawson. If I'm going to treat it like that.
We have biggest Cowboys storylines at the Combine coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time, though, for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to give you the 5 most desperate teams in this NFL draft. You'll be surprised who that list is next.
I'm going to give you my secret weapon here. It's Men's Tea Clinic. You want to be dialed. Do you feel like your energy is not dialed? It's not what it used to be, where I can tell you from personal experience, the reason for that is lower testosterone in your body. You know, we get older, our testosterone warehouse, the factory there, it's producing less and less. Next thing you know, you're feeling about 50%. There's a reason you have half as much testosterone in your body. So get into Men's Tea Clinic. They will get it absolutely coursing through your veins. You're going to feel amazing. You'll feel like that younger Superman version of yourself. And they have 5 DFW locations, very affordable cash options. They take insurance as well. They have medical experts that will tailor a treatment plan to get you back to feeling like yourself. And that's a big part of it. You know, you want to put on some extra muscle. You want to take off some of that visceral fat. They can do that for you as well. Men's Tea Clinic, it's not just about optimizing your hormones, which is outstanding. Okay, I don't want to make light of that or just gloss over that because it's a big part of their offerings. Okay, but they also have great hair replacement therapies, bedroom wellness, natural regenerative therapies for joint pain, and so much more. So you don't have to settle for feeling off. Okay, all you have to do is call my friends at Men's Tea Clinic, and they're going to get you dialed. Men's Tea Clinic, 972-GO-MEN's Tea, mensteaclinic.com. Salute.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy is back from the colonoscopy, and we get you set for the Mavs versus Luka. Plus another little baby ticket giveaway during the Expressway. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Happy birthday, Berkey's, taking care of DFW homeowners since 1975. Today, Berkey serves over 40,000 customers a year and has over 200 employees. Celebrate Berkey's 50 years of service and get huge savings. Save $19.75 on a brand new Generac generator or a complete duct cleaning service, only $19.75 per system. How about an American water heater installed with warranty for only $19.75? Schedule online at berkeys.com today. TECL 30739.
When you're overwhelmed with tax debt, deciding what to do next is a true win or lose decision. You can lose your car, your paycheck, even your retirement savings. Or you can choose someone to help you win this battle with the IRS. Now is the time to tackle your tax debt, but you don't have to do it alone. Meet Priority Tax Relief, veteran-owned and the expert in tax debt resolution. Our priority is fighting for you. Our team has helped clients save millions and can reduce or even erase your tax debt. Call 800-968-3159 right now to talk to our winning team. Priority Tax Relief has a direct line to the IRS. That's right, a fast track to find out if you qualify for life-changing tax relief in just minutes. Priority Tax Relief fights to protect your money, has 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Why wait? Call Priority Tax Relief for your free tax consultation. Call 800-968-3159. That's 800-968-3159. Let's make your taxes our priority. Stop your tax debt now. Call 800-968-3159.
Part-time service in the Army National Guard is a great way to get practical, on-the-job paid training while earning money for college. Get career training that can get you ahead of the curve in your education while taking advantage of the Montgomery GI Bill and tuition assistance. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn how the Army National Guard can help you build your education plan on part-time service.
Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard. Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Mike Bassick here, and guess what, Tolos? That winter chill has arrived. Leaky windows letting...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
And this Thursday and Friday on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. And salute to Ruben Portillo.
Yeah.
He managed to slay the ghost of Ted Nichols. Payne haunts us on remote from time to time, you know. That's just the kind of prankster that he was.
Mm-hmm.
But as we continue here on today's show, live from Surprise, Arizona, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you to Reliant. I'm going to make this quick because I think we got beer sales stopping at the 7th inning, right?
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
We did just skip this.
Yeah. Dawson, you can take this segment over.
Thanks,
I'm
Dawson.
sure you got something you can talk about.
Take that, Dawson.
Talk about that. Okay, I owe you guys an apology. I do owe you guys an apology.
About time.
Last night, old Scout Boy was walking around and, like, leading us the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
Like getting on the wrong train, going the wrong direction,
Yeah.
you know. And I want to apologize for that. You
All
know?
good, man.
But I tried to make up with it with the ride that we got. You know,
The ride you have, I think it's the best van I've ever driven or ridden in.
I would say that's a life hack. Like if you're in a rental car situation, get the minivan.
Dude,
Yeah.
This thing's gorgeous.
Well, it was just, I just did a little research. It was the same price that we were kind of locked into. And
that's
me
what I
being a
heard.
preferred Avis guy, I'm like, listen, I could finagle this thing. I just wanted to make sure my guys got a little, had a little room. But I apologize for, like, taking you on the wrong train, And Dawson looked at me and goes, bro, you're 0 for 3. And I said, I could be 0 for 4 if this, We've had some situations with us on trips with me falling down in the Avis lot. That's a well-documented story. But I wanted to make sure that you guys were taken care of,
Well, congrats on staying upright last night.
Yeah.
That was tremendous.
Thank you.
I did think it was more of a letdown when we got C25, 26, and 27 for our boarding assignments on Southwest. But
Yeah. That
was tough.
it was fine because by the time we got on there was still exit row, and we kind of got the pick of, the situation.
Well, you had to check your bags. Now,
Had to sit middle. Had to check our
this
bags.
This is what happened in that situation.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Saturday, right? Because I've got the miles. If you notice, I was in the A group.
He's got,
Yeah, I was already.
I know you were.
I was sitting down, but I watched you guys walk by, and I was feeling the kind of like looking at me like, you F this thing up, didn't you,
Capital A-hole.
Yeah, like
Well,
you
'cause
didn't
I
have your
set an
bags.
alarm and done the check-in, but the last time I did
Yeah.
that, you called me and said, "Don't effing check in for me again." So I said, "I'm letting you take care of this, B. I know you've got it under control."
You know
and
what?
happened? You
And
let
I
us
did.
the
I went to
down.
dinner. I didn't even take my phone, so I didn't even think about checking in.
Didn't even go to dinner.
And you guys got C boarding group, and that won't happen again. I apologize.
It's all right.
I apologize about that again.
Ultimately, it gets made up for because our bags were secure, even though we had to end up checking them.
Yeah.
And then we got the Kia Carnival, which is one hell of a smooth ride, man.
Okay, and my final thing
The
is
man van.
before I get going to these desperate NFL teams in the draft.
More beer.
Dawson, have you ever seen anybody drive worse than Eric did to get here last night?
I thought it was expert driving. It was a little hot for my liking.
It was a little too hot.
It
okay.
was.
All right.
You
All right.
P-word.
We were hitting
But
about
the
90.
execution. Well, no, it was 98 at one point.
It was.
Yeah.
You were humming.
That box, that van, you know what, that van, I'm used to being around race teams and race cars and stuff.
It doesn't sound like
Honestly, I was in the front seat there. Thank you guys for not letting me sit in the back because I would have been throwing up in the back with the motion sickness problems with the way that Eric was driving.
Yeah.
Okay, he has that alert that tells you that there's somebody in the other lane. That was on the whole time. Every turn, I'm thinking this is about to be a Daytona wreck. He's not clear. He's not clear. And I hear that beep, and I'm thinking, okay, we're about to get spun here.
I was driving with some confidence last night. I really was. I don't know what got into me there, but there was something about, listen, I'm used to manning the wheel of a
I've never
minivan.
seen a Kia van go close to 90 miles an hour.
We were bobbing and weaving. It's actually close to a hundo. We were going full Jack Leiter, 99.9
Yeah,
on
see,
the gun.
that's why I didn't say anything, because when I looked at you, you were totally relaxed.
Yeah.
I was like, this guy's
Dawson,
in his
why
comfort zone
didn't
right
you
now.
say anything? You just didn't.
He did mention at one point he made the comment of like, well, with Gianpaolo driving,
we'll be there in 3 minutes.
We'll get there real quick. You know,
I said 15 minutes.
Well,
You're like, yeah, we'll be there in 5.
Hey, okay, real quick again. How was Wolchuk as a navigator?
I had
Pretty
one
poor,
hiccup in the
wasn't he?
beginning. I had
Pretty
one
poor.
hiccup.
we had to bang a little
distracted.
Yui to start, but then boom, it was smooth sailing, baby. We were HOV over HOV over.
Oh no,
HOV,
you figured
over.
out how to use the HOV as an in and out lane.
The old bob and weave.
From an apology to let me throw everyone else under the bus for all the crap they did too.
I'm just going to say,
how sorry are you really, Brian? Are you even sorry?
Not at all.
You don't
More
need to
beer,
apologize.
please.
No, I'm not
On-set
sorry at
dimensions,
all.
nothing
I'm
to
not
apologize
sorry
for.
at all because Wolchuk, that was a horrible job of navigating.
Well,
last night.
I had to pull the fellas together and say
I had to identify
Uncle
where
Bri-Bri, I think
I-10
it's
and
time we started
I-17
double
was.
check.
I'm like, I can't even see, and I'm like, oh, Eric, you're supposed to turn here. And then Wolchuk's, oh, wait, oh, he's right.
No,
he's right.
I had a massive F up there early.
All right.
I wasn't paying attention. I do apologize
All right,
for that. On
here
my
we go.
part. The
Here we
remaining
go.
35 minutes, though, were flawless execution.
Yeah, it was up flawless. All right. These are the teams. According to Pro Football Focus, my new website that I always look at.
You need to start evolving and going to other websites.
I like this one, though.
You're liking it a little too much for me.
Okay,
All right?
but they're going to tell you the 5 most desperate teams in the draft.
we got
Yeah, this has me
desperate
fired up.
team theory.
And he pays good money for this, man. You
I
got to
do.
squeeze all the juice out of that.
Hey.
Well, maybe I'm a little bit upset.
Thank
he hasn't
you.
shared the
Thank
login.
you. See, Eric.
I was told I would share the login, and guess what? Has Uncle Bri shared login?
You didn't share the login?
Oh, I
You didn't
have
share
it.
the
All right, I'll
login?
give it to you. All right, when we get done here.
Okay.
All right, number 1,
Off your cover.
Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns, the most desperate team in here. Massive quarterback contract often makes roster management a delicate dance.
Okay.
And when that quarterback has an extensive injury history, the task becomes nearly impossible. So, Cleveland Browns, they would be number 1. Number 2, the New Orleans Saints.
This might be the worst loss the Browns have ever taken, to be finding themselves in this situation. I mean,
I think it's the worst loss.
the
I've ever
horrible
taken.
seasons,
Yeah.
the shame and humiliation of that. I think as a fan, there's at least hope there. There's no hope in this. They got to check in like 2030 and see where they are.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. New Orleans Saints, for years, Mickey Loomis and the Saints front office have gotten crafty in finding ways to circumvent the salary cap and push the bill down the road. Now it's time to pay the bill. New Orleans ranks dead last in available cap space, currently projected to go more than $47 million over the cap threshold. Good time to be black and gold, right? Black and
Yeah,
gold
not
fan.
as bad as Cleveland, but that's no fun either. I mean, what they really need is for somebody to embrace the tank. Kellen Moore might be the man for the job.
Amen.
Amen to that. Eric Chiafalo's Miami Dolphins are number 3 as the most desperate team in this draft. Impromptu injury at quarterback position results in another middling campaign from a team flush with talent and promise. Now the Dolphins general manager, my buddy Chris Greer, faces the challenge of improving on the result while being both strapped for cash and watching several key contributors depart for free agency. Eric, you would like to say anything on behalf of the Miami Dolphins?
It's all flash, no substance. They tied themselves to an injury-prone, underwhelming in big game moments quarterback, and they've neglected the offensive line in an embarrassing way.
But gosh, we love a good flash.
All right, Wolchuk, you be quiet. You're about to talk about your team here.
Are you talking about
The Dallas Cowboys are number 4.
the Dallas Cowboys?
The Dallas Cowboys. Walking a tightrope in the term of cap flexibility, Dallas faces losing many of its key players who have salvaged the team's success down the stretch. They must be listening to our show. Oso Digizua, Jordan Lewis, Eric Kendricks, Rico Dowdle, and Cooper Rush, among others, are slated to enter the market as unrestricted free agents. While Dak Prescott's injury sets Dallas back, the team's run game struggles. 31st in that team rank in the PFF rushing grade and 30th in the team PFF run defense grade. Truly marred its 2024 campaign. Now the Cowboys must find ways to rejuvenate their ground game as well as supplement the passing game with limited resources.
Yeah.
Go all in on the defense, man. Revamp the defense.
I'm fine with that, man. I really am. Because as you were talking about the Browns earlier, and when you broke down, like we were talking backup quarterbacks and Dak's contract, I'd assume what they're doing is they restructured Dak. So what does that then mean, right? We're pushing money into the future, which we're applauding the Eagles for doing, but it results in winning. You're going to applaud that. You push money into the future. Dak Prescott's no longer your quarterback. What then happens? You're paying Dak for not playing football for you, which is what happened with Tony Romo, which is why they couldn't maximize the initial deal with Dak under his rookie contract. So now history would repeat itself under Dak Prescott. And I have a massive fear that's exactly the direction this organization's going. So I can't tell you I see a whole lot of difference between our Dallas Cowboys and the Poopy Browns.
Well, I mean, they at least have a chance to win if they can get the draft right, nail free agency. I mean, they need
Browns
about
just no chance.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys need a half dozen good players, and if a couple of those can be legends, then at the right positions, I could see them pulling this off here. As bad as it was for Dak, he was so good in 2023. You just need that version of Dak, and I don't think that's unrealistic.
We really need that version of Dak in the game's biggest moments, in the postseason.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know what it is.
You need a dependable running game, and you need a defense that can stop the run to go along with that version of Dak.
Sure.
And then you could win a game 17-14 in the playoffs, which happens for champions all the time.
Yeah, and I think the rushing attack is heading in the right direction. You obviously got to get a back in there. Maybe it's Rico, maybe it's somebody else, but that's heading in the right direction. Your defense is what needs the full-on revamp there from a personnel standpoint.
Yeah. I'll say this for another time, but like I say, I'm all about Ashton Genty, but this running back draft is deep.
It's very deep.
This is deep, and if you got to fill holes, I'm not going to sit there and say, okay, you got to go get Ashton Genty because there's nobody else. There are actually backs there that can do the job.
Oh, there are, but I think the rest of the league is also going to see that.
Yeah,
hey, I'm hopeful at 44.
Yeah.
One of the dudes I love that can be a bell cow is there. Yeah. I'm just really, really nervous about that.
And my final one here real quick is the Atlanta Falcons. They're number 5. Moving on from a quarterback less than 12 months after signing him to a significant contract would create an issue for any front office. Pair that with significant cap restraints and by trade or cut of said quarterback, and you face a complicated situation. So those are the top 5 teams that are going to be desperate.
How do you guys feel about Penix going into year 2?
I think they should have played him from the jump.
Yeah, I think he looked pretty darn good.
He was one of my guys. He was. He was a quarterback I actually felt like I got right in this draft.
I think I'd feel fairly optimistic. If I'm Atlanta right now,
I would too.
But yes, that is going to be difficult, and you're just hoping you can get the draft capital back to offset that loss of value there with the Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
1 year. Okay, Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It was a very eventful night getting in here to surprise. I was just happy to be on the ground after that flight.
Oh, wow.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
It was so much turbulence. The flight attendants never got up.
There
was no beverage service. They were in their seatbelts the entire time. So maybe we can talk about that. Mardi Gras Brian is in the house if you didn't notice. So we're living it up to the fullest here. Day 1 of spring training. Biggest Cowboy storylines at the Combine is next. It's the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But first, let's get you to advancedhair.com, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get that hair back on your head. 4695.
Nothing made
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy. It's hour number 3 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the Surprise Stadium press box, where up on the beer count wall we have a tally of six cold beers. These are the 25 ounces too. We're having grande days here in the GBag Nation spring training, and baseball is very much in the air. Even though the Rangers aren't playing, it's great to soak in the vibes. Royals and A's entertaining us to a matinee. Rangers are across town. Their offense has gone silent, but after putting up 9 runs in the first inning, they lead 9-0 against the White Sox. And John Gray was unhittable, by the way, in his 2 innings of work, Chief.
Love to hear that. Love to see Jock Peterson getting going with the Oppo, Dong.
3-run shot.
3-run. That's really, really awesome. And it reminded me, and I know it's just spring training and you take everything with a grain of salt, but I'll never forget the feeling of watching the World Series champion Rangers all year long, where you're just on the edge of your seat waiting for the eruption.
Yes.
And it could happen at any moment, and that was something that obviously went away last year. They've reinvested in the lineup, and hopefully the pop is back, and then it becomes contagious for everybody, and then all of a sudden you play drive. They had a 9-run first inning. Are you freaking kidding me? That's exactly that's the type of stuff I want to see right now, because it's all about, can this offense, outside of the health of course, the pitching staff, can this offense really get going? And I'll never forget watching that 2023 team, and at any moment, boom, there's an inning where it's 4 or 5 runs, and they just start rocking and rolling.
Yeah, you don't just walk into spring training and put up a 9 spot in the first inning of one of your first games without it meaning something.
Amen.
I would believe so.
And I was thinking about we might have to do the tank.
Yeah, I know. You're going full on Baskey. I was being team negative over here.
No, I was thinking Dawson was going to go with me, but he's talking about positivity of a 9-run, just walk into camp and
game's
9-run this thing.
Right now is the time for hopium and positivity.
Yes.
It's spring training for everybody, and hope is in the air in 30 different cities right now.
You know what gave me hope, and I don't know if we can put this out there yet.
Okay.
You know what gave me hope today,
Reckless
Chief?
broadcasting. Go ahead.
What?
Was it? No.
All right. What is my?
Oh, I know what
outfit
you were going to
match
say.
the
You can go ahead and say
Can I
it.
say
It's
it?
all right.
Can I
say it with your mouth?
Because I feel like we teed it up, and it was beautiful execution on our part.
All right. What gave me hopium today? I saw a picture with Chief on the couch in the clubhouse.
Yep. So we're in there. We walked
Last
right in.
time
we did it.
Last time that happened, championship.
So I was talking to Joe Barlow, kissing Kate's brother. And we'll hear from maybe his
cousin.
son. I don't know.
Oh
it
my
could be
gosh,
he's
get
got a
it
large
straight
family.
over
He's got
there.
a large family. I think it was brother.
It's a nephew.
Maybe a second, twice removed. 440. We'll talk to him.
So embarrassing.
But I said, look, here's the deal. You're sitting on the couch. Do you mind if my guy Eric just sits next to you for a second? Why? Because in 2023, he sat next to Nathaniel Lee. We won a World Series. Last year, he was too scared. He didn't sit on the couch. We didn't win a World Series. We need to win one again. Joe said, you sit your ass down. We took a picture. I've got the proof. The evidence will come out later this week, okay?
Nice.
Yeah.
But he did it.
That gave me hope.
2025 World
That gave
Series
me hope.
champions,
Well done.
Texas Rangers.
I would like to correct. Last year, we tried. We efforted.
No, there was no effort.
But there was a.
I don't think you really tried. There was a lot of pushback.
Well, because it was like a topic. It was like a thing. As soon as I walked in, it was like, oh, there's the couch guy. Can't sit on the couch. They had armed security, the whole 9.
Yeah.
This year, a little bit more lax. They understand what not having me sit on the couch can do for a season. It can absolutely send it down into the depths of the sport that you don't want to go. And so now they were a little bit more open to the idea. Barlow was very, very excited about it. And credit to Walchuk for capitalizing on the moment. It was pretty much as soon as we walk in, we see Joe. He's got a newfound beard that has grown like crazy. Hair. He's got like the John Gray Jesus thing going a little bit. He was sitting up just hanging out, and Walchuk was like, hey, let's capitalize on this right now. We did it. We got it done. And there it is. That's what we needed. A couple of clubhouse violations to get this team back on the right track.
It over with PR.
I was kind of feeling like, though, that maybe during the parade, they should have had you in the back of one of those trucks sitting on a couch.
Okay, I'm glad you said it, because I thought it.
You should have been. Like, you were a key cog.
Shut up, Brian.
In this thing. Have you noticed these beer cans match my outfit today?
Yeah, the Michelob. We got to take that
What do you
picture.
think about that, Dawson?
You look like a proper spring training attendee, Brian.
Thanks, appreciate you.
I love it.
Oh, wait, like an old dude? I see what you're doing over there.
I bet half the people in this stadium got on the wrong train last night at the airport.
The average age here would consider Broadus a whippersnapper, I think.
I'm young compared to some of these folks.
Yes, sir. Well, congrats to the Rangers, man. They're putting on a show across town. Tomorrow they're going to be playing. We talked with Evan Carter earlier, and he did confirm he's going to be playing tomorrow. So we're hearing Kamar Rocker.
Kamar Rocker.
Woo. Doley's 2 for 3. Can't wait to see. He said he worked on his bat speed a lot in the offseason, and that was big.
How about just be healthy?
Yes, that
That has to be big.
But I couldn't believe it. Like last year, his bat speed went from like 73.5 to 72, and apparently that's enough of a drop off to have a major impact. And so he made it a big priority, and is hopefully having the knee healthy. I imagine driving off that knee can help you fire through the strike zone and all that. We have biggest storylines going into the combine for the Cowboys. Sean, RJ, Bobby, they're going to be live in Indianapolis on Wednesday here on your home of the Cowboys. You have us, and you have the K&C Masterpiece. Mike Bassick's final week on the Fan before he goes full-time on television for the Texas Rangers. So we're taking it all in. But, so we have our eye on both places. Plus, Mavs and Stars. So it's an absolute content goldmine with all these different things that we get to talk about with you guys. And we'd love your feedback at 877-881-1053. What's your biggest storyline for the Cowboys going into the combine? This is from The Athletic. We go to John Machota. Are you guys with me? He says, number one, what is the plan for improving the offensive line? I think this has got to be a huge thing, that one way or another going into next year, on paper, you need a better offensive line. You can't just run out what you have. What do you think?
Obviously there's a glaring hole now with Martin out. How do you go about replacing that? But I do think that it's fair to be optimistic that every single one of your offensive linemen are going to improve in some way. There's going to be some growth. I think with Clayton Adams and Connor Riley, those two guys right there, I think are going to put a plan in place. And there were some quotes from Stephen Jones today about Clayton Adams and his affinity for Terrence Steele. Mm-hmm. Clayton Adams in Arizona didn't have a bunch of first-round picks, super stud, caliber offensive lineman, and he got the most out of them. So I think that especially from a rushing attack standpoint, these guys are all going to take a positive step forward. And even though I haven't been the biggest Terrence Steele guy, and I thought maybe a post-June 1 cut would be something that would be on the table, certainly doesn't sound like that's the case from the Cowboys' perspective. And I think that they're going to put
pin and pull, dude.
I think they're going to put some concepts together, and the teaching aspect of it all. I think Clayton Adams has proven that. Connor Riley coming from K-State in college, that's exactly what you're doing. You're teaching your balls off as a coach. And I think, especially for the young guys, Guyton, Beebe, these dudes are going to take a step forward this year.
Yeah, I think the offensive line coach is huge. I don't think Mike Solari, and I said this earlier, was good for Terrence Steele. I didn't think the technique, you could see a regression. You saw it on film for Steele, and a lot of that I put towards the health. Back half of last season, I think the health was back. You started to see the run blocking, the finishing aspect of it. So hopefully Clayton Adams does work out. I think it'll be interesting what happens with Cooper Beebe. Do they draft a guy that they want to compete at center and move Cooper Beebe to right guard to fill Martin's position, where I think is his natural spot and where he can be an all-pro dominant beast, and him next to Terrence Steele does get me a little bit excited.
You sold us on the whole center thing last year.
Well, he sold us.
Draft a guard then. If you're going to do that, just draft a guard.
Hey, that's fine if you want to draft a guard. You're telling me Gray Zabel, if they took Zabel at 44, you wouldn't mind Zabel playing center and kicking Beebe to guard? You don't think that would be a good
Zabel might be able to play guard.
I think Zabel is a guard. In fact, I asked somebody about this. Power run scheme.
Yeah.
Center.
Yeah.
Zone scheme guard.
Okay.
So do you think Clayton Adams more zone or power?
Man, remember we went through all the metrics?
He does a little bit of both.
18%,
he does.
18%, 16%.
He does a little bit of both.
That? Yeah.
So, that's a guy that can give you some position flex. If you want a plug-and-play guy, there's a couple that you could take, like Tyler Booker. That might be rich for you.
Oh, no,
but at 12,
no.
Hell yeah. You've got
him or Jackson. I'm absolutely on board with Jackson. Guard Ohio State.
But it sounds like you guys want to add a guy, which I like.
I don't think they will. Dawson, I don't think they're going to add one.
So do you think there's a chance that with new coaches, new scheme, the guys that you have become good?
I think this is where their plan of attack is going to be.
When they drop back to pass, they got probs at right tackle, left tackle, and either guard or center, depending on what happens.
To me, they've got other issues. They're going to just me.
Right, and that's the problem, is just all the other issues, and you've made investments on the offensive line.
You made investments now in the coaches.
Right.
The coaches. You've got two dudes that, like, both of them like are run first type of guys. the guy at Adams, and then your line coach Riley from Kansas State. Like they've invested 2 coaching positions in offensive line coaches.
They did.
You think they're going to go out there and draft a bunch of offense or add an offensive line or 2? I don't think that. Maybe not early.
You're
maybe
probably
not,
right.
Maybe not early.
Yeah.
They're looking at like, okay.
Well, I'm
hey,
looking at a broken offense when you go up against a team with multiple
Well,
edge
if they
rushers.
don't do it early, that means they're confident in Hoffman.
and that scares the F out of me right now.
Yeah, I just feel
6
like
games,
you have
5
Dak for the
games.
next 4 years. How many years are you going to spend looking for a left tackle when the guys you have in house can't get the job done?
Well, that's
He's
what
under too much pressure to be good.
That's what they're going to do
You
with
have to make-
Awesome Richards, and
Yeah.
Awesome Richards is going to get an opportunity out there. We didn't even talk about Thomas, Zach, who was here last year.
No, and Nate Thomas could be a guy that competes at guard.
Yeah.
That's a guy who was a tackle at Louisiana, profiles as a guard, and that's a big, powerful dude. Now, granted, that was a late-round pick, but I thought it was a steal where they got him late in the draft last year.
I think they're saying we've invested in the offensive line with coaching, and now we're going to have to go. For years, what they've done, they've drafted top flight offensive linemen, plug and plays, and they've got by with it. I mean, it's worked out for them.
It has worked out.
Yeah.
Because it
this is the
fixes
first time
everything.
I've really seen him bust on a big one like Guyton.
Yeah. I mean, you fix that offensive line, all of a sudden all the other holes we're talking about seem to kind of ease up as well.
Absolutely. I just want them to be able to execute, and I would not imagine that Dak being less mobile is going to make those situations better. I guess there's a chance it works out great, and that's what I have to hope for, but it seems too risky to me to rely on the guys that were here. And Machota asks, what is the plan for improving the offensive line? The assumption being is they have to do something, but we'll see. The team surprises me a lot. Machota asks, why were these coaches picked? And points out that Schottenheimer hasn't worked with any of them. It seems to be, a different kind of process than we're used to for identifying who you want to be your assistant
applaud
coaches.
him for this, by the way.
Me too.
You know what? We saw what hiring your friends, and I have nothing against my friends. There's a couple of them I'd actually love to work with, that kind of thing. But it just shows you in coaching, when you hire friends, it doesn't always work out that way. That's what McCarthy did, that first staff. Jim Tomsula, Mike Nolan, all those dudes he brought from Green Bay that got fired. I applaud him for going out, and maybe he had some help along the way with the college angle that they're taking. Maybe he got a little idea from Will McClay, from the scouts, like, hey, when I go through Oregon, man, this receivers coach, I really like this guy from Kansas State. I really, you get some ideas about how these guys coach, and you see them firsthand, and, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve there, but they sure are. I applaud them for not going out and getting retread dudes and guys that are buddies and friends of the program.
Yeah, from the outside looking in, it just seems like maybe they looked for programs that were having a lot of success. They found one in the NFL in Arizona, one in college at Kansas State, and wanted what they teach, what they specialize in.
Yeah, I was watching, Zach, if you watch James, the running back from Oregon yet?
Yeah, Jordan James. Yeah. Jordan James is a good player.
Okay, now this is what I'm saying though. I'm watching him. I'm watching that film.
Yeah.
But I'm watching the creativity. They ran a play on the goal line where it was like a motion, and then they ran the ball, but they faked the ball in the play action, and then had the receiver on the motion go forward and then come back and then throw him the ball. It's just little creativity plays. You're faking play action. You're having a receiver running like he's running a route, but instead of going up the field, he comes back behind the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. They throw him the ball. Everybody's moved over into the run aspect of trying to defend the run, but the guy's wide open on the outside. Sometimes college creativity, Oregon, that kind of thing, a guy comes in, hey, one time at the goal line we were doing this. And I'm like, okay, now I see why you got a receiver coach from Oregon. Because Oregon does some things creatively with the football. Watching them play against Penn State, there were a lot of things that they were doing. I'm like, man, that would make a lot of sense to do in the NFL. So hopefully they bring a bunch of new ideas with them.
Yeah, that would be exciting. At least it's fun to watch what your OC is going to come up with next while you're struggling. We'll see if they could turn this group of offensive linemen into a great running game. dude, I will forever sing their praises, and that would be, I believe, a testament to what great coaching can do for maybe a below average group of performers. It's time now for the top 10 at 420. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Okay, I learned a lesson that nobody prepared me for as a first-time father over the weekend, and it's also National Tortilla Chip Day. Top 10 chips in the U.S. of A. as of 2025. What's your favorite chip? That is next in the nation. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Simeon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
GBag Nation here on the Fan. You know it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Our radio coverage of spring training brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Segments presented by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite chip? The chip game's ever evolving.
Champion.
More and more flavors, more and more types that come out every year, and it is National Tortilla Chip Day, so I felt like, dudes, let's have a chip conversation. Why not? But before we slide into that, I know we had Best of the Weekend earlier. I wanted to mention this. I didn't have time. Tomorrow will be...
We do a 5-hour show.
Yeah, well, that's why I just saved it for my spot here.
Okay.
This isn't the broadest time. Okay, this is the Woolly Bully segment. You had your time. Back in Krusty's Corner. All right, Brian?
Krusty's top 10 list of the day.
Zip it. Tomorrow I become a father for a year. It'll be my daughter's 1-year birthday tomorrow.
Hell of a rookie year, by the way.
Have mixed emotions about this. Tomorrow's going to be a rough day for me, boys. The father guilt is really, really big, really, really strong.
Should we break out the Tito's tomorrow?
Maybe. Although I don't want to embarrass her, and I wonder if we brought out the Tito's, if I would end up embarrassing her in
Your
some
daughter?
way on her birthday. Yeah, I'd probably say something stupid. I mean, I do that every day, though, so maybe that's just on par.
She needs to like understand that's reality.
Yeah.
It's what she's brought into the world for your
That's
stupidity.
True. What I realized for the first time this weekend was how terrible ear infections are for babies.
Oh, geez.
Nobody prepared me for this. You get a lot of advice as a first-time parent, and I guess maybe we've been super lucky with Eliza. She's been an awesome, awesome baby. She sleeps through the night. She's been fantastic. But this weekend...
She drive you home yet?
Starting on Friday. Not yet, but we're working on it. Starting on Friday, I could tell something wasn't right. Now, she is teething, so she's got 2 bottom teeth that have come in at the bottom. I said bottom, but she's got one that's now showing on the top. So the drooling and the red cheeks and just being uncomfortable, I've become used to this. This is part of the deal. But something else seemed off. And Friday night, I could not get her down until 4 a.m. I'm doing everything. I'm walking with her. I'm singing to her. She just wouldn't be comfortable.
Did you try
She'd fall
whiskey
asleep.
on the teeth?
Didn't try that. I didn't. Mom didn't want to do that. All right, so wifey didn't want to do with the whiskey deal. But it was basically like as long as I was holding her, she was okay. She'd fall asleep on me. As soon as I would try and put her down into the crib, she'd go ballistic. So Saturday I said, Maya, I'm about to leave town. We got to go to the doctor. So we take her to one of these children's urgent cares. They check the ear. Yep, ear infection. Saturday night, same thing. She ended up having to come, and she slept in our bed with her. It was the only way we could get her to calm down. But these ear infections, boys.
Not good.
My gosh, I thought we were going through an exorcism on Saturday night with how she was reacting. It was terrible. And when it's your child, you guys now can speak. I can now join you in speaking from experience. All you want to do is take that pain away.
Yep.
Let me absorb this for you so you are okay. But you're also helpless. She can't tell you what she wants, how she's feeling in that moment. So it stunk. And then luckily last night, which made me feel better about the whole situation, she did sleep through the night. But I'm like, my gosh, here I am. Boarding a flight to Arizona again. Last year we land, I get the call, I'm in labor, I need you to turn around and come home. I do. This year I'm leaving poor baby girl and mama dealing with the ear infection. But I think she's on the mend now, which is good. But I know tomorrow the father guilt is going to be. We got her amoxicillin.
Yeah,
she's on.
Where did you err as a father in allowing the ear infection to take place? What do you think was the genesis of the infecting of the ear?
Yeah.
You know what? Again, I'm going to blame my buddy Jared, the shark guy.
There we go.
He came over for the Super Bowl, and his little boy JJ had an ear infection.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
We found out after the fact.
Oh,
He had an
man.
ear infection.
After the fact? Oh, hey, by the way, thanks for everything. Super Bowl Sunday. By the way, we had an ear infection.
Full disclosure there. What are we doing?
Now, maybe they didn't know at the time. Now, the problem is JJ has now started daycare. So this is the thing. You start them in daycare, now they're all getting sick. I had to go Friday because I missed Friday. I signed her up for daycare starting next month because Maya's now got to start going into the office.
Well,
She was
get
working
used
from
to the
home.
ear infections.
She's got to go into the office.
Get ready for all kinds of
So
sickness.
yes, this is open to can of worms now.
Ooh.
Not only am I spending a gajillion dollars on childcare, which look, I'm not alone. I know a lot of you listening are doing the same thing, and it stinks. What they're charging for this is
They are.
unbelievable. But
it's unbelievable. It is.
But they do a fine job.
yes, no, I'm very happy the
Yeah,
place we
they do a fine
selected.
job, yeah.
It's going to be
Fine
great.
job,
Now,
fine
she's
job.
going to love it, and she's going to grow and learn. But the sicknesses, I am worried about now.
This is how I know you're a better person than me, though, Wolchuk. Because I would be like,
Wait,
yes,
what?
I'm out of town. I don't have to deal with this.
Yeah, there has to be a small part of you that
Am I
did a
right,
tiger
Brian?
fist pump. Of
I'm
like,
going to sit in the back here of the van, and you guys just get me to the place.
When I could sleep last night and I wasn't interrupted,
you had that moment where you were like, "Thank God I'm not in that house right
the selfish part of me was like, "Can I get a hell yeah?"
Hell yeah.
Dawson is like, oh, God, I'm out of this. Thank God.
Now I'm getting a lot of texts like, Wolchuk, you are a schmuck. Ear infections are not contagious. So maybe I'm just pointing the finger
Oh,
at
they're
the
not
wrong person
contagious?
here.
Is it a result of something else that's
But the
contagious?
dude was sick. Why are you bringing your sick kid over?
Especially with the way that little kid likes to rub his ears on other people's ears.
But if it's due to the drainage, that makes sense because she's been really stuffed up, which, hey, mommy was sick. Can I blame mommy? Because now I'm sick.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, you got to start lashing out at some point.
I'm blaming mom for this. I can't take the first time she was ever sick was my fault. I got her sick. This time, I think this is my fault.
You're right. It is heartbreaking to see your kid in that much pain. It's like, oh my goodness.
It was the worst.
Yeah.
It was the worst. Okay,
Especially
I get
when they
it.
can't talk
I
to you
get
and
it.
tell
Ear
you what's
infections are contagious. Okay, thank you. I take that back. I apologize.
Honestly, I found out Wolchuk was a
Are
better
these
man than
actual
me when-
doctors texting in? Because I don't trust any of those.
Yeah, the real doctors. The Tolos know everything.
They're
okay?
all
They're turned around and
fools.
leave it on listeners for a reason, and I trust them, and I respect them, and I love them.
Yeah.
Let's get to chip talk, shall we? 877-881-1053, National Tortilla Chip Day. What is your favorite chip?
Hey, happy birthday to your daughter, by the way.
Thank you. We'll do that tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
We'll
Might have some
say happy
celebratory beers
birthday.
tomorrow.
I'd like it if you sang to her tomorrow.
Yeah,
actually,
birthday
she could
beers.
listen to
Oh,
it.
okay.
That'd
Feliz
be awesome.
Cumpleaños.
I've tried all the jalapeno chips that I can find.
Okay.
Miss Vicky's has the best one.
All right. Have you tried the jalapeno cheese puffs from H-E-B? Specifically the
those.
H-E-B brand.
No, that place is packed, and Dawson
Dude,
would never go anywhere near a
I
packed
guess
place.
I was speaking specifically about like the kettle chip type.
The crunch, man.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
respect.
No, that's my favorite. I'll try the cheese puffs. That's not usually my.
That's Andy
area.
Reid's favorite, the
Yeah.
big cheese
Next
puffers.
time
Yeah.
because I actually I had to go on Saturday because I ate a good amount of the bag.
Wow.
And I got in trouble. I got scolded for that. So I was like, okay, honey, don't worry. I'll replace it. So I go to replace the chip bag. They were actually such a hotly contested item. They had sold out.
Oh, no.
So I had to pivot, and I went with the white cheddar, which so far like is also a win. She enjoys the white cheddar. But I'm going to have to replace that bag at some point. When I do that, hopefully I can just buy a bulk, a bunch of them, and I'll bring one into the studio. You guys can
Ooh.
try it.
How
'Cause
big-
These things are fantastic chips.
How big was the bag of chips that you punished and just said, you know what, these are mine now?
You know me. I mean, the bag's half air.
Party
Right,
size.
so the bag's half air. It's basically like a little tiny, you put in your lunch bag type of bag.
It's just an oxygen
Like
bag.
quadruple the size of that one, but just pretend that it's the little lunch.
I'm
bag
surprised the
size.
poof really took off like it did, though. I still think the Cheetos better.
The crunch.
The
Yeah.
poof.
Yeah.
The puff.
Yeah. The puff thing is
I
too
kind of
airy.
like calling it the poof though.
Either one
Cheeto
works.
poofs.
But I feel like the Cheetos still
can we circle
superior
back?
in every way.
What are you circling back for?
Bullchick, were you standing there with like an empty bag and like dust all over your face?
In his beard.
Just sucking the dust off his fingers.
It's like, what are you doing? And you just like turn.
Just looking guilty as hell.
Oh, there's a spotlight on him.
Yeah, you
drops the empty bag on the ground.
I was trying to wait till after she'd gone.
What do you
to
mean? I
bed.
didn't. That wasn't me.
What are you talking about?
Hey, dude, chips are a dangerous game. What I had to
Oh, it's
learn,
bad,
if you're
dude.
trying to do the thing where she's going to sleep, you have to find a way to unbag those and pour them in a
How?
way. No,
How?
because you can't. The bag, the sound of the bag is
Yep.
so loud.
She knew immediately. That's
exactly.
what teed it off. I thought I was in the clear, and then the next thing I know, door opens, and I'm looking as bashful and guilty as
You got to get like heavyweights where they're like putting snacks in different random
It wasn't
areas
good.
of the
I mean,
house.
Look, I need to stop doing this anyway. It's not good for my health, but the nights are a problem.
The nights are so tough.
I'll tell you what,
gosh,
you're
it's like
watching
8 o'clock
tape.
hits.
Yeah, watching tape.
Yeah, you want something to do. It's like
Yeah,
I just want something to do.
Get
while I'm
popcorn,
doing-
bro.
It's
Get
bad.
popcorn.
It's really, really bad. Okay, here's your top 10. Number 10, I'm not even going to do honorable mentions here, Gavin, because you're giving me the look like, dude, it's 3:35 and you're starting the list.
No, I just can't believe you you wouldn't man up in that situation.
Yeah, but some
these
of
are
these
my
battles
kids.
are like
I'm in
worth it. Some
control
of them aren't worth it. This is
control
not a
of my
battle.
food.
I know this is a problem of mine.
Yeah.
She has good intentions by trying to stop this, right?
Yeah.
I just don't give a damn right now. I'm mentally not in the right place for where I need
Okay,
to
so
be
you are
for the
manning
weight
up.
loss.
You are manning up. This
Yeah.
is fine. Yeah.
It's just like get over it, you know. But
There you
she's
go.
right. Big picture, she's right. I need
Yes.
to harness this, and maybe I'll start tomorrow.
It's one of the true joys of life, though. Great food or a midnight snack. You know?
Yeah, the late night
I'm doing
eating.
my life.
I can just see him standing there.
It's
Yeah,
bad, Brian.
just in the pantry, sneaking a party-sized bag worth
That's
of
what I'm
chips
doing.
into
I'm
his
like
face.
tiptoeing around my house, like trying to not make noise. What
Yeah.
can I just like engorge right now?
I know that. I know
Number
that.
10. Number 10 is Lay's potato chips.
Just the
Classics?
regular plain ones?
Classics,
the
man.
classics.
They're so
Yeah.
good.
Number 9 on National Tortilla
cheap.
Chip Day is the Tostitos.
Tostitos, love them. I could eat them plain. I don't even need a
I can
salsa,
too.
but
They're
I
pretty solid.
want a salsa.
Number 8 are the Sun Chips.
Sun
which
chips.
are underrated chips. They really are.
I like the
The red
sun-dried
bag.
sun-dried tomato.
Yes.
Okay, there you
Talk
go.
to me.
What? Dawson
You
likes
like
a
that.
tomato chip?
Yes. They got to get a lot of spice to it,
Get
too. It's like a
outta here.
salsa.
Now
Number
we're
7
really
is
lying.
Takis.
Takis number 7.
Takis. It's the kids, man. The kids are loving Takis.
They're
We
really
thought they'd be
good.
higher.
They're
It's
really
sending them
good.
to the hospital.
I can't do them.
Great bag. The color of the bag is great.
At least twice my daughters come home. Yeah, this kid ate all these Takis at lunch, and he had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, it's not good. Number 6 is Cheetos.
Yep.
5 is the Zapp's potato chips.
That's a New Orleans chip, isn't it?
They got
Zapp's?
jalapeno one as well. It's in
Yeah,
my
that's
it's like
good.
a
That's
New
good
Orleans
call.
kettle style.
There you go,
Voodoo.
Dawson. That's it. Zapp's.
Voodoo chips.
Yep, there you go.
Number 4 is Fritos.
See,
Hated
that-
Fritos as a kid. Love them now.
That's
Scoops.
a hot take. I love Fritos.
Scoops.
100%. The
By
Frito
themselves?
Scoops.
Yeah, by themselves. I don't even need a
Perfect.
bean dip or anything. I don't need it. I want it, but I don't need it.
You just choose not to because you're cheap.
Read me like a book.
I don't know. You should have seen him at
Oh,
Sprouts
look, I could
yesterday.
get bean dip with this, but I'm not going to
Eric's
do it.
not cheap with
Don't
his
want to spend the
groceries.
$2.85 on it.
You're not cheap with your groceries. You're paying a lot of money for those groceries.
Well, especially when I'm putting
Like
it on the
ground
man.
beef all damn day, though. Ugh.
Swiping the Odyssey card.
Number 3 are Ruffles. That's a little bit of a disappointment.
You got to have like the the cheddar ruffles.
Yeah, the cheddar and sour cream.
Why are you
Cheddar and
jacking
sour
them up,
cream.
man? Why are you making them all? You got to have
Well,
this.
the flavored Ruffles are better than the
Yeah.
I like- I like
good. I like good flavor.
personally.
Yeah.
2 are Pringles, which I know is controversial on this show. Not all of you like
Great
Pringles.
chip. Great chip.
I
I,
love
like to put
Pringles.
hot
Can-
sauce
yeah.
Can we reinvent the way we're getting to them though?
No, you push pop.
I cut my
gotta
hand
push
every
pop
time.
I love that
Every
idea.
time it's
You
an
can't
injury.
fit an adult hand
It's
in
an
there.
injury every time I eat those.
But number 1, America's favorite chip as of 2025 is indeed the Doritos.
Yeah,
I don't
they're
know
awesome.
about that.
You don't know about
No,
Doritos?
No.
Apparently, the sriracha ones. There's like a gold bag. Bobby brought them up into the studio the other day.
He just
Yes,
left
those
them.
are
Him and
amazing.
Sean and RJ were eating them for breakfast, like children. And apparently, Sean just can't stop consuming.
I can't stop eating
Like
these
a golden
chips.
honey sriracha.
Yeah.
It's in a
How
beautiful
long do you
bag.
think
It
takes
is a
him to
beautiful
eat bag
bag.
of chips?
Yeah.
Because like he can't fit as many as the average person in his hands.
But Sean
Eats 'em one at
has
a time.
Sean has the Pringles advantage though. He's getting into the
that's
bottom of
true.
that
He
thing,
He's
Really
not
dig to the
cutting his
bottom.
hand going into that can.
digging them out.
Eric Nadell's going to join us at 5:20 here. We are in Surprise, Arizona. Spring training coverage is off and running, and we have Joe Barlow, Rangers pitcher, coming up next. Football's finest at 5 o'clock, and we're back here in the nation. Have to chat Frankels with you, though, because life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car truck wreck. And if it happens to you, I recommend you do what we do in the Dawson household. That's call the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com. They're amazing. They can begin to advise you right there roadside.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell, y'all. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Jared Sandler is going to join us in 5 minutes. Rangers beat the White Sox across town 11-3. They'll play again tomorrow, and we're going to be on the air throughout our show as Kamar Rocker's going to be on the hill, Evan Carter, and a lot of big names will be describing the action. Right now, though, the Nosebleed Boys down in the Rangers clubhouse with a member of this bullpen.
All right, we're back with a new installment of Uncomfortable Clubhouse Conversations with our good buddy, Joe Barlow. Back and better than ever. You are exuding nothing but confidence, testosterone, the beard, the hair, the tattoos. Gosh dang it, we've missed you.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It's real nice to be back.
HGH setting in so nicely.
Okay, you said you had like 7 siblings, or all 7 brothers. Are they all
7 brothers, 3 sisters.
Okay.
Same mom and dad.
Who's the favorite and who's your least favorite of the siblings?
Least favorite is Ethan. He's my older brother. I hate that guy.
What did he do to you? Did he like sit on your face or something as a kid?
A few times. Then my favorite is... I don't know if I have a favorite. I don't know if I like any. No, I'm just kidding. I like
Big topic of conversation this offseason was the Golden Bat rule. Just, gosh, how dumb of a rule, huh?
Horrible.
I mean, we never even for a second on our show talked about how badass it would be.
We would never have liked it or thought that it would be really, really cool in a playoff game or something to get Corey Seager up twice in an inning. That would never be something we would talk about.
Best on best in sports is so overrated.
I agree.
Especially in high leverage situations, right?
Yeah. Bring Jacob deGrom back in.
So are you totally against? You're totally against it?
Only because we're not the Savannah Bananas.
Fair enough.
So you think it's a bit? You think it's a joke? Rob Manfred, you said off the air like he can go F himself because of this.
I think it might be entertaining, but I think in the long run, be horrible.
Do you ever get used to just random media members walking through the clubhouse while you're just totally naked like you are now?
I'm completely used to it.
I just notice how comfortable you are. Like you're just hanging schwans right in our face, and you got no concern.
You just got Derek.
Who's the biggest beat watcher on the Rangers beat, other than Jared?
Other than Jared?
Yeah.
Spores.
Oh wow. Okay, Sporzy. Yeah, Sporzy gets it done.
That's surprising.
Okay, let's go. Mary F. Kill, Golden Bat, Golden Sombrero, Golden Shower.
Mary Golden Shower.
Okay.
F. Golden Sombrero.
Okay.
Kill Golden Bat.
He is serious about
Golden
this
Bat.
bat.
Okay, what about these robo-umps?
Brutal.
Would you ever fight a robo-ump?
Yes.
If you could kick one mascot's ass in Major League Baseball, which mascot would you try and defeat?
I guess you got to go with the Philly Fanatic, right?
Oh, yeah, that guy's got a punchable face.
Who's the cartoon character that you had the biggest crush on growing up?
Kim Possible.
Kim Possible.
The flexibility,
Okay, so what about people that think like it's a little bit weird when you think like a cartoon's hot?
It is weird.
Because Bugs Bunny and Lady Bunny and Space Jam, like Lola was hot.
Lola Bunny was real.
They put pants on her.
They did, yeah. They had to because that thing was busting out. Am I right? Is it weird how like close the three of us are together right now? Like, are you getting any weird scents and fragrances?
Not at all.
Especially with the fact that you're naked and everything.
Yeah, no, I've got a couple of scents, but I also just
I didn't know you guys
overpower
would
the
show up
phone.
naked either.
Well, I mean, I felt like we had to blend in. And I heard the banana hammocks. It was Banana Hammock Monday. Now I look like an idiot. I'm the only one wearing one.
We read the instructions wrong, is what we did.
So what did Bocce say in his first speech to the club?
He said we're going to kick everybody's ass.
I love that. Botch is the man.
Gosh, we love Botch. Who's going to suck more on TV this year, Jared or Bassick?
Jared.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, what'd you think of Gavin Dawson finally getting a minor league deal? It's about time somebody gave him another chance.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Super cool.
It's been a long road back from recovery. The alcoholism was really strong.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know Gavin?
No.
Oh, the Rangers just signed
It's a pretty great story. You'll meet him.
It's like a Make-A-Wish deal. Don't worry about it. You'll see him in the outfield later.
There's just there's a work ethic issue, you know? Like, that's the thing. Like, does he have the drive for it? That's what we're all trying to figure out. But the talent is just obvious. You know, it's just obviously not there at all. And so we're pulling for him in a big way.
If you could have a food named after you, what would the food be?
Something meaty.
Something meaty?
Something meaty.
Like thick and girthy? Are we talking a glizzy?
Like a brisket?
No, like a
steak?
Yeah, like a steak.
Steak?
Maybe like a
steak on a stick.
Oh, steak on a stick. Barlow on a stick. Yeah, I do have some Ranger menu items. You're actually going to get some Joe Barlow Maine at Globe Life Field this year. I don't know if you knew that.
This is going to be sick. I'm excited for that day.
How does Simeon Toast Crunch sound on the menu?
Very good.
Is that
Very
10 out of 10?
10 out of 10.
What about a Jake Mash Burger?
Ooh.
And we're actually going to put mashed potatoes and gravy on the burger.
Oh, yikes. Yikes.
He signed off on it, dude.
Gravy on it's going to be messy.
He said that was kind of his pregame meal ritual, maybe even mid-game meal.
Extra gravy?
Yeah, 100%. White gravy. You got to have the white gravy on there. Okay, now when it comes to, you talk about vibes, and I'm worried about a team like in New York right now because they got Stanton and Bellinger, and they had that Eskimo Bro situation with Bellinger's wife. Just like, how does that play in a clubhouse? Like, from your experience being Eskimo Bros with a teammate, like, just paint me that picture.
Scary. You never know.
Have you ever looked him in the eye afterwards and just said, hey, you know what's up?
Never.
Or during?
Just the umpires.
Okay.
Joe Barlow, ladies and gentlemen, you're the freaking man.
Wow, Joe Barlow. That's quite an event from Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the Rangers clubhouse. Unprecedented, I would feel like, what we were just treated to, Brian. That was outstanding broadcasting.
That
guys.
was awesome.
Thank you for that.
And thanks to Joe for being a good dude.
Joe's an awesome guy.
Guy's a good dude.
He is our favorite, and he's got some new ink now. He's got he's going for the leg sleeve.
Yeah.
10 hours.
Let's get
back-to-back days.
Let's get another perspective on this situation, as I believe just beyond the sofa was Jared Sandler, and he joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan, fresh off of the Rangers' 11-3 victory over the White Sox. His analysis and insights brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm great. Got a really thrilling 11-3 Rangers win, a 9-run first inning, and they're on the board with their first Cactus League win of the year.
Quite a bomb from Jock Peterson.
Yeah, opposite field, left center. I drove the crud out of it, and it was nice to see. You know, the numbers are really impressive for Jock against right-handed pitching. I mean, he's been one of the best hitters in baseball in 2 of the last 3 years against righties, and I think he's going to add some necessary thump against righties for this Rangers lineup for sure.
Jared, are you walking to your car currently?
I currently am walking to my car, just trying to get over the fact that Joe Barlow thinks I suck, and I think he sucks. So, it all works out. I'm just kidding.
Hey, that's our guy.
Yeah, no, I love Joe. I was so excited for you guys to get to talk to him, and it was great getting to see Joe. I'm so happy for him. you think about a guy like Joe, and at one point he was one of the top pitching prospects in the system, and was kind of fast-tracked to the role of closer just because he came up, and the Rangers really didn't have a good team, and it wasn't like there was a veteran established closer, and it looked like everything was kind of heading in the right direction for Joe. He's a good kid, and then all of a sudden, things don't go in the right direction. Has, one injury and then another, and a finger injury that he just couldn't quite figure out. And, next thing you know, he's fighting just to get an opportunity. But it seems like he's healthy. His velocity was back, and it would be a great story if Joe could, come back to the major leagues and help out this Rangers team.
Well, you know what they say, Jared. Timing is everything, and this team needs a closer. So it's Joe Barlow's time.
Hey, you know what? Whether it's in the ninth inning or just in any kind of a spot, the Rangers bullpen it basically is trying to do a total line change from last year. And, Joe Barlow, Luke Jackson, Jesse Chavez, we're bringing back a lot of former Rangers. Chris Martin, they're basically just going back to the former Ranger well to maybe fill some of these roles, along with, a guy like Kobe Milner and Sean Armstrong, and then, of course, Robert Garcia, who is an offseason acquisition, who might get the first crack at closer if he's healthy.
Maybe even looking at a Ranger rival here or former player on other teams that the Rangers played important games against. Kevin Pillar, outfielder. Where's he fit in this whole deal?
Yeah, it's funny because I was just thinking about how Jesse Chavez, like the only guy left who was a part of the the Rudy Bautista drama, and at least between the two teams, but now got that Kevin Pillar, and Gavin, he's got a really good chance to make this team. He's a really good defensive outfielder, can play all three outfield positions, and he's a really good hitter, or certainly way better than league average against lefties, and that's a need for the Rangers. They need to find guys who can hit lefties, and he can do that. Now, I think the Ezekiel Duran and Sam Haggerty are probably competition for that spot, but I think the Rangers didn't bring Kevin Pillar in just to give him an opportunity to get some at bats. I think they're going to really give him every chance to try and win that job.
Is this kind of in the Jankowski role? Is what this would be, Jared, or am I going down the wrong path there?
No, I think that's very astute, and that's maybe something that Pillar has. It's not to say that Sam Haggerty isn't a good teammate. I don't think there's anything that suggests otherwise. He's, by all accounts, a really good guy, but he's not a veteran who's got the skins on the wall that Kevin Pillar has, and Pillar is highly regarded in that role. As a teammate, he knows. He even said, "I'm not an everyday player. Like, I understand my role," and I think that's important. I think that's. You want guys who want to play every day, and I'm sure he does, but I think he understands at this point in his career. So, yeah, I think it's possible that in addition to whatever he would give the Rangers on the field, that there'd be a benefit of having a veteran like Pillar in the clubhouse.
How was that first inning? They put up 9 runs. It seemed like they batted around. Jock Peterson hits a dong ball. That's got to be gorgeous to see. As Eric was talking earlier, that's what we kind of missed from 2023 to 2024. We were used to these innings where all of a sudden the Rangers are putting up a bunch of crooked numbers in double digits basically every night, it seemed like.
Yeah, they had that great run first half of the season, 5-run innings and wins by 10 or more runs. And we just didn't get a lot of that last year. This first inning, I'll be honest, it wasn't the most exciting. There were 5 walks and a hit batter, but credit the Rangers having some good at-bats. But I do think, generally speaking, the power bat is going to be way more present on this team than last year. You're right, Zach. They were missing the big home run that can change the course of the game, the home run that either gives you cushion and kind of serves as a dagger, or the one that tilts the scales. And they had that. They had the big inning. They had the big hit. They gave you these at-bats that they would string together that just made life miserable. And I don't want to, overstate that being a part of a spring training game, but an inning like this is one we just almost never saw last year, but saw, a relatively, with relative often frequency in 2023. And I think they've got the type of lineup that is going to be really tough to get through 1 through 9, and they just didn't have that last year.
Tough news. I was looking forward to Rosario's second year here, but he's going to – is it Tommy John?
Yeah, it looks like it. I know, you and I had that talk about Rosario before I left. I know he was your guy, and unfortunately, it looks like he's going to miss this year. Silver lining, it's February. I'll have the surgery either next week or early March, and it won't eliminate his 2026. Obviously, it does his 2025, but if he suffered the injury in June and he gets a month and a half of season and then would miss probably all of 2026 as well. So hopefully he comes back stronger. He's a young kid who really vaulted himself into the national conversation of top pitching prospects, and I expect that we'll see him at the major league level if he can recover healthily from the surgery next year.
Sweet. All right, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
Salute. There he goes. Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, play-by-play announcer, pre- and post-game show host, an absolute baseball beast. And he's going to join us all spring training after the games and, throughout the season, hopefully still. Maybe he's too busy now for us. We'll have to see about that. But he's been joining us for a segment or two before the pregame show the last couple of seasons as well. His appearance is brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. In addition to the finest coming up, Chief.
2 former NFL wide receivers made headline news this weekend, and all quarterbacks should take a page out of this guy's book, Next in the Nation.
Boy skills?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it Saffron's called?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at spring training. You just missed Joe Barlow with Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and then Jared Sandler. We have Eric Nadel here coming up in about 15 minutes or so we have robust baseball conversations going on. That was hilarious, though, guys. I mean, your legend is unprecedented, and I just love how the guys react to some of these ridiculous questions you're firing at them this time around. So is that going to be a recurring bit throughout the week, is those sort of uncomfortable questions?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna go in there and we're gonna hit it the same way we have. Really, this is our third year in a row getting to go in there and just have some fun with these guys. Some guys like Joe Barlow really play along; they understand the situation. Other guys perhaps get a little bit more awkward and are surprised that we're not trying to go inside baseball with them.
Yeah.
And so it can throw dudes off guard. Like today, we also got to chat with Sebastian Walcott, the youngster who's
He's like 18 years old.
He's about to turn 19.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a phenom right now, and it was cool to get to meet him because the future is so bright for him. But yeah, we caught him off guard quite a bit today.
Right on.
We look forward to doing more of that this week.
We'll hear Walcott maybe a little bit later on in the week. Okay, this spring training coverage is brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. It's brought to you by the On Time Experts as well. On Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Here's the chief with your football's finest.
Okay, a couple of potential rule changes that are in store for this offseason. We'll see if they agree to them. They being the owners, but the NFL will consider changes to the kickoff rule, including touchbacks moving to the 35-yard line. So they're going to really penalize you for kicking the ball out of the end zone. Right now, they're picking it up at the 25, and they could turn that into the 35-yard line.
Putting Dallas in field goal range right off the kickoff.
Yeah, Aubrey's starting to warm up there at the on the sideline with the kicker's net. If you're starting the drive at the 35-yard line, so that's,
seriously though, just get us 15 yards. We're in range.
Yeah,
that's pretty awesome. I don't know, like at least compromise and do the 30, and see if we can get some more exciting kickoff plays.
Now the other one is the banning of the tush push, and it seems like
Green Bay's the one pushing for this.
Yeah, it's the Packers that are really pushing for this. And their CEO, Mark Murphy, says that I'm not a fan of the play. There's no skill involved. And immediately I'm like, if there was no skill involved, then why can only one team pull it off?
Successfully do it,
Yeah. No other team has proven to be able. It's not like it's copy and paste, and as soon as the Eagles did it, all 31 other teams were like, we could easily do this too.
That's the problem.
So it's really not a skillless sort of play. But he says automatic first down on plays of a yard or less. There used to be a rule prohibiting this. It's not so much there now. He says it's bad for the game. I don't know. I don't really care ultimately. I'm not going to lose sleep over it either way. But the people that are totally
you won't lose
railing
sleep,
against it,
or Mark Murphy won't.
No, Mark Murphy seems like he is.
So you're not going to lose sleep over it.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Until Philadelphia continually gets first downs doing it.
Yeah, I
against
want
the
to out of
Cowboys.
the game.
They have.
I don't like it. Get it out of here.
Of course.
Yeah, I just think it's a competitive balance type of thing, and objectively, if the defense can't do it, why can the offense do it? We know what the Eagles center calls it, pain. So maybe this is an NFLPA safety issue a little bit. He's got a bad back, right?
Right.
So, I think, but my main opinion is just I don't want to see the Eagles get free first down and free touchdowns when they get inside the one all the time. And I know it's not free. There's a price to be paid, but I think this brings them back to the pack a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, if anybody could just do this, the Bills would have been in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, they had issues at the 1 yard line at the end zone, right? Like, if it was that easy for them with a big, strong quarterback in Josh Allen, which the Eagles have in Jalen Hurts, the Eagles do this to perfection. But I'm team get this the hell out of here. Make them figure something else out.
Now, one thing that I really enjoyed to see, like if I was a Patriots fan, I would like this. I think every every quarterback in the NFL should be taking a page out of Drake May's book, as apparently he was in Foxborough at Gillette Stadium while they are still in the thick of their freezing winter temperatures. And he got out there and he's been practicing in that for the offseason. He's not going to some paradise on the West Coast or whatever where the sun's shining and there's no wind and throwing against air. He's actually practicing in the cold weather, in the frigid climate that he obviously is going to have to be playing in. If
Is he
wants to go
practicing
on.
by himself?
I don't know exactly who he's practicing.
He's like throwing
with.
in the nets.
Man, high schoolers.
He might be. I don't know, but just that, like that.
Throwing the linemen.
I think all quarterbacks should be doing that. We always see in the offseason, at some point in the summer, it gets to a point where, like, obviously there's not really anywhere you can go to duplicate that type of weather. But if you really want to prepare yourself for what is to come, if you're trying to actually be a Super Bowl champion and you're going to have to go on the road into a cold environment, or you play in a city where your home field is a cold environment, shout out to Drake May for just embracing that, and every single quarterback in the league should be doing it. Even if you're a dome quarterback or you're a warm city quarterback, at some point you're going to find yourself in a freezing cold game that is a must-win situation, and a lot of these guys don't know how to handle it.
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, every quarterback, especially in that division, like Tua in Miami, you should be doing this. It should be a no-brainer. Every team should mandate it. Get in the cold temperatures and practice this thing.
I mean, your body moves differently. Your hand grips it differently. The ball responds. So there's so much different that I think you need more than the 35 reps that you're going to get twice a season, right? You need thousands of reps under this new set of circumstances for your body to figure out, how do I get the ball to do what I wanted to do when I feel stiff and cold and I can barely grip it.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. The other thing I saw this weekend, 2 former NFL wide receivers were making some headline news. We'll start with Plaxico Burress. Did you see what he's doing?
I did.
Or what he did, actually, because
he had to sell the Super Bowl ring?
He sold, like, how down bad does he have to be if he's doing this? Plaxico Burress sold his giant Super Bowl ring. It went for $280,000, almost $281,000 at auction.
That seems low.
That seems large when you consider it's the highest that anyone has ever paid for a Super Bowl player ring.
Yeah.
Most of the time when you see these things where guys are down bad and they're selling off a Super Bowl ring, they're just trying to make whatever they can.
Yeah.
I figured for some reason they'd go for, especially that one would go for much more, considering it was. I mean, it's
it ended the perfect season.
It might be the biggest upset in Super Bowl.
That's
history.
an insane amount of money, though. I don't know if I'd be on the market to sell my Super Bowl ring, but if I found out I could get $281 for it. Now I'm taking bids. I can't take this thing with me, you know?
So you don't even think necessarily he's down bad financially. He's just taking advantage of a great business opportunity. But it was at an auction, so you're putting that in there kind of blindly, I would think, like not knowing exactly how this thing's going to take off.
I think he's down bad. I think he's down bad.
I mean, he made almost $30 million in his career. And he's done some, I mean, he was working with Fox Sports. I don't know if he's still doing TV stuff, but for a while he was doing Fox Sports NFL analyst stuff. So, you know, making some money that way. But yeah, I was surprised to see that, but he did make out pretty nicely, almost $281,000 on his Super Bowl ring.
Probably paid off a debt he had.
The other guy who is a former NFL wide receiver that made some news this weekend was, of course, old Steve Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
I mean, the cojones on the guy to call him, right?
Yeah.
This is the whole way this whole thing's played out.
He backed him down, though. He backed Steve down.
Yeah. Steve had not
Steve
really
had
much
no
else to
answer. He
say.
hung up on him.
You know, you're not on a moral high ground. That's for sure. It's like, what do I do? Am I going to beat the guy up too? No. This has gone public now. If I do this, it's, you know, so I think you got to, I mean, nice job, I think, by Steve, the situational awareness to think I'm probably being recorded right now.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm surprised we don't hear about these a little bit more often, considering how popular these guys are and how many, you know, beautiful ladies manage to work at NFL buildings.
Well, that was the thing about this one is we saw the photos of this lady. It wasn't like it was a total rocket, 10 out of 10 kind of deal, but that's sort of beside the point.
Yeah.
We'll scout him out, Gav.
Apparently,
Okay.
you know, obviously we know Steve Smith played for the Ravens.
Yeah.
And
what's this lady's name?
I don't even know this lady's name.
Well, gosh darn
but
it.
she's
Did she run the band or
She
something
ran
like
the
that?
marching band for
Yeah.
the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens band, yeah.
And so married Steve Smith, and this lady who happened to be married as well had been in a relationship secretly for I don't even know how long. But the husband of the lady found out about it, and then he just aired it all out, screenshots, pictures, and all these different stuff on Twitter. And so he let the cat out of the bag. And I was surprised that, I guess not surprised because when you're in an emotional state like that, you might do stuff that maybe he regrets it now. He's deleted the Twitter account that everything came from. But, this dude completely called out Steve Smith after he found out that Steve Smith had been hanging out with his wife in some ways that nobody wants their wife to be hanging out with. And so... Now, I don't know, Steve Smith's sort of gone silent on this matter.
Sure.
I wonder, he's probably, he's probably down bad with the fact that, because I'm like,
he's married too, right?
Yeah, he's married
Oh, I
too.
did not
So
realize he was also married.
yeah, so like ultimately, I get this guy is now like he's completely ruined the public image of his own wife, who is probably now going to be his ex-wife, and then also for Steve Smith, now cat's out of the bag there. So like Steve, you're also getting in trouble, but in the midst of that, you as the guy whose wife has been cheating on you, you've just let all that out, and I can't imagine ever wanting to do that. I'd want to keep that as close to the vest as possible. Because he got super emotional about it, as anyone would. And then just put it all out for the internet to feast on. And I don't know if that's a place you want to find yourself. Nobody won in this situation. He's probably feeling miserable. The wife is feeling miserable. Steve Smith and his wife feeling miserable. Just an absolute disaster class of a situation. And there were videos from a couple of years ago, I guess, where Steve Smith became the marching band conductor for the Ravens for a game. And it's like, okay, how did he slip into that particular role? I think we've connected the dots.
Yes. Or I was thinking maybe it was the introduction.
Maybe it was the introduction.
Yeah.
Sure.
He liked being conducted and guided, through stuff. I don't know. But
A lot of guidance.
it's just a crazy deal. I guess like if you learn something like that, it'd be best to get some distance and strategize before you throw something out there on social that you might later regret. I think he was probably just thinking, I want revenge.
Right. The revenge factor.
What I feel bad for is the kids that are involved that have to read this about their parents. It's going to live forever on social. So no matter how horrible that it gets, I wouldn't want to drag it out in public where there would be a permanent record. And I'm basically in the newspaper back pages for scandalous stuff.
Yeah,
Just
dude.
rough.
And how about the Baltimore Ravens? They can't shake it.
Yeah.
The off the field disasters.
Yeah. I mean, some families like local sports team owners, they're used to it. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, it's another day of the week. I got this lawsuit coming up. I got this gal, this situation going on. But I think for the rest of us, it would just be shocking to have that level of scandal, coming right to your inside your living room. All right, it is the GBag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're live in Surprise, and it's brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. It's also brought to you by the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing same-day service guaranteed. Eric Nadell's going to join us. We'll give you a look at the top sports headlines of the day and more, and we're back with that here in the Nation.
All right, let's talk Trajan wealth, shall we?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top, and Eric Nadel joining us here in just a second. The expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts, and our spring training coverage brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and On Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Same-day service guaranteed, as we're live in Surprise all week long. And it was great today. Rangers went crosstown and beat Cleveland 11-3. And we're going to watch them tomorrow. You're going to have Evan Carter playing, Kamar Rocker, and Eric Nadel joins us now here on your home of the Rangers. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. I'm anxious to get down there this weekend. I was thinking if they're not going to win any games, I might have to get down there faster.
Yes. Yeah, we're missing you. And I do always love your honest assessments this time of year. We were just hoping, kind of having some fun with it, but 9 runs in the first inning today. Is the Rangers offense back?
Well, if they could face those pitchers every day, I think you'd say they're back. But I was listening to it, and it was a pretty disgraceful inning from the White Sox standpoint. They were extremely sloppy and giving out all kinds of gifts.
Okay. Well, what do you think on paper of the lineup as it looks now?
I think it's in great shape. I mean, Jock Peterson hit a home run today to the opposite field. Josh Young's healthy. Evan Carter's healthy. Jake Berger's already looking good at first base. So it's going to be a really tough lineup to navigate 1 through 9. It's really hard to imagine when you look back at last year that the Rangers went from averaging about 5.5 runs a game in their World Series winning year to averaging 4.2 runs a game last year. that's a really calamitous fall off, and all kinds of reasons for it. But it's hard to believe that this team averaged only 4.2 runs a game.
Eric, when I got to slide in and fill in for Jared and do pre and post, one thing that he always told me with spring training was don't overreact. Like it's spring training. What is the best way to kind of weigh what you see in spring training to have maybe a fair, better judgment of what to expect heading into the regular season?
I guess the best way to put it, Zach, is don't go by what you see in the box score. You can see a guy, went 2 for 2, and they might have both been bloops. Or a guy went 0 for 4. He might have hit 4 rockets. You need to see it to really have an appreciation for, whether the outcomes were lucky or not. But it's a matter of who are they facing? Are they facing minor league players? You just can't take any of it that seriously, except for the kind of stuff and control that pitchers are featuring, and whether batters are hitting the ball hard or not. If you're looking at defensively, what does Evan Carter look like in center field? That's something to keep in mind, although you have to realize that in Arizona it's really difficult to read the ball off the bat. You have the high sky. A lot of balls get lost in the sun here. But just take everything with a grain of salt, Zach, is I guess the best way to put it.
Eric, when your Hall of Fame broadcasting career, you've called spring training games in Arizona and in Florida. Which was your favorite place to do that?
It's interesting, Brian. When we moved to Arizona, I was really not happy about it. I loved being in Florida, even though the travel was exhausting. The closest place to the Rangers in Port Charlotte was about an hour away in Fort Myers and in Sarasota. And here, the farthest place is an hour away. And so even though I missed the beach and I missed the whole feel of Florida, I didn't miss that travel. And once we got out to Arizona and started reaping the benefits of the travel in Arizona and the much better weather for that matter, for the lack of humidity and the lack of rain, too, during spring training, I became a huge fan of Arizona. And I like it a lot more in Arizona now, and I'm glad we're out there.
Yeah, me too. It's Eric Nadel here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What kind of a score do you give Chris Young for putting this thing back together?
I think he's done a great job given the restrictions, on the budget where, they don't want to go over the luxury tax threshold, and I certainly understand that. But the way that he's pieced the bullpen together, I think has been masterful. Getting the 2 bats that he got in Jake Berger and Jock Peterson. The Rangers have pretty much, filled the holes they needed to fill. It's interesting to look at the Ranger bench, which is, as it's currently constituted going into the season, is, it's a pretty deep bench. You've got 4 guys there. You don't mind bringing off the bench as pinch hitters. If one of them is Josh Smith and one of them is Ezekiel Duran and one of them is Kyle Higashioka and the other one is Leody Taveras, that's a really good-looking bench. And then you figure with all of the relief pitchers that he's brought in, you're going to hit on a few of them. They're all veterans who have had success in the past. Finding the closer, of course, is the biggest challenge. And, that's something you figure if anybody can work that out, it's going to be Bruce Bochy.
Who is your favorite right now to maybe slide into that closer role?
I guess you'd give it to Chris Martin to start the season, just based on the superb numbers that he's had the last couple of years as an 8th-inning guy. You give him a shot at it. If it doesn't work out, well, then it's a matter of who's pitching best at that point. Is it Robert Garcia, or is it Sean Armstrong, or Jacob Webb? But I think you give Chris Martin every opportunity.
See any good shows lately, Eric?
Oh, I saw one Saturday at Tulips in Fort Worth that was a revelation. Sax player, singer, that's right, she does both, not at the same time, but in the same song, and her name is Vanessa Collier. And I would strongly recommend you check her out. She's nominated for 3 Blues Music Awards this year. She's had 15 nominations over the last 5 years or so. She is fantastic, and she was born in North Richland Hills, but this was the first time she'd ever played in Fort Worth. And she is marvelous. She's fantastic. And since you asked me about shows, I want to put a plug in for my birthday benefit concert. That's coming up on May 29th. We have Shiny Ribs and the Secret Sisters, and it's going to be at the Longhorn Ballroom. The tickets just went on sale a few days ago at longhornballroom.com, and it's all to benefit the Grant Halliburton Foundation, doing great work on mental health issues in schools.
Well, Eric, that's a bigger venue, so good for you on that one. Do you like the bigger venues or the intimate venues when you watch music?
You know, I like the smaller venues. We're moving to the bigger venue because we really ran out of space. The concert was selling out so fast, and the sponsorships were selling out so fast. We wanted to go to a larger venue where we could accommodate more people and more sponsors. And the people who own the Kessler also own the Longhorn, and they did just a sensational job in putting it back together and putting in an incredible state-of-the-art sound system. And it's their 75th anniversary. So this fits in nicely with the 75th anniversary of the venue, which was originally owned by Bob Wills, and has
of the Texas Playboys.
Of the Texas Playboys, and there's all kinds of memorabilia in there from Bob Wills and all the people who've played there over the years: James Brown, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Loretta Lynn and Tammy Wynette, George Jones. Just the list goes on and on. Very famous concert by the Sex Pistols, where there were some police involved by the time it was over. But if people who haven't been to a show yet at the Longhorn need to check it out. May 29th is the date of my concert, but don't wait till then to go see a show there. There's lots of great ones.
Yeah, Johnny Rotten would never cause any problems with that Sex Pistols concert, right there?
Apparently some woman punched him while the concert was going on and bloodied him up a little bit.
There you go.
And why she punched him is still subject to a lot of debate.
Eric, can you do a great job painting the picture for us on the radio? I saw a photo of you breaking bread with some other legendary voices of DFW sports, Chuck Cooperstein, Brad Sham, recently. Take me inside a dinner between you, Coop, and Sham. You guys just tearing it up. Who's talking with their mouth open, and who's the bib guy? Who's the guy that's tucking the napkin in the neck?
Oh man, it's so much fun. We were just sorry that Josh Bogorod couldn't make it. He was planning to come, but his sons apparently reached the finals of a hockey tournament. And even when he's not working, he's going to hockey games and watching his kids play. So he wasn't there. We had a couple of occasions years ago where the three of us and Ralph Strangis were together, but we haven't had one yet with all four of us, including Josh. But it really depends on what's going on as to who talks the most. Of course, what we wanted to talk about most of all was the Luka trade.
Yeah.
And so I think Chuck might have dominated. He might have had the most airtime for that three-man show. He had the territorial advantage. But they were also really interested in the way this Rangers sports network has come together, and how the Rangers were going to handle the TV package, and the way that we are going to simulcast the radio and TV pre- and post-game shows. And, Jared's going to be the master of ceremonies trying to pull all that off. So there was a lot of talk about that, too. And, of course, there's always Cowboy talk. And, with a new coach and all that, Brad was certainly not left out of it.
Awesome stuff, as always, Eric. Appreciate you whenever you can join the show, and look forward to seeing you out here in Surprise.
Hey, thanks. And for those in DFW, I'm going to be on the Good Day Texas on Fox 4 tomorrow morning at 8:20, talking about another great event that Grant Halliburton Foundation is having, the Beacon of Hope Luncheon, at which Drew Robinson is going to be speaking. The former Ranger and suicide attempt survivor. I'll actually be doing a Q&A with Drew, and if people are interested in going to that, it's Tuesday, March 25th. They can go to granthalliburton.org and get all the details and check it out.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Have a great night.
Thanks, guys. Great to talk to you. I guess I'll miss you. I'm coming in on Saturday. You'll be going the other way, huh?
All righty. We'll catch up with you back in DFW then, sir. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Salute. There he goes, Eric Nadel with you here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. That Drew Robinson story is just unbelievable, and looking forward to that conversation there with Eric Nadel. Okay, some of the big stories of the day, Combine cranking. Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders not going to do any of the Combine workouts. Sources confirming this morning. It's resonating, but I feel like this story is kind of becoming a nothing burger because I'm used to it.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like NFL teams are going to hold it against him.
No, you won't, because what's going to happen is he's going to work out in Boulder. He's got all his receivers. Several of them are draftable receivers. I mean, you might even get Travis Hunter out there catching some routes for him. So, yeah, and then with Pat Shurmur, the OC at Colorado, former pro coach, former head coach, he'll script it. He'll get with the NFL coaches and the scouts. He'll have an understanding of what they want to see. So this is nothing really new with the quarterbacks. What's new, though, is other positions, not wanting to do things.
Like Abdul Carter, we found out today, not going to work out. Ashton Genty not working out.
And you're lucky if you're going to get a workout out of any of those guys. And, that's whether you get a 40. And we've kind of grown accustomed to the NFL of like being able to do these workouts, whether it's at Indy or, at the school or the players' hometowns. But boy, it sounds like a lot of guys are just saying, listen, you look at my tape, you know what kind of player I am. Here's the character stuff, and then I'm not going to work out for you. I'm not just going to.
The only way I'm downgrading is if I need something that I have a concern on from the film addressed by seeing your speed or seeing your power,
right,
being some sort of a drill. And I just think quarterback, if you're the right height, you can see the completion percentage. A lot of the questions are answered in the film. The big Cowboy stories, Stephen Jones saying they'll be selectively aggressive in free agency, probably still not a big splash move, but local and national media all pouring over this quote. What exactly does it mean? Could they bring back all of their guys? Could they go outside of the Cowboys and make the team significantly better? Probably not. But at least they're not going to let the cupboard go totally bare, I think is probably the biggest takeaway. Enough spending here to maybe keep Osa and Jordan Lewis. And I'd love to see Tank come back if they could. We haven't talked much about him. Rico Dowdle would give you certainty at running back that, hey, we can do a serviceable job here and maybe, look for a star player in the draft, but we're not going to force it. So and he went back to the line saying we're going to look to address all of our roster needs before we get to the draft. So you got to fill it out one way or another, Brian.
Yeah, well, this is, what is this, the Missouri, the show me state? Mm-hmm. You got to show me.
No
I mean, every year you kind of talk about, They talk about love to draft and develop and all that, but what that team in Philadelphia showed you have to be able to draft, you have to be able to use free agency, and you have to be able to make trades. And if you're only doing one of the three, you're really not building your team the right way, and they've kind of run into that the last couple of years.
They might just be teasing us, and at this point in the life cycle, the excitement of the story, I could use it.
I expect the tease here.
We're living the good life here in Surprise, Arizona, covering spring training 2025 here with your Texas Rangers. And for more of the good stuff, let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Okay, General, I am drinking alkaline water. Almost had a gallon of it today. And I'm thinking it's time to start LA Live. Let's go.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
My 3-year-old, we're working on colors with him. We're trying to teach him colors, and I wanted to do it in a fun way. So I was like, I'll do it with M&Ms. He gets it right. He gets to eat an M&M. That's pretty fun. So I showed him a blue one. I'm like, what color is that? He goes, yellow. I'm like, oh, that's not good. I showed him a red one. I'm like, what color is that? He goes, green. This goes on and on. He doesn't get any right. I still give him a few M&Ms to eat because I felt bad. I tell my wife, I'm like, he didn't get any right. And she goes, oh, my God. I hope he's not colorblind. I'm like, let's hope he is colorblind. Because if not, we've got ourselves an idiot.
Yeah, this is LA Live for Monday, February 24th, 2020. 24th? Hey. Damn, my dad's birthday is tomorrow. And I have nothing. I got to hit up the cigars and some liquors or something. Damn.
Yeah. Great day.
Yeah.
February 25th. I love that day.
February 25th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded hip-hop group out of Dallas, PPT, for naming today. So I call it Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday vibes in LA Live is just where I go over some things I've seen over the weekend down the timeline or maybe on TV or wherever. Last week, I got to make a little update. Right here, fellas. Last week I said the Brahms burger wasn't the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came out my mouth a little too early and said that.
Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to hear.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fan texter told me, hey, man, go back and try it again. It could have been just that burger at that particular location at that particular time. And he was right.
Got to see that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get a bad burger.
It happens. It happens. Got a double bacon cheeseburger over there, and that joint was slamming at Brahms.
Extra mayo.
Extra mayo. Extra mayo. You know me, man. Now, I'm not a fan of the fries at Brahms.
No.
The crinkles.
Yeah, so I did go with some straight plain Lay's.
Okay. Never go wrong.
Yeah, because they don't have onion rings
Good
at
chip.
Brahms.
It's a great chip. It's so underrated out here, man. That just regular plain ass Lay's. It's salty Lay's, man. Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Highly
Those
slept
crinkle
on.
cuts, I figured they have too much of the fluffy stuff in them.
Yeah.
You know, it's too much like a baked potato. It's a plain baked potato with that.
Brahms does a good job at salting them, though, but I understand it because they don't have the onion rings.
Yes.
Why doesn't Brahms have onion rings?
That's
What's the
surprising.
deal there? That's surprising.
They only have the fries. You're right.
You would think they would have onion rings or at least tater tots or something. They're
Tater
Brahms.
tot, yeah. I guess they don't want to be Sonic then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sonic
Yeah.
is known
Well,
for
it's
the
not like
tater
Sonic
tots, right?
has a hold on all the tots, right? I mean, other places have tots.
They got a chokehold on those onion rings, though. They got them sweet onion rings.
That sugar batter.
Yeah, oh gosh,
my gosh,
yes,
it's
yeah,
delicious.
they got that.
They're the best in the game.
And they got a handle on the drinks you can mix with alcohol.
yes.
Yeah, they got
Yes.
that going for them.
Yes,
I'll
bring
have
you
to
a
get an order of those onion rings and take out the onions. I'll do that if the breading's good enough, Lucius. I will.
Dawson eats onion rings the same way that Dan Orlovsky eats Reese's.
What are we doing?
Yeah, man, you're right. All those little sweet little drinks they have at Sonic.
Yes.
You get you a little fifth of excuse me, rum. Put the rums in there.
You can
Not
make you
gin.
some island drinks out of those drinks, yeah.
Yeah, don't do the gin. You end up fighting somebody. Don't do the gin, bro. Don't do that.
You're telling me.
All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, send it to me at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Though when I go there, it is sad. Facebook is just sad.
Yeah.
God, is that like
Don't go there often.
Man,
Wow,
bad
look at all these
information.
people that have been messaging me.
Oh yeah, that part.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that, but it's always sad information, man. Always. Or you can follow us all. You find GBag Nation on Twitter. Or winner right here comes from the world of hockey. Buffalo Sabres broadcaster Rob Ray took another puck to the face at the very beginning of the darn game.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0. In the opening period, and Razor just took another one.
Another one.
And that was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye.
Out.
Be all right.
Checking him out.
He's just a hoser.
Yeah.
Let me see him one more time, please.
The puck is dropped and it's 4-0. In the opening period.
It was the most well-executed
So good.
F-word in broadcast history.
Well, it's so
That's
good.
how I want to cuss always, right
Yeah.
there.
It was really good. You would have thought Bernie Mac was cussing out there. It was just perfect.
Yeah.
Samuel
He's almost
L.
mad at it.
Samuel L. Jackson, the way he cussed. It's that damn good.
Hall of Famer.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, one more time.
Yeah.
There we go. I gotta get that vibe right. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. I got some dating rumors for you. Yeah, I'm about to be a little messy. Yeah, it's a little messy sound. The Messy's on TMZ. Coach Prime Deion Sanders is allegedly dating Karuchi Tran.
Okay, I got to get my Google.
Oh, Victor Cruz's. Wasn't that a Victor Cruz
Yes,
special?
that was some Victor Cruz old beef right there. When I
Chris
seen this,
Brown?
Yes, Chris Brown. Yes, sir. Made it one of the most iconic toxic ex-boyfriend photos of all time. Chris Brown and Karrueche Tran when he caught her coming out of the club. And he was leaning. You got to see that photo. And he was leaning hard trying to figure out what's going on, bro. Toxic photo. And the game. The game was allegedly connected to her at one point. But yeah, if Coach Prime, man, and Karrueche Tran, when I seen this on my timeline, not gonna lie, I kind of swung my fist in the room a few times like Trey on Boys in the Hood. I said, oh, come on, man. Damn. Just a little upset, but, good for him, man. There's an automatic W for Coach Prime, if that is the case.
Yeah, that's huge. Salute to him. Still got it.
Did you look her up yet?
I did.
Yeah, she's a bad.
I thought when he shaved his beard on Super Bowl week. I thought it took 10 years off him.
Maybe it was those Bella twins, Luce, just giving him the confidence.
Yeah, see? Yep. And he works with that other beautiful lady that was on 106 in Park, Roxy. And then there was some rumors around those two, and they came out and killed those real fast. Well, shout out to Prime, man. Still winning, bro.
He's very smooth. He's got unrelentless and unbeatable swagger.
Yeah, but I mean, like when you got feet like he does,
yeah,
and you're pulling a Karrueche, I mean,
Hall of Fame stuff.
That's impressive no matter who you are.
Yeah, I thought about that too because she's known for having sexy feet.
Oh, really?
And he has no foot. It's crazy to me.
Opposites attract.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
She's like, don't worry, honey, I got the sexy foot game down for us.
I got us, bro. That's amazing right there. Yeah, automatic L for Coach Prime. I mean, automatic W, for Coach Prime, if that is true out there. And a big L to Steve Smith Jr. or Senior.
Senior.
Wow.
And Junior.
Yeah, Senior.
And Junior. And the whole damn household.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if they got a pet dog in the house, he's a little uncomfortable. They can feel that tension.
No, they can.
Steve Smith Jr. was a married man. No, he is a married man involved in this love triangle.
What do you think? Open relationship, maybe?
With Steve and his wife?
That'd be real sloppy if it was. Because the text messages were awful. Rearranging IUDs and things, that's crazy.
Yeah, because he didn't seem too bothered.
Who?
Steve.
I mean, what are you supposed to do? Mr. Martinez, who